The story begins on the day which marked the end of the earth, full of mayhem and destruction. But there was a level 1 mana-impaired loser alchemist, Moon, who lost his younger brother Sihyuk, who was a qualified candidate for getting powers by the Constellation, and even his crush Maki to the destruction by the Demon King, but he was finally able to create the Philosopher's Stone on the last day. It was a tool that makes anything possible, as long as there was an equivalent exchange, which is met. With this stone, anything he desired was possible, literally anything. What he desires now is simple: to strike back at the cause of Earth's destruction and the murderer of his younger sibling and crush. And if it was possible, Moon wanted to live a life free of being a mana-impaired virgin loser. But as soon as the stone was made, the Demon King sensed it and killed the mana-impaired brat in an instant. The boy thought that he ended his regret-filled life that day, but the Philosopher's Stone mysteriously attached itself to him with a blood contract, and as he mysteriously opened his eyes, he found himself 11 years in the past. Realizing the overwhelming powers of the stone, Moon decided to rewrite the next 11 years and end his pitiful life as a mana-impaired outcast, so that he can end every miserable event that's bound to unfold. The scene was full of high-rise buildings, and Moon opened his eyes and was shocked to see that he was in his old studio apartment. Even when he was sure that his death was real, he wondered if the crimson-eyed Demon King was some kind of an illusion. But the boy almost jumped from his bed when he heard the vibration of his smartphone. He was feeling nostalgic to see the device that he used almost all the time when times were peaceful. But that's when he had another shocker, because he was in the year 2030, 11 years in the past. Moon was regressed to being a 28-years-old carefree adult, but nothing feels the same as it was in the past, even when he knew that he was having magic ineptitude, and his vision is blurry with dulled senses. But he was not feeling anything. It was as if he was not having any impairment to begin with. The suffocating feeling of being weighed down by magic ineptitude was completely gone. Moon wanted to be completely sure and opened his status window to check. That's when he found out that his magic ineptitude trait was completely replaced by the power of the Philosopher's Stone, and added to that, Moon had the title of Pioneer of Alchemy and a whopping 1,012,500 achievement points. Moon realized that the Philosopher's Stone in his chest was converted into a trait after the regression. Moon was panting heavily, but with relief, because he never thought in his whole previous life that he will be free from magic ineptitude, which felt like shackles binding him. Moon was not able to handle these many things while being sober. So he decided to drink some beer, while he thought about what else must have changed in this regressed life. He was sure that just with his magic ineptitude removed, many things will change in the future, and his overall stats have also been restored to their original state, because now he was normal. After gulping a whole can of chilled beer, Moon was finally happy, realizing about how good it tasted when everything was peaceful. He knew that for any level 1 newbie, the max they can get is 5 in all their stats. As he opened his status window, he saw that he was short by 1 stat point in strength and agility, but he had 5 stamina, which was okay. But then he noticed that his synthesis power was a whopping 10 points, making him a super rookie. He realized that as the system has told him before, his magic power was completely changed with synthesis power, which was resulting in the magic ineptitude gone, because now Moon was not having any magic at all. But instead, he had rather become a unique stat holder, which was really amazing. And at level 1, being this powerful was pretty overwhelming. From his past, Moon he knew that only a handful of players get some kind of a unique stat, and now Moon was one of them. He knew that his future was bright, because most of the people with unique traits rose to high-ranking positions, like his brother Sihyuk. Now, after everything about the Philosopher's Stone was sorted, it was time for Moon to wonder about why he was having such a large amount of achievement points. Even he did not know about where he got them from, but he decided to worry about it once the achievement shop opens. After a while, he started looking at the title of Pioneer of Alchemy, which was a title given to an alchemist who has synthesized all mythical alchemy products and grants of small bonus related to synthesis. He was shocked to see the description of the title, because it was a growth-type job-related title, and even his crush, who was relatively a latecomer among high rankers, dominated the whole battlefield due to an overpowered title that she got from the celestial demon. Moon also had a title along with a unique stat now. He started looking at the other titles he got, which included a title named One Who Attracts the Gaze of the Beyond. It was given to a personnel who had achieved something extraordinary, and even the gods of the world were having a look at them, whether it is luck or misfortune. Moon wondered about when he even got this title, and what exactly does the world beyond means. At last, when he was not able to understand anything, he thought that maybe it was just a useless title only up for show-off. This large information dump was a bit too much for Moon, as he slammed down onto his bed and just gazed onto the ceiling, getting happy by the fact that his magic ineptitude has been cured. He decided to test it out while he was on the bed, and he closed his eyes, focusing with intent and starting to decompose the ignition formula. He was using the powers of the philosopher's stone to synthesize magic, and somehow he was able to form something flashy and blue for a few moments, but suddenly it completely disappeared. Moon realized that the magic attribute in his status window was completely removed, and even when the synthesis power came at the magic slot using it, doing magic was impossible. But as the boy was an alchemy genius, he knew that if he draws some kind of a summoning circle which is used for synthesis, things would be different, and he would be able to do magic easily. And since he had been given such a disadvantage of not using magic, then there must be a trade-off which is really advantageous in the form of synthesis. As Moon started drawing the synthesis circle, the philosopher's stone started reacting as it pulsated in crimson red inside his chest. Moon wondered about what was happening, thinking that maybe his body was rejecting the circle. It was like the philosopher's stone was talking to Moon, rejecting his idea of using a synthesis circle, because it was a really primitive and inefficient way of doing synthesis. As Moon's body rejected the drawing of a synthesis circle, it was as if a deep jolt entered into his brain, as he remembered that before his death in his previous life, he was moving on his own because of the philosopher's stone, and only with a snap of the finger, Moon made his wish of getting a disease-free body possible. Just then, the boy realized that all he had to do was to think about what he wanted to synthesize. Moon decided to first synthesize a spear, and a golden spear appeared into his mind. The boy also wanted it to be full of special abilities or additional options, along with higher durability, and the only prize he will have to pay for synthesis would be his synthesis power. After finalizing the spear, Moon finally snapped. But to his surprise, the philosopher's stone started reacting, while a surge of pain started crushing all the bones in the body of the boy. An urgent notification popped up, telling Moon that the synthesis power inside him was insufficient to achieve the desired synthesis. Moon started finding out about how he can cure the overwhelming pain, and the system told him that the philosopher's stone required 1 million achievement points to recover from its unstable state. Moon started thinking with whatever sanity he had, realizing that the philosopher's stone was the only thing that cured his magic ineptitude, and even sent him back 11 years in the past. Moon decided to use the achievement points onto the philosopher's stone, and as soon as the points were consumed, the stone started shining with a blue aura rather than a red-crimson evil one, and the system told Moon that the stone had been fully recovered from its unstable state. Moon started smiling, realizing that alchemy has become much easier to handle now, and the same spear that he had materialized in his mind should be synthesized now. But even when Moon snapped his fingers once again, it was really anticlimactic. As nothing happened in front of him, the same notification popped up, telling him that his synthesis power was insufficient. Moon even wondered about how much synthesis power was required to make a spear, which is strong and had some abilities, because for him this was getting annoying. Even in his past life, when Moon suffered with magic ineptitude, he synthesized mystical products. But now, the philosopher's stone was not letting him do it. But suddenly, a notification popped up, telling him that the stone was requesting 500 achievement points to establish the insufficient equivalent exchange. Moon wondered about how 500 points was worth anything after spending 1 million and decided to spend it anyways. As soon as the required amount was met, Moon snapped the fingers once again, hanging with one last hope that his investment of points would be worth it this time. Even before Moon finished the snap, a yellow aura started surrounding him all over his body and apartment as yellow-colored lightning bolts raged from the sky and a spear landed onto Moon's apartment floor while breaking the window pane and even surprising the outsiders who were just walking by. Moon was somehow able to not get injured. After this sudden impact, a notification popped up, telling him that a constellation was watching him. The name of it was not disclosed, which was adding a layer of mystery to it. As the scene shifts, we come to a giant hallway, which was situated on a weirdly shaped rock that was touching the clouds. Inside the hallway, multiple godly beings gathered, and some of them were getting happy because of the sudden appearance of Olympus's lightning. Constellation Hermes and Athena were showing interest in the sudden appearance, and Moon was able to read everything from his status window, wondering about why the constellations were suddenly interested in him. A huge uproar started taking place because of the traces which were left by Moon, and only 3 kings out of all the constellations dared to remain seated, unfazed. Among them was the ruler of Olympus, Constellation Zeus, who was showing great interest in the human who was able to summon Olympus lightning. Moon wondered about why the constellations were in such uproar, but just then he remembered that it was because of the title of attraction from beyond that he was getting so much attention. As the scene shifts, we see a golden spear which was penetrated onto the apartment floor and was shimmering with golden lightning. Moon was unaware of this godly weapon, wondering about what caused so much commotion, and if the constellations were amused only after looking at some normal synthesis. It was only when Moon picked up the spear with great effort that a status appraisal window appeared and told him that this weapon was Astrophe, the spear of Zeus, which can wield lightning, but for some reason it cannot fully exert its power. Moon realized about the abomination that he has synthesized. He remembered that Astrophe was the main weapon which was used by Thunder Emperor Alexander, who was a really high-ranking player in the whole country. Moreover, even when Alexander was a combat type who wielded a spear, his attack power rivaled the lightning magic type rankers. To think that Moon has synthesized such a weapon was completely out of his mind, but he knew that compared to the real Astrophe, which incinerated everything around it just by being equipped, the weapon in front of him was just an imitation of grade 10, and due to it, even when Zeus was showing interest, he has not made any sponsorship offers yet. Just then, Moon pondered a little more and realized that the Philosopher's Stone never denied the complete synthesis of the legendary weapon, and it was only able to create an imitation due to the lack of synthesis power. Moon started smiling devilishly as he realized that he could actually synthesize the real Astrophe when he completed the synthesis requirement. For him, it was already amazing that his magic ineptitude was cured and he regressed 11 years. But if he can really synthesize mythical grade weapons just by fulfilling equivalent exchange, then the alchemy he had practiced his whole life would become an insane ability. But suddenly, just when Moon grabbed the spear in his hand, it dematerialized and was completely vanished. Moon realized that any completely synthesized material would actually disappear after some time. But then what about the achievement points that he had spent? It was a whopping 500 points, which was a lot, considering that Moon was still a level 1 rookie. For him, synthesis was an insane ability, but if he required these many achievement points every time, then it would really be so disheartening. But suddenly, the Philosopher's Stone started sending multiple notifications, telling Moon that according to its grade and level, some of the consumed achievement points will be returned. Hearing this, Moon opened the status window and saw that it was different, because now the levels and grades of the stone were not missing. He came to know that the stone was an F-grade item with the same level, which Moon had. Moon started talking to the Philosopher's Stone embedded inside, asking him if the stone's growth would be influenced by Moon's growth. And hearing that, the stone vibrated in an affirmative way, making Moon smile as he realized the full potential. He knew that magic-type players must go through casting, and even alchemy requires a synthesis circle and materials for synthesis. But even Moon had never realized how the one snap synthesizing was this efficient. The boy was just snapping fingers, and everything which was broken in his one-room studio apartment was fixed in an instant without requiring much synthesis power. It was as if a clear revolution in the alchemy field had happened along with the magic category. Thanks to these many broken articles, Moon had properly practiced a new synthesis method, and his room was shining as brightly as ever. He knew that with this level of alchemy, the tutorial shouldn't be a problem, and from his past life, he already knew that the tutorial was going to happen at 5 p.m. on the same day. Even when he wanted to, Moon can never forget the tutorial day. He was called for being recognized as a true arena player, but in his past life, the event was so disastrous with his magic ineptitude that he could not even step into the territory and got his head pierced by an arrow just within 5 seconds of entering. But now, he was not afraid. He had mastered alchemy to its epitome, and nothing can stop him. Moon was again feeling nostalgic after he picked up his phone And as he looked at the home screen, he saw that there were more than 100 missed calls from his younger brother. Memories and flashbacks started appearing inside the boy's head, while he was feeling a bit embarrassing, because even when he was older, all the responsibilities were thrown at the younger one, and he completed the final year in no time, becoming a high-ranking player. In the past life, Moon was always frustrated, not ready to talk to his all-high and mighty brother. But now, he realizes that the kid was just doing what he had to do to support the family, even when he was suffering so much from the inside. From his past life, Moon knew that the suitable candidate for the Galaxy Arena was his younger brother. But now, the boy can change it and keep him safe like a true big brother. But before any of this can happen, Moon knew that he needed to fix his relationship with him. A lot of time had passed, and Moon was still thinking about what he should send to his younger brother in reply. And at last, he just typed a little hello and did not send it. But suddenly, a shocker came in front of the boy as he saw the name of Lee. His hands started trembling just after reading the name, because in the future, Lee was already dead, and the death must be gruesome, because Moon was not ready to stop shaking at all. He slammed down onto his bed once again, trying to calm himself down, because the death has not happened yet, and this time around, he can save his friend from it. Moon decided to not remember the gruesome incident, and instead, he wanted to completely change it. Just then, Moon was shocked by a notification which told him that he had been selected for the arena tutorial. The system told Moon that he will be summoned to the tutorial shortly, and for that, he will have to prepare. The summoning time was in 10 minutes, and even the boy was ready to pass the test, this time for sure, because the miserable life of a magic ineptitude user was going to get torn apart by this new regressed individual. Moon smiled confidently while asking the system to give him an early entry. As the scene shifts, we come to the tutorial, and the event for the tutorial was territory conquest. We come inside a huge jungle, which was barricaded by some sort of energy barrier, with 100 participants competing with each other. We see Moon, who was smiling and getting nostalgic by the event, because the jungle map was completely the same. The participants will have to earn points by capturing territories or eliminating other players, and as soon as the tutorial was started, Moon started walking all over the area, because in the previous life, he didn't even last for 10 seconds. For now, he decided to play safe and aim for the top ranking. But just then, a system notification popped up, telling him that Zeus was watching him with more intensity. Moon wondered about what the god wanted, and hearing that, the status window changed into the mission window, which was having a potential sponsorship offer. These things were usually unlocked after completing the tutorial first, but they were already open for gaining more attention from the lightning god. Moon will have to achieve first place in the tutorial, and the reward for it would be 1,000 achievement points. Moon started laughing by this offer, because this Zeus was ready to give 1,000 achievement points just for being the top participant in the tutorial. Moon knew that he will have to do this for the sake of gaining more achievement points for the future. But then, Moon thought of something naughty and looked at the sky, wondering if Lord Zeus would add 100 more points in the initial reward. Just after hearing this, Zeus was angry as his lightning eyes started penetrating into the soul of the boy, who immediately told the god that he was just kidding. Moon thought that for someone who was supposed to be the ruler of Olympus, Zeus was surprisingly stingy. As the scene shifts, we see 2 trees full of blood splashes, and an adventurer who was lying down, his neck broken due to a sharp arrow penetrating it. Another participant was smiling. He was the archer who attacked the lifeless body, and the rewards he was getting from looting the lifeless body was actually more exciting for him, because even the consumables which was carried by the participants were of top-notch quality. We come to know that this adventurer was named Kim. Even when the guild told the Bray to just come back alive without killing, he was not able to resist looting multiple high-tier items, and after being expelled from the Magic Awakeners Academy, he decided to not remain an ordinary guild member and make the Academy regret abandoning someone like him. As the scene shifts, we see that Moon was visiting all the familiar locations from his previous life, and this time, he reached a small river, which was flowing downstream. This was the place where Kim had been camping, and as soon as the brat looked at our boy, he thought that it was his lucky day, because Moon was not equipped with any kind of armor or weapon. Kim came ready with his bow while thanking Moon for the free kill, but he did not know that our boy was deliberately sitting down near the stream for getting the free kill for himself instead. Moon snapped his fingers once again, and the arrow was snapped into two halves by a strange water jet from the stream. Moon was ready to attack while he started synthesizing multiple explosions of tree branches so that Kim can actually go down onto the ground. Meanwhile, the brat wondered if Moon was actually a magic user. But even then, Kim was not ready to lose to someone with no equipment, and he got ready to fire an arrow once again. But just then, his arrow and his bow got snapped into two with some deafening explosions, while Moon was snapping his fingers from a distance, telling the brat that his movements were pretty good. By this time, Moon was just embarrassing the brat, telling him that next time, he will aim right at the head, because killing someone with a snap of the finger was kind of satisfying. Hearing this made Kim snap in anger, while he started running towards the direction of the boy with the two broken parts of his bow. He was able to deflect all the explosive attacks of Moon, but just when Kim took out a small dagger from his back pocket, Moon announced that he knew that Kim was going to use swift movement, a B-grade trait which he acquired after looting a lifeless body. Kim was really taken aback by hearing this and stopped at the place where he was standing, and this was the exact moment that Moon was waiting for, immediately snapping his fingers and making the earth protrude like heavy spikes, piercing the chest of the brat and killing him in an instant. Kim started coughing blood while he wondered if Moon was from the Awakeners Academy. But hearing that, the boy just smiled, telling the brat that there was no way in hell that the Awakened Magic Academy would hire someone like him. With a final snap of the finger, Moon pierced Kim's chest all the way, and finally defeated him. As the lifeless body started dematerializing, Moon saw all over it and realized that the brat must be a rookie from some famous guild, and was using a high-quality connection device to enter the tutorial, resulting in the minimal real-world shock. Moon knew that if it was the regular arena instead of the tutorial, then he would be dead by now. Because elimination in a regular arena means death. Even in the actual world, moreover, these arenas don't just end with the death of the eliminated, and instead, all the undefeated monsters start coming out from the arena to where it was accessed from in the real world. For the same reason, the number of top rankers in the country was directly correlating to its national power. But even the strongest country was not able to stand their ground at the time of the Great Calamity, and they cannot stop the Great Outbreak from happening. But Moon knew that the calamity was way ahead in the future, and he should focus on the present first. Finally, the boy started checking the current situation, and after looking at the leaderboards, he was shocked because the kill counts of the top players was only 2 or 1, even when it has been a while since the tutorial started. The boy realized that everyone was playing it safe in the early stages because it was a gold-tier event, and the participants had high-level traits, stats, and equipment for a level 1 rookie. Killing anyone also meant for them to be third-partied, and they can easily lose the high-tier equipment they have brought into the arena, and as killing the participants was an optional thing to do. They were not making any move, and were instead working on getting more territory points for securing first place. But for now, Moon needs to get more familiar with his synthesis method, and due to it, he decided to go for more kills, because no one was exciting enough. The boy decided to start sweeping all the people up who were trying to play it safe. A contestant sprinted through the terrain, his face twisted in fear. He glanced over his shoulder, describing his pursuer as insane and abnormal. Before he could react, a sharp protrusion shot up from the ground, impaling him instantly. The lifeless body slumped to the ground as Moon emerged from the shadows. He calmly lowered the spike and examined the corpse, remarking that the contestant had been remarkably fast. Despite the heavy equipment the victim had been wearing, his speed had been impressive. A standout skill, Moon noted. He admitted that if he hadn't acted first, catching the contestant would have been nearly impossible. As Moon stood over the body, another challenger appeared, armed and ready for battle. This new opponent moved swiftly, launching a precise attack aimed at taking Moon down. But Moon was prepared. With practiced ease, he summoned another sharp protrusion from the ground, piercing the attacker's body and ending the fight in an instant. Moon recognized the fallen contestant as High Ends, a notorious player known for stealing kills and claiming them as his own. It was a fitting end for someone who relied on deceit. Shortly after the encounter, notifications flashed before Moon's eyes. His crafting level had increased, and to his surprise, the level of his Philosopher's Stone had also risen. Moon mused that leveling up in the early stages of the match was expected, but the Philosopher's Stone's progression was unexpected. He reflected on his strategy of targeting weaker, more cowardly opponents, which had yielded better results than he'd anticipated. With 11 kills now under his belt, Moon felt a sense of security. He no longer had to worry about being ambushed from behind. His attention turned to the nearby point collection zone. As he approached, something unusual caught his eye. A large number of contestants lay dead just outside the zone. Moon quickly hid behind a tree to assess the situation. He was puzzled. How had so many players been killed in one place? He requested an update on the match's progress and discovered that 4 contestants were close to reaching the required points to advance. Analyzing the data, Moon realized these 4 had been among the top-ranked players since the match began. It was clear they had formed a team, a direct violation of the match's rules. Moon stayed hidden, his mind racing. He couldn't understand why these players would resort to cheating in what was supposed to be a training program. It seemed ridiculous to him. He tried to deduce their strategy, concluding that they had likely set up a trap inside the point collection zone. Their formation probably consisted of a shield bearer at the front for protection, an archer covering the rear, and 2 sword wielders guarding the flanks. It was a nearly impenetrable setup. Moon had been conserving his energy throughout the match, especially since the task reward had been halved. But now, faced with this unfair advantage, he had no choice. He decided to unleash his full power. If these players wanted to cheat their way to victory, he would turn the tables on them himself. The scene shifted to the team's archer, a woman named Lee. She stood idly, chewing gum out of boredom. The shield-bearer, Jiwon, asked if she saw anyone approaching. Lee replied that it seemed no one else was coming. Jiwon pressed her, questioning if her aura had weakened and affected her vision. Lee snapped back, explaining that her enhanced sight relied on magic, not aura. She added that Jiwon's low kill count wasn't her problem and reminded him that no one had forced him to take on the role of shield-bearer. Their argument grew heated until one of the sword-wielders, Kang, stepped in to mediate. Kang was the team's leader, and he urged them to focus. He informed Jiwon that he had achieved 60% of the required points and assured him that the team would help increase his kill count. Jiwon was surprised but grateful, expressing his trust in Kang. Lee, still bored, asked Kang if she could leave the point collection zone. She argued that there was no activity and no reason to stay. Kang hesitated, but Lee reassured him that Moon wasn't a threat. She had checked the names of all the guild members and hadn't found his name. Kang pointed out that this was precisely what worried him. Someone unknown like Moon had already killed 11 contestants. Lee dismissed his concerns, arguing that most of the participants were weak and that Moon's success was likely due to trickery. She questioned why, if Moon were truly strong, he hadn't reached the point collection zone yet. Grabbing Kang's arm, Lee suggested they sweep the area outside the zone in their prepared formation. She reminded him that they had trained extensively for this match and were well equipped. Kang recalled their previous defeat, which had motivated them to work harder this time. Their guild, Scorpion, had provided them with high-quality equipment, and they were now operating as a cohesive team. Still, Lee's distraction was a concern. Lee seemed distracted, her focus wavering as she tried to reassure Kang. She insisted that their teamwork was solid and that no unknown player could pose a real threat to them. But as she spoke, her gaze drifted away. Using her magical sight, she scanned the area and suddenly spotted someone hiding behind a distant tree. Without hesitation, she raised her bow, nocked an arrow, and alerted Kang to the intruder's presence. She called out to Moon, informing him that she could see him hiding, and fired the arrow. Moon reacted instantly, creating an earthen barrier that shattered the arrow mid-flight. The team was stunned. Kang wondered if this was some kind of magic, while Lee stared in disbelief. Moon, still hidden, realized that Lee's magical sight must be rank B, a high-level skill. Lee was shocked and demanded to know how he could tell the rank of her ability. Moon calmly replied that his knowledge came from extensive study of skills. Determined to test his claims, Lee nocked another arrow, declaring she'd see if his expertise held up. Before she could fire, Kang stepped forward and addressed Moon directly. He asked if Moon was the one who had killed 11 contestants. Moon, in turn, asked who Kang was. Kang introduced himself, and Moon quickly deduced that Kang was the first-ranked player and the team's leader. Kang, not wanting to waste time, extended an unexpected offer. He invited Moon to join their team. The rest of the team immediately objected. Lee questioned Kang's judgment, while Ji-won, the shield-bearer, accused Kang of losing his mind. Ji-won argued that they couldn't trust Moon not to betray them. Kang, however, stood firm. He explained that Moon, despite lacking special equipment, had managed to kill 11 players, a feat that suggested he was an S-rank magic user. Kang believed Moon could become the core player of their team, significantly boosting their chances of success. Lee grabbed Kang's shoulder, insisting he was crazy. She pointed out that if Moon turned against them, he could wipe out the entire team with his magic. Kang countered that the benefits of having a mage on their side far outweighed the risks. He reminded Lee that magic users were rare, even within their powerful guild, Scorpion. Privately, Kang reflected that killing 11 players was no small feat, even if it had been achieved through trickery. He turned back to Lee, trying to convince her that adding Moon to their team would elevate their status within the guild. Moon, listening to the debate, interrupted sarcastically. He pointed out that they were discussing his potential membership as if he'd already agreed to join. Kang assumed Moon's arrogance was typical of mages, but Moon corrected him, saying he wasn't like that. He then asked what the real problem was with their team formation. Kang explained that their guild cared only about results, not rules or public opinion. He warned Moon that this was his final chance to join them quietly. Moon, unimpressed, replied that he expected such arrogance from members of the Scorpion Guild. He declared there was no point in continuing the discussion and began to use his abilities. Addressing Kang, Moon warned him to worry about his own life rather than Moon's opportunities. With a swift motion, Moon unleashed a thunder strike that engulfed the area in blinding light and deafening sound. The team was overwhelmed. The shield-bearer, Ji-won, stared in terror as Moon crafted a spear crackling with lightning. Moon gripped the weapon and declared that first place was his. He mocked the idea of joining their team, calling it pathetic. Kang, furious, shouted that negotiations were over and called out to Lee. She responded instantly, firing another arrow at Moon. Moon pointed his thunder-charged spear at the team, and a massive surge of lightning energy rushed toward them. The attack left them frozen, unable to react. Their screams echoed as they collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Moon felt a surge of satisfaction. He noted that he had only used 10% of the spear's power, yet the results were devastating. However, as Moon surveyed the scene, he felt something was off. Suddenly, he noticed Kang rushing at him from behind, sword in hand. Kang had somehow escaped the initial thunder strike and was now attempting to strike Moon down. Moon quickly aimed the spear at Kang, but before he could unleash another lightning blast, Kang vanished from sight. Moon realized that Kang was an A-rank player with a shadow movement skill, a rare ability that allowed him to evade attacks and move undetected. This explained how Kang had survived the first strike. Moon now faced a new challenge, defeating a skilled opponent who could disappear into the shadows at will. Kang reappeared behind Moon, using his shadow movement skill to position himself undetected. Seizing the opportunity, he raised his sword and shouted, "Die!" as he swung at Moon. But before the blade could connect, Moon snapped his fingers. A sharp protrusion shot up from the ground, piercing Kang instantly. Kang gasped in shock, asking how Moon had managed to attack after expending so much energy with the lightning strike. Moon calmly explained that the two actions were entirely different. He then pointed his spear at Kang, unleashing another burst of thunderous energy that knocked Kang out of the match. Notifications flashed, announcing Moon as the winner of the match with a total of 15 kills. He earned the title, Ruler of the Training Match, and received 100 achievement points. Moon felt a pang of frustration, thinking that if he hadn't used the spear, he could have earned 1,000 points instead. Just then, another notification appeared. Zeus was pleased with his performance and granted him an additional 100 points. Moon calculated his total points, which now amounted to 750. He was thrilled, knowing these points would carry over into the real world, and he eagerly anticipated what lay ahead. The scene shifted to the Scorpion Guild's headquarters, where Kang and his team stood in the office of the guild's vice president. The vice president was furious. He slammed his hands on the desk and demanded an explanation. "How does this make any sense?" he roared. "This wasn't an ambush or a loss to another team. You were completely defeated by one unarmed person." Kang apologized, admitting he had no excuses. The vice president retorted that he wasn't angry about losing due to skill. Skill was something money couldn't buy. But losing as a team was unacceptable. The vice president stormed over to Kang and slapped him hard across the face. He turned to the rest of the team, his voice dripping with anger. "I cannot comprehend or overlook this," he said. "Forming a team only to lose like this tarnishes the guild's reputation. Do you understand the gravity of what you've done?" Kang apologized again, taking full responsibility as the team leader, but the vice president dismissed his words. He handed Kang a stack of papers, a penalty contract designed for players who failed, despite the guild's full support. Kang hesitated, unsure of what the contract entailed. The vice president explained that all rewards the team earned over the next 10 years would go directly to the Scorpion Guild. He ordered Kang to sign it immediately. Jiwon, the shield-bearer, tried to protest, calling the contract excessive. But the vice president grabbed him by the neck and threatened him, demanding to know if he was foolish enough to defy the guild. Struggling to breathe, Jiwon apologized, and the vice president released him. Reluctantly, the team signed the contract. Meanwhile, in Seoul, the headquarters of the Seongsam Guild buzzed with activity. Guild Director Park sat in his office, speaking with 3 players who had participated in the match, including Kang. Park expressed his disbelief at the outcome. "I don't blame you for losing," he said, "but what happened defies logic." One of the players, Young, agreed, adding that he was shocked by Moon's reckless use of magic and the absurdity of him achieving 15 kills. Another player remarked that Moon had single-handedly taken down a team of 4 ranked players, a feat that seemed impossible. Park reassured the players that the Seongsam Guild didn't punish members for losing matches. He encouraged them to focus on improving their performance next time. After they left, Park turned to his assistant, Yoon, and asked if she had discovered anything about Moon. Yoon replied that they were still investigating, but confirmed that the 4-person team Moon had defeated was from the Scorpion Guild. She noted that 3 of them were B-rank players, and 1 was A-rank. Park skimmed through the report Yoon handed him, his brow furrowed in thought. How did Moon defeat them alone? He wondered aloud. Yoon speculated that Moon belonged to the magic class and might have used powerful fire-based abilities. But Park questioned how a level 1 player could achieve such a feat, especially since casting such spells usually took considerable time. Yoon pointed out that Moon had executed his magic with just a snap of his fingers, suggesting his abilities might be S-rank or higher. Park leaned back in his chair, deep in thought. "There's something more significant at play here," he said. "Even someone with incredible abilities would have limitations at level 1. Yoon asked if Park was suggesting that Moon had the backing of a constellation, a powerful entity that could grant extraordinary abilities. Park nodded, saying it was the only plausible explanation. Yoon objected, arguing that Moon was just a level 1 player who had succeeded in a training match. It seemed unlikely that he had constellation support. Park sat in his office, deep in thought. The possibility that Moon had the backing of a constellation lingered in his mind. Since the emergence of the arena in 2015, constellations had only shown interest in diamond-ranked players and above. They had never paid attention to lower ranks. Yoon, his assistant, chimed in, agreeing that Moon was no ordinary player. "Regardless of the truth," she said, "it's clear we need to recruit him. Other guilds won't stay silent either." She laughed, adding that they'd have to put in extra effort to secure him. Yoon was startled when Park suddenly began speaking to someone she couldn't see. He addressed the unseen person as the guild leader and asked for their opinion. Confused, Yoon watched as flames erupted in the office and a beautiful woman materialized. She introduced herself casually, telling Park to address her informally since they were alone. She asked when he had noticed her presence, despite her using an A-rank stealth skill. Park admitted he hadn't noticed her at first, but felt her presence when they started discussing Moon. He then inquired about the reason for her visit and her upcoming graduation. The woman, whom Park called Miss June, sat on the desk in front of him. She explained that she was bored and that the academy no longer held any significance for her. Park suggested she focus on the arena instead, to which she replied that she had already participated. She then asked angrily if he had watched her live broadcast. Park apologized, explaining that he had been busy investigating unexpected reports. Miss June dismissed his apology, grabbed the report from his desk, and began reading it despite Park's protests. She insisted there was no issue since she was the owner of the guild. As she scanned the report, her eyes landed on Moon's name. Meanwhile, Moon had just exited the match. Exhausted, he collapsed onto his bed, relieved the day was finally over. Notifications popped up, informing him that his level had increased by 2 ranks. He checked the details and discovered that the Philosopher's Stone had also leveled up by 1 rank. Moon remarked that if not for the Philosopher's Stone, he could have reached level 3 by now. He requested his status display as the pioneer of alchemy and confirmed he was indeed level 3. However, Moon noticed that his strength, agility, and vitality were still weak compared to his crafting power. He observed that while the gap was significant, his current state was much better than before. The combination of his lower level and the higher level of the Philosopher's Stone made him stand out more in the arena. He reasoned that this made sense, since most participants were around level 3. If he alone possessed hidden additional levels, it would give him a substantial advantage, allowing him to outperform others easily. Satisfied, Moon decided to check his title status. He found that his existing titles hadn't changed, which reminded him of his crush's frustration when her title remained unchanged. He realized this was normal. Moon then noticed a new title, Ruler of the Tutorial Matches, awarded for achieving a decisive victory. However, no benefits were listed for this title. Reflecting on the similarity among titles, he observed that titles often seemed undervalued for some unknown reason. He noted that obtaining a title early on was rare, but not undesirable, as multiple titles could lead to more rewards from the achievement store, a feature available only to gold-ranked players. Moon began contemplating the best way to invest his current points. He wondered if he should allocate them all to transmutation energy. While the Philosopher's Stone was powerful, it still adhered to the principle of equivalent exchange in alchemy. Moon reflected on the 1,500,000 points he had previously spent, feeling a pang of irritation. He realized that focusing solely on enhancing transmutation or crafting power might not be the best choice. Instead, he considered raising all his skills to the intermediate level of 5. At that moment, a new idea struck him. He asked the Philosopher's Stone if it could create anything, regardless of what it was. The stone responded with a signal that Moon interpreted as confirmation. Excited, Moon asked if it could create a human body. However, the stone remained silent. Moon understood that this was impossible, likely because human transmutation was forbidden in alchemy. He recalled that familiar transformations often involved creating fantastical creatures, which sometimes appeared as monsters in the arena. Moon planned to use these techniques for good, just as scientific advancements had benefited humanity in the 21st century. Yet, he questioned himself, wondering if he would only use this power for good. After a moment of reflection, he answered confidently, yes, that was his intention. Moon hesitated before admitting that if circumstances forced him to make different decisions, he might not be able to predict his actions. His goals were critical, and he was willing to take risks to achieve them. Just then, the Philosopher's Stone spoke to him again. Moon responded, affirming that he understood the dangers of human transmutation. However, the stone surprised him by saying that the real problem was not what Moon thought it was. Confused, Moon asked the Philosopher's Stone about the relationship between the artifact and the Emerald Tablet. Was the stone referring to another artifact similar to the Emerald Tablet, containing comparable knowledge? After receiving the stone's response, Moon realized that it made sense. The Emerald Tablet had no information about human transmutation. When he first acquired it, he thought it was a test of qualification. At that time, he successfully passed, and the tablet acknowledged him as its owner. Moon had sought the Emerald Tablet because it was an artifact that could only be used by its rightful owner. Anyone who tried to steal it would be burned to ashes. He recalled how the tablet killed those who failed its qualification test. Thinking back, he admitted he was terrified by the thought that he could have been reduced to ashes had he failed. Now he wondered if the Philosopher's Stone was worried he might fail a similar qualification test for this new formula. Would it be safer to abandon the idea of human transmutation? The stone's response shocked him. Could it really be possible to avoid the penalties of failing qualifications? Moon asked the stone a definitive question. Could it prevent death? After hearing the answer, he declared he was ready to begin. As long as he could not die, he could recover from anything. Determined, Moon allocated all his points to enhance his transmutation power. He then asked the stone what materials were needed for the formula. The stone explained that the formula was similar to the emerald tablet, but had a different color. Moon concentrated, imagining the artifact with a deep black-purple hue instead of emerald green. He noticed that the information from the stone was presented in a way that felt as intuitive as using a modern smart device, making it easy to understand. Suddenly, a notification appeared. Moon's current transmutation power was insufficient to complete the formula. He expected this. Another notification followed, stating that the philosopher's stone required 10,000 achievement points to complete the equivalent exchange. The system asked if he agreed. Frustrated, Moon questioned whether the stone was serious about demanding such a large number of points. He hadn't expected such a high price. His anger grew when the stone insisted that it was a small price to pay. Moon tried to negotiate, pointing out that the spear had only cost 500 points. But the stone didn't let him finish his argument. With a deep sigh, Moon lamented the loss of his 10,000 points in one go. However, he quickly calmed himself, reminding himself that there were no gains without risks. He pressed the button to transfer the points. A notification confirmed the deduction, and immediately he felt an unusual sensation. Immense energy coursed through his body. The energy felt familiar. Standing in the middle of a massive aura surrounding him, Moon snapped his fingers. Something strange happened. A purple hue swirled around his body, concentrating around his hands. Curious, he asked the philosopher's stone if this entity was alive. New notifications arrived. Moon had successfully created an unregistered, legendary artifact and earned 5,000 achievement points. Additionally, his title, Pioneer of Alchemy, had evolved. He now had a new advantage, a 5% reduction in energy consumption for transmutation. Moon smiled. This meant his efficiency would increase as his level rose. If his title continued to evolve, the energy reduction would grow as well. He realized that this was why titles were considered growth-type benefits. As he reflected on his achievement, more notifications appeared. His accomplishments had drawn the attention of powerful Constellation entities, including the Black Goat. He noticed that discussions about him were happening in the arena. Although he didn't fully understand what this meant, he knew it was significant. Then, a new notification outlined the capabilities of the obsidian tablet. It revealed that the tablet was only a 20% replica, but it possessed immense and limitless power. Frustrated, Moon exclaimed that this was just another replica, just like Astrophe. He had spent 10,000 achievement points only to create a copy, while Astrophe had only cost 500 points. Still, he wondered if this meant he wouldn't experience the negative rebound effects of using the formula. The philosopher's stone responded. Moon looked at his hands with relief. He would not endure the same agony he had suffered before. Examining the obsidian tablet, he noticed its effects were permanent. They would not dissipate. Then, a realization struck him. If 10,000 achievement points increased completeness by 20%, then he could gain full completeness with 40,000 points. This meant he could multiply his investment 4 times. Overjoyed, Moon embraced the obsidian tablet. It was an incredible creation. Just then, the philosopher's stone spoke to him again. Moon reassured it that he was prepared for any penalties resulting from unqualified use. Moon pulled out his phone, his fingers moving swiftly as he programmed a message into the philosopher's stone. He instructed it to notify his brother with a single touch if anything were to happen to him. Moon was no stranger to pain. He had endured more than most could imagine. The diseases spread by the arena had left him scarred, both physically and mentally. But he had learned to embrace the suffering, believing that great rewards required great sacrifices. His attention shifted to the obsidian tablet in his hands. This time, he was confident. His calculations were precise, and he was certain there would be no penalties. As he focused on the tablet, purple tendrils began to emerge, swirling around him like ethereal vines. They had appeared before, but this time they didn't harm him. He thought about the original owner of the tablet, the celestial black goat, a being of immense power and mystery. If the tablet was tied to such an entity, Moon reasoned, it wouldn't harm him. He trusted his instincts. But his calm was short-lived. A new notification flashed before his eyes, startling him. The replica obsidian tablet sought to merge with the philosopher's stone. Before Moon could react, excruciating pain shot through his body. Purple tendrils sprouted from his skin, wrapping around him like chains. He gasped, struggling to comprehend what was happening. To his horror, the philosopher's stone had agreed to the merger without his consent. The pain intensified, spreading through every fiber of his being. Moon screamed, his voice echoing in the empty space around him. "Stop! This is madness!" he pleaded, but the stone remained silent. The tendrils continued to spread, their purple glow growing brighter. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the merging concluded. The tendrils receded, and the pain subsided. Moon collapsed to the ground, his body trembling with exhaustion. Notifications began to appear, one after another. The philosopher's stone had leveled up, gaining new abilities as a result of the merge. Moon stared at the messages, his mind struggling to process what had just happened. Meanwhile, in another part of the arena, a new match was about to begin. The notification system announced the game mode. Attack. 50 participants would be divided into teams of 5, with teamwork as the primary condition. Players began to enter the match, their expressions a mix of excitement and apprehension. Among them was Kim, who had faced Moon in a previous match. Kim frowned as he read the details. Teamwork was essential, but he knew how difficult it could be to coordinate with strangers in the heat of battle. He glanced around, noting the diverse group of players gathering in the arena. Why is a silver-ranked difficulty match happening during the evaluation phase? He wondered aloud. It didn't make sense. Unless... His thoughts trailed off as he remembered the monster human who had defeated him in the previous match. Moon. Could this be because of him? Kim clenched his fists. If that was the case, then this was his chance to prove himself. As more players entered, a group caught Kim's attention. They moved with confidence, their equipment gleaming under the arena lights. Kim's eyes narrowed as he recognized the emblem on their gear. The Scorpion Guild. The Scorpion Guild was infamous, known for its ruthless tactics and twisted sense of realism. They were more than just competitors. They were villains who thrived on chaos and destruction. The Scorpion members noticed Kim standing alone. Their leader, a tall man with a cold, calculating gaze, approached him. "Teams are supposed to have 5 members," he said, his voice dripping with mockery. "Where's your team?" The leader smirked, his eyes scanning Kim from head to toe. "We'll soon find out who the standout stars are today," he said, his tone laced with arrogance. Kim remained silent, his jaw clenched. He knew better than to engage with them. But the leader wasn't done. He noticed the emblem on Kim's equipment and raised an eyebrow. "Sung Sam Guild? I haven't heard of you. Looks like you just came out of the educational match. Even in a chaotic match, Sung Sam wouldn't provide its members with equipment below grade C. You must have failed the ranking test." Kim's hands tightened into fists, his nails digging into his palms. He wanted to lash out, to make them pay for their mockery, but he couldn't. The Scorpion Guild was stronger than him. He had to be patient, but the leader stepped closer as he told Kim to just follow their instructions, and they will handle everything. Kim understood what that meant. They would take all the rewards, leaving him with nothing. At that moment, another participant arrived. Kim's eyes widened as he recognized the newcomer. It was none other than Moon, the player who had defeated him in the previous match. Kim felt a mix of emotions, anger, frustration, but also a flicker of respect. Moon had proven himself to be a formidable opponent, and Kim couldn't deny his skill. The leader of the Scorpion Guild team stood laughing, mocking the situation. He commented that this was completely unexpected and that the arena's matchmaking system was acting strangely. Still grinning, he said he could understand why a player from the Sung Sam Guild was here, but he was curious about the fool who had entered without any equipment. Moon stepped forward and asked if the leader was calling him a fool. The leader ignored Moon's courtesy, raising his spiked ball to Moon's face. Sarcastically, he asked if Moon even knew who he was talking to. Moon sighed and asked if the leader was insulting him. He was about to respond when something unexpected happened. The philosopher's stone reacted on its own. Suddenly, Moon heard its voice in his head, speaking directly to the leader, hurling insults and threats that Moon himself hadn't said. Only Moon could hear the stone, and its words were shocking. It threatened the leader, and Moon was trying to quiet the stone, but it wouldn't stop. Worse, it demanded that Moon continue patting it to keep it calm. Moon thought to himself that if he had known this would happen, he would have done anything to stop the obsidian tablet from merging with the philosopher's stone. Meanwhile, the Scorpion Guild members watched Moon in confusion. They assumed he was terrified and didn't understand why he was acting so strangely. Their leader laughed again, mocking Moon, asking if he had stepped back out of fear. One of the members commented that there was no need to ask. It was obvious Moon was scared. Another added that Moon probably wasn't even part of a guild. The leader smirked and told his team that Moon might be one of those freeloaders who took advantage of kind-hearted people for equipment. Then, turning back to Moon, he said that he was now up against Choi, someone far stronger than his previous opponents. Moon quickly realized that all this talk was meant to criticize his lack of equipment. He calmly responded, saying that if they thought that way, they were completely mistaken. Choi's face darkened in anger. He slammed his spiked ball into the ground, demanding to know if Moon thought they were fools to believe his words. Moon, unfazed, smiled and asked if his name was Choi. Then he remarked that this whole situation was quite amusing. He explained that at higher levels, players who specialized in magic or support abilities often didn't rely on equipment. Then, noticing the guild emblem on their armor, he asked if they were from the Scorpion Guild. Choi assumed Moon was trying to talk about their guild to get on their good side, but Moon's next words shocked them all. He said he had no respect for them and didn't even consider them human. The Scorpion Guild members exploded in rage. They shouted insults at Moon, demanding to know how he dared to speak to them that way. Choi stepped forward, gripping his spiked ball tightly. His voice was filled with fury as he asked if Moon really thought he could talk to them like that. Without warning, Choi charged at Moon, swinging his weapon with all his strength, declaring that he would crush him. Moon was ready to snap his fingers, with a hint of confidence gleaming in his face, and as soon as Boy snapped his fingers, the weapon was suddenly stopped, and the man started shaking like crazy. After the snap, Moon was able to stop the leader at its place, grabbing his weapon immediately, while a green aura surrounded him and a muscular hand got synthesized, which was increasing the strength of the boy more than 10 times. The leader was not able to believe that he was being overpowered by a pathetic-looking guy, but he cannot do anything even if he wanted to, because this was quite surprising for him, and he did not have any counter for it. Moon started mocking the leader, telling him that he thought that the leader's high agility came from speed, but it was strength. That was his main stat, or maybe it was nothing at all and just a basic title or trait that gave him a boost. Choi was making distorted faces, wondering about why Moon was not even flinching, and the other team members of the Scorpion Guild were ready to protect their leader, jumping onto the sky from both sides and attacking Moon, who was busy with their leader. But to everyone's surprise, one of them was immediately sent to hell by Kim, who told everyone that he had been fighting too, and that they should not keep the eyes away from their enemies. The last member of the team was shocked, jumping towards Kim with insane speeds, getting ready to kill him. But even before the man can do anything, Moon snapped once again, and the brat was hit by a stone protrusion which pierced his chest, sending the bastard straight up to hell, just like how Kim was eliminated in the previous entrance round. The leader was desperate, looking at his teammates who were just falling down like useless dummies. He realized that Moon was having the A-ranked strength trait, along with strength and agility-focused stat distribution in just one hand. He wondered about how Moon was this strong, even when he was a newbie. But this irritated the boy so much, and he snapped the weapon into two while asking the man if he still had energy to shout this much. Choi was shocked after looking at his powerful A-ranked weapon, which was completely broken like a doll by a boy. Looking at the shocked face of the man, Moon complimented him, telling him that this was the face that suited him the most. According to Moon, the leader had nothing or no one to blame, because he was the one who tried to attack Moon first, even when he was talking politely. The leader was looking at the end of his life by his own two eyes, as he thought that not everyone should not be messed with. Blood was splattered all around the arena, while Moon was looking at the lifeless body with a serious face, realizing that the arena was of a high difficulty, which was far beyond a typical silver-ranked offense. But it also meant that the rewards for creating it were much greater than any usual arena. And as it was the attacking category, he knew that the fewer members left after the round, the more rewards they will receive. And that's why the people are so aggressive about the gear that the other people have. Moon realized that the strength that he had synthesized was from a skill named Ogre's Body Tissue, and only 15% of the power was used while dealing with the leader. Moon realized that the risk of holding the qualification of the obsidian tablet was high. But if he was able to form a perfect arm, then it was all worth it. And it was due to it that Moon had considered the fusion request of the philosopher's stone valid. But suddenly, Moon was disturbed by Kim, who was standing behind him and started thanking the boy for saving him. But Moon was aware of the fact that he had killed his own teammates, and only one of them was left. But opposite to what Kim had thought, Moon had completely forgotten about him, wondering about who he was. After contemplating for a while, Moon remembered that Kim was the one that he fought by the river. But this time, the brat was a little bit more optimistic, getting ready to shake the hands of Moon while introducing himself as Kim from Sung Sam Guild. After hearing the name of the guild, Moon was shocked, realizing that it was the same guild which was owned by June. Kim wondered if he had said something wrong to Moon, but the boy ignored it, telling him that he was just lost in thought for a second. Moon agreed to shake hands with Kim, wishing that they should do their best together and secure this round. Kim was a bit unsure about how they will do it, when there were only 2 members. But Moon knew that as killing teammates was considered as accidents, the system would not assign replacements for them, and they will have to do it even if they are just 2 in a 5-man team. After a while, all participants were matched, and the arena started with the time limit of 30 minutes. Both Kim and Moon were teleported to the jungle arena where they have fought before, and Moon started going towards their objectives without even wasting a second, because they were already short on numbers and they should do everything as fast as they can. But suddenly, Moon noticed that Zeus was looking at him along with Black Goat, who expressed deep satisfaction with his previous actions. Moon was shocked to know that both Zeus and the Black Goat were looking at him, because he was not even a high-ranked individual, and he was just taking a placement test. So he wondered about why these 2 constellations were so interested in him, because they don't constantly watch even their own sponsored players, but they were continuously watching Moon. After a while, the system told Moon that the target location had been set to Goblin Stronghold, and they will have to clear the target area by any means within the time limit. After that, the clock started ticking. Moon was shocked, wondering about why they were given a stronghold to clear in just 30 minutes. These strongholds were commonly referred to as checkpoints, and they were always varying slightly according to the environment and shape depending on the map. But the problem was that Moon was not so high-leveled and wondered about why the Goblin Stronghold appeared in front of him, because checkpoint structures typically only appear in ranks of at least Platinum or higher. But just then, Moon started using his brain a little more and realized that the Scorpion Guild trio and Kim have surpassed the placement test levels, and Moon was already overpowered with that thunder weapon and synthesis, and getting a stronghold might be due to it. But on the upside, the rewards will surely be worthwhile for completing this. Moon started smiling, while thinking that since it has come to this, he would just wipe the goblins out and take all the kill rewards without holding back. Moon turned around, asking Kim if he had the desire to rack up kills for completing the round. But Kim was really afraid of goblins, as he knew that he just passed the tutorials, and these filthy creatures were way out of his league. So instead of killing, he just preferred to safely collect the clear rewards. Moon smiled even brighter, telling him that it was a relief, and they can strategize together accordingly, and he can monopolize the kills. As the scene shifts, we see a goblin with a sharp nose, who was smiling brightly as it was the time for shift change, and it was exciting for him. 2 soldiers were guarding the walls of the stronghold, while one of them told the other that he hated standing guard because it was boring. But the other told his companion that they should do what they are told, because the boss was in a really bad mood, and if they do anything other than what they are ordered, that they will really get scolded or even killed. But suddenly, we see that Moon jumped up onto the security wall and attacked both the goblins together while a purple aura was surrounding him and his hands. It was the Black Panther tissue skill, which was the 12% replica of the original, copying the physical abilities of the Black Panther. The goblins were straight up gone to hell while Moon was shocked, because goblins were really sensitive creatures, and they should have sensed a human being if he had not used the skill. But Moon was feeling a bit of a discomfort, realizing that multi-body synthesis was extremely demanding. The philosopher's stone told the boy that the fact that he was handling multi-body synthesis is already insane, and he should not actually dream of anything else for a while. But suddenly Moon noticed that Kim was behind him, wondering if they can really do this alone after witnessing the power that Moon possessed. Moon started explaining that he had already scanned through all the goblins before ambushing, and their weapons just included some stones and poisoned needles, and these things won't be able to pierce Kim's armor, making him safe even when he safely collected the clear rewards. Both Moon and the brat started going inside the stronghold for their own objectives. And as the scene shifts, we see that inside the stronghold, multiple goblins were just partying like usual, eating large chunks of meat while complimenting the taste. But suddenly, one of them was shocked while he heard the running footsteps of a human who was none other than Kim with his shining sword. The goblins immediately turned around and decided to massacre all the humans, but suddenly, one of the goblins noticed something and smiled, devilishly telling all the others that Kim was actually alone, which was really crazy of him to do. All the goblins started using their slingshots, throwing big and small rocks onto the brat, and even when Kim was not getting seriously injured, it was really annoying for him. The goblins started taunting the human, asking him if this was all that he had got, telling him that with this level of power, he cannot pass, and instead, he was completely trapped. As Kim turned around, he saw that whatever goblins were saying was indeed true, because he was surrounded by thousands of them from all around. Kim started fighting with the goblins who were jumping and attacking on him, slashing and hacking through them. As even he was getting attacked, Kim groaned in pain, while he cursed the goblins for attacking the only blind spot he had. But he knew that he needed to hold on for just a little more, and he started attacking the goblins even when he was alone. After a while of defending, Kim started shouting that now was the time for striking down, and the scene shifts as we see that the whole sky was darkened, while Moon called out to Astrophe and commanded the weapon to strike down onto the goblins. A yellow thunder sparked onto the dark sky, and it turned into a huge lightning bolt as Astrophe landed straight onto the middle of the goblin crowd, electrifying all of them in one go. Meanwhile, the philosopher's stone was minimizing the rebound achievement points, and 50 achievement points have been restored even after using the weapon. The whole battlefield was turned into a ground full of corpses of goblins, and even Kim was shocked, realizing about how instant it was, wondering about how it was even possible. But Moon ignored the boy, asking the system window to open. Moon was curious as to why, even after the philosopher's stone was increased in grade, the achievement points restored were still the same. But the philosopher's stone answered Moon, telling him that no synthetic material would interfere with rebound, and that only the stone can manage it, and at the very least, Moon will have to reach the B grade for the points to increase substantially. But suddenly, Moon came to know that Zeus was approving the efficient use of Astrophe with a smile and sponsored 100 achievement points. Moon was happy by receiving sponsorship, without even turning on the broadcast, also considering the obsidian tablet's completion rate and the synthesis which he had to do. Moon thanked Zeus for the sponsorship, while Astrophe dematerialized, and even when Moon was disappointed, he knew that he was still not powerful enough to permanently materialize the weapon. But he was still happy, because he learned this fact cheaply as he completely decimated the whole goblin tribe by attacking them. As Moon and Kim were going to the next area, the brat turned around and noticed that the target point has appeared behind them, and that they should leave now for completing the mission. But Moon just smiled and told Kim to go first, because he still had some things to take care of. Kim was shocked, wondering about what was left for Moon to do, because the goblins were regrouping and heading back. But Moon told the boy that he will be just fine and finish everything he started, and then join Kim. Even when the boy wanted to say something more, Moon turned around and started going towards even more goblins. Kim just shouted at Moon, telling him to visit his guild next time so that his guild can repay for his kindness. Kim started going out of the stronghold while thanking Moon multiple times, but the goblins, on the other hand, were completely shocked, wondering about how they would deal with such a terrifying monster in the form of a human. Moon just smiled while stretching himself and asking the goblins if they should wrap the things that they have started. But suddenly, a huge axe started attacking the boy, and just in the nick of time, Moon was able to evade such a powerful, groundbreaking attack. The goblins started laughing while they were overjoyed because their boss had finally arrived. And now, the human was a dead man. A crimson silhouette of a large goblin was visible to Moon, and he was a bit terrified, knowing that it would be difficult. With the huge weapon hanging from his huge hands, which was full of dried blood, the goblin was smiling at the look of the human while Moon was shocked because in front of him was a hobgoblin. He wondered about why a hobgoblin was present in front of him. At first, it was not believable for him that such a powerful monster appeared. But then he realized that hobgoblins were monsters that emerge when elite goblins are influenced by dark energy, and since the infested stronghold overflows with such energy, it was inevitable for one to appear. But still, the arena was supposed to be just a selection match, and even for a high-difficulty one, sending a hobgoblin was really an overkill, and it was at least a platinum-tier opponent. Moon knew that something was wrong, but he also knew that there was no way for him to resolve this situation without fighting the hobgoblin. He activated the Black Panther's skill and started running towards the giant creature, while the goblin started swinging his weapon recklessly, trying to avenge his subordinates. Moon was able to somehow dodge the attack while realizing the sheer strength possessed by the hobgoblin. But Moon was faster than the creature, dodging every single attack before the hobgoblin can do anything. But still, as he was effortlessly dodging all the creature's attacks, Moon wondered about why this high-level creature was too easy for him. He knew that, overall, its physical capabilities were lower than a real hobgoblin. Moon smiled, realizing that the goblin was nerfed, because it was just a selection program. Moon thought that maybe using the achievement points would be a waste, but he still needed to take down the creature properly, and for that, he was ready to use the power of the philosopher's stone and to summon Astrophe once again. The stone told Moon, in a cheerful, girly voice, that it was ready for the synthesis. But just then, a notification popped up, telling Moon that Black Goat was frowning at the continuous lightning strikes, and he was dissatisfied by Moon not using the obsidian tablet instead. The boy was distracted for a moment, wondering about what was going on for all of a sudden. But this opportunity was grabbed by the hobgoblin as the creature slammed his weapon onto the ground, clashing with Moon, and before the boy can realize it, it was too late. Due to all these skills and synthesis protection, Moon was able to protect himself while he realized that he can't just get distracted in front of a hobgoblin, even if it was nerfed. But the gods were not ready to listen as Black Goat issued a mission for our boy, telling him to defeat the hobgoblin boss using only human synthesis and not Zeus's lightning. And for that, the Black Goat was ready to reward Moon with 500 achievement points. As the scene shifts, we see that the goblin was roaring at the human while he kept on dodging him. As he wondered about why, the Black Goat was offering 500 achievement points for just this kind of mission. After a bit of thought, Moon realized that it was not about the points, but instead about his pride, especially since the boy was an alchemist instead of a magic user. Moon looked at the sky, telling the Black Goat that he will take on the mission. But hearing that, Zeus was frowning in displeasure, and both the gods started fighting with one another. After a long and abusive conversation, Zeus was ready to back down and takes a step back, while Moon was not able to understand about why they were both changing the colors of the sky. But the hobgoblin, who had been paused for all these moments, suddenly started screaming as he thought that Moon was mocking him by looking at the sky. He wondered if he was not strong enough and started charging towards the boy. On the other hand, Moon just smiled, realizing that he will have to defeat the hobgoblin by only using human synthesis, knowing that it was not impossible for him. Moon turned around towards the creature and started running at him with insane speeds, while even the goblin started smiling, realizing that this was going to be fun. Moon activated the ogre's tissue and slammed his punch straight onto the goblin's shield, breaking it with just one heavy impact. The goblin was surprised by this much power showed by a human, thinking that Moon surely had some nerves to face the hobgoblin head-on. The creature grabbed Moon's head and pulled him up near his head level. He ordered all the other goblins to look at what he was doing. The subordinate goblins were all laughing as they got ready with their bamboo sticks, thinking that the human was really caught and they will get to eat meat once again in the same day. These filthy creatures started attacking Moon with their poisoned needles, piercing and wounding the whole back of the boy, while the hobgoblin laughed, asking Moon if it was hard to move for him. He told Moon that humans were really inferior beings who were just dumb. A green aura started surrounding Moon while the goblin thought that the human was so pathetic that he fell for such a simple trick and did not even have resistance to paralyzing poison. The goblin decided to start by cutting off Moon's limbs for his subordinates to cook first. But as soon as the creature readied his huge axe to do so, Moon stopped him by grabbing one of his hands with all his strength. Even the creature was surprised, suddenly sensing resistance from the boy, realizing that this strength was too much for him to handle. Moon used the ogre's tissue once again and broke the arm of the goblin, completely tearing it off from his body and throwing it away, while the goblin boss was screaming in pain and agony, not able to comprehend about what happened to him. Moon copied the same dialogue that was spoken by the creature and told the hobgoblin that he and his subordinates were really interior creatures in front of a human like our boy, because they fell for such a simple trick, thinking that the human was not resisting. Moon was gleaming with a green aura inside his eyes, while the goblin realized that he was really going to hell after the confrontation with such a monster as a human. The hobgoblin was making a desperate face at his last moments, while without wasting any more time, Moon immediately snapped his finger and blows the head of the hobgoblin away, shocking all the goblins who were standing near their boss. Now all the goblins were starting to shake. They were not able to believe that just a few moments ago, their boss was alive and they were going to prepare for eating some fresh human meat. But now, their boss was dead by the same human they thought to cook. We see Moon's hand, which was engulfed in blood. But suddenly, a notification popped up, telling him that he had completed the mission of the Black Goat and had earned 500 achievement points. The Black Goat was greatly satisfied with the use of human synthesis, and Moon had gained additional 500 achievement points, along with defeating the hidden boss hobgoblin without any help. And for that, Moon had received another 500 achievement points. Moon realized that the creature he had defeated was actually a hidden boss, and he can go out without defeating him if he wanted to. But the Galaxy Arena was discussing about Moon, as they were getting astonished by his achievements. Moon remembered that when he created the obsidian tablet, there was something similar like this happening in the arena. He wondered if the attention of the arena was a good thing for him, and decided to think about it positively, because the arena always ensured a clear balance between risk and reward. Moon knew that even if he thought about it a lot, there was nothing that he can do about it now, and he can just go and claim his reward for completing the mission. As the scene shifts, we see that Moon was at home, collecting the rewards he had earned after completing his mission at the Goblin's corrupted stronghold. He checked his notifications, confirming that he had successfully defeated all the enemies alone. Because of this, his achievement points increased significantly. He had also advanced to level 4, raised the Philosopher's Stone to level 2, and received a Hobgoblin's battle axe along with a corrupted Hobgoblin serum. The amount of rewards surprised him. More notifications followed, informing him that he had also defeated a hidden boss, granting him an extra 1,000 achievement points. Moon wondered if this was because the Hobgoblin was the first boss, but even then, the reward seemed very generous. He opened his status screen and saw his current achievement points. If he continued at this pace, he would soon reach 10,000 points. Curious, he He asked the Philosopher's Stone if he could craft another obsidian tablet once he reached 10,000 points. The stone confirmed that he could, but as he advanced further, he would need more points for future crafting. Moon understood, but the Philosopher's Stone found it strange that he didn't ask why. When the stone pointed this out, Moon explained that he had practiced alchemy for many years, so he already understood the reasoning behind it. Moon then focused on reviewing his status. He realized that as he progressed, the cost of advancement would increase, so he needed to invest his points wisely. However, he also knew he couldn't stop investing because the obsidian tablet worked differently from the stratosphere, which constantly consumed points. Unlike the spear, the obsidian tablet was a permanent tool that he could use any time after crafting it. Remembering how powerful his human transformation was when he fought the hobgoblin, he confirmed that the obsidian tablet was worth the investment. The Philosopher's Stone informed him that crafting the second tablet would require 10,000 points, but would increase its power by 20%. Moon was pleased to hear this, as it meant his human transformation ability would double in strength, reaching 40% power. However, he decided to keep some points in reserve since they were his most valuable resource. Despite all his rewards, he noticed that he had not earned any points from the arena. In the past, he had gained points whenever he streamed or cleared monster-infested areas. Right now, his main focus was determining his rank through the exams he was taking. He checked his progress and saw that his alchemy level had reached 17, while the Philosopher's Stone had leveled up from 5 to 7. Feeling excited, he decided to evaluate his rewards. He looked at the items he had received, including the Goblin's Serum and the Hobgoblin's Battle Axe. The axe was ranked Grade B, increasing attack power by 10%, causing paralysis to its target, and was highly valuable in the market. Amazed, Moon noted that these rewards were at the Platinum rank level, and even stronger than some top-tier weapons, which only provided a strength boost of +5. Looking at the displayed rewards, he remarked that it had been a long time since he had seen such valuable items, especially after his return. At that moment, the Philosopher's Stone asked him what he meant by "after his return." Instead of answering directly, Moon reached for the Goblin Serum, stating that this was what he had been talking about. It was revealed that the serum contained a large amount of dark energy, making it highly toxic. Realizing this, the Philosopher's Stone was shocked and asked if Moon had actually consumed this poison as a remedy before synthesizing it. Moon then remembered the time when he had struggled with his inability to use mana. During the official rounds in the arena, his body had started deteriorating, causing unbearable pain. To endure it, he had relied on doses of a special anesthetic, with the Goblin Serum being the main ingredient used to create it. The Philosopher's Stone reminded him that he had successfully created an elixir at that time, so it questioned why he hadn't taken it before things became so difficult. Looking at a picture of himself with his brother, Moon hesitated and simply said that it was complicated and not easy to explain. The Philosopher's Stone, however, told him that no matter what his reasons were, he needed to take care of himself before anything else. Despite this, the stone thanked Moon for his efforts because, thanks to him, it had been perfectly crafted. Moon admitted that this was true. If he had not used the elixir to create the Philosopher's Stone, traveling back in time would have been impossible. The stone then revealed something surprising. Even the powerful Constellation gods could not travel through time. This made Moon curious, so he asked why he had been healed and brought back. The Philosopher's Stone explained that only one specific being had such an ability. When Moon asked about this being, the stone refused to answer, saying that even the constellations feared mentioning its name. Feeling tired, Moon yawned and decided that if this knowledge was forbidden, there was no point in pressing further. The stone was surprised by how easily he gave up, but Moon simply stated that there was no use discussing something he could not change. The Philosopher's Stone acknowledged his reasoning, especially since the arena was terrified of his presence. It then informed him that they had been sending messages urging it not to communicate with Moon. Changing the subject, the stone asked what he planned to do with the Goblin Serum now that he could use mana. Moon replied that he no longer needed it as a treatment, so he was considering using it to craft an elixir. The stone was shocked. "You're really going to make an elixir out of poison?" it asked. Moon explained that in alchemy, poison could also become a cure if used correctly. The Philosopher's Stone suddenly became excited about the idea of transforming poison into a healing remedy. Amused, Moon told it to calm down. The next day, Moon stood on the street in front of a massive shopping center. Looking at it, he realized that nothing had changed from what he remembered. The philosopher's stone commented on the towering structure, asking if this was the place known as the Sanctuary of Players. Moon confirmed this, explaining that its official name was Galaxy Agora. The stone then asked if the arena had built the place, but Moon clarified that while the arena managed the broadcasts, they did not construct the building. As Moon approached the entrance, a staff member greeted him and asked if he was an awakened. She smiled and handed him a small item, instructing him to place it in his inventory and then return it for verification. Moon followed the instructions, and she confirmed that everything was in order. She then gave him a device called the Player's Watch. As he held it, Moon thought about how long it had been since he last owned one. The watch stored records of everything related to him, contained maps of the Agora, and was equipped with many useful functions. As he stepped inside, the staff member asked if this was his first time visiting Galaxy Agora. Moon shook his head, saying that he had been here before. He then walked further inside, while the philosopher's stone marveled at the crowd, asking if all these people were players. Moon explained that only awakened individuals who could access their inventory were allowed inside, meaning everyone present was indeed a player. The stone then understood why this place was called the Sanctuary of Players and asked where they were headed. Moon replied that they were going to a player-only shopping district. Inside an elevator, Moon overheard two passengers talking. One asked his companion if he had heard about the latest graduating class from the academy. The other replied that this class was being called the best ever. He added that Si-hyuk and Lee Yong were the most outstanding among them. His companion confirmed that both had already reached diamond rank and had become top-tier players, making them the strongest in the country. As the elevator reached the 4th floor, Moon stepped out with a small smile on his face. He could still hear one of the passengers complaining about being stuck in gold rank for 4 years. The philosopher's stone asked why he was smiling, and Moon replied that he simply found their conversation amusing. The philosopher's stone then looked around in amazement at the many shops, asking if all these people were here to buy and sell ores. Moon explained that the marketplace included guild shops as well as many independent vendors. The stone then asked why Moon had chosen to come here instead of selling his items at an auction house. Moon explained that regular equipment at this level had a fairly stable market price, making auctions less effective. Selling directly to vendors was often easier and faster. Moon arrived at the Sungsam Guild store, knowing that dealing with major guilds was usually more efficient. As he stepped inside, he was warmly greeted by an employee. Browsing through the items, he was surprised at how well-organized and clean everything was. Unlike other stores where items were often randomly displayed, this place maintained a high level of professionalism. After a short while, the shopkeeper asked if he was searching for something specific. Moon shook his head and explained that he wasn't there to buy anything, but he wanted to sell. The shopkeeper raised an eyebrow in surprise, commenting that very few people came to sell items these days, and asked Moon to show him what he had brought. Moon pulled out the hobgoblin's battle axe, placing it on the counter. The shopkeeper's eyes widened in shock as he stared at the weapon, carefully picking it up and examining every detail. He was wondering if it was really what he thought it was. Moon asked if they could complete the transaction immediately. The shopkeeper assured him it was possible and quickly checked the latest market prices. When he revealed the amount, Moon was stunned. 42 million won. He could hardly believe it. Seeing Moon's reaction, the shopkeeper explained that just the day before, they had purchased a similar axe, but with slightly lower stats, for 38 million won. He then casually asked how Moon had come across such a rare weapon. Continuing, he mentioned that he was a production-class player and could tell Moon wasn't part of the high-ranking players. The shopkeeper directly asked about Moon's level, and when Moon replied that he was only at level 7, the shopkeeper's expression changed. He assumed Moon would want the money in cash rather than transferring it to his arena account. At that moment, Moon realized the shopkeeper suspected him of stealing the axe. Quickly clarifying, he explained that he had won the axe in an arena battle. However, the shopkeeper didn't believe him and smirked sarcastically, questioning if a level 7 player could truly obtain such a rare weapon, something that was normally found only in the platinum ranks. The shopkeeper placed his hand near the alarm button, warning Moon that if he pressed it, the security team would come and verify the real owner of the axe. Sighing, he said that he understood people like Moon often had difficult circumstances, which was why he was willing to help. He then made an offer to buy the axe for just 10 million won, adding that Moon should take the deal unless he wanted trouble. He also assured him that he would never mention this situation to anyone. Moon was unsure whether the shopkeeper was outright trying to scam him or if he truly believed he had stolen the axe. Before Moon could say anything, another voice interrupted, commenting on how interesting the conversation was. Both Moon and the shopkeeper turned to see a new person entering the store. The shopkeeper's face turned pale with fear, as the newcomer was Lee Yu-jong, who casually observed the situation before commenting that the shopkeeper had grown bold ever since being put in charge of the branch. The scene then shifts to outside the shopping center, where Moon and Lee Yu were walking together. Having left the store, Lee Yu cracks open a can of soda and hands it to Moon. As Moon looks at her hands, a strange expression appears on his face. 9 years from now, those same hands would be gripping a massive hammer covered in blood, the very hammer she used to shatter his grandfather's skull. Chairman Lee Cheol. The memory was horrifying. And it wasn't just Chairman Lee Cheol. That day, she had taken down several high-ranking officials, and that event had marked the beginning of the country's complete downfall in his previous life. The question of why she had done it still haunted him. The shock of that moment had never left his mind. On that day, it felt as though Lee Yu had transformed into a completely different person, nothing like the one he had once known. Her voice snapped him out of his thoughts as she asked if he still liked soda or if his taste had changed. Moon blinked and quickly replied that he was just lost in thought for a moment. She chuckled, commenting that he hadn't changed at all and that when he focused on something, he completely blocked out everything around him. When he questioned if that was really the case, she laughed and confirmed it, adding that because of him, she had only ever admired men who were passionate about what they did. Moon took a sip of the soda and glanced at her, commenting that she hadn't changed either. At that moment, another woman approached Lee Yu and informed her that she had sent the details of the deposit she requested earlier. Lee Yu checks the deposit and asks if everything was done as instructed. The employee confirms it, and Lee Yu thanks them before telling Moon that the deposit is his payment for the battle axe. Moon is surprised to see the amount, 50 million won, much more than he expected. Lee Yu explains that the extra money is to make up for how her employee treated him. She even considered giving him more, but stops herself. Moon, not wanting her to mix personal matters with business, tells her that the amount is already generous. Lee Yu looks at him with admiration, saying that he hasn't changed, which is why she finds it easy to talk to him. Moon feels a bit uneasy, wondering why she is looking at him like that. He assumes it's because they haven't seen each other in a long time. As they prepare to leave, Moon asks about his aunt's condition. Lee Yu tells him she is doing fine but hasn't regained consciousness yet. However, she assures him that she is taking good care of her. Moon hopes his aunt's condition isn't worsening because of Lee Yu's constant focus on the arena. Lee Yu admits that she uses visits to the hospital as an excuse to be more involved with the arena. She even installed a personal device in her mother's room to monitor everything while she's away. She then asks about an item Moon claimed to have obtained. He confirms it, and she asks if he is feeling better now. Moon reassures her that he has fully recovered from mana disease. Lee Yu is overjoyed, but also apologizes for overreacting. Still, she congratulates him. After a brief pause, she hesitantly asks how he recovered, if he doesn't mind sharing. Moon remains silent for a moment before replying that it was just luck. One day, he simply started feeling his mana return, and it gradually restored itself. Lee Yu is amazed and relieved, knowing that mana depletion had no known cure. She had been deeply worried about him. Moon thanks her, telling her not to blame herself anymore. He adds that what happened in the past was just an accident, and that he only did what he had to do at the time. But when Lee Yu continues talking about it, Moon stops her, repeating that it was his choice. He even says that if he could go back in time, he wouldn't change anything. However, deep down, he feels bitter. He keeps telling himself he has no regrets, but if that were true, why has he never replied to his siblings' messages since that day? He reflects on how outside pressures affected his emotions. Being the son of a woman outside the main family made him an outcast. After he became disabled from the incident, his family wanted nothing to do with him. Still, cutting ties with his siblings, the ones he had grown up with, was his own decision. They had tried reaching out many times, but he ignored them after leaving the family. Thinking about what he had done to them, he feels ashamed. If he had to justify his actions, he would say that he simply couldn't accept the reality of his condition. He had once dreamed of a bright future, starting with 10 points in magic. but losing everything in one moment shattered that dream. That's why he cut himself off from the world. Both physically and mentally, he had barely been holding on. Then a thought crosses his mind. Perhaps deep down, he had also been resentful of Li Yu. Moon had always regretted the person he used to be, especially when it came to Li Yu. If he had stayed by her side, maybe she wouldn't have died, branded a traitor in his previous life. The weight of that regret had never left him, and seeing her alive again in this life made it even more difficult to suppress those feelings. Li Yu suddenly interrupted his thoughts, asking if he had participated in the arena matches yet. Moon, shaking off his memories, replied that he was still finishing his placement matches. Li Yu insisted that he needed proper equipment and suggested they go buy it together. However, Moon told her there was no rush, much to her surprise. She couldn't understand how he could remain so calm when preparation was crucial for success in the arena. She then asked if he was in the magic category. He confirmed, explaining that he was an alchemist. Li Yu immediately understood, then asked if he planned to use his money to buy both equipment and alchemical components. Moon replied in agreement. Li Yu was pleased because she also needed to buy some components. Moon, curious, asked why she needed them, reminding her that she was a combat class player. She playfully hit him, telling him that alchemists weren't the only ones who used components. She also made her own training tools. Moon raised an eyebrow, questioning whether it wouldn't be better to let specialists handle that, especially since she had access to any elixir she wanted. But Li Yu didn't let him argue further. She grabbed his arm and insisted they go immediately, since she had to visit her mother later. Moon sighed, asking her to let go for just a second, but she pulled him along forcefully, leaving him no choice but to follow. As this happened, the woman who had processed the money deposit earlier watched them from a distance. She could hardly believe this was the same Li Yu she knew from the company. At work, Li Yu was always composed, serious, and efficient. Seeing her laughing and moving freely, she wondered if this was her true personality. She realized she had never truly understood her at all. The scene then shifted to the marketplace. Vendors loudly advertised their goods, calling out to customers. The streets were bustling with players and merchants alike, each engaged in their own business. Moon felt relieved, thinking they were finally done shopping. However, Li Yu still wanted to buy more. Those who recognized her started whispering among themselves, curious about the young man accompanying her. Moon tried to convince Li Yu that he had already bought more than he originally planned, but she insisted he buy one last thing. She promised it would be the final purchase. Moon protested that his inventory was full, leaving no space for more items. However, Li Yu pleaded with him, saying there was something specific she wanted to give him, something essential. Moon sighed, realizing how exhausting it was to shop for components with someone else. He watched as Li Yu carefully examined each item, inspecting their quality and rank. Even as a player, she had an incredible eye for rank differences. He was impressed by her attention to detail, which reminded him that she had always been meticulous in everything she did. He wondered how she knew so much about alchemy. For Moon, someone who crafted the philosopher's stone and legendary grade equipment, minor details didn't matter, only whether an item was of the right rank. Everything else was secondary. Finally, after much searching, Li Yu handed something to Moon. It was an arena access device. Moon's eyes widened in excitement. He asked if this was really the VR device used in arena matches. Li Yu confirmed, explaining that it was the latest model by Sung Sam and hadn't even been released to the public yet. Moon examined the device closely, realizing just how valuable it was. Access devices came in various forms, helmets or visors or even capsules, each designed for specific functions. Arena had collaborated with governments worldwide to create new equipment. Initially, powerful nations like the United States and China dominated the production of these tools. However, Arena wanted to prevent monopolization, warning of its dangers and encouraging fair participation among all nations. Moon reflected on how the goal was to give everyone a chance to contribute to technological development, with authorities even announcing that they would revoke the qualifications of all players from China and America. Looking at Li Yu, he hesitated before voicing his concern about whether it was really okay for her to give him something like this. She reassured him with a smile, explaining that the best players in Sungsam, including herself, were already using it, though it hadn't been released commercially yet. Still uncertain, He questioned whether it was truly fine for him to have it despite not being part of her company. She simply shrugged, dismissing his worries by stating that since she was the one giving it to him, there was no issue. If anyone had concerns about the visor, they could come to her. As they continued walking, he wondered aloud whether it wouldn't be better for him to just buy something suitable from the Sungsam store instead. Li Yu frowned, clearly frustrated, pointing out that he could get seriously injured running around the arena without a proper device like the one she was offering. Realizing his stubbornness, she worried he might insist on refusing, so she quickly added that he could consider it compensation for the way the store manager had mistreated him earlier. That reasoning finally made him relent. As long as it counted that way, he thought, it worked for him. He actually needed a good device, especially since he was considering live streaming his matches in the arena. Glancing at the time, he realized he was running late and mentioned that he should get going. Li Yu acknowledged this, mentioning that she needed to visit her mother at the hospital as well. His thoughts drifted to his aunt, who was also hospitalized due to an illness linked to the arena. He made a mental note to visit her later. When the Galaxy Arena first opened, a strange illness called arena disease had begun affecting those who were awakened. He wondered about his aunt's exact condition, but knew that as someone chosen by the constellations, she should be able to endure for some time. She had always treated him like her own son, despite his illegitimate status, and the thought strengthened his resolve. He needed to improve quickly and find a cure for her illness. Just as he was about to leave, Li Yu suddenly grabbed his sleeve, insisting that he should reply to her as well. Momentarily confused, he realized she was talking about messages. She complained that Si-hyuk had kept teasing her because Moon had messaged him first. He chuckled, wondering if Si-hyuk really had nothing better to do than provoke her. She huffed in frustration, insisting that he did it all the time and that it was incredibly annoying. Despite how they were no longer children, he assured her that he would send her a message when he arrived. Her face brightened instantly, her excitement unmistakable. Touched by her attachment and eagerness, he reached out and gently patted her head. The moment his hand made contact, her expression changed, and he panicked. Had he made a mistake? Did girls hate having their hairstyles touched? He quickly withdrew his hand, deciding it was best to leave before he made things worse. Hastily, he told her to take care of herself and walked away. Li Yu remained frozen in place, her assistant watching in horror, finding the act incredibly rude. No matter how close they were, it seemed inappropriate to touch her hair like that. But as she stepped closer, she noticed that Li Yu had not moved. Reassuring her that she would fix her hair immediately, she hesitated, not wanting to draw attention to them, especially in a crowded marketplace full of players. The last thing they needed was rumors spreading. Finally, Li Yu seemed to recover, turning to her assistant and pleading for her to pretend that nothing had happened. The assistant forced a smile, agreeing to forget about it, though deep down, she was still processing what she had just witnessed. Taking a deep breath, Li Yu composed herself and shifted the conversation back to business, prompting her assistant about the matter she had mentioned earlier. With a nod, the assistant confirmed that she was referring to the incident from 10 years ago and admitted that she still hadn't been able to find any new information about it. Li Yu found it strange that no evidence had surfaced despite their search, turning to her assistant with a growing suspicion that the entire situation had been deliberately suppressed. The assistant hesitated before confirming that someone had erased all traces of the incident, a deliberate cover-up of an attack on highly positioned figures in the country. Yu nodded, her thoughts wandering to the eerie media silence surrounding the event. Just recently, the heir of a major group had made a careless joke during a live broadcast, and since then, the media had been relentless in their coverage. Yet, when it came to an incident of this magnitude, there was nothing but silence. The contrast was too great to ignore. She considered how absurd it was that a mere third-generation heir to a wealthy family could dominate headlines, while something far more serious had been entirely buried. It all pointed to one thing: someone with significant influence was ensuring the attack remained a secret. The assistant agreed, stating that this was exactly what she had been trying to convey and warning that their continued investigation could put them in danger. Li Yu met her gaze with unwavering determination and asked if she was afraid. Instead of answering directly, the assistant countered with a question of her own, wondering how Li Yu could even think such a thing. Her concern wasn't for herself, but for Li Yu, who had much more to lose. Yu, however, merely smiled, stating that she no longer had anything left to lose. But as her eyes followed Moon walking away in the distance, something shifted within her. That wasn't entirely true anymore. Now, for the first time in a long while, she had something. That was precisely why she needed to uncover the truth. The assistant asked again if they should begin the investigation immediately, warning that once they took the first step, there would be no turning back. Li Yu's response was immediate. She wanted it started at once. Any piece of evidence, any person involved in the cover-up, had to be brought to her without delay. And if necessary, she would accept their heads instead. Recently, she had come across a very interesting item. Meanwhile, Moon returned home and collapsed onto his bed with a content sigh, mumbling about how home was the best place in the world. But his moment of relaxation was short-lived as the philosopher's stone spoke up, asking about the girl he had been with. Moon, already half asleep, responded that if it was referring to Li Yu, they had known each other since they were 5 years old, though they hadn't seen each other much in recent years. He then asked why the stone was so interested in her. The stone mused that she seemed different from how she presented herself to the world. There was something about her that didn't quite align with her outward persona, but since they were childhood friends, it wouldn't interfere. Instead, it decided to keep an eye on her, ensuring Moon's safety if necessary. However, it chose not to reveal its suspicions to him just yet. Instead, it nudged him to get up and start making the potion, promising to assist him in the process. This particular potion, it claimed, would make him stronger. Moon, now fully awake, felt a rush of excitement and immediately began preparing. He needed the right workspace, so with a simple snap of his fingers, he used his crafting abilities to conjure a customized desk for his experiments. Taking a step back, he admired his handiwork, remarking on how incredible alchemy was. It always provided him with exactly what he needed in the best possible form. He then methodically arranged his ingredients on one side and the potions he would later use on the other. The philosopher's stone, observing his preparations, inquired about the specific purpose of the potion. Moon admitted that while he usually focused on enhancing materials, this time he wanted to try something different. Holding a vial of goblin serum in his hand, he explained that this particular serum induced paralysis. The stone immediately recognized the substance, explaining that goblins produced paralysis poison from their own blood. However, it had to be purified of its demonic energy before it could be used effectively. Curious, the stone then asked if Moon intended to enhance the corrupting effects of the serum. Moon confirmed, revealing that he planned to focus on its corruption properties rather than any stat increases. The philosopher's stone reacted with alarm, declaring that he had completely lost his mind. Experimenting with goblin magic was dangerous. It was unstable, unpredictable, and Moon was neither a demon nor someone proficient in even basic dark magic. The risk was immense. His body could be destroyed in an instant if he made even a small mistake. Moon, however, remained unfazed, reassuring the stone that he was fully aware of the dangers. The stone pressed further, warning that carelessness could result in permanent damage, possibly rendering him unable to use magic ever again. But Moon dismissed its concerns, explaining that he had a plan and knew someone who was highly skilled in magic who could assist him if necessary. With that, he declared that it was time to begin the experiment. At first, Moon told the whole plan to the stone and then turned to it for its opinion. The stone, after a long pause, admitted that Moon was incredibly efficient and had a remarkable mind for alchemy. Moon smirked, acknowledging his own intelligence, but also taking a moment to compliment the stone's quick comprehension of his process. He ran his fingers along the philosopher's stone, considering whether the outcome he envisioned was truly within reach. The stone assured him that it was entirely possible, and as long as he followed the plan meticulously, there should be no unforeseen complications. It compared his ambition to the creation of the obsidian tablet, emphasizing that such artifacts did not simply grant power, but were constructed through precise effort and a high cost. The philosopher's stone then warned him that the final stage of the formula would demand a far greater price than he had yet encountered. He asked if that meant an extraordinary number of achievement points would be necessary. The stone confirmed this, explaining that unless his alchemy level advanced significantly, the cost would remain immense. Understanding the stakes, he acknowledged that what he sought to create rivaled the worth of legendary artifacts. The realization settled within him. What he aimed for exceeded human comprehension, even for the most skilled alchemists. Even if he were to elevate his rank and expertise, the task at hand was impossible under normal circumstances. The thought made sense to him. Legendary-grade elements were gifts from the constellations, granted only to a select few under specific conditions. He asked the Philosopher's Stone to calculate the exact number of achievement points required to bring the formula to life. After a brief pause, the stone explained that the total depended on the completion rate he wished to achieve. It then remarked on their fortune in possessing the obsidian tablet, a key factor in their success. Curious, Moon questioned why the tablet was such an advantage. The stone explained that being an alchemist alone granted him additional points, but beyond that, the Philosopher's Stone itself carried unique magic that altered the equation entirely. Moon considered the stone's words before teasing it, asking if its unique magic referred to its special properties. The stone responded in mock irritation, pointing out that he had yet to say anything complimentary about it. Laughing, he told the stone that it was both magical and beautiful. Flustered, the stone told him not to say such embarrassing things. He shifted his focus back to the completion rate, recognizing that the cost could be lowered if he accepted a reduced percentage. However, this approach, while viable for crafting items like the Astrophe, was a dangerous gamble when it came to knowledge. Information, no matter how valuable, was useless if obtained in fragments. His thoughts returned to the integration of the Philosopher's Stone with the obsidian tablet. He asked whether the stone could truly absorb knowledge. The stone answered with certainty, explaining that the tablet had already been absorbed within it. No matter how remarkable an artifact was, it was ultimately just another component of alchemy. He smiled, asking if this ability extended to the direct absorption of knowledge itself. The stone assured him that it could, before sarcastically declaring itself to be a very clever woman. Amused, Moon agreed that this was an incredible ability and decided it was time to begin crafting. The Philosopher's Stone asked what completion rate he desired, and he responded that 10% would be sufficient. The stone approved of his reasoning, acknowledging that it was a practical decision. It then asked if he understood the execution process. He admitted that he had some knowledge and recalled a moment from his past life. Maki had once approached him, holding a book in her hands, asking if he could decipher it. She had known he was the smartest among them and had trusted his analytical abilities. The book had detailed the 10th level of the heavenly demon martial arts, while she herself had only reached the 7th level. Back then, he had been unable to read the text since it was restricted to the rightful heir, but he had deduced its structure. The art was divided into 10 levels, each corresponding to 10% completion. He realized that by obtaining just the first level, he would acquire foundational knowledge that could serve as a stepping stone for greater understanding. This same art had propelled Maki into a position of high status, despite never advancing beyond the 7th level. He had always wanted to decipher it himself, but now the Philosopher's Stone's ability to absorb knowledge changed everything. Instead of struggling to analyze each fragment, he only needed to prepare his body, and his human transfiguration ability would handle the rest. With his decision made, he asked the Philosopher's Stone how many achievement points would be necessary. The answer came quickly: 5,000 points for a 10% completion rate. Delighted, he remarked on the bargain. It was an incredibly low price for such an immense gain. The Philosopher's Stone warns Moon that the final part of his endeavor will be the most difficult, as it involves legendary knowledge. Moon remains unfazed, convinced that mastering the first rank will be sufficient for now. Without hesitation, he moves forward, confirming the equivalent exchange as a notification prompts him to pay 5,000 achievement points. The moment he accepts, a newly transcribed sheet appears before him, identical to the original, containing the heavenly demon art's teachings. A wave of satisfaction washes over him as he has done it. Despite obtaining the knowledge, Moon understands that its full potential remains beyond his grasp. Wasting no time, he instructs the Philosopher's Stone to absorb the text immediately. As it complies, he watches in fascination. This time, there is no reaction from any constellation. Suddenly, an eerie sensation overtakes Moon. His vision blurs, his limbs feel weightless, and an unsettling familiarity settles in. It mirrors the sensation from before his return. Before he can make sense of it, everything fades, and he collapses. Time passes. Gradually, awareness trickles back. His surroundings feel foreign. Moon blinks, attempting to gather his thoughts, but suddenly, a voice cuts through the silence. An old man asked Moon if he has finally woken up and if his body is intact. Moon turned sharply to see the old man and wondered about who he was. Moon reassured the old man that he was fine and asked him not to worry. The elderly man smiled and invited him to sit. Before Moon could even take a step, he suddenly found himself kneeling beside the man, looking back at where he had just been. He hadn't moved, yet he was here. The realization struck him like a bolt of lightning. He turned to the old man, eyes widening as he admitted that he had never imagined meeting a constellation face-to-face like this. The old man chuckled, amused by his words, and remarked that he spoke as if he already knew who he was. Moon, still stunned, explained that he could hardly fail to recognize him, given that the technique he had been studying before arriving here was the heavenly demon art. The old man laughed again, acknowledging that he should not have even asked. Then, with a knowing smile, he confirmed Moon's suspicions. He was indeed the constellation known as the heavenly demon. Just as the words left the old man's mouth, a notification appeared before Moon, congratulating him for being the first human to meet a constellation face-to-face and rewarding him with 5,000 achievement points. More messages followed, warning that the heavenly demon was an extremely dangerous entity and that the system would take all possible measures to ensure player safety. The system urged him to proceed with caution, avoid provocation, and assured him that he would be immediately summoned back to Earth if any dangerous situation arose. Moon's thoughts raced. If even the system itself was issuing such dire warnings, then the being before him was beyond formidable. The heavenly demon frowned, clearly irritated by the constant alerts, and muttered for the nuisance to stop. Instantly, the notifications vanished. Turning his gaze back to Moon, he inquired if Moon assumed he had been summoned because of the heavenly demon art. Moon hesitated before nodding, asking if that wasn't the case. The old man smirked, admitting that he liked Moon's boldness, but clarified that the art was not the reason. He was interested in something entirely different. Then, his gaze turned sharp, and he asked who Moon really was. Moon blinked, confused by the question. When he hesitantly asked what the old man meant, the heavenly demon simply repeated himself. The intensity in his eyes made Moon wonder if he was trying to determine how unique he was. He recalled that even Zeus and the black goat hadn't noticed his regression. Yet here was the heavenly demon, summoning him specifically to ask this question. The thought unsettled him. Scoffing, the heavenly demon accused Moon of pretending to be ignorant, implying that he knew more than he let on. Moon exhaled slowly, choosing his words carefully. He stated that he knew the heavenly demon was someone who walked the path of dominance and preferred powerful, dominant beings, like those from the demon realm. The old man burst into laughter, declaring that Moon was sharp and that his assessment was entirely accurate. Even before becoming a constellation, the heavenly demon had sought absolute power and dominion. Moon held his gaze, and suddenly, a memory surfaced, one from his previous life. He had once met a demon king with the same terrifying presence. The realization made his blood run cold. The power standing before him now was on that same level. As if sensing Moon's thoughts, the heavenly demon's eyes flickered with an unreadable emotion. The world around them shifted, dissolving into darkness. Moon suddenly felt himself sinking, as if being pulled into an endless void. Yet, instead of fear, there was an odd sense of familiarity. The heavenly demon watched him carefully and remarked that Moon carried traces of something remarkable. It was rare for a human to stand in the void without faltering. Moon remained silent, unsure of how to respond. The old man pressed further, asking if he still intended to feign ignorance. Moon frowned, admitting that he didn't fully understand. If the heavenly demon was referring to something unusual about him, then perhaps it had to do with a title he possessed. Intrigued, the heavenly demon asked what title he meant. Moon explained that one of his titles was the one who caught the attention of a constellation from the other side. For a moment, the old man was silent. Then, a slow grin spread across his face before he let out a chuckle that grew into full-blown laughter. He mocked Moon, saying that he used such grand phrases just because a constellation had taken notice of him. Moon, however, detected something in the old man's tone. Suspicious, he asked if the heavenly demon had encountered them before. The laughter ceased abruptly, and the amusement vanished from the old man's face. Moon had unknowingly provoked the heavenly demon, exactly what the system had warned him against. A surge of immense killing intent filled the air, sharp and suffocating, but Moon reminded himself to remain calm. If anything were to happen to him, the black goat would never let it slide. Then, unexpectedly, the heavenly demon let out a deep, booming laugh, his amused expression betraying his curiosity. He admitted that he now understood why he found Moon so interesting, remarking that it was no surprise a specific constellation had set its sights on him. A glint of something unreadable flashed in his gaze before he casually revealed that Moon's assumption was correct. He had indeed lost to that constellation in a humiliating defeat. That, he mused, was precisely why he was so curious. He wanted to understand what it was about Moon that had captured that constellation's attention. Before he could react, the old man made another stunning admission. He had spent 1,000 years trying to get that constellation to notice him. Moon's eyes widened in disbelief. Had he really spent a millennium on such a pursuit? The heavenly demon chuckled, shaking his head, acknowledging that Moon, being an ordinary human, would not understand such things. Just as he was about to elaborate, his expression darkened. His words halted mid-sentence as he seemed to perceive something Moon could not. A deep scowl settled on his face, his irritation evident. The silence stretched unbearably until, with sudden fury, he shouted at an unseen presence. Moon stood frozen, unable to hear what the old man was responding to, but guessing that the system was interfering, urging the constellation to stop and let him go. After a moment, the old man sighed, his expression settling into reluctant acceptance. Their meeting had to end. Then, with a smirk, he addressed Moon as his disciple. Moon hesitated at the word, unsure of its implications. The heavenly demon merely shrugged, pointing out that since Moon had been studying the heavenly demon art, it naturally made him his disciple. Before Moon could protest, the old man cut him off, assuring him that he didn't mind in the slightest. In fact, he welcomed it, finding it an honor that someone who had drawn the attention of that constellation was continuing his legacy. However, there was one catch. Moon was not officially his disciple, and the heavenly demon had a request. A system notification appeared before Moon, confirming the words. His task was to find a talented individual worthy of the heavenly demon's sponsorship. If he succeeded, he would receive the heavenly demon art level 2 and 5,000 achievement points. With a smirk, the old man added that he had even worded the request in the system style just for him. Moon considered the mission, his mind immediately going to Maki. However, uncertainty gnawed at him. What would happen if he failed? Would it impact her future irreversibly? The heavenly demon, sensing his hesitation, assured him that he trusted Moon's judgment, adding that being under the watchful eye of that constellation was proof of his potential. But there were conditions. The first was that the chosen person had to be a girl. Moon frowned, confused by the specificity. The old man continued without pause. She had to be young, exceptionally beautiful, bold, and possessing a strong personality. The heavenly demon art required aggressiveness, after all. Moon barely managed to interject before the constellation carried on, declaring that she must also have long legs, a striking face, and, with an exaggerated pause, a large chest. Moon could only stare in stunned silence, barely able to process the absurdity of the criteria. None of this had anything to do with the legacy, he argued, but the heavenly demon simply grinned, insisting these were the qualities of a true successor. It finally clicked. This was why Maki had spent so much time cursing the old man. Before Moon could respond, the scene abruptly shifted. A sharp force yanked him from that place, and in an instant, he found himself back home, momentarily disoriented. A frantic voice immediately snapped him back to reality. The Philosopher's Stone was screaming, demanding to know what had happened and why he had suddenly lost consciousness. Moon blinked, surprised to realize that he had, in fact, blacked out. Taking a steadying breath, he admitted that he had met one of the constellations. The Philosopher's Stone's energy pulsed erratically before it hesitantly inquired if that being had been the heavenly demon. Moon was startled by the Philosopher's Stone's knowledge and asked how she knew. She replied matter-of-factly that it was only natural, given the heavenly demon's infamous reputation for violence. Concerned, she inquired whether the heavenly demon had harassed or attacked him, explaining that very few survived an encounter with such a being. But Moon quickly reassured her that he was fine, and that nothing had happened. The Philosopher's Stone sighed, remarking on how lucky Moon was to have returned unharmed. She explained that the heavenly demon was far from normal, and it was fortunate that he let Moon go so easily, though there must have been a reason for it. She then asked if the heavenly demon had been angered by Moon learning the heavenly demon art. When Moon revealed that he had not been angry at all, but instead had allowed him to learn it, the stone seemed surprised. She then suggested that they begin preparing the potion now that Moon had acquired the energy of the heavenly demon art. Moon got up and began executing the steps. As he worked, the philosopher's stone asked if he needed guidance regarding the order of the steps and ingredients, but Moon declined, his confidence unwavering. Then, almost as if hearing something others couldn't, the stone asked if he could hear the sound, the faint, eerie cries of the poison being removed from the serum, as if it were resisting its fate. She mocked the serum, amused by how quickly its poison was being stripped away, even when she had expected more resistance. Moon found her comments strange but focused on his task. Finally, he announced that the potion was complete. The philosopher's stone was surprised to see that it was not in liquid form, but had instead taken the shape of a pill. Moon explained that he had lacked the courage to drink such a powerful potion, so he had altered its composition. The stone admitted that his reasoning made sense, especially since they had infused the potion with demonic energy. Examining the elixir, Moon was pleased with the result. Even though he had created it himself, it was truly remarkable. It had been a long time since he had last crafted something of this level, and he had been uncertain about his ability. He had not expected to be able to create an elixir that could permanently enhance one's stats. The philosopher's stone informed him that the elixir was ranked as C due to the low quality of the ingredients. Still, its potential was incredible, which was to be expected, given that Moon had made it. She added that while the elixir might not allow him to acquire demonic energy, the outcome was not guaranteed. Moon acknowledged that this might be true for ordinary people, but he had an advantage. The first star technique of the heavenly demon art was fully embedded within the stone. If he used it properly when consuming the pill, it would be fine. The philosopher's stone agreed, placing her trust in him. With that, Moon swallowed the pill. Almost instantly, notifications flooded his vision, informing him that his strength, agility, and health had all increased by 2 levels. Before he could fully grasp the changes, he suddenly found himself in another place. Looking around, he searched for something specific. When he finally spotted it, a strange, flickering entity, he exclaimed in urgency. It was about to disappear. A purple, ominous-looking flame shimmered in the distance. Without hesitation, Moon called out to the philosopher's stone, insisting that she could not allow it to vanish. The stone approached the entity, fully aware of its importance. She reassured Moon that she would not let it escape, and swiftly absorbed it into herself. At that moment, the truth became clear. The flame was demonic energy. Moon sighed in relief, knowing that they had captured it just in time. This energy was notorious for vanishing quickly, making it nearly impossible to locate again afterward. Deciding on their next step, Moon suggested that they should first establish an energy core known as the Dantian before proceeding with the great heavenly technique. But before he could continue, the philosopher's stone interrupted with an unusual question. Was it truly necessary for the Dantian to be located below the belly button? Did they even need a Dantian at all? Moon hesitated, admitting that he had never considered this before. The stone explained her reasoning. The Dantian was simply a unit for storing energy and using it later, so why must it specifically be in one fixed place? She then reminded Moon that he already possessed the best energy storage and concentration unit in the world, herself. Moon pondered her words and soon realized that she was right. Ever since he had created legendary weapons and absorbed ancient knowledge, the philosopher's stone had functioned with greater efficiency than any energy reservoir or database in existence. With a knowing smile, Moon looked at the stone and acknowledged her wisdom. You're absolutely right. There was no reason Moon shouldn't use the philosopher's stone as his Dantian. In fact, it might even be the best possible choice. Even as he trained in the heavenly demon art, he reminded himself that he was still an alchemist at heart and could never forget his origins. As he returned to the real world, notifications flooded his vision, informing him that he had successfully absorbed magic creature stats and that his Dantian had now merged with the philosopher's stone. Another notification followed, stating that his energy stat was now directly linked to his alchemy power. Confusion flickered across Moon's face. How could the two possibly be connected? He quickly checked his status display, noticing that demonic energy, now labeled as magic creature stats, had been integrated into his abilities. But what puzzled him more was the number. It had already reached 8, despite just absorbing it. The philosopher's stone, ever perceptive, explained that it wasn't merely about numbers on a screen. There was a proportional relationship between creature stats and alchemy power. As he examined his stats, Moon noticed that his alchemy power sat at 17, roughly twice his creature stats. A thought crossed his mind, and he voiced it aloud, wondering if this truly meant that increasing his alchemy power would automatically raise his magic creature stats as well. The stone confirmed his theory, adding that its presence had always influenced his growth. However, she warned, he needed to maintain an even number in his alchemy power to efficiently divide it for creature stats. Fascination took hold of Moon. Simply by increasing his alchemy power, he could enhance his magic creature stats, an incredible advantage, especially with the upcoming arena competition looming before him. As the day of the competition arrived, tension filled the air. This match was unlike the others, a survival battle. 100 participants gathered, each eyeing the battlefield with varying levels of confidence and unease. Among them, a man exuded nervous energy as he spoke to his audience, explaining the sheer difficulty of survival matches, particularly when top-ranked players participated. He urged his viewers to pay close attention to his commentary, for this match included some of the most famous players from the highest ranks. This man, known as Money King, addressed a small group of younger individuals, referring to them as his clients. He explained with a sigh that survival matches were the worst possible scenario for the service he provided. From his words, it became clear. These individuals had paid him to help them win, to secure victory effortlessly. But now, in this match, that guarantee had crumbled. Frustration surfaced among them. One of them, his voice laced with irritation, reminded Money King that he had already paid 10 million won and demanded to know if he would be getting a refund. The group fell into an argument, each member growing agitated over their lost money. But Money King remained calm, reassuring them that they need not worry. He reminded them that in this match, rewards were distributed from rank 50 all the way up to first place. With a confident smirk, he asked if they truly expected him to secure them the top 3 positions. At their hesitation, he assured them that he could. Standing tall, he formally introduced himself once more. The Money King. His services were expensive, but they delivered results. Even his audience knew that. A flicker of trust reignited in his clients. One of them, still wary, admitted that he had chosen to work with Money King because of his reputation. But how exactly did he plan to secure victory? The answer was simple. They would form a team. Surprised reactions met this statement, but Money King clarified his plan. His clients only needed to hide. He would handle everything else. Their skepticism lingered, but his confidence was unwavering. No one would be able to find them. This would be easy. The plan was foolproof. First, he would eliminate all the competitors. Once the battlefield was clear, he would remain alone with them, at which point he would take his own life, ensuring that his clients claimed the top 3 spots. One of them, intrigued, asked if that meant they would decide their rankings among themselves. With a nod, Money King confirmed that they had all paid the same amount, so he had no reason to interfere with how they divided the final standings. Praise erupted from the audience, admiring his professionalism and fairness. But then, an unexpected presence arrived at the match location, shifting the atmosphere in an instant. It was none other than Moon. Surprise rippled through the crowd as eyes turned toward him. Money King, unfazed, merely commented on their apparent luck. A free kill had just presented itself. The live chat buzzed with excitement and confusion, noting that Moon had entered the match without a single weapon in sight. King's strategy did not change. He immediately ordered his team to hide, focusing his attention on Moon. The battle was about to begin. A sudden series of notifications flashed before Moon's eyes, declaring that due to his achievements, the rules would now be adjusted. From the next match onward, he would no longer be required to undergo rank evaluation tests. He considered the implications. Perhaps they would assign him a ranking soon, a development that could finally allow him to climb higher. He recalled how, before his return, he had been stuck at rank 1, a status that had proven utterly useless. But this time would be different. With his regained mana and immense power, this was his perfect opportunity to rise. Then, a realization struck him. He had forgotten to start streaming the match from the beginning. Annoyed at himself, He quickly activated the broadcast, though he held no expectations, knowing he had no followers. However, the moment the stream began, he was bombarded with notifications. Zeus, the black goat, and even the heavenly demon were watching his broadcast. Before he could process this, King launched his attack, his expression filled with certainty. He was clearly enjoying himself, confident that Moon would be nothing more than a momentary distraction before being swiftly eliminated. His strike landed with immense force, and for a brief moment, King grinned, assured of his victory. A player like Moon, especially one without any weapons, stood no chance against someone on the verge of reaching diamond rank. But then his grin faltered. Moon was still standing, entirely unscathed. Not only had he blocked the strike, but he immediately countered, delivering a blow that sent King staggering backward. Shock flashed across his face. This wasn't possible. Someone of Moon's level shouldn't have been able to retaliate so easily. The comment section erupted in a frenzy. Viewers speculated wildly, questioning how Moon had managed to block such an attack without any visible equipment. Some accused him of cheating, others watched in stunned silence. King, recovering quickly, narrowed his eyes. He admitted, almost begrudgingly, that Moon clearly knew how to fight, despite his unassuming appearance. Moon, meanwhile, had already analyzed the situation. King's lack of visible injury after his counterattack meant he had used a technique, instant dodge. It allowed the user to shift the impact location at the last moment, minimizing damage. His suspicions were confirmed as he observed King's equipment, realizing that he was a martial artist, a detail that explained much about his combat style. At the same time, the philosopher's stone whispered within his mind, informing him that 3 players were hiding nearby. Their exact locations were revealed to him in an instant. Moon's gaze flickered back to King, a new understanding settling over him. So this was the infamous carrying service. He voiced his realization aloud, questioning whether King was the one running it. King chuckled, unbothered, and admitted it outright, even asking how Moon had figured it out so quickly. Moon's voice remained steady as he told him that it had been obvious from the start. He had no respect for those who manipulated the system, taking money to carry beginners into matches. The memory of players who had risen through the ranks without any real skill surfaced in his mind, and with it, a deep disdain. Those who rode the system and those who enabled them were no different in his eyes. King sneered, dismissing his words with a wave of his hand. "All weaklings talk like you do," he spat, his confidence unwavering. He then taunted Moon, claiming that even if he knew about the service, it didn't change anything. His viewers seemed to agree, flooding the chat with laughter and insults, calling Moon an unevolved monkey who understood nothing. But Moon saw through him. The bravado, the taunts. It was all a psychological tactic meant to unnerve him. Amused, he responded in kind, mocking King for such a transparent attempt at manipulation. Was this really the best he could do? Had his skill as a player declined so much that he had to resort to mind games instead of combat? King's jaw clenched, his fingers twitching as anger flared within him. Yet he tried to maintain his composure, throwing back a retort, laughing as he asked if Moon was angry. But Moon merely shook his head. "Not at all," he said coolly. He had a mission to complete, and nothing King said would shake him. Backing down now would be disgraceful. King let out a burst of crazed laughter, tilting his head back as he mocked Moon's self-importance. The very idea that a mere bronze-ranked player had received a mission was absurd. He continued to laugh, encouraging his viewers to join in, but Moon remained unfazed. His voice was unwavering as he declared that he did, in fact, have a mission, one assigned to him even in the placement test. He then launched himself forward, charging at King with unrelenting force. King smirked, believing that he had successfully lured Moon into his trap. Now, he thought, he would make him pay for that earlier strike. But as his attacks lashed out, Moon dodged them with effortless precision. No matter how many strikes King attempted, Moon avoided them with ease, his movements fluid and calculated. Frustration mounted in King's expression. His strikes became faster, more forceful, but none of them connected. With gritted teeth, he delivered a final, more powerful blow, determined to end it. But once again, Moon dodged, and this time, he countered. His fist collided directly with King's stomach, forcing the breath from his lungs. King's body lurched backward, his eyes widening in shock. King couldn't understand it. No matter how many attacks he threw at Moon, the man avoided them all with effortless precision, countering at just the right moment, striking at his weak points as if he had studied King's movements for years. Staring at his opponent, King felt a creeping realization. This was no ordinary fighter. But more than that, the sheer humiliation of being outmatched in front of countless spectators gnawed at him. He had to turn the tide, had to reassert his dominance before his reputation crumbled. Determined, he sprang to his feet, his muscles tensing as he decided to go all out. This match needed to end, and it needed to end in his favor. Channeling every ounce of power, he launched his strongest attack, his fists striking with the force of a seasoned warrior. Yet, to his absolute disbelief, Moon blocked it with ease. King barely had time to register his own failure before Moon countered with a devastating blow, sending him hurtling backward. He lay there, his breath ragged, his mind spiraling. How? Where had Moon acquired such monstrous strength? His team called out to him, their voices laced with worry, but he didn't respond. His pride wouldn't allow it. Gritting his teeth, fury overtaking logic, he lunged at Moon once more. He had to win. He had no other choice. Meanwhile, Moon's mind was elsewhere, contemplating the principles of the heavenly demon divine technique. He recalled its teachings. The path of demons was a path of destruction. Harnessing that power, he unleashed a violent explosion where King stood, watching as his opponent howled in pain, his body writhing under the overwhelming force. King's screams, laced with agony and disbelief, echoed through the arena, a stark contrast to the arrogant laughter he had displayed earlier. Summoning the last remnants of his strength, King roared in defiance, charging at Moon one final time, eyes wild with desperation. Moon saw it clearly. King had finally tapped into his full potential. In a normal battle, he might have dodged, played it safe, but this was no ordinary fight, and Moon had a mission to complete. He surged forward, merging the ogre's body structure with the heavenly demon domination technique, meeting King's charge head-on. The impact was cataclysmic. Blood splattered across the arena as King let out a hysterical scream. The force of the explosion had torn through him mercilessly. The once proud fighter collapsed, his hands severed, his body broken. A notification flashed before Moon's eyes. His first kill of the match had been confirmed. More notifications followed, informing him that the match rewards would increase. This wasn't going to be an easy stage, and he knew it. Another message appeared, and for the first time, it wasn't just the system recognizing his efforts. The heavenly demon himself was pleased. A reward of 500 achievement points was bestowed upon him. Moon straightened, determination burning in his chest. If the heavenly demon was watching, he had to give it his all. Before he could react further, another notification arrived. Arena itself had awarded him an additional 1,000 achievement points, an unheard-of bonus. The reason became clear as he read the next line. 3 of the Constellation Kings were now supporting him. A surge of excitement ran through him as a new title was bestowed upon him, one he had never heard of before. More than just a name, this title was dynamic. His abilities would continue to grow as long as the kings supported him. But there was a catch. If any of them withdrew their favor, his abilities would drop just as quickly as they had risen. Checking his status, he noted with satisfaction that his abilities had all increased by 3 ranks, save for his magic creature stats. His mana. Fully understanding the consequences of dealing with the constellations, he resolved to accept any missions they gave him in the future. The power was too great to ignore. A sudden noise pulled him from his thoughts. Voices. Those who had been with King were still there. He turned toward them, his expression unreadable. 2 of them stood trembling, their faces pale with terror. They begged him to stay back, their hands shaking as they threatened to retaliate. Moon scoffed, wondering how people like this had even made it past the preliminary stages. They weren't warriors, just cowards who had bought their way in. Disgusted, he decided to end them without another thought. It was almost too easy. Just as he finished, another voice rang out from behind him. A calm, measured tone spoke, commenting on his incredible strength, as if he had been born with extraordinary abilities. Moon turned to find a man standing there, watching him with interest. The man continued, stating that he admired Moon's lack of sympathy toward the weak. Moon's eyes narrowed as he told the man that he had misunderstood and that this place is a battlefield, so sympathy has no place here. The man only smiled and told Moon that it was exactly why he finds Moon impressive. Because many possess great abilities, but few know how to use them properly. Moon studied him carefully. Something about him felt different. There was an air of authority surrounding him. He watched as the man reached into his pocket and retrieved something, a card which he handed over to the boy, telling him that the world doesn't operate on strength alone. Moon glanced at the card. He came to know that the man was named Yan, his eyes widening in recognition. His head snapped up as he asked if the man was there as a scout for China. Yan started explaining that the offer had originally been intended for King. He saw real potential in him and believed it would have been a waste for him to remain just a bus driver. Moon listened carefully before questioning why the offer had not been extended to King after all. Yan merely smirked, stating that he might still consider it if King continued his broadcasts. Moon's eyes drifted to the card in his hand, and a flicker of recognition crossed his face. The name of the continental province was printed there, the largest guild in China and one of the two greatest powers in the world. His mind raced back to his past life, to a time when he had assumed that these people had yet to start making their moves. Yet, it was now clear that this time, they were acting early, seeking to secure talent before anyone else could. Yan's sharp gaze caught the slight shift in Moon's expression. With an air of amusement, he noted how Moon seemed uneasy. He assured him that he understood his concerns, acknowledging the way Koreans perceived the Chinese, as if anticipating the exact thoughts running through Moon's mind. Moon, however, was not so easily swayed. He calmly countered that it was not about perception, but rather the undeniable fact that they had already obtained Korean citizenship and were controlling the matches in Korea. Yan chuckled at the accusation, unfazed by the tension in the air. He dismissed it as inevitable, explaining that global matches only truly began at the platinum level, and such control was merely a byproduct of the system. Yet, he could see that Moon remained unimpressed. Tilting his head slightly, he asked if it was his persuasion tactics that were causing discomfort. Moon considered the question for a moment before responding with deliberate indifference. Yan's approach may not have been pleasant, but it was not irritating either. Persuasion, after all, had always been a tool of the world's great powers. He studied Yan carefully, wondering if this man had been trained by those who operated from the shadows, hidden from the public eye. But before he could voice his thoughts, Yan spoke again, his tone shifting to one of certainty. He laid out the offer clearly. 5 million yen up front, more than 920 million won at the current exchange rate. A substantial sum, but that was only the beginning. Weapons worth 5 billion won, armor valued at 1 billion won per piece, and a 3-year renewable contract. And if Moon agreed to acquire Chinese citizenship, an additional 50 million yen would be his. It was an offer no rational person would refuse. Yan's confidence was evident as he added that over 90% of the players who received this proposal had accepted without hesitation. He waited, expecting Moon's answer to be the same. Moon's mind processed the details swiftly. 3 years was not a long time, and the contract imposed no serious constraints. For a moment, he appeared to consider it, then extended his hand, meeting Yan's gaze as he took his in a firm grip. A small smirk played on Yan's lips, convinced he had secured another valuable player. But the moment Moon's grip tightened, the smirk vanished. Pain shot through Yan's hand as Moon's fingers dug into his flesh with unnatural force, the pressure so intense that blood began to seep from his skin. A sharp gasp escaped him as he struggled to pull away, but Moon held him in place, his voice cold and unwavering. A man in Yan's position should be able to assess people correctly, he mused. If he had done so, he would have realized that Moon was never going to accept such an offer. Yan coughed violently, his body betraying him as the pain intensified. With desperate eyes, he demanded to know why Moon was rejecting the offer. The answer came without hesitation, simple and insignificant, yet absolute. The terms simply did not appeal to him. Yan's condition worsened, his breaths coming in ragged gasps as he tried to suppress another bout of coughing. Meanwhile, Moon remained composed, his mind resolute. He had dealt with these people before, had made mistakes in the past that he refused to repeat. This time, he would not be ensnared in their web. Releasing Yan's hand, he turned away without another word. His path was clear. The match awaited him, and he intended to continue forward without looking back. King sat in his dimly lit room, his hands clenched into fists as he seethed with rage. The humiliation he had suffered in the match was unbearable. As a player on the verge of reaching the diamond level, losing to someone unranked was beyond comprehension. His followers were just as stunned, flooding the chat with questions and speculations. He stared at the messages on his stream, his mind racing for a way to salvage his reputation. Then, an idea struck him. If Moon's strength was truly unnatural, there had to be an explanation. His voice trembled with barely restrained frustration as he addressed his audience, planting the seed of doubt. Perhaps Moon had used a hack, he suggested, manipulating the system in a way no normal player could. Someone at Moon's level simply shouldn't be able to fight like that. His experience told him this was impossible. King exhaled sharply, his anger momentarily cooling as he made another calculated move. Under normal circumstances, he would never issue refunds to his subscribers, but given the gravity of the situation, he announced that he would make an exception this time. The chat exploded with praise. His followers reaffirmed their trust in him, their faith momentarily restoring his confidence. With a measured breath, he declared the end of the stream. But the fury did not subside. The moment the broadcast shut down, he hurled his communication device against the wall, his frustration boiling over. Moon's techniques had defied all logic. No one from the deep sea should be capable of such martial arts, at least not below level 100. King racked his brain, trying to place Moon among the elites he had encountered before. Could he be a prodigy like Si-hyuk or Lee Yu? No, that was impossible. Those kinds of players never bothered with matches at this level. His mind replayed the fight over and over. Throughout his time as a bus driver, he had faced countless players, some strong, some weak, but never had he encountered someone like Moon. The thought alone made his stomach twist in resentment. He had deliberately thrown matches to remain in the lower ranks, capitalizing on an easy business opportunity. And yet, his calculated approach had crumbled in the face of an unranked opponent. It couldn't have been a fair fight. There had to be some trick behind it. Then a realization hit him. Moon had mentioned having a mission. Curiosity flared, and he hurriedly reopened Moon's stream, hoping to uncover some clues. The moment the screen loaded, his breath hitched. A chaotic battlefield stretched before him, and in its midst, a player was desperately trying to escape. The man's voice trembled with terror as he screamed that it was impossible for Moon to be this strong without any equipment. King leaned forward, his heart pounding. He had expected something unusual, but this was beyond anything he had imagined. He watched in stunned silence as Moon continued to move with effortless precision, his combat style refined to perfection. Each attack and counter was executed with an elegance that belied his supposed rank. How could someone this skilled still be unranked? More baffling still, how was he navigating the mind's labyrinthine tunnels with such ease? The entire area was a network of pitch-black corridors, yet Moon moved as if he had no need for sight at all. Determined to investigate further, King joined the stream's private chat. Only 3 viewers were present, and none of them had spoken yet. He hesitated for a moment before typing a message. Before he could receive a response, another message appeared, one that made his pulse quicken. Someone recognized him. They had been trying to reach him ever since his stream ended. King's brows furrowed as he assumed the person was one of his clients demanding a refund. He assured them the money would be returned before the day ended, but the reply that followed left him speechless. "We don't care about the money." Confused, he checked his private messages. The sender's name made his breath hitch. Ho Yan. His frustration melted into excitement as he read the message. The same offer that had been presented to Moon was now being extended to him. Relief washed over him. After everything that had happened, after the disgrace he had suffered, finally, there was an opportunity to reclaim his dignity. But just as his confidence began to settle, another notification popped up in the chat. A new message from Zeus. King's eyes narrowed. The name alone irritated him. How absurd. These trolls shamelessly taking the names of the constellations, just for attention. The sheer disrespect was infuriating. He scoffed and typed a message in response, calling them out directly. Then something unexpected happened. Both Zeus and the heavenly demon responded almost immediately, their messages simple question marks, as if they did not understand his complaint. King's fingers hovered over the keyboard. His frustration turned to suspicion. Were they really pretending? Or was this something more? He typed again, accusing them of attention-seeking antics, insisting that once his followers arrived, their tricks would be exposed. Moon was deep in the middle of a match when he received an unexpected update. Meanwhile, King was left in shock after receiving an insult from the black goat. He couldn't believe the audacity of this group to speak to him in such a way. The tension between them was growing, but the scene quickly shifted back to Moon, who had just taken down another opponent in the match. A screen popped up, showing that Moon had already eliminated 20 players, while the second highest player had only 3 kills. This reassured him that his position as the top player was secure, even if he took a break. However, his mission status still showed as incomplete. Confused, he checked the details, only to find a vague objective that instructed him to walk a path of dominance. As he stood there, Moon suddenly sensed something unusual in the area. Activating his owl body tissue ability, he spotted a strange crystal-like object. Unable to identify it, he moved closer, using his Black Panther's body tissue ability for enhanced senses. He picked up the object, wondering if it was silver or something more valuable. Just then, the Philosopher's Stone, a powerful entity, asked if this was the material they had been searching for. Moon hesitated, but decided to check its information screen. After reading the details, he confirmed to the Philosopher's Stone that this was indeed the item they needed. The stone reacted with excitement, urging him to take it quickly. Moon was surprised to find such a rare material in an abandoned mine, but he secured it for later verification. As he continued, Moon suddenly remembered that his livestream had been running the entire time. He quickly returned to the broadcast, only to be shocked by what had happened. He had granted the Constellations, including the Black Goat, moderator privileges, but now he saw that the Black Goat was aggressively banning new viewers. To his horror, over 1,000 users had already been banned, and the chat was in chaos. Despite this, the controversy was drawing even more viewers, making the audience grow rapidly. Realizing the situation needed immediate attention, Moon activated his microphone and asked if King had started the insults. A notification appeared, confirming that Zeus nodded solemnly in response. Moon then asked if the issue was close to being resolved, but just at that moment, Money King's audience joined in, escalating the situation further. The Black Goat growled and agreed, then sent Moon a message stating that it would eliminate King if he gained any achievement points. Moon quickly stepped in, telling the Black Goat that this was impossible. He reminded them that if they interfered before the official battle began, Arena, the governing entity, would not tolerate it. At the same time, Moon knew that angering the Black Goat could put him at risk of losing the title of Chosen by the Three Kings. Losing this title would cost him a massive number of points, possibly affecting his abilities. He understood that he needed to handle the situation carefully. Trying to calm the Black Goat, Moon spoke gently, assuring it that he would reopen the chat. If any similar incidents occurred, he advised them to simply ignore the provocations. However, the Black Goat replied that it did not care about foolish humans. Moon chuckled and responded that he knew that, but he also knew that the Black Goat cared about him. Hearing this, the Black Goat's face turned red with embarrassment, and it nodded in agreement while Zeus and the heavenly demons smirked at the interaction. With the situation finally settling down, Moon felt relieved. He then casually reminded them to keep their true identities a secret for a while longer. He knew that in this era, a nation's strength was measured by how many players it had that were sponsored by the Constellations. If their connection to him was revealed, there was a high chance that powerful factions would try to recruit him, or worse, eliminate him. Since he was yet to be officially ranked, he needed to stay under the radar. Many believed that anyone who couldn't be controlled should be removed, making secrecy all the more necessary for his survival. Moon resumed his stream after receiving agreement from his moderators. As soon as the broadcast was live again, he noticed the audience was still fixated on the previous incident. He quickly addressed their concerns, clarifying that it had all been a joke orchestrated by the moderators, though it had escalated unexpectedly. Fortunately, the atmosphere in the chat shifted as viewers started laughing it off. The tension eased, and Moon felt a wave of relief. Just then, he received a notification, his first-ever donation. Someone had contributed 100 achievement points and left a message expressing interest in following his future streams. Grateful, Moon thanked them, realizing that while celestial support was beneficial, building a dedicated audience was just as crucial. Reflecting on his past life, he recalled how Si-hyuk and Lee Yu had used streaming to gather achievement points. His viewer count soon exceeded 5,000, bringing in an additional 500 points. He recognized that maintaining this momentum could help him gain even more. As fans began complimenting his looks and smile, he decided to refocus on his match. Before continuing, he reminded everyone to keep the chat respectful. Later, when Moon returned home, he was pleased with his new communication device, which had made his day much easier. As he reviewed his rewards, he was thrilled to see he had advanced 5 ranks in just 1 match. Additionally, the Philosopher's Stone had gained experience of 3 levels, which is equal to 8 levels. While processing his achievements, he noticed that viewers were still interacting in the chat even after the stream had ended. One comment stood out. It mentioned that he had yet to set a background image for his waiting screen. Realizing he didn't have one, Moon admitted to his audience that he was still new to streaming, but promised to find a suitable image soon. To his surprise, many viewers eagerly offered to help him choose one, with some even volunteering to create a design for him. This unexpected kindness deeply moved him. Having spent most of his life at level 1 with no abilities, he had never imagined he would receive such attention and support. Touched by their generosity, he expressed his heartfelt gratitude before ending the stream, promising even better content in the future. His viewers were reluctant to let him go, but respected his decision. After logging off, Moon sat on the floor, feeling a genuine sense of joy. He admitted to himself that streaming might become something he truly enjoyed, but the Philosopher's Stone warned him not to become too attached. It reminded him that it was his only real companion. Moon reassured the stone before shifting his focus to something crucial, his player ranking. Checking his notifications, he found that he had been nominated for the Platinum level due to his recent performance. However, the ranking review was still in progress. Rather than feeling impatient, he decided to take a break and grabbed a drink. It made sense that he wouldn't be placed in Platinum immediately, considering how much effort other players invested to reach that level. When the final results arrived, he was presented with 2 options. He could accept a silver ranking, which would cost him 30% of his experience points till ranking up, or a gold ranking, which came with additional rewards and 10% bonus experience. His instinct was to choose gold, as it seemed the obvious choice. However, something made him hesitate. If gold was the better option, why was silver even available? Sensing a hidden factor, he decided to investigate further. The Philosopher's Stone urged him to make a quick decision, but Moon wanted to be certain. He remembered the mysterious crystal he had found in the mine and pulled it out. While the system identified it as a valuable material for manufacturing, he wanted the Philosopher's Stone to analyze it further. The stone hesitated, explaining that the analysis would consume a large amount of energy. Still, Moon insisted. He needed answers. After the examination, Moon learned that the metal was called mithril, but it wasn't just ordinary mithril. It was a rare variation from Doria that acted as a key to a unique battlefield called the Fiery Mine Nightmare Arena. The Philosopher's Stone was stunned, and Moon himself was caught off guard. This revelation meant that mithril wasn't just rare. It was priceless. With it, he could enter an exclusive battlefield with unconventional rules, suggesting that the rewards inside would be extraordinary. Understanding this, Moon finally realized why the silver ranking option existed. The system had classified mithril as an X-tier item, a ranking that had yet to be introduced. While SSS was currently the highest known tier, X-tier would become official in 3 years. Unlike other ranks, X signified uniqueness, meaning only one of its kind existed in the entire world. Since mithril served as a key to this special arena, the difficulty level there would undoubtedly be extreme. However, Moon quickly realized that there must be certain entry conditions. Since the system had provided the option to stay in the silver tier, it likely meant that if he moved past silver, the key would no longer be valid. Realizing this, he made his decision. He would remain in the silver ranking for now. Strengthening himself before advancing further would be the wisest strategy. As soon as he confirmed his choice, an official announcement was made. Moon had officially been ranked as a silver tier player. Moon had just received 500 achievement points. But there was a catch. 30% of his future rewards and match points would be deducted. Meanwhile, the most watched television program, the National Representative Arena, was airing. It was the top-rated broadcast, and today, the hosts were discussing the latest wave of arena champions. Their conversation focused on 2 top players, with particular emphasis on one of them. They spoke excitedly about Si-hyuk's recent livestream, where he had taken down a powerful raid boss. The battle had been incredible, drawing over 500 million viewers. One host wondered how Si-hyuk had gained such an enormous audience so quickly. The other explained that Si-hyuk was no ordinary player. He was ranked and had the world's attention. The scene shifted to an office where two men were watching the broadcast. One of them chuckled, nudging the other, pointing out that his name had come up again on the National Representative League. The other man, revealed to be Si-hyuk, responded calmly, saying he had heard it clearly the first time. The first man smirked, noting how Si-hyuk never seemed to change his expression, no matter what. But Si-hyuk remained relaxed, saying that this was his break time and that he would rather not be disturbed. His words irritated the other man, who demanded to know why Si-hyuk had chosen his office as a place to rest. Si-hyuk replied casually that he was an important client. The man scoffed, commenting that Si-hyuk had certainly grown skilled at asserting his dominance. Frustrated, he shouted that Si-hyuk couldn't just do as he pleased. But Si-hyuk only smiled, telling him to be patient. After all, he had nowhere else to relax. The man sighed, reluctantly admitting that he understood how tough Si-hyuk's life was. He walked over to make a cup of coffee, then handed it to him, suggesting he drink it to recharge before leaving. But Si-hyuk, caught off guard by the gesture, simply refused. He had no intention of going anywhere. His persistence nearly drove the man to madness, but in the end, he gave up, realizing there was no way to change Si-hyuk's mind. Resigning himself to the situation, he handed over a file, stating that it contained the information Si-hyuk had requested. Si-hyuk flipped through the pages, asking if he had managed to find out anything about what he had mentioned earlier. The man, despite being annoyed by Si-hyuk's constant demands, admitted that he always found a way to get what he needed. Si-hyuk laughed and teased him, asking if he was treating the legendary night hunter, Park Jin-woo, like a mere servant. Hearing this, Park's temper flared. He snapped that if Si-hyuk wanted something, he should make a formal request like everyone else instead of barging in and making demands. He added that Si-hyuk had plenty of money, just like all the other wealthy people who always thought they could get whatever they wanted. Si-hyuk reminded Park that he had paid for the previous job using arena points. But Park argued that he had no interest in arena points. He preferred cash. If he had cared about points, he wouldn't have retired from combat in the arena. Si-hyuk shrugged, saying their agreement had not changed. Park, however, was getting impatient. He warned that continuing to work with Si-hyuk could damage his reputation. When Si-hyuk tried to argue, Park cut him off, his voice sharp. But then, something shifted. Si-hyuk's playful demeanor disappeared, and his expression turned serious. He stated that if anyone dared to speak ill of him, they should be eliminated. Park was stunned. He stared at Si-hyuk, questioning whether he was really considering going up against the Korean Association. Si-hyuk's innocent, gentle appearance was deceiving. His true nature remained unchanged. For the first time, Park felt uncertain. He wondered if Si-hyuk was truly serious. Hesitantly, he asked if he really planned to do this. Si-hyuk simply raised an eyebrow, acting as if Park's reaction was surprising. He explained that he was merely reclaiming what had been his from the start. Park looked at him in disbelief. Was Si-hyuk really going to challenge the Korean Association? A sense of unease settled over him. Whenever Si-hyuk wore that natural, pleasant smile, it meant he was at his most dangerous. Despite being a diamond-ranked assassin, Park felt an unusual tension. If he had been an ordinary person, he would be trembling right now. Breaking the silence, Si-hyuk asked if the file contained all the information. Park, irritated, asked if he wasn't satisfied with it. Si-hyuk admitted that while there were some unexpected details, he had already suspected Song Sam's involvement. He also noted that the operation was so vast that further investigation would be extremely difficult. Then, with his usual bluntness, he told Park that he was incompetent. The boy had given him a strong lead, and yet all he had managed to uncover was that Song Sam was involved. Park bristled at the insult, snapping that this was the best he could do. If Si-hyuk thought he could do better, then he should investigate it himself. Taking a deep breath, Park calmed down slightly and suggested they speak to Lee Yu. If Song Sam was involved, she might have information. But Si-hyuk dismissed the idea immediately, stating that Lee Yu knew nothing, neither in the past nor now. Park was confused. Based on what he knew about Lee Yu's personality, she had likely figured something out. But Si-hyuk remained firm, saying that the information he had confirmed that Lee Yu was completely unaware of Song Sam's involvement. Meanwhile, The television in the background continued to broadcast discussions about Moon's live stream and the moderators who had used the constellation's names. Park turned back to Si-hyuk, making a remark about how strained his relationship with Lee-yu seemed. But before they could continue, Si-hyuk suddenly became alert. He sensed someone outside the door and asked Park if he was expecting a visitor. Park shook his head, explaining that he scheduled meetings with Si-hyuk only on office holidays when no one else would be around. But Si-hyuk kept his eyes on the door. Someone had managed to track down the great night hunter. Moments later, the door creaked open and a voice called out, asking if anyone was there. The stranger hesitated before asking if this was really Park's office. Park looked at the intruder in confusion. His office was closed today. If they had business, they should return another day. But then he realized something. Si-hyuk had vanished. Park thought to himself that Si-hyuk was getting even better at disappearing. Despite being a skilled assassin, he couldn't help but admire his ability. Meanwhile, Si-hyuk remained hidden, his hand gripping his sword, carefully listening to the new arrival. The stranger apologized for coming at such a time, but mentioned that they had a small request. Park, now suspicious, subtly moved his hand under the table where he had a concealed weapon. If necessary, he would use it. Park moved toward the mysterious man, his weapon ready. At the same time, Si-hyuk leaped from behind, his sword aimed at the stranger's back. The man stood frozen, caught between Si-hyuk's blade and Park's weapon, his face filled with shock and confusion. He couldn't understand why he was being attacked. But then, Si-hyuk's eyes widened as he recognized the man. It was Moon. Immediately, he lowered his sword and told Park that Moon was his brother. Moon looked at him in surprise, wondering why he was there, while Park stood in disbelief, trying to process the situation. Soon after, the three of them sat together, Park sipping tea as he tried to understand what was happening. He asked Moon about his visit, reminding him that he had mentioned needing a favor. Moon explained that he was looking for someone. Park assured him that he had come to the right place. Moon knew this already since Park was known as the Hunter of the Night, an SS-ranked expert in assassinations and intelligence gathering. This made Park the best person to find anyone, no matter where they were hiding. Moon then explained that he didn't come to Park just because of his skills in assassinations, but also because of his talent for gathering information. He looked at Si-hyuk, puzzled by his presence in Park's office. Si-hyuk seemed tense and avoided eye contact, making Moon wonder if his brother was still worried about events from their past. Concerned, Moon asked why he seemed so anxious and why he was with Park. Si-hyuk couldn't find the words to answer, his face turning red with embarrassment. Seeing his discomfort, Park stepped in, explaining that Si-hyuk was one of his most important clients. This shocked Moon, as he didn't remember Si-hyuk and Park knowing each other at this point in his previous life. Curious, Moon asked if they were close friends, but both Park and Si-hyuk quickly denied it. Park explained that because of his work as a hunter, he often ended up working with Si-hyuk, sometimes feeling like his servant carrying out his orders. Si-hyuk responded formally, asking Park not to say such things. Moon chuckled, commenting that his younger brother had a talent for irritating others. Park agreed, laughing as he remarked that Moon knew Si-hyuk well. This annoyed Si-hyuk, who asked Moon why he was saying such things. Moon smiled, assuring him that it was just a joke. Amused by their interaction, Park noted that he rarely met a client he liked as much as Moon. He then asked who Moon was looking for and if the person was inside or outside the country. Moon replied that the person was in the country. Confidently, Park told him it wouldn't be difficult to find them and asked if Moon had any more details. Moon shared that the person's name was Maki. She was 24 years old and she lived in Busan. Park noticed that she was the same age as Si-hyuk and asked if Moon had a close relationship with her. Moon quickly clarified that it wasn't a close relationship in the present, but he admitted in his mind that he knew her well in his past life before he returned to the past. Park confidently promised to find Maki, joking that if he couldn't do it with the given information, he might as well quit his job. Si-hyuk couldn't resist teasing Park, pointing at some documents and suggesting he should quit now. This irritated Park, who firmly denied the possibility. He estimated that the search would take a few days, but assured Moon that it wouldn't be too long. Moon then asked about the cost of the service. After thinking for a moment, Park said that since Moon had already given him valuable information, and because it seemed to involve someone important to him, he would do it for free as a favor. Moon appreciated the offer, but refused to accept the service for free, explaining that as someone of diamond rank, he couldn't accept a favor from someone of Park's status without proper payment. Park laughed, noting how different Moon was from his brother. He joked that if Moon insisted on paying, he would take the money from Si-hyuk instead. Si-hyuk rolled his eyes but said he didn't mind. However, Moon insisted that his brother had nothing to do with the request. Si-hyuk tried to assure him that it was fine and that he could afford it, but Moon remained firm, saying that this was about maintaining his relationship with Park. Understanding this, Park agreed to withdraw his offer, again marveling at the difference between the two brothers. Moon then suggested paying for the service by offering another favor in return. Park was curious and asked what he had in mind. Moon mentioned that he had heard about Park buying high-quality materials recently. This made Park nervous, and he quickly asked how Moon knew about that. Moon assured him that he meant no harm and only wanted to help. In his past life, Park had been a powerful night hunter, but retired due to a condition called mana sclerosis, a disease that gradually hardened mana and eventually led to death. Although there was no known cure, Moon knew that a remedy could be made from ordinary materials. He had spent years researching this in his previous life and was confident he could create the cure for Park. He also had another reason for wanting to help. When his brother was killed in his past life, Park had stayed by his side, never leaving him alone. If Park and Si-hyuk were closer in this timeline, Moon hoped it might prevent the events that led to his brother's death. Without hesitation, Moon told Park that he knew about his illness because of the specific materials he was searching for. This revelation stunned Park, leaving him speechless. Si-hyuk was even more shocked, standing up and demanding to know if it was true. Park felt uncomfortable, his secret illness exposed so suddenly. He asked Moon how he found out, suspecting that his information came from the black market. Moon confirmed this, but assured him that those traders only cared about profit. Park then asked how Moon planned to help him. Moon confidently replied that he would make the cure himself using the materials Park had been gathering. Both Park and Si-hyuk were left speechless. Park asked if he could truly do such a thing. Moon's determination was clear, fueled by his past experiences and his desire to protect those he cared about. He was ready to change the future, no matter the cost. Park was stunned when he heard Moon's bold claim about curing mana sclerosis. His eyes widened with disbelief, and he shook his head slowly. He explained to Moon that he couldn't believe him because even the greatest alchemists had failed to find a cure. How could Moon succeed where so many others had failed? But Moon remained calm and told him that the details didn't matter. What mattered was his confidence in creating the cure. If Park didn't want to believe him, he could simply forget about it. Park felt conflicted. Could such a thing really be possible? Could he finally be cured? The thought was almost too much to bear, and he feared allowing himself to hope. Desperately, he asked Moon why he was offering to help, especially since he had earlier insisted on providing his service for free. Moon merely smiled and replied that maybe he just found Park's personality interesting. This answer only frustrated Park more, as he could never figure out what Moon was truly thinking. Moon stood up, his face firm with determination. He extended his hand and asked Park for his decision. Park hesitated, but realized that he didn't have any other choice. With a trembling voice, he asked Moon to take charge of the treatment. He shook Moon's hand and promised to give him all the ingredients he had gathered. Moon nodded approvingly, assuring him that he wouldn't run off with the materials. Before leaving, Moon asked Park to send over the ingredients and promised to inform him once the cure was ready. Park bowed his head with deep respect and agreed. As Moon walked downstairs with Si-hyuk, his brother refused to go home with him. Confused, Moon asked why. Si-hyuk explained that he didn't understand why Moon was searching for someone, or if it was related to events from 10 years ago. Moon playfully hit him on the head and reminded him that he had already said it was just an accident. But Si-hyuk persisted, asking if he was really sure about that. Moon responded that the people involved were known criminals and that he had cut ties with them long ago. He then urged Si-hyuk to stop thinking about the past, including Lee Yu. Moon thought back to his previous life. Back then, he was trapped by his regrets, but now he was free. He had let go of his guilt and was ready to focus on the future. He hoped his brother could do the same because Si-hyuk had a significant role to play in the days to come. In the future, Si-hyuk would become a symbol of hope, and Moon knew he had to help him get there. He explained to Si-hyuk that a nation's strength depended on the number of high-ranking individuals it had. Si-hyuk teased him, saying he didn't realize Moon was so patriotic. But Moon clarified that it wasn't about patriotism. It was about maintaining his affiliation. He explained that losing one's affiliation would turn someone into a refugee, and the penalties that came with that would severely hinder their progress. In his past life, no one understood the importance of affiliation, but Moon did. Si-hyuk was curious about Moon's knowledge and joked about his mysterious information sources. He then asked why Moon needed help finding someone if he knew so much. Moon admired his brother's sharpness and decided to share some information. He pulled out a raw mithril crystal and told Si-hyuk to check its details. Si-hyuk was stunned when he realized that it was a key to enter premium matches, which were rare and valuable. Moon explained that he found it by chance and confirmed that his mana abilities had returned along with his ranking. Si-hyuk was overjoyed, overwhelmed by the news that his brother had regained the abilities he lost due to him and Lee Yu 10 years ago. Those abilities had shaped his brother's destiny, and losing them had changed everything. Now that they were back, Si-hyuk was thrilled and demanded to know how it had happened. But Moon refused to explain, urging him to stop asking questions and to focus on the future. Moon then revealed that he learned about affiliation when he obtained the entry key, which belonged to Class 10. It was the first time he had encountered such a classification. He explained that raw mithril came from the Doria Mountains, once inhabited by dwarves. Si-hyuk was amazed and realized that losing one's affiliation was dangerous since it was connected to the entry ticket. Moon warned him that special matches always contained valuable information. Before leaving, Moon told Si-hyuk that he was going to prepare for the match and promised to contact him later. Moon was about to leave when Si-hyuk called out to him once more. Moon realized that his brother wanted to help him with the fifth match. Amused, Moon laughed and warned Si-hyuk not to offer any help, knowing that relying on others would only slow his growth. But Si-hyuk grinned and explained that he only meant to give him some equipment, as magical gear was hard to come by in the early stages. Moon declined, reminding him that as an alchemist, he didn't need any equipment. Still, he promised to reach out if he ever needed help before finally walking away. Just as he was about to leave, Moon turned back and asked Si-hyuk what he did with the items he obtained from matches. Si-hyuk casually replied that he either sold them or got rid of them since he had no use for them. Moon expected this answer. High-ranking players like Si-hyuk never bothered with items that could be sold for money. After a brief pause, Moon mentioned that there was actually something Si-hyuk could offer him, but he didn't elaborate further. Later, Si-hyuk returned to Park's office. Park was surprised to see him back and asked why he hadn't left yet. Instead of leaving, Si-hyuk made himself comfortable, explaining that it was his day off, so he saw no reason to go. Annoyed, Park told him that he should learn a thing or two from his brother. But Si-hyuk responded that he could never be like Moon. Park didn't like this answer and asked what he planned to do about his brother. Park assumed that Moon would easily accept help from a high-ranking player like Si-hyuk. But he was shocked when Si-hyuk explained that Moon had flat-out rejected his help, warning him that relying on others would hinder his growth. Park burst out laughing. His respect for Moon grew even more. He was impressed that despite being newly ranked, Moon already understood the importance of growing strong on his own. Si-hyuk mentioned that Moon had always been exceptional, even as a child. Park agreed, noting that it was clear from the way Moon had tested him earlier that he was no ordinary person. Park then asked if Moon had also refused help with equipment. Si-hyuk confirmed this, explaining that Moon didn't need equipment because he was an alchemist, but did agree to take some materials. Park was impressed by Moon's intelligence. He knew that alchemists were self-reliant and didn't depend on equipment. Moon clearly understood what he was doing. After all, he had the courage to stand up to someone with a diamond rank, despite his lower ranking. Not only that, but Moon also spoke about creating a cure for mana sclerosis, a disease thought to be incurable. Park was fascinated by Moon's confidence and ambition. He couldn't help but admire him even more. Lost in his thoughts, Park was interrupted when Si-hyuk asked about the girl Moon wanted to find. Her name was Maki. Park confirmed this and asked why Si-hyuk was curious. Si-hyuk explained that he wanted to investigate her more deeply. Park was irritated, assuring him that his work was always thorough, but then he realized that Si-hyuk was asking for a separate investigation, one that Moon didn't know about. Si-hyuk admitted that this was true and asked Park to dig up everything he could about Maki. Park laughed, calling Si-hyuk strange. He was curious about why Si-hyuk was so interested in Maki. Si-hyuk hesitated before admitting that he felt like Moon was hiding something from him. This made Park uneasy. He asked if Si-hyuk meant that Moon was lying about the cure. But Si-hyuk quickly denied this, clarifying that he didn't doubt Moon's intentions. Instead, he was certain that Moon was hiding something else. Park was puzzled and asked why Si-hyuk was so concerned that he would investigate the girl. Si-hyuk admitted that he knew how strange it seemed, but he couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. He explained that it was the same feeling he had 10 years ago. His mind drifted back to that painful memory, a memory he could never forget. 10 years ago, Si-hyuk remembered hiding as Moon urged him to stay out of sight. He could still feel the fear that paralyzed him, the terror that kept him rooted in place as he watched everything unfold with wide, helpless eyes. He remembered the overwhelming sense of powerlessness, the crushing guilt of doing nothing as events spiraled out of control. Even now, the memory haunted him. Snapping back to the present, Si-hyuk told Park that he wouldn't let the past repeat itself. He could no longer stand by and do nothing. He was done with being protected while others faced danger. This time, he was determined to take action, even if it meant uncovering truths that Moon wanted to keep hidden. After leaving Park's office, Moon walked down the bustling street, his heart filled with satisfaction. He had achieved far more than he had anticipated. Initially, his visit to Park was meant to carry out the Heavenly Demon's mission, but he also secured all the materials Park, the Night Hunter, had gathered. This meant he no longer needed to worry about obtaining the ingredients for the elixir. His mind buzzed with possibilities, knowing that from this moment on, his path would be much smoother. The Philosopher's Stone, sensing his excitement, asked why he was so pleased. Moon replied that everything had fallen perfectly into place. Not only had he completed his mission, but he also gained valuable resources that would propel his plans forward. The Philosopher's Stone noted how different Moon became when it came to medicine, pointing out that his usual aggressive nature faded, replaced by a focused determination. Moon took this as a compliment, knowing how much his craft meant to him. The Philosopher's Stone then remarked on how different his brother, Si-hyuk, was in comparison. It found Si-hyuk's pure-heartedness almost unbelievable and wondered if it was merely an act. Moon sighed, admitting that Si-hyuk's cunning and intelligence were boundless. Yet when the Philosopher's Stone suggested that he might be jealous of his brother. Back at his home, Moon's thoughts wandered to another possibility. If he succeeded in creating a cure for mana sclerosis, he could amass a vast fortune. The disease spared no one, affecting people regardless of their rank. High-ranking individuals like Park would be willing to pay any price for the cure, but Moon did not want to exploit their suffering. He needed the funds for something far more important. His primary goal was to protect his brother, Si-hyuk, from death and to save Earth from destruction. Memories of his past life flooded his mind, reminding him of the tragedies he had witnessed. He was determined to change the future, no matter the cost. Above all, he wanted Si-hyuk to live, to avoid the cruel fate that had befallen him before. To achieve this, Moon knew he needed more power. His gaze fell upon the obsidian tablet. Its current abilities were already powerful, but if he could enhance it, his chances of success would increase dramatically. He decided to double its power. This excited the Philosopher's Stone, which had been waiting for this moment. Checking his status, Moon saw that the enhancement required 10,000 achievement points. He wanted to keep a reserve of 1,000 points, but he currently had 10,450. After a moment of hesitation, he decided to go through with the upgrade. The need to protect his brother and change his destiny outweighed his desire for caution. The enhancement began, and the growth rate of the obsidian tablet rose from 20% to 40%. Notifications flooded his vision. Zeus and the heavenly demon were pleased with his progress, but the biggest surprise came from the black goat, which was extremely satisfied and donated 500 achievement points. Moon was stunned by this unexpected support. This generosity filled him with excitement and confidence, making him feel fully prepared for the upcoming special match. Using his VR visor, Moon transported himself to the special match arena, using the raw mithril crystal as his entry key. Upon arrival, Moon was surprised to find himself in a waiting area. This space gave him time to prepare before the match began. The Philosopher's Stone explained that this was a temporary space meant for preparation and warned him not to rush. but Moon's mind was already made up. His enhanced obsidian tablet and the achievement points from the Black Goat gave him the confidence to face a silver-ranked special match. He felt ready, his body surging with power. As he stood in the waiting area, Moon remembered his previous experiences with spectators. They were always vocal, their opinions sharp and often brutal. Yet, he decided to reopen the broadcast, knowing his current low rank gave him some freedom from their judgments. To his surprise, 1,500 viewers were already waiting. They immediately flooded the chat with sarcastic comments, but Moon felt at ease. He realized he had gained their attention without creating any hostility. Greeting his audience, he informed them that today's match would be in a special arena, not just a regular fight. The spectators were shocked, unable to believe that a silver-ranked player could enter a special match. They began speculating about his abilities, their disbelief evident in the rapid flow of comments. But Moon paid little attention. Raising the raw mithril crystal, he unlocked the special match arena called the Fiery Mine Nightmare Arena. His objective was clear: to survive. Yet, Moon knew there was more to this place than just survival. There was a hidden secret, and he intended to uncover it. Entering the arena, Moon noticed the eerie silence. There was no magical energy in the air or the walls. He wondered why the place was called a nightmare. It couldn't be just a name. Something terrifying was hidden within. His instincts screamed danger, and he remained on high alert. Just then, he felt a presence behind him. He turned and found himself face to face with a massive, terrifying creature. It was a draken, the weakest species of dragon, but still immensely powerful. Drakens typically only appeared before high-ranking individuals of the gold tier. The fact that one was here meant this place was truly a nightmare. The spectators were equally shocked, their fear evident in the chat. Moon received notifications that Zeus and the heavenly demon were displeased, while the Black Goat was deeply disappointed. He didn't understand why, but he had no time to ponder as the draken attacked with a ferocious roar. Its massive claws swiped at him, intent on tearing him apart. Moon's body reacted instinctively. He dodged the attack, feeling the rush of air as the claws narrowly missed him. Determined to test his new powers, Moon snapped his fingers, activating the enhanced abilities of the obsidian tablet. The air around him shifted, and a wave of energy burst forth, colliding with the draken's attack. The battle began with a fierce clash as the dragon swung its massive axe at Moon. But to its shock, Moon was no longer there. Confused, the dragon searched the area until it spotted Moon clinging to the wall, having used the Black Panther's ability to move with incredible speed. Moon taunted the dragon, then moved again in a blur, striking with the hobgoblin's power. Enraged by the audacity of a human attacking him, the dragon roared and lashed out with its massive tail. But Moon met the attack head-on, separating the tail from the creature's body. The dragon howled in pain, its anger intensifying as it vowed to kill Moon. It swung its axe with deadly force, but Moon dodged effortlessly, mocking the dragon for its clumsiness. Realizing it was time to end the fight, Moon launched his counterattack. Using the full power of the hobgoblin's strength, he delivered a devastating kick that obliterated the dragon with a single blow. The spectators watching the fight were stunned. They could not believe Moon had defeated such a powerful creature in just one hit, especially given his silver rank status. Moon himself was surprised by the ease of his victory, but quickly understood that his enhanced abilities were due to the obsidian tablet reaching 40% capacity. This allowed him to perform multiple transformations simultaneously, greatly increasing his strength. He felt a rush of power as he received notifications that the constellations were pleased with his performance. Moments later, they rewarded him with 1,000 achievement points, filling him with joy. Sitting atop the dragon's lifeless body, Moon reflected on his victory. He had never earned so many achievement points for defeating a single opponent before, but he realized the reward wasn't just for killing the dragon. It seemed the constellations harbored a deep hatred for dragons. This got Moon thinking about the Dragon Emperor, a powerful entity who had appeared on Earth in his past life, spreading devastation across Europe. The Dragon Emperor commanded even the mightiest dragons, making them bow before him. Moon realized that the constellation's hatred for dragons could be advantageous for him in future battles, as it meant they would likely support him whenever he faced such creatures. Determined to continue his journey, Moon ventured deeper into the mine. He wondered why dragons appeared so frequently in his matches. realizing they presented an excellent opportunity for him to gain more achievement points and strengthen his relationship with the constellations. Just then, a loud scream echoed through the mine. Moon followed the sound and discovered a group of dragons, one of whom was holding a blood-stained axe, laughing about their recent victim. But before the dragon could gloat any further, Moon snapped his fingers, causing a sharp earth spike to shoot up and impale the dragon, killing it instantly. The other dragons were stunned by what they had just witnessed. When they turned to face Moon, they were shocked to see that the attacker was merely a human. Before they could react, Moon snapped his fingers again, and another spike burst from the ground, taking out a second dragon. The remaining dragon lost its composure in a fit of rage and charged at Moon with its axe, determined to avenge its fallen comrades. But Moon effortlessly caught the axe with one hand, his strength amplified by the Draken ability he had just acquired. The dragon was dumbfounded, unable to comprehend how a human could possess such power. Moon mocked the creature's weakness, then used his power to bind the dragon's hand to its own weapon. The dragon struggled to break free, its eyes wide with fear and confusion. Realizing it was helpless, the creature began to beg for mercy, but Moon silenced it with a fatal blow from the axe. A notification appeared, informing Moon that his human transformation ability had leveled up. He realized that since this was a special arena, the monsters here maintained their full strength, unlike the hobgoblins he had faced before. Yet, even with their enhanced power, they were no match for his abilities. Meanwhile, the spectators watching the battle were in complete awe. They had never seen anyone defeat 3 dragons so effortlessly. Their disbelief turned to excitement as they filled the chat with comments, praising Moon's incredible power. Some were particularly fascinated by his ability to manipulate the earth with just a snap of his fingers. Moon remembered that during his fight against King, he had only relied on his physical abilities, never revealing his magical powers. He realized this had made his earth manipulation even more shocking to the viewers. Deciding to address their curiosity, Moon explained that this was a world of magic, not just brute strength. When one of the spectators speculated that he was using spirit magic, Moon denied it, but the viewers remained skeptical. They began asking about his special attributes, to which Moon responded that he could not reveal such details. Yet he reassured them that magic played a crucial role in this world. While engaging with the viewers, Moon suddenly heard someone groaning in pain behind him. When Moon turned around, he was shocked by what he saw. A dwarven girl lay on the ground, severely injured and barely holding on to life. Her body was covered in deep wounds and fractures, and it was clear she had endured unimaginable suffering. She looked up at Moon, pleading for help with desperate eyes. As he approached, Moon's disbelief grew. He remembered reading about the raw mithril of Doria, known as the key to the sacred land of the dwarves. It didn't make sense for her to be here, especially in such a vulnerable state. Moon knelt beside her, quickly assessing her condition. Her wounds were deep, and her breathing was weak. The philosopher's stone inside him was astonished that she had survived this long, especially after facing ambushes and dragon attacks. The injuries were brutal, likely inflicted by dragons who seemed to take pleasure in tormenting their victims. Her body bore the cruel marks of their merciless assault. Acting fast, Moon tore pieces of his own clothing to use as makeshift bandages. He wrapped them around her wounds to stop the bleeding, but the philosopher's stone warned him that her condition was critical, and she might not survive much longer. It even suggested that Moon should leave her and search for other survivors who might have a better chance of survival. But Moon refused. He couldn't just abandon her. While he did not believe his actions were purely out of sympathy, Moon knew there was more at stake. This place was sacred to the dwarves, and that made her a crucial part of this arena. He also realized that reaching this location so quickly should have been impossible for someone at his current rank. Her presence here was completely unexpected. She should have died before the next player entered the arena, which meant she was essential to whatever was happening here. He was determined to keep her alive. Just then, Moon received notifications that the 3 constellations were closely watching his actions with great interest. He took this as a sign that he was on the right path. Opening his item shop, Moon began looking through its contents. The philosopher's stone asked him what he was planning to do, especially since they didn't have any alchemical tools with them. Moon replied with confidence that he could recreate them. He was, after all, an alchemist. The philosopher's stone admitted, somewhat embarrassed, that it had momentarily forgotten about Moon's alchemical skills, mostly because he had been focusing so much on his body transformations lately. Moon laughed and promised that he would give equal attention to alchemy from now on. He then focused on the tools he had pulled from the shop, preparing to create something that could save the dwarven girl's life. But time was running out. The girl groaned again, clearly struggling to hold on. Moon knew that even though he had all the ingredients, brewing a healing potion would take too long. He needed something faster, something powerful enough to stabilize her condition immediately. He asked the Philosopher's Stone for help in crafting an alternative solution. The Philosopher's Stone was hesitant, pointing out that her injuries were severe and no known scientific material could heal her. But Moon already had another plan in mind. He decided to use achievement points instead. By converting these points into alchemical energy, he could create something beyond the limits of normal science. He recalled an item that would be perfect for this situation. A magical staff once owned by a legendary healer named John Wick. John Wick was known as the second best healer in the world, famous for his extraordinary healing abilities. His staff was no ordinary weapon. It was blessed by the constellation Asclepius, the god of healing. With this staff, John Wick could perform miracles, healing even the gravest injuries. Moon knew that with its power, he could save the girl. Moon decided to go through with his plan to create the staff. However, he was shocked to find out that it would cost him 500 achievement points to obtain it. He had expected it to be cheaper than the Thunder Spear, since it was of a lower rank. Confused by the high cost, Moon wondered why it was so expensive. The Philosopher's Stone then explained that although the staff was indeed 500 points cheaper than the Thunder Spear, it alone would not be enough to save the dwarven girl in her critical condition. Realizing the situation, Moon understood that the Philosopher's Stone had become more powerful, which caused the increase in cost. He admitted that this was not his preferred method, but he had no other choice. The Philosopher's Stone, slightly annoyed, pointed out that even if he had paid the original price, he wouldn't have been able to use the staff effectively. It explained that the additional points were necessary to make the treatment possible. Hearing this, Moon felt reassured, realizing he could indeed heal the dwarven girl. He then reflected on his situation, acknowledging that copying an item beyond his natural abilities would naturally come at a high price. He also noted that despite his progress since his fight with King the bus driver, he was still only at level 12. However, he found comfort in knowing that his situation was far better than in his previous life, when he couldn't use magic at all. Confident that everything would fall into place over time, he also recognized that his growth rate was exceptional. Determined to save the dwarven girl, Moon went ahead and crafted John Wick's staff, known as the Staff of Asclepius. Once the staff was completed, he learned that its abilities were so powerful that it could even bring the dead back to life. Yet, as always, he was unable to fully utilize its power for reasons unknown. He also noticed that the compatibility rate between his replica and the original was 33%, which was higher than expected. The Philosopher's Stone explained that the increased compatibility was due to the additional 200 points Moon had spent. Without those points, the compatibility rate would have been just 25%. Moon reflected on how his thunder weapon only had a 10% compatibility rate, despite also costing him 500 points. He realized that the rank of the constellation played a significant role in determining compatibility rates. The Philosopher's Stone confirmed his suspicion, but cautioned him against speaking about it aloud. Just then, Moon received a notification stating that the constellation Asclepius had noticed the weapon and was observing the sick dwarven girl. Moon pointed the staff of Asclepius at her, and another notification informed him that Asclepius recognized the weapon. As he held the staff, massive beams of light enveloped the girl, instantly healing all her wounds and fractures. Moon watched in amazement, more impressed than when he had seen it on John Wick's broadcast before his regression. After the healing was complete, Moon noticed the staff beginning to fade, just like his other replicated weapons. However, he was surprised to feel no physical pain this time. He then approached the dwarven girl to check on her. Meanwhile, the live stream was flooded with comments from viewers who were stunned by what they had just witnessed. They were amazed that Moon not only excelled in combat and magic, but was now also capable of healing. Moon felt a sense of relief and joy as the dwarven girl slowly opened her eyes. However, she immediately screamed in shock upon seeing him, as if she had never seen a human before. She demanded to know how he managed to enter that place, but suddenly stopped, her face filling with horror as she remembered something. She cried out in distress, saying that dragons had invaded her homeland. Moon tried to calm her down, reassuring her that the area was now safe. Confused, she asked him what he meant. Moon then gestured towards the corpses of the dragons lying nearby. The girl stared at the bodies in disbelief and asked if he was the one who had defeated them. Moon confirmed that he had taken care of the dragons and that the area was now safe. Suddenly, the dwarven girl grabbed onto Moon's legs and began to cry uncontrollably. She pleaded desperately for his help, her tears soaking his clothes. Moon stood there, stunned, unsure of how to react or what he could do to help her further. Both Moon and the dwarven girl started going through the dark alleys of the secret arena, even when the boy did not know about how he was going to help the girl. But as they were traveling, Moon was single-handedly dealing with all the dragons, shocking the girl because she had never seen a human who can take down so many dragons in the blink of an eye. We get to know that the girl was named Marinelle, and Moon asked her about where they were going. Marinelle decided to lead the way because the territory was familiar to her, and told Moon that they were almost there at the heart of the mine. Marinelle started running with insane speeds, and Moon decided to follow with a smile, because finally, he was going to the heart of the mine where the clues to clearing the arena will be. He knew that there must be something really significant inside as they approached a huge door with a lot of stairs. But suddenly, Moon stopped onto his place while looking in front of the door and telling the girl that they might have taken a wrong turn because the place in front of him was completely blocked off. But after further inspection, Moon realized that maybe someone deliberately severed the connection of the mine to its heart. The girl smiled, telling Moon that in the Dwarvens, there was an old saying that a wise dwarf digs 9 tunnels. The girl asked Moon to just hold on for a moment and started tapping the wall of the place, and just by 2 or 3 taps, Moon was shocked to see that the whole place started trembling and the rocks started falling like pieces of styrofoam. Moon looked inside and realized that it was a secret passageway. The girl realized that this secret passage was reserved for the elder dwarfs only, but desperate times were calling for desperate measures, and even Moon knew that they would take ages to get to the main gate if they followed their usual route. The girl smiled, thanking Moon once again for saving her from the dragons of the Dragon Clan, realizing that they were probably all over the place right now. And this was the same reason that they had to use the secret passage. But the girl was sure that elders will surely understand the situation. Moon smiled, complimenting the girl in his mind, thinking that she was a really bright and cheerful child. While the girl was running inside the secret passageway happily, Moon just hoped that the child's spark of hope remains alive. She told our boy that if he followed this path, then it should lead them to the heart of the mine, and if they can just reactivate the defense systems inside, then those dragons would not dare to run wild anymore due to the deadly traps. As for the reinforcements, the girl was sure that the sharp ears of the dwarves have already caught the wind, and they will send them inside the mine as soon as the defense system gets activated. But all the hope and spark in her eyes were completely vanished, as she saw that the heart of the mine was completely destroyed with the pillar broken down. As the scene shifts, we see that the girl was running towards the core of the heart of the mine as she started crying while trying to find something. Finally, she was able to pull out a golden item, and Moon realized that it was the core of the heart. The girl's heart sank as she saw that the core was snapped in half, and even Moon was saddened looking at the item and realizing that its recovery was nearly impossible. But suddenly, something struck his mind as he looked at the shape of the core and thought that it was looking oddly familiar to something. Moon remembered that he had already snagged the reward, which was the diminished core of the mine, and even when the girl had lost all hopes and thought that she was going to die by the hands of the dragons, Moon called out to Marinelle, asking her if this was the core that she was talking about. Moon took out the core and gave it to her while the girl was shocked, wondering about when they had found the core. The whole audience was surprised by the use of such a normal-looking item, and all of them remembered that how in their silver rankings they had got it for their rewards, but they always tossed it away, thinking that it was purely useless metal. Moon was really feeling lucky because he never throws away his items, thinking that maybe it will be used in alchemy, and he can finally save the girl and the other dwarfs. But Marinelle broke the silence, crying even further and telling Moon that she cannot use the core which they use for mining, even when it was strikingly similar to the one used in the heart. Moon realized that the core in her hand was out of magic, but the girl corrected him, telling him that technically it was not magic power, but rather the energy of Earth itself. She added that a mind core was the ultimate crystallization of that earthly intellectual energy. Moon started pondering over his ideas, wondering that usually a faded core of the mind is replenished with magic and was carefully refined. But if it was not magic, then maybe it was the brain power that has something to do with the Earth. Moon knew that if they can recharge the core with its intelligence, they can truly uncover the power of the core mind. The audience was looking at Moon with their eyes staring their screens, because they knew that if the diminished core was revived in some way, then it will be sold in skyrocketed prizes. Moon was having a live audience of over 8,000 people, and it was continuously rising as he realized that he had kicked off the broadcast with only 2,000, but before he knew it, the number soared past 8,000 in an instant. Moon knew that sharing information in his streams does pay off, and he gets more engagement. He knew that even when he was putting all the secrets out, he can still make money from the viewers that are watching their broadcasts, so there was nothing to lose, and in fact, Moon was gaining so much more than he would have otherwise. Multiple people started donating arena points, and the total amount consisted of 3,200 AP, along with someone who had donated 100,000 AP. The viewer was from the production association, and Moon had got the biggest donation of his life that he never thought he would even get. Moon suddenly realized about how much an active mind core was worth, and a notification popped up, congratulating him for completing the milestone of receiving 100,000 arena points, and for that, he received additional 500 achievement points. As the huge donations kept coming, Moon broke another record of passing 10,000 simultaneous viewers. The system gave him another 1,000 achievement points, and Moon smiled with his eyes glittering while he realized that the special arena was really something else. But he decided to snap out of all the commotion because he had to focus, as he was still in the arena and the girl was still crying. He told Marinelle that there was still a chance that they can activate the heart, even with the diminished mind core. The girl was shocked, wondering about what Moon was going to do. But for working his magic, Moon needed help of the girl in standing up the pillar once again, because that was an important part of the device. Even when the girl was finding it hard to believe that everything would be all right, she was ready to put her trust onto Moon, telling him that the device was going to be completely fine if she took over the repairs. She started running and grabbed some tools real quick. And until then, Moon started talking to the philosopher's stone, asking her if the mind core can be restored. The stone started telling Moon that by fusing intellect with alchemy, a quick recharge will bring the core back to life in no time. Moon wondered if this procedure was even a thing. But the stone started explaining that even when Moon cannot transmutate into every type of energy, but common ones like intellectual energy were totally doable. Moon was not able to believe that it was actually possible, but he trusted the philosopher's stone and started the synthesis process. The stone just smiled, telling Moon that the structure of intelligence stat was super simple, and if it is Moon himself, then he will catch on in no time. Moon was focusing on the synthesis and grabbed the core in his hand while finally feeling the essence of sheer intellect itself. After a few moments, the core was golden once again, and it started floating from the hands, while the system notification popped up, telling him that a crystallized core of grade C mining energy was regenerated once again. This core was capable of self-recovery, and it replenishes its own energy depending on the surrounding mineral density. After the core was completely finished, Moon turned towards the girl who was hammering the device and repairing it with all her might, and Moon just smiled, going towards her and showing her the energized core, which shocked the girl. But she immediately took it and started embedding it into the device. Moon was really surprised by this kind of enthusiasm and strength, wondering if even the dragons could stand a chance against her. But the girl heard it for a moment and took it offensively. Moon immediately got out and told her that it was nothing and that she should just start working. Finally, only the last step remained, and they will have to slot in the core into the groove of the center so that the engine can come back to working its magic. Moon grabbed the core and started slotting it in the engine, and a golden magic started materializing itself from the core. Both Moon and the girl looked at the device with smiles and amusement on their face while they wondered about what is going to happen. Suddenly, a golden ray of light started going upwards in the skies while illuminating the whole heart of the mine, still being surrounded by astounding mysteriousness. As a golden light started coming out of the stone, the girl was happy while Moon was shocked. The girl thought it was a relief that the whole system was working properly, and he was shocked that this whole tower was covered with defenses that were not active because of low energy. It was full of multiple cannons, and the girl corrected Moon, telling him that it was called a defense turret because it was an important place with an intelligence engine. But suddenly, Moon looked at another thing and wondered what it was. As the scene shifted, we saw a really menacing-looking machine with blades. The girl told him that it was a close-range cutting device used to handle intruders that the turret couldn't deal with, and it was always installed around the turrets. The girl was just smiling while explaining the deadly weapons, telling Moon that the blade had an ultra-high temperature, and even a tough troll would be sliced in half with just one hit from that. The girl kept on speaking with a glimmer in her eyes, but Moon was not so happy after listening to those terrifying things. But now the girl actually said something useful, that whenever the defense system was fully activated, the mine's defense system was also activated, and it attacked any unregistered intruders without mercy. As the scene shifted, we saw that outside the mine, all the dragon monsters were getting shot at after the defense system was activated. Moon knew that its effect was undeniable, and the girl was just smirking, knowing that it had to work because it was built by her. A special notification appeared, telling Moon that he had cleared the special arena, the nightmare of the heated mine, in an unimaginable way. And the fate determined by clearing this arena had been drastically altered. Due to the impact of this clearance, all abundant mind-related maps would be deleted from every arena. Even Moon wondered why all the maps were getting deleted because he had never experienced a map being deleted before. But suddenly Moon remembered that there was one time when his little brother cleared a forest-related special arena in his past life, which was a notoriously difficult map, also known as the Fated Forest. That vast forest had an unpredictable climate that defied common sense, but also powerful monsters, making it one of the worst maps. However, back then, Moon's younger brother, who was one of the top players, eliminated both the main target, the dragon race, and its source, completely erasing that map. But this was something that had happened a few years after the official arena began, and the official arena had not even started yet. And Moon had done something that had already deleted the maps. It felt completely off to the boy. Suddenly, multiple notifications popped up telling him that the Galaxy Arena had convened an emergency meeting, and the council was using the incident as an opportunity to put an end to the ongoing discussions regarding Moon. A majority of council members were in agreement. The results of the discussion would be announced after the next arena clear, and Moon was shocked to read all this, wondering what was going on. Meanwhile, the constellation Black Goat was happy looking at Moon, thinking that he had finally made a move, because the damn reptiles were foaming at the mouth, and even the heavenly demon was shocked. But he knew that this was not something to celebrate so easily, because the constellations had to do something if someone retaliated. The constellations called them without revealing their actual identity, but the Black Goat just smiled, calling them cowardly, thinking that they would not dare, and even Zeus was with them, telling everyone that those were just insects who do nothing but cheat, and they would not have the guts. Black Goat actually hoped that they would, because then casualty would be imposed on them, and that would mark the end of the dragon realm. Moon was not able to understand a single word said by the constellations, but he realized that this incident that happened might make him a target of the Dragon Emperor. But still, it didn't matter, because the Continental Star and that Crimson Eyes were enemies anyway. Black Goat knew that the incident was a confirmation that Moon had potential, and the Heavenly Demon also agreed, looking forward to when he fully ripens. And after this whole conversation was over, the three constellations sponsored Moon with 5,000 achievement points. Moon wondered if it was due to the special arena, because the rewards were too much. But suddenly the girl started screaming, and Moon came out of his oblivion, realizing that his whole body was being digitally transported. The girl wondered what was happening to his body. She was crying, not ready to let Moon go, but the boy just smiled, trying to calm the girl down, telling her that it was nothing, and that he was just returning to where he belonged. The girl was crying, not able to believe that Moon was leaving just like that, but she still had many things to tell. But now she knew that he must return to his original place. She tried to convince herself that she was a dwarf, and dwarfs never forget a favor, no matter what. The girl screamed for the last time, asking the benefactor his name at least, and before disappearing completely, Moon smiled, telling the girl his name. The girl remembered his name thoroughly and smiled, telling Moon that she would always remember it. Moon also waved his hand to the girl named Marnell and disappeared, while we see that even when Marnell was crying, she was happy, deciding to see him once again. The girl was chanting Moon's name like crazy for not forgetting it. And as Moon got back to his one-room apartment, he told everyone that that was it for today's stream because it was already night, so he decided to log off now. He immediately threw away his VR headset and twisted his body around, finally happy that it was over. Since there were so many viewers, he knew that reacting to each one was tiring. Now he understood why streamers pay less attention to chat when the viewership is high. But Moon was not able to comprehend how the number of viewers was actually 18,000 today, and he felt like responding to each chat just drew in even more messages. It's unfortunate, but he decided to hold back a bit from now on. He knew that he should also quickly prepare the ending background music and background image. But as he was doing so, a notification popped up telling Moon that he had cleared the special arena, Nightmare of the Fiery Mind, in an unimaginable way, and had obtained 1,000 achievement points. Moon wondered what an unimaginable way was, and the system told him that since he cleared it in a way that was not predetermined, they had to adjust the rewards accordingly. The system decided to do it and told Moon to wait for a moment, while the boy thought that no one would have ever expected him to restore the intelligence engine at all. And saving Marnell was indeed the right choice. No matter how great the Galaxy Arena was, they wouldn't have expected Silver to deal with the dragons this quickly, and of course, they wouldn't have foreseen a scenario where Marnell would have survived. And it was then that something struck Moon's mind, that the mine was a place where they were never able to interfere in the first place, and if they could, they would have intervened in the arena long ago. Suddenly the stone started speaking, telling Moon that he had no self-awareness. The boy wondered what he was saying, and we come to know that in the arena, Moon did not just follow the predetermined outcome and completely created a new result. But Moon was still not able to understand what big thing he did. Even when the stone asked him about it, he told the stone that the clear was not creative. And it was then that the stone started smiling once again, telling Moon that he lacked self-awareness. It was then that Moon realized that the philosopher's stone knew something about the arena. But of course, it denied telling the boy. For reference, the boy wondered why the stone was doing so. But still, deep in his mind, he started thinking, and he realized that even the constellations had been mentioning casualty. The stone immediately changed the topic, asking Moon why he hadn't received his reward yet, and Moon told it that it had still been adjusting. The stone wasn't revealing everything, but it just told the boy that the way he cleared the mine was a way bigger deal than he thought. The stone slowly seeped into Moon's mind, telling him that he should ask for the reward first. It was then that something struck Moon's mind, that he never even considered the idea of demanding a reward first from the Galaxy Arena before, because even the Heavenly Tier players up there probably haven't either. The stone told Moon that normally it might not be possible, but right now, the boy had actually accomplished something big. And in front of that feat, demanding the gift himself sounded pretty reasonable. The stone told Moon to just try and say something, and the constellations would immediately jump to it, because right now they were probably agonizing over what kind of reward to give the boy, acting all stingy. Moon knew that if the constellations were struggling this much, then they might actually accept what Moon would ask for instead. The boy wondered what he should ask for, but the stone just smiled, telling him not to overthink it because he already knew what he wanted. Moon was shocked, wondering if it was possible, but decided to go for it. Moon told the adjusting window that if the reward hadn't been decided yet, he would like to request a specific one. Just then, a system notification popped up telling Moon that the adjustment had been temporarily paused. Looking at that, Moon smiled, because as expected, the philosopher's stone was right, and the people were seriously considering it. Moon requested Mithril as his reward because it was a mining map, and the Mithril was also an entry item. There was a huge, awkward silence all around the room, and Moon wondered why there was no response, thinking that it might not be possible. But then again, the system notification popped up telling Moon that his request had been accepted, and the special arena's reward would be. But before the system could finish, Moon told the system to wait for a moment, demanding that instead of raw mithril ore, he would like it in refined form, preferably in bar form. The request was finally accepted, and the reward for clearing the special arena, Fiery Mind's Nightmare, was obtained, and Moon had got the mithril bar. The Boundrate Philosopher's Stone had also received a portion of experience points, which increased its level by 8. Moon was shocked to see that the Philosopher's Stone leveled up 8 times, and his own level was increased by 10. Moon was shocked by such a huge boost, 10 times, and even if the level was low, gaining 10 levels at once is insane. Along with the mithril bar, the boy also obtained dragon blood, and now Moon's mouth was drooling with saliva as he knew what he had got. But the stone was angry, telling Moon to hurry up and check the mithril bar, wondering if they should trust the guys because they can mess with the purity. But Moon, annoyingly, looked at the stone, asking it to be honest, because the boy knew that the stone wanted the metal for itself because of leveling up the stone. The stone was figured out from top to bottom, trying to hide this fact, but Moon decided not to check the mithril bar right now. The stone tried to explain to Moon that it was all for the future, asking the boy if he knew how versatile mithril actually was, because it could be used for alchemy support tools, boosting, and even golems when combined with platinum. The boy could literally use it for anything. But Moon already knew all this, because mithril was basically a universal material in alchemy. He decided to check the mithril bar anyway, and as he saw it, he noticed that the mithril bar had a definitive shine to it, which signified that it was 100% pure. The stone was so excited that it told Moon that if it had a tongue, it would lick this thing until it wore down to nothing. This made Moon smile as he laughed while he wondered what he should do with this item, because this was going to make some interesting transmutations. As the scene shifts, we come to the mine once again and see that everything was falling apart onto the volcano. We come to a place where we see a bulky guy slamming onto a rock, wondering how someone could suddenly disappear. There were some dragon monsters behind the man, telling him that they didn't really know the cause either, but half of the dwarves working there had suddenly vanished after the system was activated. Even the monsters weren't really safe, as many things were falling onto the ground that could kill them. We get a closer look at the individual, who was a really muscular monster getting angry at the fact that these dragon monsters were of no use. Suddenly, he heard someone call him Sargus. That was his name. The voice told him that his personality was the same as ever and that he was going to scare the kids. We then see a beautiful vampire lady licking her lips, trying to be seductive, as Sargus asked her what brought her to such a shabby place. We come to know that the lady was named Daphne. Daphne told Sargus that he wasn't all that welcoming, but it was only natural since there was a problem. However, Sargus told her that this was not something a noble like her should concern herself with. The lady just smiled, asking Sargus if the report just now was about the Black Forge. Hearing that name, Sargus instantly became angry, telling her that the Black Forge was under his jurisdiction, and that he served the 3 dragon lords. Still, Daphne smiled and told Sargus that the Black Forge belonged to her Lord Nidhogg, wondering if the man had forgotten. Daphne came closer to Sargus, teasing him and telling him not to be so tense, because it wasn't like she came here because she wanted to. Even Sargus knew that Daphne was a cunning lady, and she would not come to the place without a reason. She was the envoy of the 5th Dragon Lord Nidhogg. An envoy who conveys the will of such a Dragon Lord would never move without reason, and it meant that the Dragon Lords already knew about the issue with the Black Forge. Sargus was shocked, knowing that he had just received a report that the dwarves had disappeared, but the Dragon Lords had noticed it and sent a messenger so quickly. That was not at all good. Daphne smiled at Sargus, telling him that he was so dumb to not understand anything. She started powering up, materializing a red orb into her hands, while using her psychic powers to grab some rock pieces. She told Sargus that he had even destroyed the communication hub on his own, and the Dragon Lords knew everything about it because they had already reached the realm of gods, and it was natural to them. But especially, Lord Nidhogg was truly displeased that such an event occurred within his domain. Looking at the already nervous and scared face of the man, Daphne smiled while asking him if he was really scared, because if he was not at fault, he shouldn't be. Finally, the lady stopped, telling the man that someone else was already handling the root of the issue, and it wouldn't cause any more problems. For Sargus, he should just focus on replenishing the missing dwarves since he was the administrator. The lady grabbed a red orb out of nowhere and gave it to Sargus, explaining that it was the list of places where the disappeared dwarves might be. As Sargus looked at the red orb, he saw some kind of map, realizing that there were more dwarves missing than he would have ever expected. But since Lady Daphne personally pinpointed them, Sargus knew he would have to find them, and it shouldn't take too long. After hearing that, the lady smiled and turned around, telling the man that if he needed additional forces, he should just make a request. But Sargus surprisingly asked if she wasn't coming with him. The lady turned around and seductively asked if he was sad to part ways already, telling him she had no choice because there were more people she needed to meet. The man wondered if they were the ones she mentioned earlier, and the lady agreed, saying that the source of the situation happened to be part of the Earth's current project. The situation was unfolding quite nicely, which was making even the lady excited. As the scene shifts, we see that Moon was trying to pour some chemical into a beacon and wanted a precise amount. After it was finished, blue lightning strikes started happening everywhere, all around his body too. The stone was shocked, while Moon wondered what was happening. Moon was already prepared with a sedative and wanted to drink it along with the potion he made. He started mixing in some mithril, and there was no reaction. Even the stone was excited, praising Moon because his timing and dosage were perfect. But Moon had already come from the future. He had survived this before at level 1, so now it was nothing. Still, the stone mocked Moon, telling him that he had no self-awareness, because at times like this, he didn't need to think too much, just agree that he was amazing. Moon smiled and told the stone he really was amazing, and even the stone appreciated that. Moon wondered if they should start wrapping things up. He started pouring the potion into multiple vials and added the refined basilisk venom into it, using only 2 drops. With a little bit of mixing, the potion was completed, and Moon closed the lid. The potion's name was undecided. It was a grade B+ item that removes residual mana-hardening symptoms when consumed. It was a special remedy refined with poison based on various magical ingredients. Even the stone was happy the potion had turned out perfectly. Moon liked it too. As expected of a diamond rancher, the materials Park had sent him were not only of excellent quality but also plentiful. That just showed how desperate Park actually was for a cure. Thanks to that, Moon wouldn't have any trouble making other potions as well. But for now, Moon decided to stop, thinking he would make the other potions later. First, he needed to name the one he had already made. Naturally, there was no existing cure for mana-hardening syndrome, and the name for the cure was undecided. So Moon decided to name the potion Mana-Hardening Syndrome Cure, and accepted it. He was then awarded for creating the first-ever one-of-a-kind item, and achieved the I Am the Original title, along with earning 500 achievement points. Moon remembered that there was this kind of achievement for first-time crafting and smiled, remembering that this reward multiplies multiple times whenever he creates something new. He had already seen it on a famous crafting player's live stream before his regression, knowing it was a complete gold mine. There were quite a few arena diseases whose cures hadn't been made yet, and if he got the chance, he should craft them whenever he can. But first, he needed to deliver the cure to the Night Hunters, so he started taking out a coat and wore it. The stone asked him if he was going to give the cure to them right away. We come to know that Park had already contacted him while he was making the cure earlier, and even Kim and Lee were praising Moon for performing really well in the raid. He decided to reply first before they started nagging him, and after it was finished, he decided it was time to go. But suddenly, he got another text message from Park, telling Moon that he had found the target of the request, and Moon was shocked after hearing this. As the scene shifts, we are welcomed back to the Galaxy Arena once more. The system informed Moon that the event for this arena would be a dungeon, and the number of participants would be 50. The condition of cooperation was added, and all participants would be grouped into teams of 5. Once all participants were visible, the arena would begin. As Moon was transported into the place, he saw that it was a forest full of greenery. Looking around, he realized that no one else had entered yet. He took out a piece of paper from his back pocket, triggering a flashback. Park had given him that paper filled with information regarding the requested target. Moon was surprised that there was more information besides just the address, and Park simply smiled, telling Moon that it was part of the service. Since Moon planned to visit the girl anyway, knowing the situation beforehand would help prevent various troubles. Moon bowed in front of the man, appreciating his professionalism and concern. Since Park was handling his request so well, Moon felt he should offer something valuable in return. At first, Park was confused, wondering what Moon meant. But as Moon pulled out the cure from his pocket, Park was taken aback, unable to believe that Moon had created the cure so quickly. Drinking it would finally free Park from the wretched illness of mana-blocking syndrome. Still, Park thought that no matter how big of a deal this was, Moon must have another reason for doing all this. Moon smiled knowingly, having expected that. The Night Hunter was no fool. He raised his hand for a handshake and asked Mr. Park if he would be interested in doing business with him. Park was shocked, but the scene shifted before the outcome was revealed. The philosopher's stone began speaking, saying he didn't trust Park at all. He didn't like that Park used Nightcrawler abilities and looked like a thug. He was probably scheming something behind their backs. Moon realized that the stone was being overdramatic and just didn't like how Park looked. The stone defended himself, saying the man looked too much like a stereotypical villain. But Moon reassured him that Park was incredibly capable and reliable. They should just focus on creating the treatment in the best environment possible. The more potions they made, the better research lab they'd get. The stone agreed. Suddenly, Moon heard something. Turning around, he saw 3 players who had just been teleported into the forest. Realizing it was an external map, one of the players noted that a detection trait user would be very useful in this unknown place. As Moon looked closer, he realized all 3 were from the same guild, and he had bad memories of 3-person parties from before. The guild members noted it was supposed to be a 5-person team match, and 1 person was still missing. Suddenly, the girl from the team pointed to a direction. Everyone turned and saw a beautiful lady teleport into the map. It was none other than Malswak herself, and she was clearly annoyed at being dropped into an external map. Even Moon was shocked. He had been looking for Malswak from the beginning, and now she had appeared. Malswak turned to the players and immediately glared at them, asking why they were staring at her like that on their first meeting. She demanded they lower their eyes before she beat them to a pulp. The audience was enjoying it all, laughing at Moon's shocked expression in the chat. They recognized the famous lunatic from the deep-sea rankings. She was none other than Malsawak, and with her on the team, there was no way the group would be able to cooperate properly. Full cooperation was a requirement, but now things seemed hopeless. The audience wished Moon luck. Suddenly, one of the guild boys shouted at Malsawak for being rude. But she powered up immediately, intimidating them even more, asking who the hell he thought he was. The three players were now visibly scared. The guild girl tried to calm things down, telling Malsawak that they were her teammates and needed to work together on a co-op mission. Malsawak seemed confused until the girl explained that they had to clear the dungeon together. Malsawak, smiling confidently, admitted she hadn't known that, but still, the guild girl wasn't satisfied. Now annoyed, Malsawak asked if the girl wanted her to apologize twice. The audience loved Malsawak's unpredictable, confident personality. Moon felt nostalgic. Malsawak hadn't changed, even in the future. The guild girl was frustrated, unable to believe how unapologetic Malsawak was. But Malsawak coolly responded that she already apologized once, and that was enough. The guild girl gave up, deciding they would move separately from Malsawak. Malsawak didn't care, telling them to do as they pleased. As the scene shifted, everyone received a notification that all participants had been matched. The arena would now begin. The mission was to advance to the center of the dungeon, Evergreen Forest. Everyone was shocked by the name, and the system announced that only up to 4 teams could enter the forest center. Suddenly, Moon was called from behind by a guild member who asked if he was the famous player Moon. At first, Moon didn't respond, wondering how they knew him. They explained that they had watched his last broadcast. The audience laughed again. Moon was completely unaware of how famous he had become. The guild leader told him there was no need for long explanations. He should just come with them. Malsawak, after all, was a notorious troll in the bronze and silver ranks. She was crazy, overconfident, and carefree, but Moon responded that he knew her very well. He had been looking for her and hadn't expected to find her here in the dungeon. He decided to build some rapport while he could. The girl, annoyed at being forced into a team mission, was still standing confidently. Meanwhile, Moon remembered he still had to complete the Celestial Demon's quest. Just then, the Celestial Demon laughed, telling Moon that the girl was perfect. Even the black goat was gazing at Malsawak with interest. Moon was happy that the constellations were interested. Suddenly, the Celestial Demon's manager donated 100,000 AP to Moon for joining Malsawak. Moon was shocked. It wasn't 100 or 1,000, but 100,000 AP for a single mission. Suddenly, the guild leader tapped Moon on the back and tried to persuade him to join their team, saying they'd played together for a while and were solid. But before he could finish, Moon politely declined, saying he would go with Malsawak instead. The chat criticized Moon, saying he had no chance of winning with her. But Moon announced that one of his viewers had just donated 100,000 AP for him to team up with her, and everyone was shocked after hearing that. The guild members knew that 100,000 AP meant it was over $1 billion. And if it was $1 billion, then Moon had no choice but to join the girl. Moon thought that he would be doing a mission to clear the arena only, but now he got an opportunity to do it with Malsawak, which was even better because the donation scale was on a whole other level. The boy knew that the heavenly demon really treasured the girl, so it was not surprising that he would go this far. But Moon smiled as he wondered about how much it would be if he added up the AP from the last stream. Moon knew that it would be too much, and he was going to be busy after this. As the scene shifted, we came deeper inside the forest, where we saw that Moon and Malsawak were going in together with our boy following the girl. She immediately snapped, not liking the fact that Moon was following her so closely. Moon just casually told the girl that it was only because of the mission. Now the girl was getting annoyed, clearly warning Moon that if he got beaten to death by her later, then he should not complain about it, and the boy agreed immediately, not even thinking for a second. But suddenly wind started blowing, and a green aura filled the forest. Both Moon and the girl realized that something was wrong. Even the stone warned Moon to get ready because now he was going to face a silver-ranked evergreen forest tree keeper. As the girl looked at the creature, she wondered if it was a human because they looked like cute little fairies, but they were really angry that humans were in the forest. Humans only harmed nature and did nothing else. The fairies wanted to clean up the humans, and Moon realized that defeating 4 tree keepers could really be dangerous. Anyone who had faced a tree keeper even once would never see them as small and adorable creatures again. The tree keepers announced that it was cleanup time, and they knew they couldn't leave even a scrap of flesh behind, or human flesh might contaminate the forest. The tree keepers ordered multiple thorny vines to kill both the humans. Moon knew that each tree keeper could summon 2 thorn vines. So with 4 of them together, there would be 8 of them, which meant 12 attacks in total, including the tree keepers themselves. Their teamwork was also downright deadly. One of the fairies ordered the trees to attack, and the trees started rushing insanely fast toward the woman. Meanwhile, Moon decided to see how Malswak handled the situation. As the trees started attacking the lady, to everyone's surprise, she wasn't moving at all, trying to hold it out. The audience who was watching together with Moon wanted him to do something already because the lady was going to die like that. But as the girl started smiling, Moon knew that something should be kicking in soon. The fairies started laughing because blood was pouring out, and they thought that one more piece of trash would be taken out soon enough, deciding to finish it already. But as the tree keepers tried to deliver the final blow, Malswak grabbed the tree by her bare hands, and a red aura surrounded her as she smiled, more like a devil. The fairies couldn't comprehend how the lady could catch that. But something even more deadly was going to happen because the fairies were now getting slashed down right through their throats by Malswak, and they didn't even realize what was happening. The audience was witnessing this mayhem caused by a monster, and they couldn't believe that those cute fairies were being torn apart by a female. Moon just smiled because the fight he was watching was way more intense than when they first met. Seeing her after a long time, Moon realized that Malswak had been terrifying all along. After the fight was finished, we saw that all the fairies were down on the ground along with the tree vines, while one of them was still alive, thinking that it didn't make sense. A human couldn't defeat a much more powerful fairy. The girl was definitely a monster as she was smiling through the red aura, and her evil intent was still clear. Now the fairy was scared of her, telling her not to come any closer and to go away. She ordered multiple trees to go stop the lady. But as the trees tried to attack, they were immediately defeated. We saw that the fairy decided she was going to run away at the next chance because the lady monster was too much for her alone. She decided to hurry and call her friends, but before she could escape, a large, spiky rock protruded through the ground and finished the fairy off. It was none other than Moon who used his powers, asking the lifeless fairy where she was running off to. Moon knew that if Malswak's fight dragged on, it would be troublesome because she was only holding on because of her trait. Once the fight was over, she would collapse soon. Now that Moon had taken care of the last fairy, he decided it was about time to calm the girl down. But as he turned around, he saw that the girl had already cleared all the vines. It was nostalgic and terrifying at the same time because Moon knew that now this power would come upon him. He somewhat expected this, but fighting one of the highest-ranked and worst traits among the SS-ranked traits was no joke. It was the heavenly killing star. The girl was filled with killing intent and evil aura, which was enough to overpower Moon even when he knew how to counter it. The skill gave off a murderous aura that stimulated the primal fear of living beings. More precisely, it triggered the survival instinct. Moon was getting excited, but the stone told him that it was not the time to be making observations about the heavenly killing star. But the boy could do nothing but apologize, because it was his first time observing the heavenly killing star firsthand. The stone wanted to know from Moon what he was going to do now, but the stone was going to be sharp because as Malswak ran toward our boy, he was standing calmly, not moving an inch. As the lady started approaching, he was still smiling, telling the stone not to worry about every little thing. He immediately activated the Black Panther's body structure for transmutation as his whole body was now purple. And even when the lady started attacking the boy, he was able to calmly dodge it without much effort. But even then, Moon knew that this was not a joke, and it could be dangerous. The stone wondered if Moon was just going to keep dodging like this all day. And of course, it was not possible, as the lady was getting even more powerful due to the heavenly killing star trait. She became insanely fast and was acting like a feral cat, attacking the boy almost without giving him a break. But Moon was really powerful, dodging the final attack and apologizing to Malswak for what he was going to do. The boy grabbed the lady by her throat and threw her to the ground, smashing it into pieces, showing the impact of his powers. The lady was concussed while Moon just smiled, telling her that she was way too reckless for that. The audience thought that it was a ruthless execution, and seeing this was really amazing because Malswak was a powerful player in her own right. But the audience knew Malswak's fighting style, and they warned Moon that even when the lady's ribs would be broken, she would still fight if she could stand. As the lady started waking up, the stone realized that it was not good, telling Moon that the ability had not worn off yet and he should be careful. Moon just smiled, telling the stone that Malswak could not touch him in this state because she had at least 20 stab wounds and multiple fractured fingers and ribs, along with severe blood loss to take care of. If she were a normal player, she would already be lifeless. But due to her sheer tenacity, Malswak was still able to hold herself, and she again started running without much effort due to her powers. It was about time that Moon had to finish it, as a purple aura started surrounding his hand. Even the star constellation Heavenly Demon was worried because he thought that maybe Moon was actually planning to defeat her permanently. But Moon smiled as he got ready with his demon fist, telling the constellation that, of course, he was not going to do so. As the scene shifts, we see that the purple aura surrounded the whole body of the boy as he slammed through the lady. And we get a close-up where we see that Malswak was only unconscious because Moon just attacked her enough so that she could be laid down. But the girl was not giving up as she kept attacking until she lost consciousness. Even Moon thought that she was too tough. First, he knew that Malswak's wounds needed to be healed, and the only reason she was still standing was because of the heavenly killing star. And if it faded away, then the lady would be in danger. Moon immediately opened his inventory for grabbing a potion, but the stone told him that it was not going to work because the potion was only an E-ranked one made from leftover materials, and there was no way that she was going to get saved by that. Moon realized his mistake and knew that in this case there was only one option. Even when it would cost some achievement points, he wanted to establish an equivalent exchange with the healing staff, and it took 300 achievement points. At first, Moon wondered about how it was so low because when he healed Marinal, it took him way more achievement points. But this time the achievement point cost was lower. He asked the stone if this was a proper equivalent exchange or not, but the stone told Moon that this should be the standard price of the healing god. Moon decided to think about it later and immediately tapped to summon the healing staff after an equivalent exchange. And the audience was really shocked by all this, but they wanted to know what was going to happen next. Moon pointed the staff towards Malswak and started healing her, and the audience was now taken aback because this should not be possible by a silver rank, because even platinum-ranked players struggle to heal that much injury, and hospital care is needed. But Malswak was getting healed insanely fast, and the old viewers of Moon knew what he was capable of, thinking that the others were overreacting. As Malswak was getting healed, she still had the power of the heavenly killing star, but it faded away just in time, so the girl was saved. Finally, the energy of the skill was fading, and the staff was able to heal physical injuries. The stone realized that maybe even Malswak was not clear about the conditions required for the activation of the heavenly killing star. And as Moon started thinking, he thought that maybe the activation condition for the skill would involve harboring killing intent, or maybe whenever the wielder's life is threatened. But on the other hand, Malswak got up and sat on the ground wondering about how she was completely healed after using her attacks. Judging by the reaction, Moon realized that this was Malswak's first experience, and he knew that he needed to quickly bring her to the heavenly demon together. As the scene shifts, we come to the forest once again, where both Moon and the lady were fighting off the tree keepers to get to the central position, along with some really feral wolves who were no match in front of Moon's snap. But he wondered about why there were so many monsters around here, because something was not right. Meanwhile, Malswak was just standing behind the boy, wondering about what kind of powers the boy was using, and if they were magic-based or combat-based. But suddenly she heard some monster, and even when she did not know what that thing was, she decided not to give up and fight it. It was a giant ice bear, and the lady immediately started powering up, thinking that whenever it comes to physical fistfights, she was always a step above. But before she could even move an inch, blood splattered all around her face as she saw that the ice bear now had a giant pocket hole straight through its chest as it got slammed down onto the ground, lying defeated, and it was Moon who just snapped his fingers and finished him off. The lady was angry, telling Moon that the ice bear was hers to take, but Moon had some important matters to explain, as he told the lady that only the two of them would have to go into the central area alone. And as the lady turned around, still cursing Moon, she saw that the Cheetah Guild trio was defeated by the monsters. The lady immediately realized that these guild members were fools, and they tried to do a skip run inside the dungeon trial, not defeating any monsters. That explains why there were so many monsters in the central area, because it was a completely reckless and foolish move. The lady was a little bit disappointed, thinking that the guild members acted all high and mighty, and then they pulled a skip run. If they did not have the skill, then they should have waited for both Moon and her to come back. But the boy immediately pointed it out and teased the lady, wondering if she was seriously worrying about the trio, whom she was fighting a while back. But their discussion came to an end as a green portal started materializing in front of them. It was the entrance to the Evergreen Forest Central area, and the boy immediately told the lady to go in first, because no matter how many team members they had, they needed to take the first place. And after telling that, the boy did not even wait, immediately getting inside because he wanted the first reward. The lady also came behind running, cursing Moon and telling him to wait up. But somehow, she also caught up and got inside. A system notification popped up telling Moon that his team was the first to enter the Evergreen Forest Central area out of the 10 teams, and rewards will be increased upon clearing the area. The boy realized that they had the first entry, and they were insanely happy, as Moon knew that he was going to get extra rewards. But inside the central area was a beautiful scenery, and the boy immediately started thinking about the boss of the silver-ranked zone in the central area. Even the girl knew that this was the place where the boss will spawn, thinking that as she had warmed up, it was time for her to smash it. Even when the boy tried to stop her, she turned around and acted all frustrated, asking Moon if he did not want to get to the first place and down the boss for that. But just then, as the lady confidently turned around, something really menacing was hovering over her, and it attacked with insane strength, almost going to decimate the lady. After the attack, Moon was shocked, but the lady was somehow able to save herself, and Moon knew that she had barely dodged it. It was then that we came to know about the monster who was the boss of the central area. It was a giant tree, completely dried up, and even the lady thought it was crazy how powerful the tree was. Moon told the lady that it was dangerous, so she had to keep a certain distance, and if they didn't stick to the strategy from the start, then it was going to be bad. But there was no way that Malswak was going to hear what Moon was saying. Thinking that the monster was sneak attacking like a coward, she believed it should be defeated right now. Moon was also a bit annoyed, realizing there was no way to stop the stubbornness of the lady as she started jumping around and punching through the tree with her monstrous powers, while even the monster was shocked. Moon was smiling after looking at her, knowing that she had always lived like a lone wolf until she met the heavenly demon. But it was still the same. The stone wondered why Moon was not stepping in, because even if she was powerful, a corrupted tree spirit was too much. Moon knew that much and decided to step in, but right now, even if he did, he couldn't stop the monster. On the other hand, even the lady realized that all her attacks were useless because the monster was unscathed. And with only one whip of its branch, it was able to send the lady flying through the roof. Moon had expected this much, that the corrupted tree spirit had significant resistance to physical attacks, especially for a combat type like Malsawak, acting like a direct counter. And to defeat this tree spirit, they would have to follow the strategy precisely. After the attack was done, the corrupted tree spirit started running amok while trying to say that it was thirsty and was finding water. Moon knew that whenever a tree spirit awakens, it always searches for a water source because it is dried. But as this monster was corrupted instead, that meant that the clear water of the central area was like poison to it, purifying parts of its ash and body, just like how it would cleanse the undead or demons. Even with the tree's overwhelming physical resistance, it would still be purified. And this was the standard strategy for dealing with a corrupted tree spirit. People had to wait until it drinks the water. As the tree started going toward the water, the lady tried to stop it, wondering where it was going in the middle of the fight. She immediately jumped toward the tree, telling it to stop right there. The lady punched and punched the tree branch. It was annoying for the monster, but what was even more staggering was that just from a single punch, the corrupted tree spirit was staggered. Moon knew that for a brief moment, the lady had replicated the heavenly diamond divine art. Even the Constellation sent a message, along with laughing loudly, telling Moon that his quest was changed from finding a disciple to specifically finding Malsawak, because the Constellation declared that he could no longer accept anyone else. Moon was witnessing new things, and he couldn't believe that even the quest details had changed. But on the other hand, the tree was getting really annoyed with the lady who dared to stop it from drinking the water. The monster turned around, going on a rampage while slamming multiple tree trunks toward her. But as the scene shifted, we saw that the lady was grabbed by Moon, who saved her from getting defeated. Moon knew that it was close, and even the lady was surprised because she did not sense him coming. Moon tried to talk with the lady calmly, telling her to stay back because it was something that she could not handle now. But the lady was getting really angry, pointing out the fact that the corrupted tree spirit was staggered from only her first punch. Moon smiled after hearing that, telling the lady that then there was no other choice, and that she should just not die. Even the lady wondered what Moon was talking about. But we saw that the same attack was thrown at her twice by the corrupted tree spirit, and this time she knew that whatever Moon had said was right. And even when her heavenly killing star technique was active, she was out of the battlefield, flying through the skis by the impact of the attack. Moon turned toward the lady, watching her, knowing that since the heavenly killing star technique had been activated, she would not die. And even in this situation, she had already managed to take a defensive stance, which was the mark of a true fighter. But now Moon started activating his own powers, immediately using transfiguration and activating the Black Panther's body tissue. He got to the stance, and the tree was now angry with him too, because it was getting interrupted from drinking the water. The boy knew that even when the monster's physical resistance was high, its base stamina was not that great, so he immediately activated the augur's body tissue for strength, as he knew that this was a chance to end it all in one single blow. As the monster was screaming that it would kill him, Moon wanted the lady to watch what he was going to do. As he jumped while activating the heavenly demon divine art and got ready to punch the tree, with only one fell swoop, the whole tree had a huge crack in it as it exploded due to the impact. And even the system recognized this feat of the boy, because he had defeated the boss monster in a single blow and got the title of One Punch Man. And for that, he had also gained 500 achievement points. But as the withered husk fell in a single blow without drinking the spring water of purification, the special condition was met, and the hidden boss named Mad Treat Murrier appeared. The boy was shocked at the mention of a hidden boss, because it was always a bizarre high-level existence that did not match the current rank range. The hobgoblin that he had met before at the corrupted goblin outpost was like that. But this time, the boss would be different, and it was definitely going to be stronger than back then. Hidden boss was a bizarre high-level being that did not match the rank range, and the hobgoblin that Moon had met at the corrupted goblin outpost was one of them. But this time it was different because the boy knew that it was clearly stronger than anything back then. Moon knew that it was surely coming right now, as sweat started dripping from his face, and inside the central area, the pond started shaking, and the whole water started dissipating as something came outside the pond with insane speed. Moon was shocked to see a creature with sharp teeth who was happy that the old corrupted tree guy was defeated, because, due to him, this monster was not able to come out. We come to see that this creature was named Murrier, who was the mad warden of vegetation in the central area, and the monster was related to the dragon kind. The dragon kind was not so kindly taken by any of the constellations, and Zeus immediately expressed his displeasure as Moon was shocked. And even the heavenly demon was not ready to accept the dragon. Even Black Goat was smiling, but with a murderous grin. Moon immediately realized that the constellations did not like the dragon kind, and now it was sure to him that the hidden boss was really related to the dragon kind, even when she was just a warden. The situation kept getting more annoying, and Moon wondered about how he would deal with it. But the monster started speaking, telling the boy that she saw it all, and she already knew that Moon was the one who finished off the tall guy, and that too, in just a single blow. And for that, she was so thankful and decided to let Moon have a gift in return. The monster started using her attack powers and materialized something into her hands, laughing with her killing intent and asking Moon to take this gift with gratitude. This attack was so fast that Moon knew that he would have to activate his powers, somehow able to dodge it, even after activating the Black Panther tissue. The ground just adjacent to Moon was broken and was crumbling, and the boy knew that it was close, and he just dodged at the nick of time. Moon realized that this monster warden was a magic-type hidden boss, and if this fight dragged on, it was going to be annoying for Moon. In that case, the boy knew that he would have to counterattack and end this whole fight quickly. So he started running with insane speed while powering up his Black Panther tissue. The monster was mocking Moon, telling him that he was just a bold idiot, but she was liking it a lot. And even she started going towards Moon with full force, deciding to punch right through him. The fight was taking an intense turn as both the monster and our boy were going to clash with their aura representing their intent. There was a huge clash that happened after both of them got slammed onto each other. Moon was fallen onto the ground knowing that this attack was way too powerful for his current form, and even the monster had countered it head-on. Moon finally came to a realization that if he went easy with this boss, he would not have any bones left in his body, because they would all be crushed. The boy immediately snapped his fingers and multiple ground spikes protruded from it. But the monster was dragon kind, and she was able to detect and dodge it quite efficiently because of her wings. She thought that maybe Moon was able to use nature magic too, so she wondered if the boy was their friend or foe. The monster was dodging everything effortlessly, and Moon was continuously getting annoyed by the fact that the monster was mocking him without any mercy. But the warden was actually serious, her whole body surrounded by a murderous aura, as she decided to definitely kill Moon, because now it was frustrating for her. She mockingly called Moon her friend and told him that she was going to chew him up real nice. The attack was so impactful that the whole ground started shaking as the warden punched through it, but she was shocked as she saw that Moon had actually dodged the attack somehow, thinking that Moon was pretty good at running. On the other hand, the boy knew that the warden was too fast, and even when he dodged, he still got attacked and was bleeding. Moon wondered if the monster was even faster than him, eliminating that thought because she was coming at him once again, telling Moon that she was kind, so she would definitely make her friend feel at ease. And Moon would not get corrupted and instead die peacefully by this final attack. The second phase of the fight began, and this time the monster was heavily overpowering Moon. The boy realized that the warden monster was faster and stronger than even Malsuk. Somehow, he managed to dodge all the attacks while frantically thinking of any other move he could make. But the monster still had an attack up her sleeve. She began calling out to something, ordering them to help her defeat the human. As her red miasma spread through the flowers and the grass, it corrupted them, turning into multiple razor-sharp blades that started flying toward Moon at insane speeds. Since it was another magic-type attack, Moon had no defense but to use his Black Panther tissue to break them apart. The fight wasn't giving him even a moment to think, and it was getting more dangerous by the second. He knew that if he hadn't been in the magic class, the fight would have already ended, and the result would not be in his favor. Meanwhile, as the boy fought, the audience watching the stream wondered if the moves were even real, and how Moon was able to detect all the magic-type spells, and dodge them even from the slightest hints. Some of the viewers couldn't comprehend anything and simply laughed in disbelief at how powerful both the monster and the boy were. Others, more experienced, knew their limits, realizing that even at platinum rank they would never be able to defeat this platinum-level boss. Moon was now really tired, but he realized one thing. With his current stats and specifications, a counterattack would be impossible. He would have to win using transmutation immediately. A blue aura started surrounding his hands as the boy snapped his fingers once again, right in front of the monster. He knew the Warden monster would not be able to dodge this attack because it would be so wide-ranged and fast that it was guaranteed to hit. Moon called upon the Philosopher's Stone and used up 500 of his achievement points to summon the Staff of Astrophe. Thunder began crackling all through his body, yet it didn't harm him at all. The entire arena changed as the monster looked on in shock, lightning striking the ground in every direction within seconds. The attack was so powerful that it managed to wound the Dragon Warden monster and even burned through her wings. The monster, however, grinned at the boy, mocking that the lightning was nothing more than a light tingling sensation. She became convinced that Lin wasn't the only one using nature magic, and that Moon had lightning magic too, calling him a liar and a cheat. But Moon only smiled, mocking her back and asking if she had just now realized that he was never her friend at all. Infuriated by the taunt, the monster decided to kill Moon once and for all. Her body flared with an even brighter red miasma as she rushed at him in a desperate attempt to strike. But that line was stolen by Moon himself, as he already held the Staff of Astrophe in hand. He unleashed another lightning attack, sending an electric shock of such high current straight at the monster warden that her body was vaporized, or so he thought. To his surprise, the monster rose again, declaring that there was no way the great dragon warden could be defeated by something as pitiful as a tiny tingling. But as she opened her eyes again, her expression twisted into shock, because the attack wasn't over. Moon's final strike was still charging, and he told the female monster that it was not finished yet. He still had one last shot left in him. Moon used the heavenly demon divine art, and finally, after combining the Tyrant Crush technique with the Astrophe light, he was able to obliterate the dragon monster, the secret boss of the central area. A notification popped up, informing him that he had achieved the hidden achievement of defeating a hidden boss. Since he had single-handedly defeated the boss known as the Mad Vegetation Keeper, Muriel, the Constellations were overjoyed. Zeus gasped in disbelief, unable to comprehend how Moon had used his lightning in such a way. Even the heavenly demon was shocked to see his own power, combined with Zeus's lightning, being manifested on Earth by a mere human. The black goat was laughing and shouting at Moon, telling him that even though the attack was annoyingly colorful, it was refreshing, so he should unleash it a few more times. Meanwhile, the warden monster vanished into thin air after being defeated by our boy. The scene then shifted to Malsuk, who was left baffled, thinking Moon was completely insane. She realized that he was far stronger than she had thought and clearly not of the same silver rank as her. Although she assumed most of his attacks were magic, the heavenly killing technique he used was not magic at all, but an actual technique, since Moon continuously shouted its name while executing it. Malsuk wondered if she could ever copy the technique she had just witnessed. We then learned that Malsuk had long been branded a goofy troller in the arena, which had its disadvantages. Still, the reason she had managed to climb to silver rank without taking much damage was by copying the techniques of players stronger than her. She could imitate everything, their smallest actions, even their breathing, perfectly. But now, in front of Moon, who gleamed with an untouchable aura of power, it was proving impossible. The girl found it incredibly frustrating, while also worrying about what she should say to him. She thought her image must already be ruined by the harsh words she had thrown at him earlier, and she fully expected Moon to come at her now. Instead, she was shocked when Moon called out to her and offered her an elixir. At first, she hesitated, but he apologized for throwing her earlier and explained that it must have hurt. He encouraged her to drink the potion. Completely confused, she wondered why he was apologizing and offering her something so kind. Moon explained that at the time there had been no other way of dealing with the situation, and she should drink the potion to feel better. Malsuk couldn't believe that was all he had to say. On the other hand, Moon was clueless, unable to understand what she meant. Finally, Malsuk lost her temper, shouting that he should call her a crazy woman for not listening to anything he said, and for trying to kill him in the arena by going out of control. She wondered why he wasn't saying such harsh things to her. Moon just laughed it off, telling her that she had no control over it, and because of her unique characteristic, situations like that couldn't be avoided. His casual words shocked Malsuk even further. She couldn't understand why he was being so friendly toward her. It gave her the strange feeling that they had known each other for a long time, and even more absurdly, she realized she didn't dislike that feeling. Deciding he wasn't a bad person, she drank the potion anyway. Still, she had one more question for him. She asked Moon directly if he already knew her. The boy froze, realizing he was trapped since Malsuk had never told anyone about her characteristic. Moon was the only one who seemed to know all about it. He wondered if she had suddenly become sharp or if she was still just using her muscle brain. Never expecting such a question, he decided to bluff and lie. He told her that it was simply his characteristic, which allowed him to know about the characteristics of others. Malsuk was confused, wondering what kind of ability could let him do that. Moon pressed on with the bluff, explaining that it was similar to what she thought but worked in a much more complex way. Malsuk admitted she couldn't comprehend it and started walking away. Just then, she turned back, asking why Moon hadn't left the arena yet since the fight was over. She reminded him that they needed to hurry up and collect their rewards. But Moon replied that he had something to do first. Curious, Malsuk asked what it was. Suddenly, a system notification appeared before her. Player Moon has sent you a friend request. The lady was shocked, but Moon just smiled and asked her if she wanted to know about the heavenly strike he had just used on the monster warden. The lady blushed, feeling excited and embarrassed at the same time because she was completely exposed. Moon explained that she should accept the friend request, and then he would tell her. The girl's eyes sparkled with excitement, unable to believe that Moon was really going to share it with her. But Moon decided to let her know that, in fact, someone more proper than him would tell her. Hearing that, the girl grew annoyed, wondering if Moon had suddenly changed his mind. However, the boy sweet-talked her, saying that someone like his master would definitely be the one to tell her, so she had nothing to worry about. He insisted that she accept the friend request, since she might not get another chance like this. Malsuk thought that if the person he was talking about was truly Moon's master, then they must be even stronger than him. She quickly accepted the friend request, while Moon thought to himself that the lady was really too simple. But then Moon was warned by a system notification from the heavenly demon, who shook his head, saying it was impossible to tell her right now due to the arena system. The Constellation would need to meet her directly. Even Moon wondered why the heavenly demon had such a request, but the Constellation made a regretful expression, telling him that since this wasn't a regular arena, approaching a patron beforehand consumed quite a heavy price. Moon smiled, recognizing this as a weakness of the arena system. He realized that if restrictions like this were in place, then the players who had met constellations so far must have forced those constellations to bear the heavy cost themselves. He was pleased to gain this new piece of information. Meanwhile, Malsuk happily asked Moon about the information he had promised now that she had accepted the friend request. But the boy turned around and told her he would send her the contact information later, so she should come find him then. Annoyed, the lady thought Moon was just a rude brat who never intended to tell her anything in the first place. But Moon calmly told her that she would only learn the truth when she met the man in person. Even as she threw a tantrum, Moon was teleported out of the arena and returned to his room once again. Stretching his body, he received multiple notifications. He had successfully cleared the Evergreen Forest Arena, and since he had single-handedly defeated the Dried Shell boss under a 5% cooperative condition, his clear reward was increased based on his performance. His level had risen by 8, and even the Philosopher's Stone level had increased by 6. Looking at that, Moon smiled, wondering what his reward would be this time. Moon had obtained spring water from the Evergreen Forest Center as a clear reward, and because he had defeated the hidden boss named Keeper Muriel, he also received a fragment of the contaminated seed. Curious, he wondered what the fragment was and decided to check it. Just as he was about to, another system notification popped up, informing him that the results of the discussion regarding him in the Galaxy Arena were being transmitted. It also announced that he had acquired the characteristic named Stigma. But Moon didn't look happy. His face hardened as he realized that Stigma was the same characteristic given to Sihyuk as his third characteristic. Moon couldn't understand why he had received it too, since a Stigma user had already been chosen. His face turned pale, thinking it was ridiculous. Even the Philosopher's Stone was shocked, wondering why Moon had been given the Stigma characteristic. The stone suspected the arena must have had some ulterior motive, but told Moon he didn't know the inner workings of the Galaxy Arena either. Still, suddenly granting Moon the Stigma wasn't a good sign. Moon was suspicious too. From what he knew, Stigma was a unique grade characteristic, and normally there should only ever be one Stigma in each world. At first, Moon thought there might now be restrictions placed on him since he was already overpowered, but instead, the arena had given him yet another unique grade ability. He wondered if the arena wanted him to compete directly with his brother Sihyuk for first place. Overwhelmed, Moon decided to set those thoughts aside for later and focused on sorting through his rewards. He invested his remaining stat points into alchemy power and then inspected the fragment of the contaminated seed. It turned out to be a rank fragment seed that had been contaminated by something. Moon took it from his inventory, wondering why this shabby seed was the hidden boss's reward. But the philosopher's stone examined it and told him that someone had intentionally tampered with the seed. It wasn't an ordinary seed at all. It had been broken by a powerful force. Though the stone couldn't say for certain what kind of power had shattered it, he narrowed it down to dragon force, an energy used only by the dragon kind. The stone explained that the seed had been destroyed by an overwhelming level of dragon force, something unique to the dragon race. Moon activated his powers, wondering why they would have ruined such a seed, and decided he needed to dig deeper into its mystery. Moon asked the philosopher's stone to appraise the fragment of the seed, and the stone began using its powers, realizing that it could indeed perform the appraisal. After carefully analyzing the item, the stone told Moon that the seed had been wrecked in every way imaginable. One of those ways included alchemy, which was fortunate, since that allowed the stone to appraise it fully. Leaving everything to the philosopher's stone, Moon watched as it used its power to complete the appraisal. The results revealed that this seed was actually a fragment of a broken world tree seed of grade X. Whenever it was used in arena matching, Moon would enter a place called the Fall of Nature. Entry there was limited to one person only, and only a gold-ranked individual could enter. Moon was shocked to learn about the world tree, and that this fragment served only as an entry item. He asked the philosopher's stone once again if the seed fragment had been damaged by magical power. After receiving confirmation, Moon pulled his hoodie back on, deciding that he needed to go to the Fall of Nature arena to uncover why the tree had been destroyed. But since only gold-ranked individuals could enter, he realized he had to hurry and rank up quickly. The scene shifted back to Park's office, where he was in the middle of some detective work. Park was yelling at someone, unable to believe what he was hearing. Another man stood in front of the night hunter, not expecting to be treated with such contempt. Park, however, blamed the man, saying that he had already told him more than once that he had no obligation to share anything. But the man kept pressing, asking Park again and again to just tell him one thing for old times' sake. Now that Park was able to use his mana again, he began powering up, warning the man that just because he had been inactive for a while didn't mean people should stop fearing the night hunter. The man was quickly overwhelmed by his presence, especially when Park shouted at him to get lost immediately. The man realized Park was using his double S-ranked trait, the Blessing of the Night. That was all the confirmation he needed to know Park had really recovered from mana sclerosis. Park, meanwhile, was annoyed at the endless stream of brats barging into his office. Suddenly, Sihyuk appeared, recognizing that the man had come from the Scorpion Guild. They were desperate for information about the cure for mana sclerosis, so he was spewing threats. Rumors had spread incredibly fast, and though the guild hadn't always been that way, ever since the death of their former master, they had become focused solely on money. Sihyuk smirked, mockingly asking Park if he had really recovered completely. Honestly speaking, even he hadn't thought Park would ever recover from mana sclerosis, assuming there would be aftereffects. But Park sneered, asking if the boy doubted the powers of his godlike older brother. The ever-calm Sihyuk now looked uneasy, quickly saying that wasn't what he meant. Seeing his weakness, Park teased him further, asking why he couldn't believe in the medicine given to him by his own brother. When Sihyuk tried to brush it off, Park continued, suggesting maybe Sihyuk only called his brother great names to avoid hurting his feelings, when in truth he might have been looking down on him. That made Sihyuk angry. Amused, Park remarked that this was the first time the great Sihyuk had been triggered by nothing more than a joke. Park had now discovered the boy's weakness and decided to exploit it further. Just then the office door opened and someone entered. Before we could even see who it was, Park welcomed him warmly. It turned out to be none other than Moon himself. Park told him they had been expecting him, leaving Moon shocked, wondering how Park had known. Park explained that such an important person was bound to arrive, and he would have been willing to sell out the whole country just to know when it would happen. Moon, however, nervously wondered how he had suddenly become so important in Park's eyes. Park clarified that Moon was no longer just a customer. He was now a partner. Even after receiving such a huge favor, Park was touched that Moon still addressed him as a partner, leaving him at a loss for words. Moon smiled, opened his status window, and asked Park if he remembered their last business talk. Park said he had memorized everything, but then his face froze in shock. Right in front of him, Moon's system inventory opened, revealing multiple rare items in great quantity. Park was stunned that Moon had been able to obtain so many rare resources. Moon calmly explained that production wouldn't take too long. It was just that some of the ingredients required a bit of troublesome refinement. Park immediately realized there was no way a silver-ranked individual could already be refining materials, since normally only platinum or higher could pull that off. Even though Moon had casually called it annoying refinement, considering the scale Park had seen on Moon's stream, it must be extremely high level for even Moon to achieve. That was why he had come to Park for help. On the other hand, Moon explained that he wanted to sell all those ingredients through a proxy. If they could move them through the black market, they would fetch an incredibly high price. But Park suddenly stopped him, pointing out a problem. Moon asked what it was, and Park began explaining. He admitted that he had indeed recovered thanks to Moon's remedy, but now people were chasing him down, desperate to know the origin of that cure. Moon already suspected this, and Park was unsurprised that Moon had such foresight. He explained that non-stop visitors had been coming, all demanding answers about the medicine. Moon understood. Since Park had been cured from a nearly untreatable illness, it was natural people would want to know more. Suddenly, Sihyuk, the younger brother, spoke up. He told Park he could handle it. If he took all the credit himself, it would solve everything. After all, there was no one in the world who could force Sihyuk to talk if he didn't want to. No one dared threaten him either. Moon agreed to the plan, deciding to rely on his little brother. But for Moon, that wasn't even a favor. What Sihyuk did next, however, truly counted as one. The younger brother revealed that he had even more materials than Moon himself, and they were rarer too. Among them were snake root mushrooms, fairy powder, and even a vision polyhedron, which alone was worth tens of billions. And that was just a rough estimate. For Moon, it was like stumbling upon a treasure trove. The younger brother simply smiled, asking if he had pulled off the favor well enough. Moon laughed and admitted the kid was as charming as ever. The scene then shifted to a large manor. Inside, an old man was speaking on the phone, complaining about how noisy things had become lately. Accident or assassination, it didn't matter. The other party should have handled the mess themselves without involving him. He demanded that the quarterly goods be completed no matter what. After saying this, he slammed the phone against the door, shattering it without a second thought. He ranted about some guy who had gotten lucky from a single awakening. But just then, the camera shifted to show Liu entering the house. She cut him off before he could continue cursing the man on the phone, warning him that times were dangerous for people in high positions. The old man, angry, snapped at her. He complained that she was never around, yet now she suddenly appeared and demanded to know why. The girl asked if he was only saying that because he didn't actually know the reason. Frustrated, the old man muttered about how he couldn't even handle a simple matter anymore, and now his granddaughter had come to meddle. But Liu wasted no time. She threw a clipboard onto the table and ordered him to read it. She told him that even though she didn't know exactly what he had been up to, he needed to stop using the Sangxiang Guild's name for shady dual contracts and schemes. From now on, the Sangxiang Guild belonged to her, and she would not tolerate his corruption. The old man ignored her warning and instead asked if she knew Moon had such abilities. Liu immediately corrected him, pointing out that her brother had been magically impaired since that incident. The old man pressed, wondering how things had gotten so noisy that even he was hearing about it, implying that somehow Moon had recovered. Liu froze, shocked by the suggestion. Her grandfather, equally shocked, wondered aloud how Moon had been cured. But what unsettled Liu even more was why the old man was suddenly taking such an interest in her brother. She couldn't allow it. Whatever his motives, she could not let her grandfather and her brother end up entangled together. She had already suffered enough under their grandfather's cruel methods, and there was no doubt he would shackle Moon, who had only just begun to shine, using him like a beast for his own gain. Perhaps that was his plan all along, not only to control Moon, but to keep Liu herself in check as well. She clenched her fists, realizing she had no time to waste. She needed to finish her investigation quickly and decisively, or things would turn very bad. The two commentators stood on the stage, holding their microphones with wide smiles. One of them said with excitement that this year's national team selection had record-breaking anticipation, and everyone was deeply impressed. The other commentator nodded, and explained that the reason was simple because the most popular ranker in Korea was said to be participating this time. He added that even overseas, people were paying attention to this match, and the crowd was buzzing louder than ever before. As their words filled the stadium, the scene shifted to Moon, who was standing with two boys. Moon looked at one of them and asked if Sihyuk was really participating in the national team selection this time. Sihyuk answered casually that yes, he was, but then asked if he had mentioned it earlier. He laughed and said there was no need for him to tell since anyone could guess after watching the way Sihyuk had been starring holes into the application book. Sihyuk scratched his cheek and chuckled, saying maybe he had done that, but at first, he was never really interested. Then he admitted that, of course, Jung, the sly fox, jumped in early and made things more exciting. But unlike Jung, he did not even have a guild to back him. Moon agreed with that and said it was true, but then he leaned closer and asked if Sihyuk was betting on Toto this time. Sihyuk scratched his head nervously, his face showing that Moon had guessed it right again. He admitted that he really could not fool Moon because he seemed to know every little thing, even the ones left unsaid. He explained that he had been thinking too much about other matches and got confused, so he placed only a little bet on his own match. Moon shook his head and scolded him playfully, saying you always acted indifferent but secretly did everything behind the scenes. He asked how you placed your bet this time. Sihyuk proudly puffed his chest and replied that he had bet on a perfect win, hidden with full confidence. His eyes sparkled as he declared that among all the participants, not a single one could beat him in a one-on-one battle. The third boy standing with them laughed and said that this junior of his was really cocky, but in truth, he also placed his bet the same way. He explained that even though Sihyuk was a bit lazy and a slacker, nobody could deny his overwhelming skill. He even said that the fight might not even last through 4 matches. Sihyuk tilted his head and looked at him curiously, saying he wondered about that outcome. The boy was shocked by his reply and asked what he meant. Moon then said that he thought differently and smiled mysteriously. Time passed quickly, and finally the day of the national team selection match arrived. The stadium was completely packed, with a roaring crowd waving flags and cheering. 2 boys were walking side by side toward the arena. One of them asked if Sihyuk had changed his bet after all. He calmly shook his head and replied that he had not changed anything. The boy sighed and said this punk still completely ignored the words of the big brother he worshipped like the sky. Moon chuckled and asked him if he himself had listened to the words of their heavenly VVIP client. The boy laughed awkwardly and admitted that he too ignored the client just this once. He explained that while Moon was amazing, he simply could not picture Sihyuk losing at all. The stadium roared even louder, and Sihyuk waved confidently at the cameras and the fans. The boy rolled his eyes and muttered that Sihyuk was only smiling like that because he was on camera. Then he warned him that his opponent was not just anybody, but the vice leader of the Scorpion Guild. Among the cheering crowd, a man stood silently with a heavy aura surrounding his body. The boy whispered that even so, it made no sense for a ranker like Sihyuk to lose to an old veteran from the first generation. That man raised his head and stared straight at Sihyuk, his killing intent spreading like fire. The announcer's loud voice echoed, declaring that the national team selection match everyone had been waiting for was about to begin. The crowd exploded with cheers, claps, and shouts, shaking the stadium. The man stepped forward and revealed his name. He was Kim Jongjun, the Scorpion Guild's vice leader. Sharp blades like those of a wolverine extended from his fists as he said this was the first time he faced Sihyuk like this. Sihyuk smirked and replied that it was indeed funny how their paths had never crossed in the arena before. Jongjun told him that it was understandable since he had risen so quickly like a rookie meteor. But Sihyuk's eyes turned cold as he silently unsheathed his sword. He asked if Jongjun was truly confident about that. In the very next instant, his figure disappeared from sight like a shadow vanishing in the dark. The next second, his sword flashed past Jongjun and left a massive slash. The crowd gasped as Jongjun's body vanished, the system showing that he had been defeated in one strike. The boy standing with Sihyuk was shocked beyond words, his mouth wide open. Someone in the crowd screamed that it was insane and asked how Sihyuk could end the fight in a single blow. Others cheered, saying it was expected from him, the one known as unbeatable. Sihyuk thought quietly that he was sorry, but the money Jongjun's supporters lost was his gain. But before he could finish his thoughts, Jongjun suddenly reappeared right in front of him. With lightning speed, he drove his claws straight into Sihyuk's belly. He leaned close to his ear and whispered that this was why rookies could never cut it. Sihyuk's eyes widened in shock, wondering how his shadowless slash could have missed. Then his mind recalled Moon's words from before. He had told him that no matter how good he was, he would not win 3-0, and he would most likely lose the first match. Sihyuk gritted his teeth, calling it ridiculous, but blood flowed as he collapsed to the floor. The crowd went wild in despair, some shouting in disbelief, while Jongjun's supporters screamed in victory. The commentator shouted that this was an upset of epic proportions, and that Kim Jongjun had taken the first match. The second commentator explained that it was not that Sihyuk performed poorly, but that Jongjun had been exceptional. The first commentator added that the real question was how Jongjun managed to dodge that incredible slash. Meanwhile, Moon was watching the match from his phone. He thought to himself that he had been worried the future might change because of the information he gave, but thankfully it went as expected. He noted that Sihyuk had even used the shadowless slash, but Jongjun still countered it. The commentator shouted again that Sihyuk looked flustered, and no one could blame him since the skill gap had shocked him. Moon thought to himself that now Sihyuk would finally stop holding back and go all out. He knew that Sihyuk's triple S rank trait called Divine Martial Physique gave him godlike mastery over weapon techniques and martial arts. The next match began, and in a blur of movements, Jongjun's body was sliced into 4 pieces. He fell to his knees in disbelief as the system declared Sihyuk the victor. The commentator screamed that this was overwhelming power and proof of why Sihyuk was feared. Moon said the rookie had instantly turned the match around with a 3-1 win. The crowd cheered that this could be the fall of the first-generation giant. Moon smirked and pulled out his betting screen, ready to count his winnings. He had placed multiple bets on Sihyuk and turned 175 into 200 million won. Moon said it was as expected since most people bet on Sihyuk to win every match. But then he paused and frowned as the numbers on his screen shifted strangely. He recalculated and shouted in shock, demanding to know what was going on. His face turned pale as he stared at the screen in panic. Moon shouted jackpot as if the heavens themselves should hear it. He felt as if golden coins were raining down on his head, covering his body in a storm of wealth. His hands trembled as he looked at his mobile phone and saw the glowing numbers that confirmed his winnings. He had won exactly 46 billion won. The payout rate had been 23 times his original bet. He grinned widely and said that if anyone needed rare materials for the Philosopher's Stone, he would gladly pay for them today without hesitation. Just then, a small creature near him spoke and reminded him that it was already happy enough with the ones their young master had provided earlier. Moon nodded quickly and said that first they should go home before thinking about spending. When they reached their home, he sat down and thought carefully. He said that with 46 billion they could even move into a bigger place if they wanted. But then his expression softened, and he admitted to himself that even getting this current place had been a tough struggle. He whispered that it still did not feel real, like he was living in a dream. The Philosopher's Stone looked at him and called him Opa, reminding him that although he was excited about making money, there was something more important they needed to check first. Moon suddenly realized what he had forgotten and slapped his forehead. He said this was not the time to be distracted. He walked toward a strange device he had made earlier by using his achievement points. It looked almost like a microwave oven, but it was actually an aging device that he had synthesized. He asked aloud whether the items inside had aged properly. The Philosopher's Stone's eyes sparkled, and it jumped up and down, saying they should check it immediately. From the looks of it, the aging process seemed to have gone very well. Moon carefully opened the lid of the aging device and reached inside. He pulled out 2 bottles of elixir and 1 small dumpling-like object that shone with strange colors. The Philosopher's Stone gasped with delight and pointed at the purple dumpling in his hand. It said the color was beautiful and unusual. As Moon held it, the system instantly identified it as a Volamden. Its grade was B+. The system also explained its effects clearly. If consumed, it would permanently increase agility by 4 points. It would also increase flexibility upon first use. Moon read further and saw that it was an advanced elixir made from moonlight rock powder and shade grass. The alchemy and aging had enhanced its effects even more. He nodded with satisfaction and said that the B+ grade also guaranteed an additional option thanks to the aging process. He then picked up the second item. It was a red-colored potion that glowed faintly in his hand. The system identified it as the elixir of violent rage. Its grade was also B+. If consumed, it would permanently increase strength by 5 points. On its first use, it would also increase stamina by 1 point. The elixir was made from the hearts of ogres, trolls, and various beasts. Advanced alchemy and the aging process had made it even more effective. Finally, Moon picked up the third bottle, which was green in color. The system revealed its name as Jumgangsu. Its grade was A if consumed. It would permanently increase stamina by 7 points. On first use, stamina would increase by 2 points, and natural recovery would also improve slightly. The potion was refined from mistil, a rare material, and altered so humans could safely consume it. The aging process had further boosted its quality. The Philosopher Stone's face glowed with excitement as it pointed at the green potion, and shouted that it had even ranked up to grade A. Moon agreed, and said that the use of mistil from Jumgangsu must have played a big role in achieving such a grade. The creature admitted honestly that, when he first said he could refine mistil for humans, it had not believed him. It explained that even species rich in magic had difficulty refining mistil, yet Moon had succeeded. Moon smiled proudly and said that was true. He then opened the bottle of violent rage without hesitation. He drank the entire potion in one gulp. The system immediately notified him of his boosted stats. His strength permanently increased by 5 points. His agility increased by 4 points. His stamina increased by 10 points. His flexibility slightly improved, and his natural recovery rate also increased. Moon felt a powerful energy flood his body. His muscles tightened, his breathing became stronger, and his fists clenched as if they could crush steel. He whispered that he could truly feel his body becoming healthier. He smiled and said that choosing the stamina-focused formula was indeed the right decision. With this, the strain of human transmutation would be reduced significantly. Suddenly, another notification popped up in front of him. He had completed the achievement called Only My Synthesist Items Level Up. At the same time, his title, Pet of Alchemy, also leveled up. He received 1,000 achievement points as a reward. Moon's eyes widened in joy as he shouted the words achievement points and a new title. The second option of his title had also increased by 10%. He laughed loudly and said this was so sweet. He then clenched his fists and declared that he wanted to enter the arena immediately. He wanted to test just how much stronger he had become. He picked up his VR device and put it on. He entered the Galaxy Arena, where the format was survival. There were 100 participants in this arena. The system announced that the match would begin once all the participants had entered. The world chat instantly lit up with messages from players. Everyone was talking at the same time. Moon greeted them politely and said he was nervous since this was his first survival match. One viewer laughed at him and said being nervous was pointless because the enemies would kill them anyway. Moon replied sincerely that it really was his first time with them. Second viewer expressed surprise, saying it was shocking that someone like him had never tried survival before since it was such a popular format. Third viewer teased him by asking if he was aiming for first place again. Moon admitted he was going for it, but the matchups had felt rough lately. Just then, a system notification appeared in front of him. It stated that for player Moon, this arena match would be treated as a promotion trial. Moon froze in shock. He stammered the words promotion match with disbelief. One of his viewers shouted in surprise as well, asking if this was really a promo. Moon thought bitterly that the system was cruel for suddenly throwing a promotion trial at him with no warning. Another teammate cursed and told him to change the stream title quickly because the viewers would go crazy over this. The third teammate laughed and said this was going to be hilarious, and he was already spreading the news on the forums. The system then explained the conditions of the promotion. Player Moon in silver rank could no longer be adjusted by MMR. If he reached the top 10 in this match, he would be promoted to gold rank. If he failed, a penalty would be applied to his status window. Moon sighed and thought that his specifications were simply too high for silver rank now. But then he smirked and thought that was fine by him. He needed to reach gold anyway. The match location was selected. The system chose a place called Dingy Sewer. When one boy landed, dirty water splashed against his legs, making him wrinkle his nose. He groaned and said the smell was so bad he felt like he would poop himself. His teammate quickly told him to shut up because enemies might hear him. The first boy apologized, but still muttered that it was too dark to see anything. His teammate told him to follow silently and said he would lead the way. That boy followed carefully, wishing he had some vision-related ability like his teammate. The teammate explained that since it was a dark zone, they should rack up as many kills as possible, and then escape once the numbers thinned out. That boy asked if that meant they were only defending rank. The teammate replied that there was no other choice. He told to that boy that 2 monster freaks had been matched in this very arena. That boy blinked in confusion and admitted he had no idea about this. He asked if teaming up like this was even safe. The teammate smirked and said that in this place, anyone they ran into would die before realizing they were a team. The boy asked nervously what would happen if someone spotted them first. The teammate replied coldly that in this dark corner, whoever camped first would win for sure. The boy suddenly stopped and whispered that something was moving ahead. His whole body trembled as he pointed forward. The teammate turned to him and asked what he was talking about, saying he saw nothing. The boy insisted that something had moved. The teammate narrowed his eyes and wondered if it had been a lizardman. But then, right behind that boy, something appeared silently. Its claws stretched forward and were about to strike Boy's head. Boy froze, but in that moment the claws grabbed the boy instead. The boy was instantly killed. The surviving teammate turned around in fury and shouted not to come any closer. He unleashed fire magic toward the figure. The flames lit up the darkness, revealing a man with a devilish smile. The teammate's eyes widened in horror as he recognized him. He shouted no way before the man mercilessly killed him. A loud, painful echo shook the cave. Elsewhere in the arena, another participant screamed as a rock pierced his chest from behind, killing him. Moon checked his scoreboard nervously. He realized he had killed that man earlier. But when he saw the rankings, his heart sank. He was no longer in first place. The first place belonged to someone named Choi, who already had 13 kills. Moon had only 10. He frowned and muttered the name Choi, wondering why it sounded familiar. Then his eyes widened in realization. He remembered. Choi was known as the Beast King. He was a former UFC heavyweight fighter. He was also a top-ranked player in Korea's #2 guild, Shinhwa, just below Seong-sam. His trait was double-tier beastification, which allowed him to transform into any kind of beast. At this time, he must have still been silver rank, but he was known to be a slow starter. Moon clenched his teeth and thought that he had planned to enjoy his boosted stats for a while. But now he knew it was time to get serious. Moon told the Philosopher's Stone to give him a quick estimate. The Philosopher's Stone answered with a cheerful voice, telling him that to use its system through equivalent exchange, he needed 10,000 achievement points. A window appeared in front of him, asking if he would accept. Moon pressed the yes button without hesitation. The moment he did that, he obtained Odin's Eye. It was marked as a replica with only 10% authenticity. Still, it was the legendary Eye of Odin, the constellation ruler of Asgard. He could use it, but for some unknown reason, the power was not fully unleashed. Several constellation notifications began to flood his screen. Constellation Thor showed interest in the sudden appearance of the King's Eye. Constellation Heimdall appeared in shock. Constellation Loki reacted with curiosity. The stream filled with comments about the pop-ups, and viewers expressed excitement. Moon thought calmly that it was as expected, since it was only a 10% replica. He remembered that even the top-ranking constellation weapons were like this. The fact that Asgardian constellations were showing great interest meant he was on the right path. He decided that the left eye was the most suitable for binding. He placed Odin's Eye near his left eye, and it merged with it instantly. The viewers on the livestream screamed in shock. They said his new eye looked terrifying. One viewer shouted that his eyeball was being attacked. Another viewer corrected him, saying it was not an attack but an equipment binding. They all agreed it must have hurt terribly. But at that same moment, Moon opened his eyes again. He looked down at his own hand first, just to confirm if everything felt normal. Then a sudden pop-up appeared above. Constellation Odin was watching him with an innocent smile. Odin's Eye itself requested binding with him. The Philosopher's Stone asked if he would accept this offer. Moon thought of course he would accept. Among constellations, Odin was famous for owning a wide variety of artifacts. There was a very specific reason Moon had chosen to transmute Odin's Eye among countless possible relics. He remembered the time when the Dragon Emperor descended upon Europe. The entire city had been burning in chaos. A huge shadow had swept past, and a single movement destroyed most of Europe. The continent had been on the brink of collapse. Under Fabian's orders, Odin's Eye was used to repel the Dragon Emperor. The dragon had rained fiery breath upon everything. But then, a person holding Odin's Eye had pointed out its weak spot. The wielder shouted to attack that exact point. Because of Odin's Eye's ability, they managed to strike the dragon's core. The Dragon Emperor was forced to retreat back to his realm. Moon thought the correct phrasing was not that they defeated him, but that they forced him back. That wielder was a high ranker from Germany who had Odin as his sponsor. That event was the reason Moon believed Odin's Eye was the most valuable item. Now the eye was fully bound to him. The Philosopher's Stone registered Odin's Eye as one of his traits. When he used it for the very first time, he acquired the trait known as Odin's Sight. His vision suddenly became unbelievably sharp. He whispered in his mind that this was truly insane. The stream chat exploded, saying his eyes were glowing brightly. Moon realized why Fabian had once been able to instantly detect the Dragon Emperor's weak spot. He now had that same ability. He thought that it was time to find his opponent. He started walking through the area filled with dead bodies. At the same time, another player arrived at the scene. This person looked around and saw the corpses scattered across the floor. He muttered that the area seemed cleared. He checked the leaderboard confidently. He believed he was now in first place. He had 15 kills already and thought no one could match that. But when he looked again, he froze. Moon's name was above his own. Moon had 24 kills. Choi, the man with 15 kills, clenched his teeth. He thought this guy had been second place only a short while ago. Now he was leading by almost double the kills. Choi smiled darkly like a devil. He thought Moon must know how to fight, and that excited him. He prepared his claws and his body began transforming into a werewolf. He hoped Moon was a combat type so the fight would be fun. His ears twitched as his senses sharpened. He heard a faint sound nearby. He realized someone was approaching. He thought it must be him. He rushed toward the sound with his claws ready. It was indeed Moon who appeared. Choi broke through the wall, leaping towards him. He recognized Moon as a magic type. He thought it would be troublesome. He jumped back and forth, predicting movements, but Moon kept vanishing. Choi looked around furiously. He leapt from wall to wall, sniffing the air, searching for Moon's hidden presence. Then he finally spotted a dark figure standing still. He thought he had cornered him at last. He called him a sneaky little rat and charged with his jaws wide open. But before he could bite Moon, an explosion of fire erupted in his mouth. Choi fell to the ground, coughing up blood. Moon whispered to himself that the closer his enemy was, the clearer Odin's eye became. He admitted he was not even used to using it yet, but the effect was already terrifying. Choi held his bleeding mouth in shock. He wondered how Moon was reading all his movements perfectly. He tried to push that thought away, telling himself tricks like that would not work twice. He roared and rushed at Moon again. Moon snapped his fingers, saying he was not really a mage. He summoned a stone wall and a massive punch from behind it. Choi smashed the punch with his claws like it was nothing. Moon was shocked at his strength. In the blink of an eye, Choi grabbed Moon by the neck. He called him a rat that had been hiding until now. He said catching him took effort, so now he would kill him. He prepared his punch to crush Moon's body, but Moon calmly blocked it with only one hand. Choi's eyes widened in disbelief. He thought it was impossible with such a flimsy arm. Moon's ogre body trait had been activated. Moon thought to himself that as expected of the beast King Choi, he was no pushover. He realized he barely managed to block the strike and needed to find his weak point quickly. He activated Odin's eye to scan him. Choi grew furious, shouting that he would not fall for the same trick again. He lunged forward with his jaws wide open, aiming to bite Moon's head clean off. Choi's mouth came very close to biting off Moon's head. At that exact moment, Odin's eye finished its analysis. Moon focused his vision through the divine eye. The weak point of Choi appeared clearly in his sight. Moon gathered power in his fist, feeling his strength surge. He thought so that was it. He whispered in his heart, "Good job, Odin's eye." He thought goodbye, Choi. He drove his fist straight into the weak point near Choi's belly. The blow was so precise that Choi coughed up blood instantly. The area where Moon struck vanished from Choi's body entirely. Choi's eyes widened in disbelief. He groaned, "Damn it, I lost." His body collapsed to the ground, lifeless. A notification appeared before Moon. Constellation, Odin announced that the weakness had already been locked on. Odin proudly declared his eyes were wide open. Constellation, Black Goat stared at Odin's eye with a strange gleam. Moon read the notifications, then shifted his thoughts back to the match. He summoned the arena leaderboard in front of him. His name shone at the very top in first place. He had 26 kills recorded. Second place was held by Lee with only 5 kills. Choi, with his 15 kills, was now listed as dead. Moon thought if he had not synthesized Odin's eye, it would have been impossible to defeat such a high ranker alone in the future. The chat room began to explode with noise. One viewer asked in shock if that had really been Choi, the top silver-ranked player in Korea. Another viewer confirmed it was true, adding he was a promising member of the Myth Guild. Someone else mentioned he had a sponsor of 500 achievement points. Another jokingly shouted, "Marry me." Someone sneered that even so, he was just a silver scrub. Another complained about people sucking up to him. A different viewer said it was really disgusting. Someone else laughed and typed LOL. Another mocked that he was acting tough beyond his tier. One told the complainer to get out of here if he didn't like it. Another encouraged him, saying, "Hero of silver, let's go gold." The chaos kept building in the chat. Moon raised his voice politely. He asked the viewers to keep the chat free of swearing and spam. He reminded them to chat politely and avoid unnecessary trolling. He requested moderators to mute those who ignored the rules. Constellation, Black Goat, acting as a manager, replied in a grumpy voice. He asked why not simply cut off their heads instead. Moon firmly refused, saying only severe swearing or crossing the line deserved punishment. Black Goat muttered that it was too bad but agreed to handle things. He said old folks should stay quiet. He immediately kicked out a spammer, then he kicked out another troublemaker. The chat room went wild once more. Someone cheered that it was good to have him back. Another shouted to wipe out all spam and swearing. Someone laughed about crazy aggro slaughter. Another praised him as the king god of trolling massacre goat. Moon received a notification that Constellation Black Goat was watching the chat with great satisfaction. He smiled faintly, but then froze as he sensed something behind him. He turned slowly, straining his ears. He muttered that it sounded like someone was fighting nearby. The sound seemed to come from behind a wall. He used Odin's eye to scan through the obstruction. He realized the area was marked as inaccessible to players. He frowned and thought what was hidden behind this wall. The Galaxy Arena system flashed a warning. It stated that further interference would lead to penalties such as disqualification. Moon sighed and decided it was better to retreat. He muttered it was unfortunate but necessary. Just then something appeared inside his inventory. He opened it curiously. He saw Mithril. Glowing faintly, he pulled it out and wondered why it had been given to him. The system explained that Doria Mountain Mithril ore ownership had been confirmed. Access qualifications were being reviewed. The review was completed and access was granted. Moon was surprised, but the wall in front of him suddenly blasted open. From within, a giant demon-like figure emerged. Moon stepped back in shock. At that same moment, a small girl appeared. She muttered that she had messed up her strength control again. Moon's eyes widened as he looked at her. The girl sighed that Uncle Macker would scold her for damaging the server. Moon whispered her name. He called her Marnell. The little girl looked at him and gasped. She shouted benefactor. She laughed with joy and ran forward to hug him tightly. She asked how long it had been since they last met. Moon patted her back gently and said it was nice to see her too. But inside, he wondered why Marnell was here. He thought this was only a survival map for 100 players. Marnell hugged him more tightly and said she thought she would never see him again. Moon thought silently, could this map be connected to the dwarves? System pop-ups suddenly appeared. Constellation Odin mentioned that the council was noisy about marriage. Constellation Heavenly Demon teased that Moon had missed seeing the event in person. Odin laughed and told him not to be like that. He added many constellations were already waiting because of rumors. Moon ignored their teasing and studied the reactions carefully. He wondered if Marnell's revival had changed something important. The chat also reacted quickly. One person shouted dwarf. Another said dwarves only appeared in specific plays. A third commented that Moon seemed to know the dwarf personally. Meanwhile, Marnell looked up at Moon with sparkling eyes. She said she was so happy to meet him again like this. She added that she had to go soon because of work. Moon asked curiously what kind of work. Marnell explained that last time, with his help, they had driven out the dragons. But in the end, they could not protect Doria. She said the fight against the dragons was not over yet. Moon listened quietly. Then a system pop-up appeared. Constellation Odin assigned him a mission. The mission stated that Odin and the Asgardian faction prayed for the dwarves' safety. He was asked to help Marnell and deal with the invaders. As a reward, he would receive 5,000 achievement points. Moon thought about it for a moment. Then he placed his hand on Marnell's shoulder. He told her he would help. Marnell smiled warmly and said she was fine, but admitted she could not handle dragon soldiers alone. Moon reassured her and said he wanted to help anyway. She was surprised, but then her eyes softened with relief. She said if a strong person like him helped, she was happy. She told him to follow her and promised to guide the way. A final warning appeared from the system. Entering that area would exclude him from the ongoing arena. The rewards for the current arena would be based on his recorded score so far. Moon thought calmly. There were only a few survivors left. Choi had already been handled. First place was secured. He accepted the exclusion and entered the new area. He was transported to the northern server facility. Due to the special mission, all broadcasts and chats were muted. The scene then shifted to a group of monsters. Their leader roared angrily, demanding why his orders had been ignored. He reminded them he had told them to attack at the same time. One minion begged for another chance to kill the pests, but the big monster killed him instantly. Just then, a figure appeared nearby. Even the big monster trembled at the newcomer's presence. The figure spoke coldly, asking who had said there would be another chance. The big demon knelt immediately. He apologized for his failure. The figure mocked him and said he always expected too much from Draken. He reminded him of his limited intelligence. The big monster admitted fault humbly. The figure smirked and said for Draken he was unusually smart. He revealed he was a half-elf. He waved his hand and conjured a glowing map. He declared that a map was essential to find the nest of the pests. The big monster thanked him for the gift. The figure ordered him to capture them all to impress Sarku. The monster obeyed immediately. Meanwhile, Moon and Marnell were walking together. They had already slain many dragon soldiers along the way. Marnell smiled and admitted that traveling with Moon made everything easier. She said at this pace she could wipe them all out today. But suddenly Moon sensed danger approaching at incredible speed. He shouted for Marnell to be careful. He grabbed his weapon instantly. An arrow flew past with a sharp whistle. He recognized it as a Draco arrow. More arrows rained down like a storm. A squad of dragon archers had targeted them. Moon noticed all the arrows were aimed only at Marnell. Marnell closed her eyes, ready to accept death. But Moon summoned a rock layer in front of her using Odin's eye. The arrows shattered against the shield. He then scanned with his divine eye and spotted the enemy's positions. He counted 9 archers hiding in the shadows. He thought this was definitely worth fighting. He tightened his grip on his weapon. He rushed forward at incredible speed straight toward them. Moon stood firm with his fists clenched as he activated Odin's eye, the mysterious power that allowed him to see every weakness of the monsters in front of him. His gaze locked onto the first Draken, and glowing marks appeared across its body, showing the fragile points in its scales. He stepped forward, his body bursting with energy, and he charged his punch with all the power he could muster. When his fist struck, the sound was like thunder rolling through the arena, and the first Draken collapsed instantly, its massive body shaking the ground as it fell. The chat window from the spectators lit up with flashing comments, their voices filled with shock. Some could not believe what they had just seen, because Moon had taken down the giant monster with only one blow. He turned immediately to the second Draken, and once again, Odin's eye revealed the weak spot shimmering on its chest. Without wasting time, Moon launched forward and his punch pierced the air like a cannonball. The second Draken screeched, but the cry was cut short as it too collapsed, defeated by a single strike. The live chat exploded again, with one person shouting in disbelief that Moon was from the magic class, yet he was using martial arts with such mastery. Another viewer wrote that they had seen something like this once before, but this time the power felt even more insane. Moon lowered his fists, breathing steadily, and turned around to check on his companion. He called out for Marnell to see if she was unharmed, but his words froze on his lips when he saw her. The dwarf girl was not hiding or trembling behind him. She was swinging her enormous hammer like a storm of steel. She slammed the weapon down again and again on the face of another Draken, each strike shaking the beast's skull as if she were breaking rocks. Her small frame hid a terrifying amount of strength, and she laughed almost like a wild warrior while she struck the monster mercilessly. Finally, with a crazed grin, she raised her head, her hammer dripping with blood, and she cheerfully told him she was fine. Moon felt his chest loosen with relief, but his forehead was covered in nervous sweat. He muttered that it was good she was safe, yet his mind was filled with questions. He wondered if it was truly normal for a dwarf so young to possess such monstrous strength, because something about her power felt unnatural and unsettling. Before he could think further, the earth trembled and a heavy shadow fell over them. A larger Draken appeared, far more intimidating than the others, and it spoke in a deep, rumbling voice. It mocked them with a slow clap and declared that they were not bad at all. Moon and Marnell turned their heads in shock, both of their eyes widening at the sight of this enormous creature. Moon muttered under his breath, asking what kind of monster this new enemy was. The Draken's glowing eyes shifted to Marnell, and it pointed its massive claw at her. It revealed that she was the arena contestant personally mentioned by Lord Sarkis, the High Ruler. Moon froze, his heart pounding, as he thought about what those words meant. He suddenly remembered the strange system pop-up from earlier, the one that said they were being moved to the Arena Northern Seer facility because of special circumstances. He realized now that this was Marnell's arena, and Earth was still technically under the official arena match phase. The broadcast to the outside world had been muted to keep the fight secret. Moon clicked his tongue and thought that whatever the reason was, it no longer mattered. He clenched his fist again, and decided he needed to defeat this big Draken first before anything else could go wrong. But before he could make a move, Marnell dashed past him like a speeding bullet, her hammer raised high. She charged straight at the monster without hesitation, her speed so fast that even Moon was stunned. The Draken roared, spreading its wings, and launched its own attack to counter her. Their weapons clashed in midair, the hammer smashing into the monster's claw with explosive force. The sound of metal and bone colliding echoed like a giant drumbeat, shaking the whole arena. Marnell spun and slammed her hammer onto the Draken's head, forcing it down with tremendous strength. She landed on her feet, sliding backwards across the cracked floor, and she smiled proudly at Moon. She asked how her attack was, almost as if she was showing off her skills. Moon, however, was not smiling. He had used Odin's eye, and what he saw made his blood turn cold. He realized that the Draken was not the biggest danger on the battlefield. With urgency in his voice, he shouted for Marnell to get down. He summoned his energy in both hands, creating a shimmering barrier in front of her. An overwhelming blast of dark power struck the barrier, making sparks fly everywhere. Marnell stumbled back in shock at the sheer force of the attack. Even the Draken itself looked terrified, and its body trembled as it stepped aside. From the shadows emerged a tall, sinister figure with pointed ears and scales covering parts of his body. The half-elf smirked, his voice smooth yet cruel, and he said he had come only to capture one little brat. But upon noticing Moon, he laughed that there was also a human worth killing. The system identified him as Sarku, a hidden boss, a half-dragonoid who appeared only when special conditions were met. Moon's jaw tightened as he realized what this meant. The Draken bowed quickly, apologizing to Sarku for its failure and begged to be allowed to kill Marnell itself. Sarku dismissed it coldly and said he would take care of the unknown human intruder. With a wave of his hand, Sarku launched deadly shark-shaped blasts of energy straight at Moon. He twisted his body and dodged with precision, each blast grazing past him and exploding behind his back. Sarku narrowed his eyes, surprised at how Moon was avoiding his attacks. He said that he thought Moon was just an alchemist, yet clearly he had hidden strength. He dashed forward with inhuman speed and tried to crush Moon with his claws met his cold gaze. And when Sarku tried to grab his neck, Moon caught his wrist with one hand and stopped him. The hidden boss roared in fury that a human dared to block his power, and his aura burst out violently. The arena shook as Sarku unleashed a massive wave of energy that forced Moon backwards. He steadied himself, sparks of lightning flickering around his body as he prepared his counterattack. Sarku formed a glowing cube with his magic, a spell so strong that the little stone warned Moon once again that it was a semi-6 star-level dragoon spell. Moon braced himself, knowing retreat was impossible, and stood his ground as Sarku declared that it was an honor to die by his full power. The cube shot forward, releasing a torrent of destructive force that lit up the battlefield. Moon held up his hands and blocked with a barrier, gritting his teeth against the pressure. The philosopher's stone within him spoke, ready to assist, and Moon muttered that if they beat a hidden boss, the reward would be incredible. Ice spread across the ground as Sarku froze Moon inside a massive barrier, laughing that he would crush him completely. But cracks formed in the ice, glowing with light, and Moon's voice thundered as he released a devastating boom of energy. The frozen prison shattered into shards, and Sarku's eyes widened in shock. He could not believe that a human could summon such destructive power. He realized that Moon had called upon Astrophe, the divine thunder, though weakened compared to the original. Still, it was powerful enough to overwhelm even a dragonoid like him. Desperate, Sarku hurled a sword made of his essence straight at Moon. But Moon's gaze remained steady, and he summoned the sacred stick of Astrophe into his hand. Sarku's face turned pale as he recognized the weapon, stuttering in disbelief that such an artifact had appeared again. Moon pointed the weapon at him, stating that under the conditions, he could use it without limit. Before Sarku could retreat, Moon swung the weapon and thunder tore through the battlefield. The hidden boss screamed as his body was ripped apart, his essence collapsing into fragments of light. The system notified Moon that he had defeated the hidden boss Sarku alone, and earned 2,000 achievement points. On top of that, the Constellation of Odin rewarded him with 5,000 more. His body trembled from exhaustion, but he managed to stay standing, his mission complete. Marnell rushed to his side, her face filled with relief, and she called out to him. Moon replied calmly that it was already dealt with, though his chest was still heavy from the power he had unleashed. Just then, his body began to glow, as the system announced that the arena of the Northern Seer facility had been cleared. He was about to be returned to his original world. Marnell's eyes widened in sadness, and she asked if he was leaving again. Moon nodded and said that she was an arena participant as well, wasn't she? Marnell tilted her head, surprised, and asked how he knew. Moon explained that if he had realized earlier, he would have left the final blow to her so she could claim the honor. Marnell laughed and corrected him, saying he was mistaken. She revealed with a mysterious tone that this was not her arena at all. Moon froze in confusion, his eyes narrowing as the teleportation light engulfed him. The truth of the arena remained uncertain, and the mystery of Marnell's strength only grew deeper. In a distant hidden realm, far away from the eyes of mortals, a strange meeting was taking place. The room was vast and empty, shaped like an endless hall with no walls or ceiling that could be clearly seen. In the middle of the hall, 3 large throne-like structures were arranged in a triangle, each throne pulsing with a strange color that reflected the one who sat on it. The black one sat with a calm but ominous expression, his eyes burning like embers of shadow. His deep voice broke the silence, and he said that once again the thread of fate had twisted. He explained that this was already the second time such an anomaly had occurred, and his tone was filled with irritation. The black one then turned his gaze to the blue dragon lord and called out his name. He addressed him as Nidhogg, and reminded him that the disturbance had taken place within his own domain. The black one was the third dragon lord, Apophis, and his words carried the weight of accusation. He reminded Nidhogg that he had boasted confidently earlier that everything would proceed without issues, and now he demanded to know what had gone wrong. The blue one shifted on his throne, his face calm but his tone cold. Nidhogg, the fifth dragon lord, answered that the mistake could not be his alone, and suggested that it must have been the work of one of his subordinates. He specifically named Sarkaz, hinting that it was likely Sarkaz who had made a blunder. The pink one, who had been silent until now, leaned forward with narrowed eyes. She was the fourth dragon lord, Vritra, her aura radiant yet sharp like a blade hidden beneath silk. Vritra asked in disbelief if Sarkaz had actually failed. Her tone carried shock, for Sarkaz was known to be undefeated and unmatched in strength among underlings. Apophis, the black one, immediately denied this possibility. He explained that he could still sense Sarkaz's presence clearly, which meant the warrior was not dead. Apophis stated that it seemed not Sarkaz himself, but one of his lesser subordinates who had failed in their task. Nidhogg then interrupted again, his cold voice echoing across the chamber. He revealed that he had already sent one of his trusted agents, Defina, to investigate the matter thoroughly. According to Defina's early reports, she had discovered the dimension of the one responsible for cutting the thread of fate. Both Apophis and Vritra turned their heads sharply toward him, their eyes flashing with interest. They asked where this mysterious place was, their voices rising in unison. The answer fell from Apophis's lips slowly, each word shaking the air. He said that the dimension was called Earth. The other dragon lords froze for a moment, their expressions heavy with shock and surprise. The name carried weight even among these rulers. Vritra, the pink one, raised her eyes toward the empty fourth throne in the chamber. She whispered that if it was Earth, then it was the same place where the first dragon lord had been operating recently. Her words hung in the air like thunder as her gaze lingered on the vacant seat. Nidhogg nodded, his tone filled with certainty, and he confirmed her suspicion. He said that according to Defina's findings, the first dragon lord had indeed made contact with the group behind the interference. Vritra smirked faintly, her voice sharp with sarcasm. She said that Defina had proven herself dependable once again, unlike certain others who boasted too much but failed to deliver. She added that she would look forward to more useful reports. Apophis, unfazed by the tension between them, gave his commands calmly. He instructed Nidhogg to ensure that the Black Forge continued running without interruption, its fires never extinguished. Then he turned to Vritra and ordered her to expand the influence of the Arena Council even further, spreading its shadow across more worlds. He ended by saying that once Defina delivered her next report, they would reconvene in the same place to decide their next course of action. With that, the Dragon Lords' bodies shimmered, their thrones glowing brightly, and they disappeared from the hall in an instant. Meanwhile, far away, Moon reappeared outside the arena. He let out a long sigh and thought to himself that the place he had fought in earlier had not been Marnell's arena after all. His mind went back to the system window that had announced Arena Northern Seer Facility, and he wondered what it truly meant. He found it strange that the system, which was usually very strict, had never once explained what kind of match it had been. He speculated that perhaps the arena he had entered was not meant for others at all, but one that applied only to him alone. He shook his head and decided to put the matter aside. He muttered that it was better to check his pending rewards first, since he had cleared the server and defeated the enemies in the first place. The system then announced that his reward had been increased based on his overall performance. The Philosopher's Stone that was bound to him absorbed a portion of his experience points. Its level increased by 4, and Moon nodded, saying that the result was as expected. He still complained, however, that the rewards felt stingy, even after such a difficult battle. He muttered that it did not matter much, since reaching gold rank had been his only true goal. Just then, another system notification popped up before his eyes. It stated that player Moon had been assigned as gold, and that he had achieved the official rank of a gold player. It further explained that he could now access the achievement shop, which was reserved only for players of that tier. Moon blinked in surprise and muttered in disbelief, wondering why even the achievement shop was suddenly unlocked for him. He quickly opened another reward window to check the rest of his prizes. The system announced again that the Philosopher's Stone had received more experience, and its level jumped by 8 in a single go. Moon's body felt lighter and stronger, his aura expanding. At the same time, another reward appeared in his inventory, a corrupted serum. Moon's eyes widened, and he said with excitement that this was the real deal. He had leveled up 8 times at once, and his stone had grown even stronger. But his joy was cut short when he turned his head and noticed something strange beside him. There were many small, folded figures lying scattered on the ground. At first, they looked like simple paper dolls, shaped like origami. He crouched down, picked one up carefully, and studied it with narrowed eyes. His face stiffened as realization struck, and he whispered to himself that these were not toys at all. Before he could react, a thunderous explosion erupted around his flat, blasting through walls and windows. Fire engulfed the building as civilians screamed and fled into the streets. The air filled with smoke, chaos, and cries of panic. One young girl screamed in shock that the explosion had come out of nowhere. Amid the confusion, a figure appeared in the firelight. His voice carried madness as he laughed and said that explosions were always fun. This man was the one who had planted the bombs in Moon's house. He was Jace Clark, a member of the notorious organization known as Desperado. Clark stood with a grin, declaring proudly that his targets had probably been blown to pieces already. He clicked his tongue with fake regret, saying that if only the blast radius had covered the entire area, then nothing would have remained. Moon's voice came from behind him, calm but sharp, saying that if that had happened, Clark would have been permanently expelled from his own organization. Clark turned around abruptly, his eyes wide, demanding to know who Moon was. He hurled an origami figure toward Moon, expecting it to explode. Moon activated Odin's eye and snapped his fingers casually. The origami folded in on itself and shattered into harmless scraps of paper before it even reached him. Clark's pupils shrank in disbelief. He thought to himself that his attack had been destroyed with just a flick of a finger. He realized with horror that this was no accident, and it could happen again. Clark asked angrily how Moon had even survived the explosion earlier. Moon tilted his head slightly and answered that he had no reason to explain such a thing. Clark's mind raced as he demanded to know how Moon had discovered his true name. Moon smiled faintly and asked why his guess had struck him so deeply if it were not correct. Clark's face grew pale, his thoughts spiraling as he wondered just how much this stranger knew about Desperado. Moon's cold expression told him everything. This man knew their rules, their punishments, and their secrets. Clark's heart pounded as he realized Moon was warning him indirectly that fighting recklessly here would bring severe punishment from the organization itself. But Clark gritted his teeth and snarled that eliminating someone who knew too much about Desperado would earn him a reward, not punishment. He unleashed a flurry of origami attacks, dozens of folded figures flying through the air like deadly birds. Moon calmly raised his hand again and used Odin's eye. The weak points of every single origami shone before him, and with a flick, they all crumbled into nothingness. Clark's face twisted in shock as he shouted that this was impossible, that this was some kind of dirty trick. Realizing he had no choice, Clark reached for his cloak and ripped it off. He poured his power into the fabric, folding it rapidly with trembling hands. Moon's eyes widened slightly as he saw what was being created. Clark had folded the cloak into the shape of a massive airplane infused with explosive energy. Clark declared proudly that even a silver-ranked desperado like him never failed a mission. He charged at Moon recklessly with the origami plane, his body glowing with unstable energy. Moon narrowed his eyes and muttered if Clark was truly trying to blow himself up. Clark laughed like a lunatic, admitting that Moon had figured it out but saying it was already too late. He roared that they would go to hell together. Moon clenched his fist, gathering immense power into his punch. He raised his arm and answered that Clark would go alone. With a swing filled with black aura, his punch connected with the origami plane. The explosion that followed was massive, shaking the entire building and tearing the air with fire and sound. The streets below filled with terrified screams as people ran in every direction. Some shouted that another explosion had happened. Others feared that a war was breaking out in the middle of their city. Moon withdrew his energy quickly, his body trembling slightly as he muttered that it had been too close. He looked into the smoke and thought to himself about the man he had just defeated. Jace Clark had been no ordinary criminal. He was one of Desperado's rising stars, a dangerous organization made up only of diamond-level or higher elites. They were infamous across the world, known for their cruelty and merciless methods. Moon realized with unease that the syndicate, which had been vicious even in his previous life, was now moving against him directly. He clenched his jaw, knowing he had to discover who was behind this assassination attempt. Without wasting more time, he pulled out his communicator and called Sihyuk. The call connected, and a familiar voice answered. Moon said firmly that it was him and asked if the person was busy right now. He added that something important had come up and could not wait. Moon walked slowly through the grand hallway of the tall building. He lifted his head and looked around at the shining walls and expensive floor tiles. The building was filled with a mysterious glow because of the protective magic carved into every corner. Even the windows sparkled faintly with runes, and the door he had entered through had been covered in layers of protective seals. Moon thought to himself that this must be the famous Rancor Palace. It was a penthouse in the very heart of Gangnam, and it was protected more tightly than even some government buildings. He thought this was the first time in his life that he had seen security magic of such a high grade. Every stone and every frame looked as if it had been polished and reinforced by a master magician. As he continued walking, he heard someone's voice speaking nearby. The voice was calm but full of confidence. The person said that he would leave the rest in Moon's hands and that he himself would deal with the association. Moon turned toward the voice and thought that the man must really be making a lot of money to speak so casually. But before he could think further, the man quickly turned toward him. He asked Moon if he was sure he did not need to go to the hospital. Moon frowned and said firmly that he was fine. He asked how many times the same question would be repeated. Another man nearby told Moon to ignore that question and to sit down instead. He said he would bring something rare for Moon to taste. Moon sat down and muttered that the senior always acted as if the place was his own house. The man then served Moon a steaming cup of green-colored tea. Moon narrowed his eyes at the tea and said that it was 11 tea. The man smiled and said that as expected of a top-class alchemist, Moon had recognized it instantly. He explained that he had barely managed to make it using ingredients obtained from the elves. Moon lifted the cup and sipped the tea slowly. He thought it was smooth and refreshing, yet heavy in fragrance. He asked if it was really okay for him to drink something so rare. He thought that even the richest people in the world could not easily obtain this tea. But just as he was thinking this, a system notification suddenly appeared before his eyes. It declared that his agility had increased by 1. The boost had come from the potion-like effect hidden inside the tea. The man looked at him and said proudly that it was not even his own tea. Moon muttered that the senior was daring to say such a thing in front of the owner of the house. But before the discussion could continue, the door to the room slammed open with a loud bang. Everyone turned toward the entrance in shock. A girl stood there, panting heavily as if she had run all the way. Her face was flushed and she was slightly out of breath. She shouted, asking Moon and Sihyuk where her brother was. Everyone stared at her, confused by the sudden interruption. Moon rubbed his forehead and thought that she had broken another door again. He told her that she seemed determined to destroy his house. Sihyuk sighed and told her to calm down, but she quickly demanded to know if the rumor was true. The room turned quiet as everyone realized what she was talking about. She asked if it was true that an assassin had been sent from Desperado. The man sitting there nodded and said that yes, it was true. He explained that there must be a force behind the group that had instigated this attack. He said they needed to uncover who was pulling the strings. Another person said that this was no ordinary matter and that he would personally investigate it. The girl clenched her fists and said that she would also investigate. She said she could not let this pass quietly. Moon, however, glanced at Sihyuk. He thought that Sihyuk must already have a hunch about what was going on, but Sihyuk stayed quiet and did not speak a single word. He sat there staring blankly into space, lost in his thoughts. The silence grew heavy until Moon broke it. He asked what the association had said. He pointed out that the investigation should already have been completed. Sihyuk slowly answered that the association had been talking. He said that Moon would have to give an official statement at the association. Moon placed the cup of elegant tea on the table and muttered that, as expected, his uncle had no intention of letting the matter go. He then thought about his family. His father had been the first-generation player and the founding chairman of the association. After his father, it had been his uncle who succeeded as the second chairman. Moon thought that an organization like Desperado could only survive because they had powerful backing. The girl looked at Moon and said that if he did not want to go, he should not force himself. She promised that since she was already a Rancor, she would find a way to stop it. But Moon shook his head and said that it was not necessary. He thought silently that Desperado was not just any group. They were not mere hired hitmen. They were too big and too organized for that. He said that they should contact the association and inform them that he would be coming. He thought that he could not just sit still and do nothing. Soon, he arrived at the Republic of Korea Awakeners Association. Si-hyuk walked beside him and asked if he was really okay with this. Moon asked what he meant by that. Si-hyuk explained that Moon had always felt uncomfortable around their uncle. Moon smirked and said that Si-hyuk was acting too polite just because he had grown older. He told him to just admit it straight, that he had once been scared of their uncle. Moon thought back to his younger days. Just as Si-hyuk had said, he had feared his uncle deeply when he was young. Because Moon had been born out of wedlock, his uncle had treated him harshly. He had called him a disgrace to the family and acted as if he did not exist. As they reached the front entrance, a guard quickly greeted them. The guard bowed and said that young Master Si-hyuk had arrived. He opened the door for them, allowing them inside. Moon thought that he had hated and feared his uncle for years, but now things were different. This was his second life, and his uncle was no longer someone to fear. Inside, his uncle turned toward him. He said that Moon had finally come. A heavy wave of aura spread from his body, pressing down on the room. He was the president of the Awakeners Association of Korea, and his name was Kim Muyol. He looked at them and said that he did not recall calling for two people. Si-hyuk calmly said that the association kept summoning him, so he thought he was supposed to come as well. A guard stepped forward and asked if that was acceptable, but the president waved his hand and said it was fine. He muttered that since Si-hyuk had lost his parents early, it was possible. He began to say something else, but Moon interrupted him. He asked if it was because of their similar circumstances that his uncle was suddenly acting understanding. His uncle stayed silent for a while and then ordered his guards to leave them. The guards hesitated, but he told them to step outside. When the room was empty, Moon looked around and then teased his uncle. He said that his hobbies had changed, as he had never grown bonsai plants before. His uncle narrowed his eyes and asked what Moon was trying to do. Moon said that his uncle was the same as ever, but since it was a rare family meeting, he should take it easy. He reminded him that he was getting old after all. His uncle slammed the table with fury. He shouted that Moon had lost his mind. A massive wave of aura burst out from him as he called Moon a useless piece of trash. He launched a bonsai at Moon's neck, but Moon raised a barrier with ease. The bonsai stopped just near his skin, but Moon only smiled calmly. His uncle stared and said that the rumors must be true. He demanded to know how Moon had recovered from being magic impaired. Moon had blocked the bonsai with a single finger and said that he had simply gotten lucky. He added that it was not the important point. He asked if the real reason he had been summoned was because of the terror incident. His uncle narrowed his eyes but then admitted it. He said that since Moon had brought it up, he wanted to ask one question. He asked what Moon's connection to Desperado was. At that moment, Moon's eyes widened in shock. His uncle said that there was no use in denying it. He said that he had already heard everything in the report. Moons thought silently that his uncle was coming at him too directly. He realized that if his uncle had been the one behind the attack, he would have used his authority to make it far more elaborate. That meant the only possibilities left were foreign forces like the US or China. Moon stared at his uncle and then asked a question in return. He asked how his uncle knew so much about Desperado. The president slammed his fist on the table. He shouted, asking if Moon was trying to play games with him. He asked if Moon really thought the chairman of the association would not know about a notorious criminal group. He accused Moon of having some nerve to act dumb in front of him. Moon calmly asked if his uncle had looked into the US side or perhaps China. His uncle paused and asked what he meant by that. He said nothing at first, but then asked why Moon was suddenly mentioning those two countries. Moon told him that someone of his level should already know why. The president's face darkened, and he said that Moon must realize how dangerous his words were. He warned that if what Moon said turned out to be false, the consequences would be heavy. Moon smirked and said that would work out well for his uncle, since lying to the chairman and slandering entire nations would be more than enough reason to throw him in jail. Moon thought carefully to himself. It was true that his uncle had contact with Desperado around this time as well. But it seemed he did not yet know about the involvement of the US or China. Moon realized that if he played this carefully, he could turn things in his favor. The president finally sighed and said that Moon was not entirely wrong. He admitted that there could be truth to his words, but he warned that if they turned out to be false, Moon would face the consequences. As he spoke, he released another massive wave of aura that pressed heavily on Moon. A few days later, Moon finally managed to get a new house in Ranker's palace with the help of Si Hyuk and Yu Young. The grand building stood tall and beautiful, and even though all of Kim's daily necessities had been destroyed in the explosions set off by Jace Clark, filling the new house again had not been as difficult as he thought it would be. The rooms were soon filled with furniture, decorations, and items that made the place look like a proper home again. The girl cheerfully told him that some of the pieces of furniture were actually housewarming gifts from her. She explained that she had guessed he would probably buy them anyway, so she had prepared everything in advance. Moon scratched the back of his neck nervously and thanked her, but in his mind, he thought that it felt like he had been tricked into accepting them. He wondered why everything was going so smoothly all of a sudden and felt something strange about it. Still, he admitted to himself that things were going well for now. That night, Moon finally allowed himself to relax. He sat comfortably on the sofa and opened a can of soda. The cool, fizzing sound filled the quiet room, and he sighed in relief. He thought it was unbelievable that he, of all people, was now living in a house like this. Just then, the stone spoke up. The stone asked if Moon was not planning to treat Si Hyuk and Yu Young to something in return for their help. Moon replied that he had already been thinking about it. He admitted that since he had managed to move in at a cheaper price because of them, he owed them a favor. The stone tilted its head and asked what he planned to give them, since the two rankers did not seem to lack anything at all. Moon calmly explained that even though they looked like they had everything, it did not mean they did not want anything. He said that from his experience of living with high rankers before, he knew exactly what kind of gifts they truly valued. He thought that if he used that method, the two of them would definitely be happy. The stone floated toward a separate room and pointed at it, asking if that was not the room Moon had planned to use as his laboratory. Moon nodded and confirmed it. The stone smirked and said it finally understood his plan and guessed that Moon was intending to make elixirs for them. But Moon smiled faintly and said that the stone was as sharp as ever. He thought to himself that for high rankers, even the smallest difference could create a huge gap in power. That was why they always paid attention to rare items and elixirs that could help them grow stronger. He also reminded himself that he knew countless undiscovered elixir recipes that no one else in this timeline had knowledge of. From his perspective, this was the perfect scenario to gain their gratitude. The stone asked what kind of elixir he was going to make first. Moon grew serious for a moment and said that before that, there was something important he needed to tell Yu Young. The stone tilted its head curiously and asked what it was. Moon explained slowly that Yu Young's mother, Auntie, also suffered from arena disease just like he once had. The stone's eyes widened in shock after hearing that. Moon continued and said that although it was difficult now, one day he wanted to tell her that he could create a cure for arena disease. The stone became excited and said that it was great news because Yu Young was a ranker and would be able to gather the necessary materials quickly. Moon then opened his inventory and said that while he was here, he would prepare whatever tools he could in advance. The stone nodded in agreement, but as Moon was sorting through his inventory, his eyes suddenly fell on something strange. He paused and picked it up with both hands. It looked oddly familiar, yet he could not remember why. Just then, a flood of notifications appeared before him. The constellation Zeus jumped from his throne in surprise. The constellation Black Goat's eyes gleamed ominously. The constellation Heavenly Demon opened his eyes wide in shock. Even Odin's usually calm face hardened with frightening seriousness. Moon was completely stunned by all of their reactions. He looked at the item in his hand and realized that it was a corrupted serum. Its grade was only if it was described as a serum that had been twisted and ruined over countless ages. Moon thought hard about why the mighty constellations were reacting so strongly to something so weak. He guessed that, before it had been corroded by endless time, it must have been something truly incredible. He continued to stare at the corrupted serum with unease. At that moment, the philosopher's stone that floated near him spoke up. It explained that the reason was simple. The serum was originally an item of the dragon race. Kim's eyes widened in surprise. He muttered that it was a dragon race item and wondered why such a thing would be given to him as a mere F-grade reward. He then quickly pulled out another item from his inventory. It was dragon blood of level C, taken from a low-ranking dragon. The blood acted as poison to those who were not of the dragon species. Moon looked at the two items together, the corrupted serum and the dragon blood, and thought carefully. He realized that both of them had been obtained from arenas linked to Marnell. He also noticed that both were related to dragons in some way. He thought to himself that there was definitely a hidden connection here, and that there must be a special way to use the corrupted serum. But the answer eluded him. He grabbed his head in frustration and shouted that it hurt too much to think about. He muttered that he needed a drink to clear his mind. He opened the refrigerator, but the philosopher's stone quickly shouted at him not to drink alcohol. Moon sighed and said that he knew, and that he only wanted something cold to refresh himself. As he stared inside the fridge, his eyes suddenly fell on a packet. He froze for a moment, and then muttered in surprise why he had not thought of this earlier. He told the philosopher's stone to help him transmute one. The philosopher's stone was startled and asked if he was really planning to transmute that. Moon asked if it was possible. The philosopher's stone explained that very few objects dealt with time, and going against time itself was the hardest challenge of all, even more so when eternity was involved. Moon sat down heavily and asked what method they should use. The philosopher's stone said there were only two options for now. The first was to receive it directly from the being who currently owned it. It hinted that one of the beings watching Moon very closely just happened to have it. The stone said the name clearly. It was Zeus. Moon was shocked beyond words, but Zeus's voice echoed and denied it. He said he did not possess Kronos' sand. The philosopher's stone was also surprised and asked if he truly did not have it. Kim's lips curled into a terrifying smile. The black goat cursed loudly and accused Zeus of lying. Odin asked if it had been stolen or lost. The philosopher's stone sighed and said that if Zeus did not have it, then only one method remained. It asked Moon if he even knew what Kronos' sand looked like. Moon admitted that he did not. He asked if it could still be transmuted without knowing. The philosopher's stone said technically yes, but the cost would be enormous. It explained that transmuting such an artifact required at least 55 million achievement points. Kim's jaw dropped, and he shouted in disbelief at the insane number. The philosopher's stone said it could not be helped because Kronos' sand even affected the flow of the god's time. Moon clenched his fists and asked if they could transmute just a small part of it instead. He suggested maybe just a grain or two of the sand inside. For a moment there was silence. Then Zeus gave a dry chuckle. The black goat burst out laughing hysterically. Odin and the heavenly demon both looked at Moon in stunned shock. Moon frowned and asked why everyone was reacting so strangely. The philosopher's stone finally said that his idea was brilliant and completely out of the box. It explained that if they transmuted just a grain of sand, the cost would be far lower, and it would fit better with the serum. Moon smiled and snapped his fingers in excitement. He said they should try it right away. The system demanded 5,000 achievement points to carry out the violent exchange with the philosopher's stone. Moon accepted without hesitation. Soon, a single shining grain of golden sand appeared in his hand. It was the sand of time from Kronos' hourglass. Its grade was mythic. It was described as the sand that formed the very core of the hourglass of Kronos, the god of time who had perished. But Moon noticed that the power of the grain was fading in real time. The philosopher's stone shouted in panic that if Moon did not use it immediately, it would disappear. Moon panicked as well and quickly opened the bottle of corrupted serum. He poured the grain of sand into it without delay. The liquid inside the bottle began to change violently. Before his eyes, the serum transformed into something incredible. The system notified him that it had turned into the blood of Tiamat. Its grade was mythic. It was the blood of the dragon god Tiamat herself. But there was a warning. Because of the unstable time reversal, the blood had only temporarily regained its original form. It would soon revert back into its corrupted state. The time limit was only 1 minute, and the counter was already ticking down. Kim's heart raced as he stared at the glowing liquid. He muttered that it was the blood of a dragon god, but cursed at the cruel time limit. Suddenly, the blood inside the bottle moved on its own. It flowed and slithered like it was alive. Moon froze and asked why the blood was moving like that. But before he could react, the blood leapt out of the bottle. It struck against his chest with violent force. The blood of Tiamat began to merge with his very body. Moon screamed as the assimilation began. He shouted in terror and pain as the blood of the dragon god tried to fuse with him. Moon's body fell hard on the floor right after he absorbed Tiamat's blood. His chest tightened, and unbearable pain spread through every part of him. His trait, Sacred Soul, began reacting violently to the blood. The pain grew so strong that his body shook and he cried out, clutching the ground. But because the right conditions were not met, Sacred Soul soon deactivated on its own. The sudden deactivation gave Moon a short moment of relief. He was lying there, drenched in sweat, his eyes wide open in shock. His breathing was heavy, but he thought it was finally over. Just then, another system notification appeared in front of his eyes. It said that Tiamat's blood was still seeking a new path inside his body. The pain returned instantly, even sharper than before, tearing through his veins. Moon collapsed again, rolling on the floor while screaming. The agony was so strong that tears streamed from his eyes. He was unable to move and finally went still, lying on the ground. When he opened his eyes again, everything had changed. He was no longer in his room, but in a strange, dark place. The ground was black and cracks ran through it. Streams of lava glowed, flowing like rivers through the darkness. The heat burned his skin and he struggled to breathe. He stood up slowly, trying to understand where he was. Then his eyes widened when he saw enormous figures standing before him. They looked like dragons, their massive bodies glowing like fire. There were 5 of them, and their presence was overwhelming. Moon's mouth went dry, and his voice trembled as he whispered to himself. He realized they were not ordinary dragons. They were dragon lords. He stared at them in shock, asking himself why dragon lords would appear in such a place. The first dragon lord, Cruech, stepped forward with cold, sharp eyes. Cruech said that this was as far as Moon would go. At the word, "Father," Moon's chest began to ache painfully. Suddenly, another form appeared from his body. It was an aura that shaped itself into a mighty dragon. Moon gasped in horror when he realized it was Tiamat, the dragon god. He thought he had been possessed and panicked. Cruech shouted at Tiamat with anger. He said that Tiamat always pretended to know everything until the very end. Cruech declared that Tiamat had finally been defeated. Moon turned his head and saw a giant white dragon lying on the ground. Its body was covered in blood, and its blue eyes were dim with pain. It was Tiamat. The first dragon lord, Cruech, spoke with cold confidence, calling him father. He said that Tiamat had lost. Tiamat coughed and said that this was fate and his own was cruel. He told his son that one day he too would understand, but Cruech refused. He shouted that he would not become a dragon god. He refused to be weak like Tiamat. The other dragon lords looked on with silent expressions. Cruech said that even if he destroyed Tiamat and took the dragon god's seat, he would just become another weak ruler. He asked if that was not a waste. Tiamat coughed again, calling it nonsense. But Cruech stood tall with pride and declared that dragonkind was superior to all other races in the universe. He said they were the proof of ultimate power. He shouted that being satisfied with just one god seat was unreasonable. Tiamat tried to protest, calling his name. But Cruech roared louder, saying it was all the scheme of women who feared dragons' superiority. The dragon lords surrounded Tiamat with heavy killing intent. Cruech shouted that all of them had the right to ascend as constellations. Tiamat refused, saying the law was clear. Only one dragon god was permitted in the realm. But Cruech mocked him and asked about the exceptions. He raised his hand and formed a strange spear of glowing light. Moon's eyes widened as he remembered something from his past. That spear looked alive, and he trembled at its sight. Tiamat forced his broken body to stand, warning Cruech. He shouted that he must never trust the other side. But Cruech ignored him and said dragons no longer needed his teachings. With his spear of light in hand, Cruech struck with all his strength. The spear pierced straight through Tiamat's chest. A hole opened in his body and blood poured out. Moon screamed as he felt the same pain in his own chest. Tiamat collapsed on the ground, defeated. Cruech glowed with pride and shouted that the dragon realm would return to its true age. He declared that they would reclaim their rightful position from unworthy races. Tiamat looked at them with hopeless eyes, realizing it was the end. Cruech then whispered farewell to his father. Moon's eyes snapped open, and he woke up gasping. The system flashed a message saying Tiamat's blood had been assimilated with the philosopher's stone. Moon was trembling and exhausted, his body weak from the experience. He clenched his fists and cursed, realizing the dragons had been planning everything. He muttered that the outbreak in the past must have been caused by them. He remembered how strangely China was unaffected. He thought about the 5 dragon lords and their words. He realized they must be behind the Continental Alliance. He also understood why they were desperate to kill Si Hayek. It was because of Constellation qualification. The name Cruech burned in his memory. Another system message appeared, saying Constellation candidate's death was not confirmed. Moon thought about Si Hayek again and realized he must have been a candidate. The dragons had likely killed him. Moon stood up slowly, brushing dust from his clothes. He said it was still too early to be certain. He decided he needed to confirm if China was connected to Taponi. If his uncle investigated, he was sure the truth would come out. He looked sharply out of the window, his eyes filled with determination. Just then, another notification appeared. It said that due to Tiamat's blood, he had gained the ability called Serpent Eye. Moon's eyes widened, but before he could process it, another notification followed. It said the philosopher's stone had gained the trait of dragonification. He was stunned and muttered in disbelief. He asked himself what serpent eye and qualification meant. Then he smiled faintly, even though his heart was racing. He admitted there was far too much happening at once, but he thought about the power of the dragon race. He realized no player had ever possessed such power before. He grinned widely and declared that he would be the first. Far away in another place, a Malsuak was cooking steak. She was restless and angry, constantly checking her phone. She shouted at herself, wondering if Moon was dead or alive. She yelled that she had tried to contact him many times but got no reply. Her frustration grew, and she typed a message furiously. She asked if he had been caught in a terrorist attack. She sent another message, saying his address matched the one in the news report. She sent yet another, begging him to answer and confirm if he was alive. Her hands trembled as she typed again, demanding he text back. Meanwhile, the steak on the pan burned black. She cursed loudly, holding her own head in frustration. A granny appeared behind her, scolding her harshly. The granny shouted that she had burned the meat while children were waiting to eat. Malsuak turned and apologized, calling her grandma. But the granny pinched her cheek and scolded her for being careless. Malsuak begged forgiveness, promising to cook more later. Suddenly her phone buzzed and she froze. Her eyes widened when she saw a message from Moon. Her anger melted away and she smiled brightly. She opened the message quickly, her heart beating fast. Moon had written that he was sorry for not replying. He explained that the explosion had indeed happened at his apartment. He added that the association was investigating the case. Malsuak sighed in relief but immediately typed back quickly. She asked if he was hurt. Moon replied that he was fine and teased her for spamming him. He asked if she had been worried. Her face turned red and she shouted back through her message. She insisted she was not worried at all. She claimed she had only been nervous about him forgetting to learn a skill. Moon replied casually, saying that did sound like her. Her blush deepened as she stared at his words. She wondered what he meant by that reaction. The granny peeked at her phone and teased her. She said it was obvious the girl had burned the meat because she was in love. Malsuak's face turned crimson as she denied it loudly. She shouted back that it was not like that at all, but the granny just laughed and asked where Moon lived. Malsuak stomped her foot and shouted again that it was not like that. The old granny was washing the dishes with wrinkled hands that moved quickly through the soapy water. She glanced at the girl beside her and spoke in a calm but serious voice, saying that Malsuak should stop wasting her youth and go back to Seoul. The girl, Malsuak, sat at the table, chewing food while scrolling through her phone without much care. The granny repeated her words, saying that Malsuak needed to live her own life instead of hiding away here. Malsuak lifted her head for a moment and frowned, asking what nonsense Granny was talking about. She insisted that the granny was reading too much into things, but her tone sounded defensive. The granny ignored her excuses and continued, telling her to at least go see her father's face. The moment those words left the granny's lips, Malsuak slammed her hands down and shouted in anger, demanding to know why her father was being brought up. The granny's voice grew sharper as she asked if it was really so wrong for her to tell her own grandchild to visit her parents. Malsuak clenched her fists, her voice breaking as she shouted back that the relationship was already over and could not be repaired. Her face turned away, hiding the storm of emotions swirling inside her. The granny's eyes softened for a moment, but her tone remained firm. She reminded Malsuak that the bond between a parent and a child was not something that could break so easily. Then, with a serious and heavy voice, she declared that it was her final wish for Malsuak to go back to Seoul. Malsuak could not say no, but she stayed silent, only staring down at the table with trembling lips. While she wrestled with her emotions far away, Moon was lying in his room, holding his phone in one hand. He read the messages from Malsuak and let out a small laugh, saying she was still as stubborn as ever. He put his phone aside, lay down quietly, and closed his eyes for a moment. Then he thought of something important and sat up suddenly with determination. He decided that once Malsuak arrived, he would connect her with the heavenly demon, allowing her to receive both compensation and a true friend. A satisfied smile formed on his face as he whispered that she would not be alone anymore. But then his eyes lit up as another thought rushed into his mind. He shouted with excitement that it was about time for the gold debut match. At that very moment, a glowing notification appeared in front of him, announcing that his next arena had been confirmed as the gold debut match. His heart raced, and he clenched his fists, grinning with excitement. He said he could not wait, already feeling the heat of the battle before it began. The system displayed the countdown, showing that only 22 hours and 26 minutes remained before the match. He scratched his head and stretched his arms, thinking happily that he still had time to finish setting up his lab before the fight. Meanwhile, in the Myth Guild headquarters in Seoul, the guild master Choi Jin-soo sat in a large chair, reading through reports. His sharp eyes scanned the papers as he asked his subordinate if these were all the participants for the debut match. The subordinate bowed and confirmed that there were only 2 participants this time. Jinsu's lips curled into a smirk, noticing his name missing from the report. The boy explained nervously that Choi Jinsu had postponed his decision to join the guild. The guild master leaned back in silence for a moment before asking if it was because of the previous arena match. The subordinate nodded and admitted it was true, adding that although Jinsu had placed second, he still felt lacking and wanted to train more. Jinsu's eyes glowed red with a dangerous aura as he grinned, saying his instincts had been correct. He ordered his subordinate to extend sponsorship for another year on the condition that Jinsu would participate in the debut match. The boy hesitated, trembling as he reminded the master that such sponsorship was too expensive for someone who was not even a guild member. Before he could say more, Jinsu slammed his hand against the table with crushing force, shaking the room. His aura filled the space, and his voice thundered as he demanded if the boy could bring him a better alternative. The boy froze but then swallowed hard, saying there was one other player. The guild master narrowed his eyes and demanded to know who. The boy nervously replied that it was the player who had defeated Choi Jinsu one-on-one in the last survival match. The guild master's eyes widened in shock, and he repeated the name slowly Moon. The boy stammered, asking if the guild master already knew him. The master leaned forward, recalling the strongest man of the past, the former association president. The boy nodded quickly, saying he remembered the legendary man. The guild master explained with a dark voice that Moon was none other than the son of that president. The boy gasped loudly, blurting out that Moon was the illegitimate child of the former president. The master waved his hand, saying that was not the important part. He explained that although awakening was not always tied to bloodlines, Moon had been born with incredibly high base stats. The boy's jaw dropped when the master revealed that Moon had a maximum stat of 10 in magic, something nearly unheard of. The boy could barely speak as he muttered that it was hard to believe someone like that could even exist. But the guild master's tone grew darker as he revealed the rest. He reminded the boy of the terror attack 10 years ago. After that incident, Moon had been left magically incapacitated, unable to use his power. The boy's face turned pale with shock as he whispered in disbelief. The master nodded seriously, saying that if Moon was active now, then he must have recovered thanks to the new treatment for magical sclerosis being sold on the black market. The boy finally understood, saying they should recruit Moon at all costs. But the guild master cut him off, telling him to focus only on Choi Jinsu for now. He warned that Jinsu was going to participate in the debut match anyway, and they needed him on their side to secure a rank. The boy bowed deeply and left the office, still shaken by the revelation. Alone, the guild master lit a cigarette, took a long drag, and exhaled the smoke with a thoughtful gaze. His eyes lingered on a family photo of himself with his wife and daughter, and for a moment his sharp expression softened. But then the scene shifted to the grand arena of the gold debut match. The massive stadium buzzed with excitement as the crowd roared and commentators raised their voices. One commentator shouted that the long-awaited gold-ranked debut match had finally begun. The other agreed, saying the whole world had been eagerly waiting for this moment. They introduced the guilds participating, pointing first to the Scorpion Guild. The audience cheered as rising stars of magic stepped into the spotlight. One wore a black suit with a deadly calm expression, another held glowing spells in her hands, and the third radiated cold indifference. Then the commentators turned to the Myth Guild, praising its lineup led by Choi Jin-soo, along with Jang Jae-soo and Cha Hyun-woo. The crowd gasped when they heard Jin-soo's name, remembering his defeat at the hands of Moon in a previous match. The commentators called all of them top-tier talents with bright futures. But then they raised their voices even louder, saying that there was still one more name to remember. They announced the unmatched solo warrior who had never missed first place, Moon. The stadium erupted in cheers as his name spread across the audience like fire. Inside the Scorpion Guild, one boy clenched his fists in anger, muttering that they were being treated like leftovers compared to Moon. The girl beside him calmly reminded him that the public only believed what they saw. She told him they would prove themselves through battle. At that exact moment, a glowing notification appeared before all the players, announcing that the debut match was beginning. The arena started to shake as the participants were teleported into the battlefield. Moon opened his eyes and found himself near an endless ocean with waves crashing against rocky shores. He smirked, knowing the map did not matter to him. He thought about how he could transmute anything, even water or human bodies, into weapons. More than that, he focused on the rewards, which were massive and tempting. The system declared the format: a survival match with 110 participants, set in the rising archipelago. Moon clenched his fists, his heart burning with determination. He whispered to himself that they would have to give everything they had to survive. Then the final notification flashed before him, commanding all players to eliminate every other participant until only one remained. On another side of the battlefield, the palm trees swayed gently in the salty breeze. The shore was no longer peaceful, because many players were clashing fiercely on the sand. A girl from the Scorpion Guild stood in the middle of the chaos, her hands glowing with magic. She released powerful spells, and two people were locked in a heated battle with Swart nearby. A boy cheered them on, saying they had to fight well because this ocean map was supposed to be an easy win for their team. More players began to step into the deep waters, their bodies surrounded by glowing bubbles that kept them safe from drowning. The bubbles gave them oxygen and allowed them to move freely beneath the ocean waves. One of the girls smirked and asked if they should simply hide until the battle ended and everyone else was dead. The boy nodded and explained that even the survivors would be too tired to fight by then. The girl in the front, holding a fan in her hand, proudly declared that she had water-related traits. She explained that her trait did not consume mana, so they could relax. She reminded her teammates that in a survival match, wasting energy too early was foolish. She laughed lightly and said they were lucky, because all they had to do was camp safely until the right moment and then finish everyone off. But before her words could sink in, something dark and heavy dropped toward them from above. The second girl's eyes widened, and she screamed for her sister to watch out. The figure landed with explosive force, and it was none other than Kim. He clenched his fist, gathering an enormous amount of energy that glowed even underwater. Without hesitation, he slammed his punch straight into the back of the first girl holding the fan. The impact was devastating, and the girl sank helplessly into the ocean depths. The boy and the archer girl froze in disbelief at what had just happened. The boy gasped for breath and quickly realized that his protective bubble was gone. His lungs burned, and he panicked, realizing he had to reach the surface immediately. He clawed upward, shouting desperately for his sister. The archer girl beside him screamed that she could not breathe, clutching her throat as her bubble collapsed. Both of them were choking on seawater while Kim stood calmly in the middle of the ocean like it was nothing. He flexed his hand and laughed, amazed that his punch still worked perfectly even underwater. One of the drowning girls looked at him in shock and thought he was a monster. She wondered how he could survive in the ocean without magic when normal players needed bubbles or spells to endure. On the surface, the commentators' voices filled the broadcast, bringing excitement to the viewers. They announced that the gold debut match was still raging and that countless fights were breaking out across the map. They specifically pointed out that the battle on Island 7 was especially brutal. They asked the audience who they thought would emerge victorious from that chaos. The commentator shouted that he was eager to see what kind of performance Shi Jinu would show this time. The screen shifted to another battle where Choi Jin-soo was blocking a sword strike with nothing but his bare hand. He held the blade tightly, and the opponent struggled in vain to pull it free. But before the opponent could act further, his throat was suddenly pierced by a swift arrow. Choi Jin-soo released the sword, furious, and shouted that the kill had been his. The archer who had fired the arrow awkwardly apologized, saying it was an accident. The commentators quickly reacted, explaining that the handsome guild was falling apart right before their eyes. One commentator pointed out that Myth Guild could not be underestimated because they were too powerful. The audience gasped as Myth Guild wiped out 3 teams in the blink of an eye. Their archer, their mage, and their fighter moved with deadly precision, erasing opponents like they were nothing. The commentators shouted in awe, praising the strength and coordination of Myth Guild. Meanwhile, the Scorpion Guild was also displaying terrifying skills. Their members, Yu Ah-yeon and Yu Ah-jun, worked together flawlessly with their destructive magic. One bound enemies with vines, while the other froze them solid until they shattered. The commentators loudly declared that their combination was worthy of representing their nation in international matches. They said their opponents had no chance because they were completely overwhelmed. The broadcast kept flipping between different fights, showing the incredible performances of both guilds. But in another corner, Kim was tearing through other teams with his brutal fists. An enemy archer stared at the scene in horror, unable to believe that entire squads had been wiped out instantly. He whispered in fear, asking himself who in the world that monster could be. Kim noticed him and growled, asking what he was staring at. In a blur, Kim leaped across the water and delivered a crushing kick. The archer's body slammed violently against the ocean floor, leaving him gasping. He looked up in despair and realized it was Kim, the one who had destroyed his team. He trembled as Kim raised his fist again, glowing with condensed energy. The impact shattered the seabed, blasting water outward like a cannon. The live stream audience exploded with excitement, calling his technique insane. Some viewers argued that it was just a fist technique, while others claimed it looked like an ancient martial art form. A debate broke out among them, with some insisting modern gold ranks could not even perform such techniques. One skeptical voice asked if Kim even looked like a gold rank, because his power seemed beyond that level. Kim landed gracefully on the ground, and suddenly an arena board appeared before him. The board displayed the current rankings of the match. At the top was the Scorpion Guild with 15 kills. In second place stood the Myth Guild, while Kim himself was ranked third with 9 kills. He frowned slightly, thinking it was not enough to stay behind the top guilds. He reminded himself that relying too much on the heavenly demon art would burn through his energy quickly. He wondered if he should use his achievement points to gain an advantage. At that exact moment, the constellations watching from beyond began to cheer and wave their glow sticks. Their excited whispers filled the space, and a new mission appeared before Kim. The system declared that he had to win first place in the gold debut match to meet their expectations. If he succeeded, he would earn a reward of 5,000 achievement points. Kim grinned at the challenge, realizing that this could change everything. He summoned the Philosopher's Stone, which materialized in his hand with a familiar glow. The stone spoke, saying it could help unleash devastating power, but the cost would be high. A pop-up confirmed that he needed 2,000 achievement points to complete the exchange for full transmutation. Kim was shocked, because even a trophy was worth only 5,000 points. The Philosopher's Stone explained that such power was costly, especially since he wanted to dominate the entire island. Kim thought carefully but then agreed, deciding it was worth the gamble. He snapped his fingers, and the water around him shifted and bent to his will. A massive trident appeared in his grip, glowing with unstoppable energy. Constellation Zeus smiled proudly at the sight, while Poseidon nodded with satisfaction. Kim lifted the trident and aimed it toward the ocean, his eyes burning with determination. He shouted that it was time to overturn everything and slammed the weapon down with force. A wave of energy spread through the sea, making the waters tremble. In another area, a member of the Scorpion Guild was struck down and injured. The commentators explained that although he was hurt, the healer Jinsu was still alive and could recover him. The healer rushed forward to cast his spell, while the archer shouted at him to do it faster. But the commentators stressed that the real key of the fight was the frontline tank battle. If Jinsu fell, everything would collapse for their team. The camera focused on Jinsu trading heavy blows with the Scorpion Guild's strongest tank. The commentator said the match was reaching its climax, and the battle on Island 2 was critical. He pointed out that the two top teams were clashing for first place, and the tension was at its peak. Ah-Yon raised his hands, preparing a deadly spell that radiated terrifying energy. She aimed for the center of the battlefield, intending to end it all in one move. An enemy archer saw him and laughed, firing an arrow to stop him. The commentators screamed for Ah-Yon to dodge, but the arrow was too fast. At the last moment, a girl appeared and blocked the arrow like she had been waiting for it. Thanks to her defense, Ah-Yon was able to finish preparing his powerful spell. The commentators praised her brilliance, saying she managed to protect the frontline tank while covering Ah-Jun at the same time. It was a perfect display of teamwork and awareness. Player Jang Jaisu showed her divine energy should be running low about, and it's really hard to say that who was going to win this. But then, everything on the battlefield suddenly changed. The ground beneath the players shook violently, and even the commentators' cameras trembled. Everyone froze, unable to understand what was happening. The waves surged higher, and the commentators gasped, realizing the ocean was rising unnaturally. The horizon darkened, and a massive tidal wave appeared, stretching as far as the eye could see. The commentators screamed in shock, announcing that a gigantic tsunami was rushing toward all the players. Both the Scorpion Guild and the Myth Guild looked up in horror. Everyone's voice cracked as shouted in disbelief that it was truly a tsunami. The commentator said a mysterious tsunami had engulfed the entire archipelago. The commentator named Song, who was one of the first-generation players, shouted in shock, asking what was happening here. Another commentator said had a tsunami like this ever appeared on the floating island before. The second commentator said this was his first time seeing something like this because the floating archipelago had never experienced anything like this. He said even Island 7 and even Island 4 were being swallowed by the tsunami. The entire archipelago was being covered by the waves. The teams occupying the island were being swept away, and they could do nothing. At this rate, even Island 2, where a battle was happening, was about to be engulfed. The commentator shouted to show Island 2. The players there were drowning helplessly. Jinsu shouted the word undying, but he was swept away by the water. Hyun-woo shouted the names of her brother and her friend, but the tsunami engulfed everyone. The tsunami finally completed its destruction. Moon thought that was good because it had roughly cleaned everything up. He then thought what was left now was Haiyun-woo and Jaisu. He thought he expected Jaisu to transform into a sea creature, but Haiyun-woo was unexpected. He then snapped his fingers and thought it was her role that they matched after all, so she had to showcase that much power. He smiled wildly, and his arms changed into claws. He shouted, asking if they should wrap this up. It was Shark Rune's bodies that had appeared on his hands. Just then, a player named Ajun looked at his window. He shouted in shock, asking what the hell had just happened. He said it looked like that moon shimming guy had caused them nothing but trouble. The ranking score was ruined. He said they had no chance anymore. Moon had 27 kills and he was leading. Ajun shouted again that they had no chance anymore. He asked how they could beat a guy like that. Just then his sister slapped him on the head. She shouted at him, asking if he was losing his mind. She asked if he was surrendering before the fight even started. She reminded him not to forget what the gods had given them. Ajun said, but sister, look at what Moon did. He said Moon flipped all the kills they had worked so hard to get with just one wave. He asked how the hell they could beat someone like that. On the other hand, Moon was running towards them. Ayon surprisingly called Ajun an idiot and told him to use his brain. She explained if Moon had enough power to use that wave, then why would he come at them in close range? That meant he did not have the leeway to use that power again. She told him to pull himself together and to use the artifact first. She activated some kind of artifact with the help of her brother. They quickly brought their wrists together to activate it. They both shouted frozen core, and a massive source of energy was released around them. Ajun asked if it worked. Moon was charging towards them, but suddenly, due to the artifact's interference, he was having problems. His hands started to become normal again. He thought what the hell was happening. He wondered why the human transmutation was suddenly deactivating. He said he could not breathe. The Philosopher's Stone then said it felt weird. Moon thought the Philosopher's Stone was cursed. He thought it was the kind of curse that completely filled the main energy flow. He realized it must have been something the Iron siblings had set up. He then thought he should not use that Philosopher's Stone. Moon made some kind of hand sign. He then used his skill called Dragonification. He said this was insane. His body was covered with aura. He said it felt super light but also heavy at the same time. He clenched his fists. Ajun and Ayon stood there watching him. Ajun said now was the time. He told his sister they had to pour everything into this and finish it in one blow. They made the undying ice twist and they shouted first place was theirs. The twisted attack was heading towards Moon. Moon thought it looked like it could be at least a 5-star level. He admitted their combo was worthy of being the next holy force in the magic world. But he said he had dragon power. The tornado was charging towards him. But Moon suddenly dived into the water straight towards the tornado. The commentator shouted asking what was happening. He said player Moon was charging straight into that huge vortex. Ajun said the maniac was breaking through. His sister asked if Moon thought it was just some ordinary 5-star level. She raised her hand and told him to stop. The tornado released some kind of power towards Moon to attack him. Moon, on the other hand, used his own sight to scan the weakness of the vortex. He then blew a straight punch into the tornado. Both siblings were shocked. Moon then gathered power in his claw and said goodbye. He beheaded both the siblings in just one blow. The commentator shouted it was unbelievable. Moon's hand was drenched in blood. The commentator said Moon had mercilessly defeated the siblings all by himself. Choi Jin-soo, who was watching, was totally shocked. He thought this could not be real. The commentator said player Moon was absolutely powerful. Moon came forward with a massive aura covering him. The commentator said only Choi Jin-soo remained now. It was a one-on-one situation. He asked if player Choi Jin-soo could defeat Moon shimming. Choi Jin-soo was totally shocked. He said the crushing pressure Moon was releasing was not human. He said that was not a person but a monster. Suddenly Moon grabbed Choi Jin-soo's neck with his hand. Moon said it had been a while Mr. Choi Jin-soo. He said personally he had a lot of respect for him. Choi Jin-soo thought he had trained all this time just for this fight, but his body would not move. Moon said, well then, thank you for your effort. Choi Jin-soo thought what was that power, but Moon mercilessly killed Choi Jin-soo with just one blow. The commentator shouted that Choi Jin-soo had collapsed. The final survivor was determined. The winner of the golden match was decided. The system announced that Moon had completed the mission of the 4 constellations. Moon had gained 5,000 achievement points. Moon then stretched himself and said it was too easy. He said it was a piece of cake. Just then the system said a special condition was met. The final island would now begin to emerge. Moon said final island. Just in front of him, a palace-like structure appeared from inside the water. The message from the system showed into the screen that a special condition was met, but Moon did not know about the condition. There was now a palace in front of Moon. Moon charged towards that palace and thought he should just go for now. While he was running, he thought this speed was fast. He realized it was definitely faster than human transmutation. He quickly reached the final island. He then used his Odin's eye and wondered what it was now. He looked at the palace and thought he needed to take a look because there was something inside. He saw two figures standing at the palace gate. The system announced that the constellations Zeus and heavenly demon showed signs of discomfort. The constellation Black Sword licked his lips intensely. The constellation Odin let out a small sigh while using Odin's eye and thought that was just as expected. The scene then shifted to the guards guarding that palace. One of them said a human. The other one also said a human, but he seemed different. Moon thought, what did they say, Nana? He wondered if that was not a top-tier dragon name usually only expected in diamond rank. He then thought his only relief was that both of them seemed to be of warrior class. He saw that they were two Nagas, but just then he was shocked because one of the Nagas had attacked him. The Naga said he was pretty quick for a land dweller and called him interesting. The Naga kept dragging at him. The other Naga said, let us see how long he could keep running. Moon was totally shocked. He thought two of them at once was too much. Both of them were charging toward him. Moon used his Odin's eye. The Naga looked at him and said so that was it. Moon thought now was the time. While they hesitated, he snapped his fingers and quickly unleashed a power. In just a second, something pierced one Naga. That Naga shouted in pain. The other one was also hit by electricity. They both were lying on the floor in a second. Just then, a figure emerged saying it was truly astonishing. As the figure appeared, the system announced that due to an unexpected special situation, all the broadcasts and transmissions would be temporarily suspended. The system said no transmission would resume until the situation was resolved. Moon turned back and in front of him appeared a giant Naga. The Naga said the one who possessed the eye of the king not only wielded Poseidon's trident, but also the secret relic of Zeus. She was the Naga Princess Ashaz. Moon looked at her and thought the things she said could not be possible because of the divine eye. He then thought that must be the reason why those guards had hesitated to attack earlier. But he saw that this Naga Princess Ashaz did not look ordinary. He thought the Naga race was usually ranked by the number of arms. He remembered in his past life only top-ranked players could even face something like her. He wondered if he could really handle this with his current self. Ashaz said how impudent he was. She said even though he possessed the eye of the king, it was not perfect, and yet he dared to challenge her. Moon asked if she could also read his mind. She said more accurately. She explained that even she could not peer into someone who bore the eye of the king. She asked the bearer of the eye of the king for his name. She came closer to Moon. Moon answered that his name was Kim Moon. She said so he was the truly Kim Moon, the one who humiliated those proud dragon lords twice. Moon asked if she was referring to the Marnell incident. She said it seemed he knew about that as well. She reminded him of wasting the destiny of the dwarves. She said it was because of that the Black Forge had suffered serious damage. Moon thought destiny lined black and wondered what that was. Ashaz continued to speak. She said thanks to what he did the 5 dragon lords had begun to move. She told him one of their heralds, a dragon named Defina, had already acted. Moon thought what? A dragon. He thought if a single dragon appeared, then an entire city could be wiped out. Then Ashaz said judging by his reaction, it looked like he had already fallen into part of their scheme, and yet he was still alive. She poked at his chest and said that must be thanks to the eye of the king. Moon thought if that was true, then the Chinese bastard definitely made a deal with the dragon race. He thought they used the influence of the dragons to commission Desperado. Ashaz then warned him not to let his guard down. She said even she acknowledged Defina as a true dragon, and no matter who he was, she would be hard to handle. Moon said he thought so. Ashaz then smiled and said the interference from the council was getting worse. She said there was much she wanted to say, but she had to go now. She then kissed his hand. The system then announced that the Naga Princess Ashaz bestowed the royal bloodline of the Naga upon Moon. It said Moon's aquatic abilities in dragon form were enhanced. It said his influence over Naga-related matters was also embraced. Moon was totally surprised and confused, but the Ashaz then said this was her tribute to the future king. She said Ashaz was giving him her favor. Moon thought, king, what did she mean by that? Ashaz said next time she hoped to hear his true name. Moon said but he had just told her his name. She disappeared saying what she meant was his true name. She said a high-ranking dragon name was only complete with their true name. She warned him not to let any dragon witness where she lived. Her last words before disappearing were not a single one. Moon was totally shocked. Just then the system announced that the special situation was ending. It said the world match was concluded. Moon then said so this was how it ended. Finally, the match that was as hot as the Olympics came to a close. The winner was the solo player Moon. Even the first ever diamond-level monster had appeared in the archipelago. A new candidate for top ranker had been chosen. Public attention was focused on one man. In Chief Guild's special city Sungsam Guild, a person shouted to a young lady asking if she was really going to let this go. He said she had promised to personally handle the issue with Moon. He said all the articles right now were about player Moon. He begged her to at least say something. But the girl kept silent. She thought she knew her brother was strong, but she did not think he would be this strong. She thought a freshly promoted gold rank taking down a Naga that easily made no sense. She thought no matter how high his specs were, it should not be possible. She thought he definitely froze time for a moment. She also thought his lightning-type magic always felt extraordinary. She thought she was thankful to know him, but she was also so curious. She thought she had believed she understood her brother a little, but now she realized she had no clue at all. She wondered how he had done it. She thought of her senior Jinwook who had said he was going to meet her brother. That meant Kim Si-hyuk would be coming along to see him too. She was totally shocked. Just then her assistant said, "Young lady, he would find a way to approach Moon and bring him to their side soon." She said no, Manager Park, not to worry about it and to take care of all the other work. She said she would meet player Moon herself. She then thought she was sure she would understand if she met him face to face. The scene shifted to the Continental Guild. A man said everyone should settle down and take their seats. He said he believed everyone there knew why they had gathered. He was a wise guild master of the Continental Guild named Jang Wanjai. He said there were a few rookies who had stood out in the recent world ranking match. Among them, the one they should pay the most attention to was a single player from Korea. His name was Kim Moon. He was in the magic type class. He had only been in the arena for just a month. The members were shocked. One of them said a month. Another one said how was that even possible? Another asked how someone could do that in only a month. Vice Guild Master Jang Wanjai said he completely understood how they all felt. He said it was natural to be surprised by someone who had only been in the arena for a month and had already won their debut match. But he said if they thought about it another way, a person strong enough to reach gold rank in a month could naturally compete in a debut match. He said looking at this situation reminded him of someone from the past. He said that person was the one who delivered the only defeat to the undefeated legend spear King Zhongli Chu. He said he was talking about the sword Saint Kim Si-hyuk. He said that historic figure broke the 3% body rule and won with just a 2% body. He said similarly, Kim Moon had also won his debut match by participating alone without forming any party. The members were shocked again. One of them said that was impossible. Another said no matter what, the Vice Guild Master's joke had gone too far. They said fighting alone was unbelievable. Another member asked what he planned to do with that person. They asked if the Guild Master had said anything. Wanjai said he had already spoken with the Guild Master about it. He said for now the Guild Master suggested they aid him later when he grew stronger. However, since their attempt to recruit him during his silver rank had failed, they had to use another method. The members were shocked. They asked if he was proposing an executive vote. They said even suddenly calling for an executive vote, if the Guild Master had decided so, there must be a reason. Wanjai said then let him speak plainly. He asked if they wished for the birth of a second sword saint. He asked if they wanted the entire continent to bow its head to that small nation. The members were shocked. One of them shouted why the Vice Master could say such a thing. Wanjai said as they knew, the current spear King Kim Si-hyuk stood on equal footing with sword Saint Kim Moon. He asked what would happen if another person appeared. The members were stunned. One of them asked if he was really suggesting that. Wanjai replied that he believed the brilliant members had already realized it. The members were silent and shocked. One of them said was he suggesting assassination. All of them were shocked. One of them asked if the recent terrorist attack in Korea's Awakeners was their doing. Another said if the Master obeyed the Spear King, perhaps this was the Spear King's will. Just then Wanjai shouted enough. He said for the sake of the Continental Guild, he hoped they would make a wise decision. He said he would personally report their reality to the Guild and to the Spear King. He said now let them begin the vote on Kim Moon's fate. The scene then shifted to Moon, who was resting in his room. He got a whole bunch of pop-ups. One of them said he had participated in Arena's Golden World match with a record-breaking result. It said his rewards increased based on his performance. It said the bound philosopher's stone received a portion of the experience points. Moon said that was a lot. He said he wondered what the reward would be this time. He obtained a special random box as a clear reward. He said a special random box. He was told he had discovered the hidden piece of the rising archipelago. He had achieved the hidden achievement of the sunken mermaid island. He gained 1,000 achievement points. He smiled and said that was pretty sweet too. He then said he had received quite a lot of support as well. He thought if they converted the AP earned from the debut broadcast, it was at least in the billions. He then said more exciting than that was definitely the special random box. He thought even Choi Jin-soo, his past life, had profited a lot from this. He then said, all right, let's open it. But just then he heard a voice. He asked who it was at that hour. It was his brother and his sister. They appeared on the camera. They congratulated their brother. Moon thought they kept showing up just because they were neighbors. He had just wanted to finally open his rewards. When they entered, all of them started talking. They said that world match was a real surprise. They said they did not expect him to do so well. They said they were curious about the magic he used and wondered if they should call it alchemy. Hearing all that nonsense, Moon thought he just wanted to open the box already. Just then someone said, "Ah, Moon, about the task you entrusted to me." Moon was shocked. Jinwook said not to be too shocked. He said the sales revenue was a whopping 5 billion won. All of them were shocked. His brother and sister asked what on earth he had sold to earn 5 billion. The boy said it was the cure Moon made. He said if Moon had not put that price ceiling, each one could have easily sold for over 10 billion. Moon agreed and said that was probably true. Jinwook shouted that was not the point. He said if it were him, he could have made over 100 billion guaranteed. But Moon said he understood how he felt. Moon said after he suffered from arena syndrome, he could not bring himself to see the cure purely as a way to make money. Jinwook was shocked. He asked if that was why Moon had set a price ceiling. He said Moon had chosen people over profit. Just then his sister Yu-young said, "Wait a second." Yu-young asked if she had heard him right. Moon said she had heard right. He told Yu-jum the arena syndrome cure that had appeared in the black market was made by him. She was totally shocked. She said she had searched for it so desperately. Moon said he was sorry for not telling her sooner. He hugged her. She said he had been right there all alone. Moon said honestly he wanted to say it would work for their aunt too, but he said first he needed to know the aunt's exact diagnosis. Yu-young said there were 2 conditions. She said it was mana deficiency syndrome and circuit reversal. Moon was shocked. He thought most people who suffered from more than one arena disease did not live long. He consoled her and asked when their aunt had been diagnosed with arena disease. She said she collapsed 7 years ago, but the test results said it seemed like she had had it for 10 years. Moon thought 10 years was more serious than he expected. He asked if it was because their aunt was their aunt that she had held on this long. His sister clenched her fist. He thought their aunt was a first-generation ranker after all, and her specs would outmatch most average diamonds. But he also thought there was a high chance she did not have much time left. He thought this was even more dangerous than she expected. Just then Yu-young said, "Brother, would it be difficult?" Moon thought for a moment. He said as long as he had the material, he could make one type of medicine, but he said the circuit reversal was the problem. Yu-young said it was fine as long as he could cure even one. She told him to just say the word and she would bring any materials right away. Moon told her to calm down and listen. He said let him make this clear. He said both conditions could technically be treated. She asked if that meant they could be treated. Moon said as she knew, a circuit reversal was not just difficult to fix. He said the real problem lay elsewhere. He said it was the after effects of the circuit reversal treatment. Yu-jum asked about the after effects. He explained that circuit reversal was exactly what it sounded like. It was a disease that caused magical circuits to reverse. He said the treatment could possibly restore them to normal. Yu-young asked if that meant during that process their mom's magical circuit might get damaged. Moon said her circuits were probably already very weakened. He said if they used a treatment with strong force in that condition, it could be very dangerous. He held her head gently. He said to be honest, the fact she was still holding on like this was already a miracle. Yu-young said that was true. She said that was what the hospital always said, that if she were an ordinary patient, she would have died a long time ago. She said in the end, it was up to her decision because she was the guardian. Moon told her maybe she should reconsider. Yu-young said it was okay. She said as long as their mom could wake up, she did not care. She said she had always sworn that she would pay any price to make it happen. She begged him not to worry and to make the medicine. Moon was surprised by her words. She said she was begging him, brother. Moon was completely shocked by her determination. In the car, Si Hyuk, Yu-young, and Jin-wook were sitting together. Moon thought those guys were always fighting like that, but they were so calm now just because it was a hospital visit. He also thought he could not even sort out the reward because he was busy making the theory. He thought even if he left the stats as they were, there was no need to worry about advancing to platinum. He thought if he added the elixir he would make in the future, it would be the cherry on top. But he thought the main reward from this debut match was something else. It was a special random box granted to him. Yu Young said brother got that too. Si Hyuk said as expected this reward was a special random box, and that brought back memories. Jin Wook said wow, a random box, and if he were in the same batch he would have squeezed in to open one too. Si Hyuk said who told you to debut earlier, and even if they were in the same batch they would not let him join the party with his skills. Jin Wook said he could at least do the work of 1.5 people in a day debut match. Si Hyuk said so what? He did not come in first, and he was the only one who did not get one. Jin Wook shouted angrily and thought he should not have brought it up. Yu Young said brother should hurry and open it because special random boxes usually gave an item the opener needed. Si Hyuk said he was still using the sword he got back then. Moon thought he was getting excited and wondered what kind of item he would get. He opened the special random box, and the system said it was searching for an item to give. But the system could not find a suitable item for player Moon. Moon was shocked and thought it could not find an item. The philosopher's stone told him not to be shocked and to try making a request like last Moon. It reminded him of the special arena when he made a request. Moon thought he could not think of anything worth requesting right now. The stone said it already had something in mind and told him to trust it and make the request. Moon said Galaxy Arena and made a request from there. The system halted the extended search. Moon requested the pearls of the vanished ancient constellation. Yu Young thought how brother knew about a vanished constellation. Si Hyuk thought he was making a request to the galaxy. Jin Wook thought being a VVIP was amazing, but wondered if it was okay to request something like that. The system finished the discussion and accepted the request. The reward was the priceless flask, and he got it in his hand. Si Hyuk and Jin Wook were shocked and shouted about him actually receiving an item from a constellation. Yu Young asked what had happened in the arena for him to get a constellation's possession. The stone said the constellations gave it to him since it was a useless burden they could not use. At the hospital, Yu Young's mom was on a stretcher with flowers beside her. She woke up with healing drones around her. Moon was shocked to see a healing drone inside a mana stabilizer. He thought this machine should not exist in this timeline. Yu Young called her mom and stood by her side. Jin and Si Hyuk also came to visit. Yu Young said brother Moon too was there. Moon thought Aunt was like a mother to him and Si Hyuk. He wondered how she ended up like this. He used his audience eye and saw something shocking. He said it was Dragon Force. He thought how could this be here? Jin and Yu Young asked what was wrong. Si Hyuk said brother saw something. Moon said yes, but it made no sense. He thought of 2 explanations. First, she could be a Dragon Force star holder like him. Second, Dragon Force was forcibly infused. He asked Yu Young if her mom was surely a combat type ranker. Yu Young said yes, she was called the Blade Queen and was one of South Korea's proud first-generation rankers. She later became a player who could freely wield aura. Moon thought back then she did not use Dragon Force. So the Dragon Force clearly came from an external source. Yu Young asked if something was wrong. Moon said he needed to reconsider the treatment for a moment. Yu Young asked if there was a problem. Moon said a foreign energy was lingering in her body, and if not careful, it could clash with the treatment. Yu Young thought maybe it was demonic energy or holy power because she cast holy spells on her whenever she visited. Moon said no, it was not holy power but Dragon Force. They were all shocked. They wondered if it could really be Dragon Force. Moon explained Dragon Force was unique to the dragon race and only usable by mid-level or higher dragons. He explained human bodies could not withstand it because their mana circuits were different. He said when Dragon Force entered a human body, native mana tried to control it but went out of sync. He said this caused the mana circuits to reverse flow. He said this was the cause of the circuit reversal he saw. He explained the treatment forcibly redirected the reverse flow, which caused backlash and damaged mana circuits. He said no matter how great a player was, if their circuits were damaged like that, it was almost irreversible. He said if they removed the Dragon Force it would be risky, but possible. He told Yu Young that just like they found a way to heal her aunt, he would definitely save her. Moon took a knife and said it would sting a little. He cut a small wound on Lee Young-hee's finger and started extracting the Dragon Force. He thought even if it was a very tiny amount, suddenly extracting it could put a strain on her body. But suddenly, the Dragon Force started surging. He thought it was not coming out easily and he had to focus again. The philosopher's stone said they had expelled nearly 70%, and just a little more was left. Yu Young said if brother got tired, he should give her a signal and she would cast holy magic right away. But then Moon got a notification that his eye and the dragon force were being controlled to the extreme. It also said dragonification was growing slightly, and his eye grew slightly too. Moon thought it was good, but his mental strength was being ground down. He thought the training efficiency was insane. He thought there was not much left, and he had to focus a bit more. He focused harder and harder. Finally, he was able to extract all the dragon force from Li Young-hee's body. He fell down with that force. His brother and sister shouted if he was okay. But Moon showed them the dragon force in his hand and said it was done. He said they had extracted all the dragon force. Si Hyuk asked what he was going to do with it. Yu Young shouted that he should destroy it right away. But Moon said there was no need for that. He inserted the dragon force into his chest. The three of them were shocked. Moon absorbed the high-level dragon force. His dragon force increased by 2. It was converted into the bound star of alchemy power. His alchemy power increased by 1. Moon thought it was good and had been absorbed just as expected. The philosopher's stone said the dragon force they obtained was none other than the dragon god's dragon force. Yu Young asked if brother was really okay. Si Hyuk said brother should get checked just in case. But just then Li Young-hee woke up. She made a little noise and asked where this place was. As soon as Yu Young heard her voice, she ran towards her mom. She shouted for her and started crying. Li Young-hee said her daughter had gone through so much all this time. Yu Young cried like a child. Moon, Si Hyuk, and Jin Wook were all very happy that she had woken up. Li Young-hee said it had been a while since she had seen everyone. After she woke up, the news spread that Li Young-hee had recovered from a long illness. The association president read the news and shouted that Li Young-hee had awakened. He wondered what in the world was happening. He said an official letter had arrived from the Blue House requesting a formal statement. His assistant said it. The president asked about the Sung Sam side. The assistant said they were outright blocking information and there was no way to find out anything. The president said still no word even though they were on the same boat. The assistant said he made contact with the president, but he did not know details either. The president was shocked. He said that old man had been raising snakes in his belly for decades. He wondered if it was all an act or if Yu Young acted on her own. He asked if there was any other move. The assistant said the man seemed extremely uneasy. The president thought of course he was uneasy, since something was weighing on him. He thought if Yu Young started digging into that incident, there would be trouble. The president asked if the reply was sent to the Continental Guild. The assistant said it was still pending. The president thought the Continental Guild wanted to assassinate Moon. He said no doubt it was the work of Zhongli Chu and his followers. He said to send the reply and tell them they would arrange illegal entry. The assistant said with the recent terror incident security would be tight. The president said then to reach out to the old man from Sung Sam. The assistant bowed and said yes. The president said come to think of it, Moon had recently moved into a Rancor palace. The assistant said yes, Moon and Yu Young pulled some strings. The president said that place was practically theirs anyway, and as long as Moon was inside, even the Continental Guild would struggle to assassinate him. He told him to keep an eye on Moon and wait for an opening. He said an opening would come eventually. The scene shifted to Moon, who just woke up stretching. He said he was so tired. He sat on a sofa and said home was really the best. He thought now that Aunt had woken up, Yu Young must feel more at ease. The philosopher's stone said that Aunt had lost a lot of stats and asked if she would be okay. Moon said yes, but he did not expect her stats to almost completely reset. He thought it could not be helped since she had been suffering from arena sickness for so long. The philosopher's stone said true, she had been prolonging her life using the specs she built up. Moon said still, if it was Aunt, she would get back on her feet. He said she would probably start arena again, saying she was living her second life. The philosopher's stone said anyway they had to check that thing. Moon asked what thing. He then realized it was the flask. He said let's check it now. He drew out the Para's flask. Its grade was old mythical. It was the creation of the fallen god of alchemy, Paracelsus. It could be used, but with the creator gone, its usage was unknown. Moon said old mythical, and that it was from a god that no longer existed. He asked how to use it since it had no opening. The philosopher's stone said not to worry because it knew how to use it. It told him to just put it up there. Moon placed the flask on a table and asked what it was doing. The philosopher's stone said it would use a little bit of synthesis power. Moon said fine. Suddenly his body started aching. Some kind of energy came out of his body. It went straight into the flask. Moon thought, what the hell? The philosopher's stone seeped into the flask. It felt like it split into two. Moon got a notification that Constellation Zeus, Heavenly Demon, and Odin expressed admiration. Constellation Black Goat drooled over his great accomplishment. He was offered a sponsorship of 1,000 achievement points. He had reproduced the forgotten alchemical knowledge. Moon thought how much his title Pioneer of Alchemy had improved. A new option had been added. The achievement Tiny Human in the flask was unlocked. He earned 2,000 achievement points. The philosopher's stone said he had finally reached this point. It said it liked it even more now. It had grown an eye and a mouth too. Moon said, what the hell? The philosopher's stone leaped towards him. It opened its wide mouth. It said, then sleep now. As the philosopher's stone leaped toward him, Moon quickly grabbed it. He shook it hard and told it to wake up. The stone shouted for him to stop and said it was only trying to scare him a little. It sounded angry. Moon said its presence could still be felt even inside the flask, so he would never be fooled. The stone admitted it was true and said that even as a homunculus its bond to him would not change. Moon asked if the philosopher's stone homunculus was part of the forbidden domain. The stone answered yes, but asked so what? It said that God had already perished and they had just recreated it using that God's tools. It said they had already mastered human transmutation, so breaking one more taboo did not matter. It said in this state, there were quite a lot of things it could do. Moon asked really. The stone said yes and told him he could feel both the one inside the flask and the real one, right? Moon said that was true. The stone said then there were two of it and told him to go check the lab room. It smiled. Moon was confused but still went to the lab. The stone told him to put it down there. It used some transmutation power. Two hands came out of the table. It mixed some chemicals while shouting spin and mix. Moon thought it was crazy proxy manufacturing. The stone asked how it was and said this body's proxy alchemy was awesome. Moon hugged it and said it was a precious blessing. The stone told him to calm down. Just after that, the scene shifted to a girl who reached a building. She asked if this was the place where Moon lived. A security guard stopped her and asked her business. The girl said she was there to meet someone. The guard looked at her and said she came to the wrong place. She asked if he even knew who she came to meet. The guard said this was the famous Ranker Palace, not some neighborhood apartment. He told her to turn back. The girl grew angry and thought he was being ridiculous. Just then Si-Hyuk arrived and asked what was going on. The guard quickly bowed and called him Sword Saint. Si-Hyuk said the guard had been too rude for a first meeting. The guard apologized. Si-Hyuk said she seemed to be a visitor too and told him to at least show her respect. He looked closely and recognized her. He asked if she was Miss Malsawak. He apologized for the guard's rudeness and said he only hired him because the association pushed him. He said he was embarrassed. Malsawak said it was fine and admitted she had cursed at him too. She thought this was Moon's house. Si-Hyuk showed her the lab room. When Malsawak looked inside, she saw everything moving on its own because of the philosopher's stone. She asked what it was. Si-Hyuk said it was surprising, right? And told her his brother made it all himself. Malsawak said wow. Si-Hyuk told her to wait since his brother would come soon. But Moon appeared and interrupted, saying he was already there. Si-Hyuk said his brother had a guest, so he brought her along. Moon asked who his guest was. Malsawak took off her hat and greeted him. Moon was shocked and asked why she was there. She reminded him that he told her to come when she had time. Moon apologized and said he had been busy. Malsawak said busy was nonsense and pointed out that the arms were doing all the work. Moon said even an automated factory needed setup. Malsawak teased him and said he must have worked hard. Si-Hyuk said it was strange someone like him was not already taken. He said if Yu Young saw this, she would fall for him. Moon asked what that was supposed to mean. Si-Hyuk said nothing and left them alone. Moon called after him, but Si-Hyuk walked out. Malsawak told Moon to stop with the nonsense and just teach her the technique he promised. Moon agreed and told her to follow him. He drew a magic circle and told her to stand inside. She asked what it was. Moon explained that since it was not the official arena, there were restrictions in facing a constellation directly. Malsawak asked if that meant they could not meet him. Moon said she would meet him and the price would be paid by the constellation. He said the circle was the procedure for that. Malsawak asked why he was going so far for her. Moon said it was nothing much, just fate from meeting in a dungeon. Malsawak said he earned the right himself and should enjoy it instead of giving it up. She said connecting her with a constellation was incredible. Moon asked why he would tell her to learn the skill from a constellation instead of himself. Malsawak realized he must have learned the constellation's technique first. Moon said finally her brain was starting to turn. She got annoyed but said whatever. She said forming a party once in the arena did not seem like enough reason to connect her with a constellation. Moon said it was reason enough, and that he had gotten plenty out of it too. He thought about how he had gained Heavenly Demon Divine Art Level 2 and 5,000 achievement points. He thought it was also because of her that he was still alive. He remembered that without her pure elixir he might not be here now. He felt really grateful. Moon started the process. Malsuak was shocked, but he told her to take care. She asked what was with him all of a sudden, but then she was gone. The philosopher's stone asked if he said that on purpose. Moon said of course not. He got a notification that he had completed the Heavenly Demon quest to find a disciple. He received 5,000 achievement points as a reward. He said if it were not for Malsuak and Si Hayuk, he would not be standing here now. The philosopher's stone said handsome was handsome no matter what, even if he acted careless and aloof. It said it loved it. Moon then received Heavenly Demon Divine Art Level 2. He thought this time he would help Si Hayuk. He told the philosopher's stone to get ready. The stone said to leave it to him. Moon said then they should hit the arena now. Moon had just received the Heavenly Demon Divine Art Level 2. When he entered the arena, he got a notification saying he had entered the special arena called Fall of Nature. He thought it had been a while since he had been inside a special arena. His goal was to eliminate the cause of downfall. He smelled something foul and thought how nasty the place was and wondered if there was no normal map at all. His livestream chat started reacting, saying the map atmosphere was insane. One said it had been so long since his debut match and now already a special arena. Another said they would order chicken and watch this match. One said they wondered how he would clear it today. Another said the terrain looked familiar. The last one agreed and said it felt like they had seen it somewhere. Moon thought about why the chat was moving so fast. Just then he achieved the milestone of breaking 1 lakh viewers. He earned 5,000 achievement points. He thought it really said 1 lakh, and when he looked, the viewership was still climbing. He thought more than a lakh people were watching the gold broadcast. He guessed his debut match had left a big impact, but he felt this was only the beginning. His mission was to eliminate the cause of downfall. He saw something and thought over there that must be the world tree. Just then he heard something behind him. He turned and thought he should check it out. He used the white dolphin's body tissue and enhanced his hearing. He heard someone shouting about blood. He looked over and saw a party of members fighting a chicken. One shouted that he would draw the aggro and told the others to circle and attack from the side. The members said that was easier said than done. Moon saw the players and thought, so these were other players. The chat reacted in surprise and asked why there were other players in a solo special arena. One said it was strange since Moon had entered alone. Another asked if that person was Shartsman Park. The chat agreed it was Platinum Park. They said meeting other players in a special arena was already strange, but a Platinum rank made it even stranger. The fight shifted as the chicken opened its white mouth to attack Park. But just then its head blew up. Park was shocked. Moon said it was easier than he thought. Park looked and asked if he was Player Moon. Moon said yes. Park said of course he knew him because he was the champion of the recent gold debut match. Moon thought the debut match really must have been hot. Park said to think he would meet the debut champion here. He asked Moon how he, being gold, was in a platinum arena. Moon explained he was actually inside a special arena. Park said that explained it since special arenas were full of strange happenings. Moon said he was busy and would be leaving. Park thanked him for the help. Moon left in an instant. Park watched and was impressed by how quickly he moved. He thought if a mere gold ranker was that strong, then there must be something hidden. He thought if he followed Moon's arena, he could at least get scraps of rewards. He thought he was smart and tried to follow. But he was struck into a barrier. He got a pop-up saying he did not meet the entry requirements. Park shouted in anger. He said if even a gold ranker could do it, why couldn't he, a platinum? But when he turned, 3 more chickens were waiting. He said he was screwed. The scene shifted to an elf tied up by the branches of a tree. She said even her father was reaching his limits. She begged for forgiveness and started turning into wood. Moon reached the tree and said it was insanely huge and wondered how he could deal with it. The philosopher's stone said there was no need to destroy the whole tree. Moon asked what that meant. The stone explained the world tree had both a physical body and a spirit. It said it was like the relationship between body and soul. It said the spirit was the true self, and the giant tree was just the shell. It said the body was important, but if the spirit remained, a new body could always be made. Moon understood there was no point in destroying the body, and they needed to deal with the spirit. The stone agreed and said the spirit was always entrusted to the High Elves. Moon thought High Elves had been gone for a long time. The stone said since this was the arena and the body was still active, the high elves must still be alive. Moon thought ordinary players could barely breathe in this place. He used his Oran's eye. He saw the high elf. He noticed she had scales and thought this must be the work of a draconian. He was shocked that their influence had reached this far. He used his dragonification skill and thought she was already half dead. He decided to end it quickly. He punched the tree hard, but the elf disappeared. The high elf appeared and said the intruder would be eliminated. Moon was shocked. The elf declared that it would eliminate Moon and charged straight toward him with great speed, aiming to attack him fiercely. Moon carefully observed the elf's movements and wondered in his mind how the high elf had been consumed by dragon power, because such a thing was rare and dangerous. He quickly realized that since the high elf was corrupted by dragon power, its attack patterns had actually become more predictable, and this made the elf easier to handle in battle. Moon calmly dodged the elf's blow without much difficulty, moving his body lightly to the side, and while doing so he thought that if they managed to deal with the high elf who possessed the world tree's spirit, they would be able to eliminate the true cause of the downfall. He quickly decided that this fight was not as difficult as it first seemed, and threw a powerful punch straight into the elf's stomach, sending a shock through the elf's body. Even after hitting the elf, Moon hesitated in his thoughts and wondered if killing the high elf was really necessary, because he wished to know if they could somehow save both the elf and the corrupted spirit of the world tree at the same time. The philosopher's stone, which always spoke in Moon's mind, told him that his idea was novel, but explained that saving a corrupted world tree was something that could not be done. The stone further explained that the rank of the world tree was so high that it was equal to a constellation itself, and therefore, only a healing constellation could possibly heal and restore it, which was far beyond Moon's reach. While they were still arguing about this matter, the elf suddenly got up again and charged at Moon with renewed fury, showing no intention of stopping. Moon concluded that in the end there was no other option and they would have no choice, but to kill the elf if it became necessary for the greater purpose. He grabbed the elf's hand tightly to stop its movements, and thought that maybe, instead of trying to save what was corrupted, he could attempt to create the world tree's spirit himself using his own power. He then threw away the spirit he had seized from the elf's body as if it were a small ball, releasing it into the air. And at that moment, the philosopher's stone asked him if he happened to possess even a seed of the world tree, which had disappeared tens of thousands of years ago. Moon calmly said that he did not have any seed, and simply told the stone to make one if it had the ability to do so. The philosopher's stone paused for a moment, then suddenly realized something, and it recognized that the arena entry item Moon carried matched the description of what they needed. Moon explained clearly that the item was indeed a fragment of the broken world tree seed, and that was why it could serve the purpose. As all of this was happening, the elf, still filled with rage, shouted loudly for the intruder to be eliminated, but Moon immediately used his power to bind the elf with words and stopped it from moving any further. The elf froze in its place, unable to move even an inch, and Moon felt satisfied as he confirmed that his verbal command worked as expected. At the same time, the livestream chat from countless viewers exploded in excitement, as people wondered in disbelief if there was really someone who could stop an elf with just words alone. The viewers commented wildly that they had never seen magic like this before, and many demanded to know how Moon had managed to achieve such a thing. Moon ignored their noise and commanded the elf to hand over the spirit body of the world tree it possessed, and slowly the spirit body emerged from the elf's body. The elf desperately tried to hold onto the spirit body and protect it, but no matter how much effort it put in, it was of no use against Moon's power. Moon examined the spirit body carefully and noticed that it looked just like a small bonsai tree, and he thought it would be better to finish the process quickly before the resistance of the dragon power grew any stronger. Suddenly, Moon received a notification telling him that he had come into direct contact with high-level dragon power, and that the power had already started trying to absorb into his body. At first, the dragon power resisted fiercely and refused to enter him, and Moon noted the strong resistance carefully in his mind. Moon then decided to force it and increased his efforts, using even more of his power until finally the high-level dragon power could no longer resist him and surrendered completely. Moon successfully absorbed a large amount of dragon power, and the system notified him that his dragon power had increased by 50, and that it had also been converted into affiliated refinement power, which rose by 25. Moon thought with surprise that 50 was a very large increase, and he then reasoned that it made sense because dragon power was the very force that had corrupted the world tree in the first place. He then called upon the philosopher's stone to proceed further, but the system notified him that an equivalent exchange had to be established, because the stone did not have sufficient achievement points left. The requirement was that 10,000 achievement points must be paid, and Moon quickly thought that such an amount was reasonable for what he was about to receive. Without hesitation, Moon spent the 10,000 points and immediately obtained the fragment of the world tree. The fragment appeared before him as a mythical great item, and even the constellations Zeus and Black Coat sparkled their eyes at the sight of it, while the heavenly demon watched with deep intrigue. Just then, the elf that Moon had subdued woke up once more, and Moon calmly told it not to strain itself and to stay still while the spirit was being examined. Suddenly, a dragonkin noticed Moon and instantly launched a sudden attack towards him, forcing Moon to quickly block the ambush while thinking to himself what a troublesome surprise this was. The Draconian then spoke with anger, saying it had been wondering why Lord Nidhogg's dragon power had suddenly disappeared, and it realized something strange and interesting was going on here. At that exact moment, a notification declared that due to special circumstances, all broadcast audio had been muted, which made the viewers in the chat burst out crazily with questions and reactions. A strange dragonkin mocked the sight of a human standing here in such a lowly body, and marveled with scorn that Moon had managed to come this far. Moon, however, had no interest in giving explanations and remained calm and focused on the battle ahead. The dragonkin noticed the unusual glow in Moon's eye and shouted in disbelief, questioning how a mere human could possibly have the king's eye. Moon answered this provocation by immediately using the crushing emperor's strike, which was a powerful heavenly demon divine art. The monster was greatly shocked at the attack, but managed to block it with a massive shield, defending itself as if the powerful strike were nothing at all. The dragonkin then declared that such a sight should never be shown to a mere human, and loudly vowed that it would tear Moon apart without mercy. The monster then transformed into its true original form, and a system notification appeared, announcing that the hidden boss, General Dranny's, had finally appeared. Moon looked closely at the transformation and realized that his foe was in fact an evolved dragonkin, and by examining its form he concluded it resembled the evolved type known as Devwali. The dragonkin was surprised and impressed that a human like Moon even knew about evolved types, and it said the fight was becoming far more interesting. The monster declared that it would dismantle Moon, and then charged toward him at an incredible speed with its weapon ready to strike. Moon, however, remained completely still, not flinching or moving an inch, as the terrifying attack rushed toward him. Red energy erupted from the black goat, Dranny's, as its roar tore through the arena, sending a violent wave of crimson power across the cracked ground. Its voice was filled with murderous excitement, promising to carve open Moon's skull and study the tiny brain inside. Then, spear forward and shield angled, Dranny's charged with brute force. Moon steadied himself. He had not expected the creature to push this far, yet the fight still felt strangely manageable. With a steady breath, he activated his divine eyes. The vision jolted him. System alerts flashed sharply, instantly halting both him and the monster. The arena itself was restraining Dranny's under the authority of distant constellations. Odin's fury surged across the sky, followed immediately by the black goat's enraged protests as it realized the restrictions placed upon its chosen. Even Zeus and the heavenly demon appeared within the celestial haze, their expressions cold and disapproving. Below, the goat demanded answers from the arena, roaring for an explanation as to why a participant was being punished. A realization hit Moon like cold water. Dranny's wasn't just a monster, he was a player. The system confirmed it with a series of stern announcements, stating that interference by a platinum-ranked player would not be tolerated. Questions were also raised about whether Dranny's had even entered the arena through legitimate procedures. The situation instantly reminded Moon of Marnell, another powerful entity bending the rules, another moment where the system reacted violently to injustice. This time, the intruder wasn't merely strong, he was platinum-ranked. The goat continued roaring, trembling with the rage of a deity's proxy. Moon's mind raced, wondering why the arena had labeled Dranny's a hidden boss if he was a player. The system responded by stating that the council was now deliberating. The pieces snapped into place for Moon. Someone within the Galaxy Arena Council was aligned with dragons. Shortly after the decision arrived, Moon's petition had been accepted. Player General Dranny's would be expelled. The goat reacted in panic, fighting against the fatting of its manifestation. Its voice shook as it begged for the expulsion to stop, insisting it wouldn't fight and only needed to speak with Moon. Moon understood that urgency. He, too, had questions, but they could not let Dranny's disappear, not now. Ashaz's warning reverberated in his mind. Any dragon who witnessed his snake eyes must not be allowed to survive. Dranny's had gone further still, forcing his way into the arena while disguised as a hidden boss. That level of cheating could never be permitted. Yet killing him now, with tensions boiling and accusations flying, would ignite a larger conflict, especially if a council member secretly served dragons. Someone else would need to land the final strike. Then another update arrived. Dranis' dragon transformation had been reversed, and all transmutations, including Moon's snake eyes, were forcibly disabled. A crushing weight slammed into Moon's body, forcing him to his knees. The constellations observing him responded with silent curiosity. He tried to speak, but the system interrupted again, reporting the black goat's growing displeasure. Its fury erupted like a storm, blaming the other constellations for its chosen's suffering and demanding that Dranis be executed immediately, despite the rules forbidding direct action against players. Sweat slid down the goat's face as it questioned why it alone was being restrained. The black goat's wrath radiated outward, threatening to unleash the mother of the void. That threat rippled into the distance, and the void constellations shifted, turning their collective stare toward the arena. The system attempted to emphasize fairness, but the black goat shattered the argument. A platinum player from a top-ranked race forcing its way into a gold-level arena. How could that be fairness? At the mother's call, the void constellations gathered in full force, their killing intent sharp and suffocating. Even Dranis felt it, whispering in disbelief as his disintegration abruptly stalled. The Galaxy Arena issued one final announcement, its tone heavy with apology and acknowledgement. It recognized the severity of the situation and expressed deep regret. The arena declared it could not interfere directly, bound by its own rules, and the pressure holding Moon finally eased. He realized the disintegration had stopped. Before he could gather his breath, space twisted around him and dragged him into darkness. Consciousness flickered, and then he was somewhere else, an empty, lightless dimension with no floor, no horizon, and no sound. The system made it clear this realm belonged to the black goat, shaped by its anger. As Moon regained awareness, he whispered into the void, wondering where he had been taken, unable to see even a hand's width in the thick black. Somewhere behind him, the goat growled, shouting at the arena for breaking rules and demanding an answer. A deeper voice cut through the darkness, a voice filled with authority and hatred. The master of this dimension roared, accusing Moon of staining its child with foul tricks. The goat screamed back, threatening the dragon lords and claiming none of them would tolerate such treatment. But the dimensional owner ordered it to be silent. The air tightened. Dark energy swirled like a storm around the goat, gathering with slow, heavy force. The goat's voice trembled as it demanded to know what was happening, only to be dragged into the living shadow. It struggled, screaming to be let out, but its protests were swallowed layer by layer. The dimensional owner's decree followed, stating its sin would be cut apart for ages. When the goat disappeared completely, the darkness shifted. The owner addressed Moon, calling him my baby and praising him for doing well. Shock hit Moon hard, his breath catching as a towering form materialized, a giant shape made of pure darkness with glowing purple eyes and a mouth that curved like a hungry crescent. The being stated it knew everything, and that Moon's weakness reminded it of itself. Moon asked if it had known from the start. The dark figure chuckled, claiming it wasn't a fool. It explained that the higher constellations had long known the blood created by the philosopher's stone was fake. Moon pressed further, confused why the Galaxy Arena had seemed unaware. The answer was cold. Most of them were simply fools. The dark figure drifted closer, its massive form rippling with shadow. It asked if Moon planned to revive the world tree. Moon answered that he also intended to revive the High Elves. Soft laughter came from the being. It had suspected as much when he spared the High Elf earlier. It called him extraordinary, praising decisions he had made without hesitation. Moon froze as the figure continued, mentioning the dwarves and how the Black Forge must be suffering because of him. Nidhogg must be furious, it said. None of the constellations had ever dealt such damage to the dragon lords, yet a human had done it so easily. Moon's head suddenly grew heavy. A hazy feeling wrapped around his thoughts. His vision blurred, and his knees weakened as sleepiness swarmed over him like a slow tide. The dark entity stated that it had prepared a gift for him, its voice echoing like laughter drifting through the void. The shadows began to pull Moon inward, swallowing him just as the goat had been swallowed. His eyelids grew too heavy to resist. The last thing he heard was the dark entity's farewell. The system recorded the moment by nodding that the black goat had requested a quest. Then everything went black. Moon woke in a soft light. His vision was blurry at first, his eyes only half open, and in front of him stood a woman with long ears. She spoke gently, telling him he had awakened. When his sight cleared fully, he realized she was an elf, beautiful with blonde hair and clear eyes. She explained that he had collapsed and she had cared for him. Her name was Ernan, companion of the world tree, Yggdrasil. Moon sat up, nodding that the dragon energy once invading him had vanished. Ernan confirmed it, saying he had removed its source, though she coughed weakly afterward. Moon supported her with a hand on his back, concerned. She admitted her weakness came from the world tree's missing spirit and the corruption spread by the 5 dragon lords. Moon summoned a fragment into his hand, a piece of the world tree's seed. He offered it to her, saying it would help even if it was only a fragment. Ernan's eyes widened with shock. She insisted she couldn't take it, saying it belonged to him. Moon told her he had created it for this very purpose, urging her to survive, to live, to raise the world tree again, and even to build a new faction. Her hands trembled at his words, overwhelmed, yet she returned the seed, saying she could not accept it. Her refusal struck him. She explained that there could only ever be one companion of a world tree. Though the tree had died, she had been its chosen companion already, and she could not bind herself to another. Moon was stunned, unable to answer immediately. She reassured him, offering another path. She could instead act as an intermediary. When Moon asked what that meant, she smiled softly. If he became the world tree's next companion, everything would be solved. She placed the seed fragment into his hand again. Ernan spoke with warmth, saying she had seen his sincerity, pure and without corruption, something beyond race. He was worthy, more worthy than anyone, to be the companion of a new world tree. Then she asked for his name. Moon introduced himself, his voice unsteady. She took his hand, still holding the fragment, her eyes closing as she spoke his name with purpose. Green light rose around them, swirling like leaves caught in a rising wind. The energy thickened, filling the air, and then burst outward in a sudden flash. Her voice rang out, strong and clear. As Ernan, companion of Yggdrasil, she declared Moon worthy. She pressed her hand to his chest, sending the green energy flowing from her palm into his body. Moon gasped as the warmth traveled through him, rooting deep within. The system acknowledged the moment, stating that he had been chosen as the world tree's companion, and that the new companion required a name. Moon stood quietly, rolling the thought around in his mind. A name? Something worthy of the ancient presence before him. He chose Simdrassil. Light rippled through the forest. The colossal tree shivered, releasing a soft glow that curled around him like warm breath. A silent message pulsed through the air, confirmation, acceptance, a bond sealed. The world itself seemed to acknowledge the choice. Green radiance wrapped around his body, sinking into his skin, and the air trembled with recognition. Moon's eyes widened as something inside him loosened, like chains falling off. His body felt lighter, washed clean, refined, and purified. Even his breathing steadied, as if nature itself had smoothed out its rhythm. Then the world tilted. A sharp pull tugged at him, something invisible hooking into his existence. The forest flickered as though viewed through water. Moon recognized the sensation, reverse summoning. The arena's trial was complete, the world reclaiming what belonged to it. Before the pull consumed him, the elf girl stepped forward, her expression soft but steady. She understood what was happening, even before he fully did. Hope lingered in her eyes, the kind carved from gratitude and lingering attachment. She extended a hand toward him. Moon grasped it for a brief moment, warm, real, and grounding. Her smile deepened as she faded, promising the two of them would cross paths again. She would return stronger. He would be waiting. Her final farewell slipped away with the light as the world dissolved. And then the scene shattered. A new sky opened, crimson, thick, and oppressive. The air wavered like heat over molten ground. A dragon's corpse lay twisted in the dirt, its vast wings broken, blood pooling beneath its massive frame. More bodies appeared, fallen dragons littering the battlefield like remnants of a forgotten war. Their scales cracked, their eyes darkened. Then a roar tore through the silence, shaking the land itself. A red dragon, still alive, towered in fury, its eyes burning bright. A senior hunter sprinted toward it, shouting for his companion. Before the dragon's fire could rise, silver-gray flashes carved across the beast, swift, precise strikes delivered by the younger hunter. His gray eyes gleamed with a sharp edge, cutting through the chaos with practiced motion. The dragon collapsed in pieces, its death thud echoing through the ashen air. The younger hunter looked toward the senior with clear irritation. The plan had been simple, pull one dragon at a time. The senior insisted he had done exactly that, even as he gasped for breath, drenched in sweat. Yet another roar erupted behind him. Another dragon had slipped through. The senior cursed and barely dodged the next attack. The junior stepped in immediately, blades singing through the air. A second dragon fell in shredded pieces, its remains scattering like charred confetti across the battlefield. The junior sheathed his sword, exasperation etched across his face. The delay meant he would miss a stream he wanted to watch. The senior yelled that he wanted to see it too, especially since the streamer was expected to fight a top-tier dragonkin. Their bickering vanished when the air flickered. A strange tremor ran through the environment. Both of their screens lit up with a system notification. The map was changing. A second message struck like thunder. The corrupted forest had been transformed into the regenerating forest. As they watched, the red wasteland reshaped itself into a vibrant green. Trees burst from the ground, covering the once dead terrain in new life. They stared in disbelief. Map changes never happened without warning, never without player intervention. The junior checked the chat. Messages flooded in, players witnessing sprouts emerging from poisoned land, witnessing the revival of the forest in real time. The name responsible echoed across the feed, Kim Si-moon, the gold rank winner, the one who just cleared the special arena. The impact rippled beyond the players. In a dim office, a man slammed his hand against his desk, the screen trembling under the force. The sudden attention around Kim Si-moon ruined everything, plans, timing, and opportunities. His mind raced. With the world watching the boy now, assassination was off the table. His status had climbed too high. He turned to his subordinate, demanding updates on the Daryuxian group. They had already arrived in Incheon. The man's frustration deepened. Those people only moved quickly when it benefited them. Nothing in his plan was lining up anymore. The subordinate asked if they should call the group off. They had only just arrived. It wasn't too late to warn them, but the man shook his head. Daryuxian wouldn't listen. Once they started something, they finished it their own way. Better to step away now, the man decided. Better not to provoke retaliation. Illegal entry investigations, none of that was worth triggering. But the man was certain of one thing. Unless the current guild master intervened, Zhang Lichu wouldn't be foolish enough to escalate recklessly. The danger was real but manageable, for now. The man's jaw tightened as frustration crawled beneath his skin. Even the old man from Seongsam had become involved now, a detail that only deepened the unease twisting through him. His fist curled, knuckles whitening. Something was spiraling far beyond what they had planned. His subordinate hesitated before asking if they should contact Chairman Lee. The man didn't even look up, just ordered him to do it, assuring that the chairman would understand that their plan had collapsed. But even as he spoke, a darker thought simmered beneath his calm exterior. Something was wrong, something fundamental. They were missing a piece of the puzzle, a crucial truth lurking just out of reach. His mind circled one name like a predator, Kim Si-moon. What was the boy hiding? What kind of storm sat beneath that innocent face? The world shifted again. Sunlight washed over the Rancor Palace, gleaming against its massive structure. The air was quiet, calm, and warm. Moon lounged on a sofa with a cold drink in hand, the peaceful moment broken by a notification that pulsed across his screen. The system relayed the details of his arena clear, how he had completed the trial in a way the system itself had never anticipated. His actions had changed the fate of the corrupted forest entirely, transforming related maps across the game into the regenerating forest. Rewards, the system warned, would need to be recalibrated. Moon smirked slightly, expecting as much. Another notice blinked, "Please wait." He leaned back, watching the screen with quiet confidence. This time, he told himself, he wouldn't rush. The last incident had already taught him that demanding rewards too fast only caused chaos among constellations. Zeus's outrage, the heavenly demon's interference, the arena's embarrassment, it all played back in his memory. A platinum constellation interfering directly had almost torn the system apart. They owed him for that, and he knew it. They would compensate generously. Yet the loading bar moved painfully slow. He muttered under his breath, wondering if the system was planning to skip out on giving him anything. His inner fire spirit erupted in indignation, reminding him that his achievements were beyond unusual. Reviving a high elf alone was a massive deviation, but birthing a new world tree went beyond anything the arena normally allowed. Even if it was only a fragment, a world tree was a miracle. Moon blinked in surprise, asking if that really meant something. The spirit reminded him of the title he had already gained. The loading completed with a chime. A title appeared on the screen, Companion of the World Tree. A growth-type title, rare, powerful, almost unheard of. Guild members would gain increased experience. Their stats would grow faster. Moon burst into laughter, overwhelmed. Growth-type titles were treasures on the same tier as SSS-grade items. He immediately asked the Philosopher's Stone about growth conditions. The Fire Spirit guessed they would depend on refining more seed fragments, but admitted this was its first time encountering a world tree too. They would have to discover the limits themselves. The uncertainty thrilled Moon. The possibilities felt endless. He scrolled further and froze. The next page revealed a quest from the Black Goat. Forgotten knowledge, homunculus. He read through the conditions carefully, reached 60% completion of the obsidian tablet to receive a homunculus recipe. The word struck him like a blow. A homunculus, that was the Black Goat's promised gift. He sank deeper into the sofa, thinking it through. The Black Goat usually handed things over bluntly, without ceremony. If even it had locked the knowledge behind a quest, then this recipe must exceed his current capabilities. Life creation was the domain of gods. No wonder the goat thought it necessary to slow him down. The Fire Spirit checked the tablet's current progress, 40%, and calculated the cost. 60,000 achievement points to raise it another 20%. Moon rubbed his forehead, groaning. 60,000 points for only a fifth of the progress. It was absurd. He would have to save points for a long while. Before he could sigh again, another notification appeared. The recalculated rewards were ready. He shot upright immediately. The system praised his innovative clear of the special arena, stating that rewards had increased according to his performance. The philosopher's stone trait even received a large boost in level. But Moon didn't care about that yet. He scrolled quickly, demanding the real rewards. Then he stopped. Mimir's Spring. The system had awarded him that as a clear reward. He stared, puzzled. Was that truly considered a basic reward? His fire spirit reacted explosively, almost trembling in excitement. Mimir's Spring was no ordinary item. Moon opened the details with wary curiosity, trying to understand how such a thing even appeared in this context. Before he could process it, more text flowed down the screen. The system had disciplined all who interfered in the arena. Fairness had collapsed, and Moon was given a special compensation for the trouble he suffered. He received another World Tree Seed fragment. Moon froze in disbelief. Another one? A shimmering seed fragment materialized in his palm, warm and pulsing with faint life. The fire spirit muttered in awe, explaining that such things were no longer obtainable. They had to be recreated from scratch. The amount of causality required must have been insane. The system wouldn't have done this unless it truly felt guilty. A final message flickered. The constellations watching him smiled in satisfaction. Moon closed his fingers gently around the fragment. Relief and delight washed through him. That was 10,000 points saved instantly. A sweet victory. But the moment of peace didn't last. A furious voice suddenly echoed from outside the screen. Raw, frustrated, familiar. Damn it, that rotten old. Moon blinked, startled. Malsuak. A furious shout cut through the air, sharp enough to make Kim Si-moon stop in his tracks. It came from Malsuak, her clothes torn apart from a previous fight, anger radiating from every inch of her. She yelled, demanding that Kim Si-moon fight her one-on-one, though her outfit was hanging together by a thread. Kim pointed out her ruined clothing without hesitation. Her gaze dropped, and she screamed in frustration, blaming the old man responsible for her training. Before she could continue, Kim snapped his fingers and spoke calmly, telling her to fix her clothes first. A soft blue glow wrapped around her, repairing every torn piece of fabric until her outfit was restored completely. She froze in surprise, staring at the flawless result. She commented that the result was so precise he could sell clothes for a living. Kim corrected her, amused, saying he didn't copy anything. He had simply reconstructed the outfit from what little remained, since alchemy couldn't create something out of nothing. She checked again and realized the material really was thinner, but she pushed the thought aside. This wasn't the time to worry about her clothes. She pointed at him again, reminding him of the duel she demanded. Then the memory hit her, the mission from the heavenly demon. The notification had declared Kim Si-moon as her first duel opponent. She had to prove she was a worthy successor to the heavenly demon arts. The rewards were massive, but the punishment, forced secluded training, completely cut off from the world, was terrifying. She had smiled at the time, thinking at least the heavenly demon had a conscience. The mission was interesting, and she planned to take everything she could from it. Kim suddenly spoke as if reading her mind, asking if she had received a quest from the heavenly demon to fight him. She froze, shocked he knew anything about it, but before she could ask how, his aura began to rise. A heavy, deep blue power swelled around him as he prepared himself. He said it was perfect timing because he wanted to test his newly raised stats. Without hesitation, he declared the fight would begin. The scenery shifted to the arena, an enormous training ground inside the Rancor Palace, wide enough that nothing from their battle could damage the outside environment. Malsuak looked around, stunned at the scale of the place, while Kim explained why it had to be so large. Then both of them stepped into position, facing each other with equal determination. Kim asked if they should begin immediately. She answered with absolute confidence, telling him to grit his teeth. She lowered her stance, preparing to sprint. Then she launched herself forward with explosive force, the ground cracking behind her as she moved. She shouted that she was coming with a serious punch. Kim remained calm, watching carefully. She was faster than last time, but he tilted his head and dodged with ease. He read her movements closely, predicting where she planned to strike next. But he didn't expect her first punch to be a feint. Her legs suddenly swung upward in a second attack, and although Kim managed to block in time, the surprise hit him harder than he wanted to admit. She had tricked him deliberately. The definition flickered through his thoughts: feint, a deliberate trick to confuse an opponent. And then came her real punch, a second full-speed blow aimed straight at him. It struck his stomach, but instead of hitting solid flesh, Kim vanished from the spot entirely, reappearing behind her. She turned quickly, hearing his voice as he commented on her feint with mild surprise. Before she could react, Kim struck back with a powerful kick. She flew backward but managed to block midair, flipping and landing safely on the ground, already preparing for the next exchange. Kim let out a small, impressed smile as he steadied himself, saying she had even managed to deflect in that situation. The girl stood across from him, her red eyes sharp, a thin streak of blood running from the corner of her lip. She wiped it with the back of her hand, scowling. She yelled that she didn't fully deflect it, her frustration only highlighting her strength. Kim studied her quietly, thinking that she was still technically silver rank, and her specs couldn't keep up with the raw talent she possessed. He concluded that if she continued growing at her current rate, she could easily aim for diamond. She didn't give him time to think any further. With a burst of speed, she launched herself forward again, throwing another punch straight at him. Kim shifted his position, dodging it with practiced ease, though he noticed her eyes burning an even deeper red. He realized she was closing the distance on purpose, going full melee. She swung again, a punch aimed directly at his face, but he tilted his head aside, letting it cut through the air. So that was her plan. She wasn't going to give him a second to use alchemy. He decided that if that was how she wanted to fight, then he would meet her with pure fundamentals. He began to gather energy into his palm, blue light forming, but she struck again before he could finish. Kim barely tilted his head in time. The punch crashed into the arena floor behind him with explosive force. Red energy erupted, tearing through the ground. A crater opened from the sheer impact. For a moment, Kim's eyes widened. He recognized the technique as Annihilation Cannon, a move only usable after reaching Heavenly Demon Art's 2-star. He wondered if she had already reached it. She didn't give him space to question it. With her eyes glowing bright red, she rushed him again and threw another devastating punch. Kim crossed his arms and blocked it, their energies colliding violently. The air tightened, pressure bursting outward in shockwaves. He felt strain immediately. Her strength was nothing to take lightly. She screamed at him, asking where he was looking and asserting that the fight was not over yet. Kim gritted his teeth, realizing that she could overpower even his breaking Emperor Smash. He couldn't afford to underestimate her and knew he had to counter properly. Dark energy began to gather around him, his aura shifting. His eyes glowed purple as a dense, sinister power rose from deep within. The girl's expression twisted in shock. She gasped, wondering what kind of monster he was to throw a punch and release aura at the same time. Their energies collided again, red against deep purple, and for the first time she felt herself being pushed back. Her hands shook as she held onto the clash. She realized she couldn't continue like this, and if she wanted to win, she had to strike first. With a fierce shout, she slammed her foot into the ground. The force rippled across the entire arena, cracking the earth beneath both of them. The shockwave rattled Kim's entire body. His eyes widened as recognition hit him. He wondered if it could be the heavenly demon sovereign step, nodding the immense pressure was immobilizing even him for a moment. But when he looked up, she was no longer there. Her voice rang out from above. Red eyes gleaming, she descended with overwhelming force. Red energy wrapped around her fist like a ghostly flame, and she brought the attack down at full power. Kim raised one hand and stopped it completely. She froze, horrified. His purple aura surged around his arm, spreading like a living shadow. Her hand trembled violently under the pressure. She questioned how an alchemist could possess that much demonic energy and what he had done. Kim spoke calmly, as though the battle was nothing more than a spar. He told her he had been trying to fight her purely with fundamentals and admitted he had never imagined she would grow this strong. She stared at him, startled, but before she could respond, his dark energy began to rise further. Kim said in a heavy voice that he had no choice but to admit it. Malswak shouted, sensing the shift and urging him to wait. Kim looked at her with a rare, sincere expression. He told her, "Malswak, you really are the best." And then his dark energy erupted, consuming the entire arena in one overwhelming surge. Moon sat alone in his quiet lab, the faint hum of machines filling the air. A dull ache throbbed in his shoulder, and he pressed a hand there while the fire spirit within him murmured like a voice echoing inside his chest. It told him he wasn't actually injured, just suffering the backlash of forcing his mana far beyond its comfort. The reassurance eased some tension from his face, though the strain still lingered. He let out a slow breath, relieved but irritated with himself for losing control so easily. The memory of the earlier clash flickered behind his eyes, sharp enough to sting. The fire spirit kept talking, scolding him for not holding back more. With his massive mana pool, the shock he delivered had grown even harsher than he intended. Moon knew that already. He had tried to be gentle, but the fight had been too intense and too fast. The spirit still seemed baffled, especially about the technique he had used, Heavenly Demon's raining steps. Even now, the name alone felt heavy. Moon's mind drifted to that moment. The legendary footwork that merged basic steps with flowing mana, creating movement beyond ordinary limits. It was said to be part of the Heavenly Demon arts, a power few ever touched. Malsuak had grasped it all the way to the third star in a single shot. The thought left a faint tremor in him. He remembered how imperfect her execution had been, but the talent was undeniable. If his stats hadn't risen by 35 recently, he might have been forced to unleash another technique of the heavenly demon arts himself. His fist tightened involuntarily as he replayed it all. The fire spirit asked what he planned to do next. Wasn't he supposed to level up his title using the world tree's seed fragment and then form a guild? Moon blinked, realizing he had almost forgotten. When the spirit asked if Malsuak would join, Moon looked toward her sleeping form in the corner of the lab. She was completely worn out from the fight, breathing softly. He answered quietly that it depended on her, but even he could see how fast she was growing. One meeting with a constellation had changed everything. Who knew how far she would climb now? Moon rose from his chair, stretching out the tension while the scene around him shifted to the outside of his building. Evening had settled, and the sky glowed in shades of orange, like the world was slowly cooling into night. Footsteps echoed down the walkway, Senior arriving with an eager, focused look. He was thinking about the message he'd received earlier, the one saying Moon had something to give them today, and he seemed excited about it. As he approached the entrance, a newly appointed guard greeted him politely. Senior studied the unfamiliar face, and immediately assumed the previous guard had been removed in some shady way. His muttered suspicion confused the new recruit, but Senior simply brushed him off with a vague smile. He waited outside the elevator until another voice called out, "Junior." The younger man jogged over, asking if Senior was heading to see his brother. Junior offered to join him, and Senior agreed but immediately asked what happened to the old guard. Junior explained plainly that Moon had unintentionally helped him get rid of the man after the guard had been rude to someone visiting. Junior had seized the opportunity and pushed him out. Senior thought it was extreme, joking that Junior must have uncovered real dirt. Before any more could be said, the elevator doors slid open. A sudden shout burst through the air. Both men turned as a girl with blonde hair rushed toward them, breathless from running. She complained that Senior had promised they would go together, and he offered a sheepish apology, admitting he had only been thinking about Moon. Junior looked at Yu-Young with expressionless eyes, clearly not thrilled to see her, but the three of them entered the elevator anyway and soon arrived at Moon's place. Inside, everyone sat on the sofa while Moon remained composed, greeting them for being on time. Senior spoke first, saying he had rushed over as soon as he heard about the new product Moon had created. His eyes shifted toward Yu-Young, and he reminded her she had something she wanted to discuss. She reached into her purse and pulled out a stack of files, placing them firmly on the table. The sudden seriousness in her posture made Senior's eyes widen in shock. Moon picked up the papers, flipping through them calmly. The name on the document stood out, Sung Sam Bio. They were offering to help distribute the cure. Yu-Young explained that they would lend their trade routes and their name, which meant stable procedures, smooth payments, and guaranteed credibility. She reminded them that the black market wasn't a place for honest business, and even worse, sellers could be betrayed the moment someone offered the right price. Moon silently agreed, remembering too well how unstable that world was. He continued reading, the weight of the offer sinking in. It was safer, much safer. Yu-Young's tone softened as she added one more reason she wanted to repay him. Her mother was grateful too. Her cheeks warmed as she said it. Moon leaned back with a small, proud smile, telling them he never helped expecting anything in return, yet he still accepted Yu-Young's offer with quiet gratitude. Then his eyes sharpened. He had something to show them too. With a swipe of his hand, a glowing notification unfolded in the air. The room froze as everyone leaned in. Gasps broke out all at once. The title he revealed was something none of them had ever seen, Companion of the World Tree. A growth-type title that boosted the experience and stat growth of all guild members was displayed. Numbers rose like impossible promises. 30% more experience, 70% faster stat growth. Junior's voice cracked as he asked Senior about the price of the last EXP-boosting item sold. Senior recalled it instantly, 27 billion for a simple earring with no extra effects. Yu-Young's jaw dropped as she realized what they were looking at. EXP items were so rare even the rich couldn't buy them, and this one wasn't just EXP, it even boosted stat growth. Junior swore the world would shake the moment this title became public. Moon only smiled, the calm before a storm, and finally said the words he'd been holding inside. He wanted to create a guild and wanted them to join. The room burst into shock and awe. Junior shot up as if lightning hit him, eyes shining like a child staring at a legendary weapon. He shouted his agreement before Moon even finished the question. Senior followed with equal excitement, saying he'd sign the contract with a thumbprint right then. Moon turned to Yu-Young last. Her confidence faltered and nerves filled her voice. Moon softened his tone and told her he understood. She was the guild master of Sung Sam Guild, and stepping down, even temporarily, wouldn't be easy. She explained that her grandfather would never allow it. Moon reminded her gently that her mother was in rehab now and improving. She should go talk to her first and think things over calmly instead of rushing. Yu-young blinked, then brightened with sudden realization. She thanked him with a relieved smile, agreeing to decide after speaking with her mother. Before anyone could breathe, a loud complaint exploded from the back room. Everyone snapped their heads around as Malsuak stomped out, shouting about how noisy everything was. She glared at Moon, demanding smaller clothes because everything in his wardrobe was too large. Moon's irritation rose when he noticed what she was wearing, one of his shirts and nothing else. He asked where her pants were. She shot back instantly, accusing him of being the one who tore all her clothes during their fight earlier. Junior froze in shock, misinterpreting everything, while Senior went red as if his imagination had betrayed him. Moon clicked his tongue and snapped his fingers. Fabric shimmered and adjusted, transforming the oversized shirt into a proper fit, complete with pants restored by his energy. Malsuak lit up like someone gifted a treasure, admiring the new fit with delight. But Yu-young's expression tightened sharply. She looked between Moon and Malsuak, clearly annoyed. She asked why Moon hadn't introduced this girlfriend sooner, and then with a pointed edge wondered if Malsuak was his girlfriend. Moon could only choke on his own breath, desperate to escape the misunderstanding. The atmosphere tangled between jealousy, confusion, and Moon's growing headache as the room threatened to explode again. Just then, the story shifted away from the warmth of Moon's home and into the cold air outside. On a tall building, two shadowy figures stood side by side, their black clothes fluttering against the wind. One was a girl, irritation etched across her face as she clicked her tongue. Another day had passed with no results. She wondered aloud if Kim Shimon had already noticed their presence. Her voice hardened with anger as she asked how long they were supposed to keep waiting for him. Before the boy beside her could answer, another man rushed to them, breathless, carrying urgent news. He whispered something into the girl's ear. Her face twisted slowly into an evil smile, a spark of excitement burning behind her eyes. Whatever she learned changed everything. She let out a low sound of interest, as if the long, boring wait had finally ended, and stepped forward with new purpose. Both figures leapt from the rooftop, their silhouettes slicing through the fatting sky. The girl's voice echoed as they fell, filled with wicked enthusiasm. It was time to move. Time to finally step into the light. And now she would get to see the face she had been waiting for, Kim Shimon's, up close at last. The scene shifted to a crowded building, bustling with noise and movement, where Moon and Malsuak stood outside the house. Malsuak's face was twisted in frustration, her voice rising above the crowd as if her soul were slipping out from embarrassment. Moon only offered a relaxed smile, reminding her the misunderstanding was already cleared up. But that wasn't the point for her. She demanded to know why the misunderstanding had happened to begin with, her cheeks burning at the memory of others assuming they were dating. Moon admitted it surprised him too, though irritation crept into his tone when he mentioned her walking out wearing nothing but a shirt. She shouted back that she had no clothes to wear. Moon couldn't resist teasing her about Yu-young's hot time comment. She flushed even more, muttering that none of it made any sense. Moon steered the conversation back to practicality, pointing out that things worked out since they were lent clothes. Malsuak agreed, though she felt awkward wearing clothes that were too expensive for her comfort, but she recognized the kindness behind it. Moon, meanwhile, found himself thinking about Yu-young's behavior. It was the first time he had seen Yu-young so gentle to a complete stranger, and he realized she might have taken a liking to him without fully realizing it herself. Trying to shake away the earlier embarrassment, Malsuak suggested they buy clothes before heading inside, not wanting to ruin the fancy outfit she had borrowed. Moon simply nodded, but halfway through the motion something pricked at the edge of his senses, an uncomfortable pressure. His eyes flicked upward instinctively. A shadow was falling fast. In the next breath, a man descended with the force of a meteor, his leg extended in a brutal kick meant to crush. Moon reacted instantly, grabbing Malsuak's hand and leaping out of range just as the impact shattered the ground, sending cracks spidering across the pavement. The attacker rose from the crater, impressed rather than furious. He noted that dodging that attack meant Moon wasn't just some gold-level fighter. Moon's mind raced, wondering who these people were and why they were targeting him. His voice exploded with anger as he warned them about the civilians. Before he could finish, a woman stepped out, her tone dripping with mockery. She called him naive for worrying about others and spoke his full name, Kim Si-moon, as though she owned it. Pink energy surged around her, gathering behind her like a luminous storm. A massive magic diagram formed in the air, humming with dangerous power. She announced that the real fight was about to begin. Malsuak flinched at the intensity, trying to dismiss it as bluffing, but the fear in her voice betrayed her. Moon corrected her immediately. This wasn't a bluff. A barrier specialist, a rare one, stood in front of them. The woman smiled as a giant pink barrier snapped shut around the four of them, sealing them in a shimmering dome. She held a glowing pink orb in her hand, the core. She confirmed her trait openly. an S-rank barrier ability called Mirror Illusion. Her partner, a man named Gong Ryan, urged her to move quickly, but she brushed him off, confident Moon would be dead soon anyway. Moon observed their lips carefully. Their language was different, confirming they were foreigners using the arena translator. Their names, Gong Ryan and Sing, clicked into place in his mind. They were from the continental province, which meant trouble far deeper than an isolated ambush. His eyes locked onto the barrier core, realizing that was the key. No matter what happened, breaking the core came first. Sing tilted her head as she examined Moon's face, calling it a shame to kill someone who looked like that. Then she ordered the Diamond Drank man to half-kill him. But Gong Ryan warned her he couldn't control his full strength. Before Moon could respond, Gong Ryan launched himself forward, the air tearing apart as he charged. Moon and Malsuak dodged again, seconds before the punch destroyed a wall, cracks exploding outward like fractured ice. The attacker looked thrilled, praising Moon's speed as if this were entertainment. Malsuak cursed loudly, shaken by the sudden aggression. Moon's breath tightened. The man's aura flared red, heavy, suffocating, and unmistakably diamond rank. Malsuak panicked, questioning why a diamond-ranked assassin would personally come for Moon. Moon snapped, asking if he really looked like someone important enough to kill, but she insisted he didn't seem the type. None of it added up. The diamond-rank fighter stepped closer, each footfall heavier than the last. His aura expanded, pressing down like a physical weight. Moon steadied his breathing and forced his focus into clarity. The situation was simple but brutal. Trapped inside a sealed barrier with a diamond-rank killer and an S-rank barrier user, they had no room left for hesitation. There were only two options. The first was to break the barrier core in Sing's hand and escape before the fight consumed them whole. Cross-splitting the duel. The second option hung in the air like a blade, sharp and immediate. Moon's voice deepened as he made the call, kill all the assassins. Malsuak's lips curled into a fierce smile. She preferred that option by far. Moon assigned the roles quickly. He would lure the man away, and she would take the woman. Malsuak accepted with blazing energy, crimson light gathering around her as she shouted that maybe it was time to try the technique she learned from the heavenly demon. Moon, already preparing to move, told her he was counting on her. The diamond-drank assassin didn't miss a thing. His mind clicked instantly, splitting up into individual duels. Even then, it was still to their advantage. He chased after Moon with a roar, demanding that he stop running. Meanwhile, Sing, the barrier specialist, clicked her tongue in irritation, complaining that Gong Ryan couldn't even take down a gold tier without trouble. That was when Malsuak shouted sharply, calling out to her. Sing froze at the insult, confused, until Malsuak clarified she was talking to the scrawny anchovy standing right there. Sing bristled, stunned that someone who looked like such a low-tier rookie dared provoke her. She shouted her rank, Platinum, as if it would intimidate Malsuak. It didn't. Malsuak shrugged as if the rank was meaningless. That only enraged Sing further, red aura bursting around her as she declared that Malsuak clearly didn't want to die peacefully. Malsuak answered with cold disdain. Did platinum fighters battle with their mouths? Sing let her fury consume her, summoning multiple energy orbs as her eyes reddened with murderous intent. She screamed that she would rip out Malsuak's tongue first. Meanwhile, Moon was sprinting through the streets with Gong Ryan hot on his heels. The diamond-drank assassin taunted him, asking if he planned to keep running forever. Moon's mind worked quickly. The situation was bad. Civilians surrounded them, making reckless force impossible. But something felt off. The civilians were too calm, too still, and too observant. The awakened in the area weren't panicking at all. A realization struck him. They weren't civilians. They were all on the same team. Gong Ryan's claws erupted from his hands as he confirmed it. The group had already noticed Moon's awareness. At his command, every bystander dropped their disguise, revealing masked fighters armed like ninjas. Swords gleamed. Killing intent thickened the air. Gong Ryan shouted for everyone to move in, ordering them to take Moon down with everything they had. Moon only smiled. A Hapkic Jin formation, coordinated multi-directional assault. They thought numbers alone gave them the advantage. With a snap of his fingers, lightning burst outward from Moon's body, shockwaves ripping through the attackers. The disguised soldiers convulsed as electricity swallowed them whole. Moon watched calmly, statting that numbers wouldn't save them. But the diamond-drank assassin wasn't finished. He leaped high above Moon, red aura blazing, claws drawn back. He recognized the magic Moon used, mind attribute magic. His eyes burned crimson with fury as he dove toward Moon with full force, screaming for him to die. Moon looked up, shocked. This next attack was nothing he could ignore. Moon summoned his spear just in time, the metal ringing as it caught the man's claw in a harsh, oily scrape. The impact shook the air, heavy enough to crack the ground beneath them. The man's grin twitched, impressed despite himself, and his voice rose in mocking thunder, demanding where Moon's earlier confidence had gone. Moon answered coldly, asking if it wasn't ridiculous for a diamond to go all out against a gold. The taunt snapped something inside the man. He roared for him to shut up and swung both clawed hands in a crossing slash. Red energy exploding outward in an X, the ground split under its force as Moon dodged, landing lightly on the trembling earth. The man's rage twisted when he realized his attack had missed. His aura swelled into a darker red, thick and violent, eyes glowing like heated metal. He vowed in a heavy voice that he would correct Moon's rotten manners. Moon called lightning into his hand, the blade forming in a snap of yellow sparks. He pointed it toward the man with a chilling, almost bored tone, telling him to look at himself. The storm of their clash shifted away, revealing the battlefield where the woman and Malsuak continued their fight. The ground around them was already shattered from earlier exchanges, cracks webbing out across the dirt. The woman gathered energy in both hands, dark pink power swirling until it flared around her like smoke. She called out sharply, asking if a low tier like Malsuak could handle what was coming, accusing her of getting cocky just for dodging a few orbs. But Malsuak was unmoved, her own red aura rising. Her eyes burned crimson as she snapped back that even her grandmother could dodge those orbs, mocking the idea that such weak attacks could ever bring down Go Malsuak. With that, she launched herself forward. Malsuak twisted in midair, her kick cutting toward the woman's head, but the woman tilted aside with ease. Malsuak followed with a flurry of attacks, each sharp and committed, but every strike slipped through air as the woman dodged them all. The woman's thoughts remained composed. Sharp for a low tier, she admitted silently, but a low tier was still a low tier. Red flames gathered in her palm, condensing into a blazing sphere like a small sun. She watched Malsuak's pattern, thinking that the girl had been all offense and no defense, that her guard had finally collapsed, and now was the time to exploit the gap. Malsuak roared and threw a full-force punch, but the woman unleashed her gathered fire at the same moment. The red flame burst outward like a wave, and the woman smiled to herself as she watched it hit, convinced the attack had landed perfectly. She believed nothing could withstand her 5-star fire magic. That confidence cracked when she looked again and froze. Malsuak stood unscathed without a single burn. Instead, she had absorbed the energy, her aura rising even harsher as she prepared another strike. Her eyes glowed deeper red as the punch flew. The blow landed straight into the woman's stomach, piercing through her side and leaving a brutal wound. Shock widened the woman's eyes as she failed to understand how this could even be possible. Malsuak narrowed her own eyes and mocked her, asking if she was flustered. She leapt up again, red energy bursting from every angle, her voice turning cruel as she reminded the woman that it was absurd for a silver to defeat a platinum. She whispered a final goodbye as she brought her attack down. But the woman blocked, not with her hands, but with a shimmering pink shield. Malsuak froze, startled by the sudden defense. The woman smiled, asking what Malsuak meant, then shouted that it was an S-rank defense artifact that someone like her could never dream of. She warned that she would burn Malsuak to nothing with a 6-star spell. Malsuak pulled her hand away from the shield, muttering in irritation that this was ridiculous, then added with calm contempt that compared to Moon's magic, the woman was nothing. Platinum wasn't special either, she said, and predicted Malsuak would rise quickly. Her aura surged. Red energy exploded from her body, the air tightening until the battlefield trembled. Her eyes blazed as she invoked heavenly demon arts, shattering Emperor Smash. The woman recoiled at the sudden escalation of power. Malsuak shot forward, her punch colliding with overwhelming force. The red energy roared, crushing into the shield, cracking it with violent shockwaves until it finally gave way. The scene snapped back to the man and Moon. The man's breath had grown heavy, his claws trembling as exhaustion crept through him. His thoughts raced. That guy, how was he still using that power? It was annoying, impossible, relentless. Moon, meanwhile, stood without strain or a steady. Lightning danced around his spear, yellow sparks forming thin threads of electricity. His eyes shone bright gold. Moon smiled slightly and asked if the man was already tired, pointing out that he hadn't even truly started. Sweat gathered at the man's temple, shock slicing through his composure as he struggled to comprehend the widening difference between them. The man froze when he saw Moon's rising power, sweat forming along his temple as a harsh thought tore through his head. That crazy bastard again. Moon launched his attack without hesitation, a massive lightning shock striking the area where the man stood. The man twisted away at the last second, stunned by the sheer force behind it. His mind raced, realizing his brain attribute immunity artifacts were already exhausted, making a direct breakthrough nearly impossible. If he'd known things would go this far, he thought bitterly, he should have used his usual gear. For now, he decided an attrition fight was the safest path. He needed to survive long enough to find an opening. He landed hard, dust kicking around his feet, and another thought cut through him. If Moon kept spamming that much mind attribute magic, surely his mana would run out soon. Moon dismissed his spear into his inventory and muttered that for a diamond, the man was far too weak. That single line sharpened the man's focus. This was the moment. He threw himself forward with full force, claws extended like blades forged to kill. His mind narrowed into a single desperate belief. I'm betting everything on this one hit. Moon didn't flinch. Calm settled over him like a still lake. He snapped his fingers, his eye igniting with power as he spoke, cold, decisive, calling the attack predictable. The man's heart jolted. Could Moon be provoking him on purpose? It made no sense. He was just a gold. The man roared inside, determined to prove the gulf between gold and diamond. But his thoughts shattered when Moon released a far stronger attack, blue energy erupting from his hand in a violent surge that swallowed the man completely. When the force finally dissipated, Moon's voice cut through the fatting shock, remarking that surely a diamond wouldn't die that easily. Blood dripped from the man as he staggered back, coughing. He dodged enough to live, but his right arm had been severed. Rage twisted through him as he rasped that Moon was someone who absolutely should not be left alive. A smile curled on his face, warped by desperation, as he declared it was time for his final move. He turned toward his ally and shouted for I.M. Weijiang to deploy the test subjects. The mad scientist grinned, clicking a remote with trembling excitement, claiming the mutants they had worked on for 10 years would finally make their debut. When the button pressed, the civilians surrounding the battlefield stiffened. Their eyes flashed red before their bodies twisted and expanded, transforming into giant monsters with glowing crimson eyes. The scientist's voice rose in triumph as he commanded the mutants to awaken, declaring Kim Si-moon finished. Now armed with monstrous reinforcements, the man straightened and extended a new claw from his remaining arm, confidence igniting again. Moon's eyes narrowed as he watched the transformation. Something about the monster's appearance struck him. They looked strangely similar to a draken. The man and the hulking creatures charged at Moon together, the man screaming that Moon would pay for making him lose an arm. Moon stayed still, mind cutting through the chaos as a realization formed. Could this be related to the dragonkin? His left eye glowed yellow, then deepened into orange as the certainty grew. He lifted his right hand and released his voice, infused with power, commanding everyone to stop. The sound rippled through the battlefield in an unseen wave, reaching every mutant. The monsters froze mid-charge, locked still under the weight of Moon's command. The air held its breath, waiting for what would happen next. All the mutants froze at the sound of Moon's command, their bodies locked in place as if an unseen force gripped them. The scientist stared in disbelief before shouting, "What in the world?" The mutant stopped. His fingers jabbed frantically at the remote he had used for a decade, but nothing responded, and panic crept into his voice as he stammered that nothing like this had ever happened before. The man beside him grew far more furious, cursing as every plan they had prepared collapsed in front of them. With rage twisting his expression, he lunged toward Moon with his one remaining arm, shouting to the sky in frustration, demanding to know who Kim Si-moon really was. But before he could reach him, Moon released another voice wave, ordering the mutants to stop him. The command rippled outward like invisible impact, reaching the immobilized monsters, whose eyes began glowing red again as they roared and surged back to life. The man screamed for Moon to stop his bullshit and extended his claw to strike him down, but a towering mutant threw itself into the attack. The man's eyes widened when his claw didn't pierce straight through, only embedding halfway into the creature's dense, enraged flesh. Red energy erupted from the mutant as it trembled with fury. Another monstrous form approached from behind, raising a massive arm to crush him. Snarling in rage, the man's own eyes glowed red. He ripped his claw from the first mutant, then unleashed a ferocious slash, cutting down both creatures in a single motion, heads and limbs flying as blood splattered across the ruin. He roared in fury, calling them insects, commanding them to get out of his way. Then he charged Moon again, screaming for him to stop hiding and face him. As he closed the distance, Moon stepped forward, his body enveloped in a flowing violet aura that radiated overwhelming pressure. Calmly, he declared the technique, heavenly demon divine art. The man hurled himself at Moon with all the force left in him, swinging a claw meant to kill. Moon met him head-on, thrusting his fist forward. The moment the blows collided, a burst of purple energy violently exploded outward, overwhelming the man's attack instantly. The shockwave ravaged the ground, tearing apart the area where the man stood as dust and debris erupted into the air. The man barely escaped the full force, but the destruction was immense. The very barrier set up earlier shattered under the impact. When the dust settled, Moon remarked that his opponent was persistent. Then he scanned the ruined battlefield, remembering Malsawak, and rushed toward her when he saw her kneeling in exhaustion. Kneeling beside her, he asked if she was okay. She replied that she was fine, though her clothes were completely ruined. Moon couldn't help but smile, teasing her for worrying about her clothes at a time like this. She groaned, wondering aloud how she was supposed to explain the situation, and Moon reassured her that Yu-young would only care about whether she was hurt, not her outfit. Malswak sighed, saying that was a burden in its own way. Moon shifted the topic, asking about the woman Malswak had fought. Malswak stated flatly that the woman was dead. Moon's eyes widened as he asked if she had truly killed her. Malswak defended herself immediately, saying the woman had tried to kill him first. Moon acknowledged that she wasn't wrong, but he still felt a flicker of concern, wondering in silence whether this reaction was influenced by the celestial killing star characteristic. He reminded himself it didn't matter. The kill had been self-defense, and there was no reason for her to feel guilt, yet he could tell the weight of it lingered beneath her exhaustion. Moon realized that leaving Malswak in her exhausted state could be dangerous, but before he could help her further, the remaining scientist clutched his head and shouted in wild excitement, calling the situation unbelievable and revolutionary. He claimed Moon was beyond any specimen he had experimented on in the last decade, and raving that if he could understand the mechanism behind Moon's power, he could open a new world. Malswak glared at him with anger rising again, calling him the last remaining bastard and swearing she would beat him to death. But Moon stopped her, telling her to wait. She didn't understand at first, but his heavy voice followed, reminding her that although those people deserved to die, there was something he needed to learn before killing him. The scene shifted to the rooftop of the building, night covering the city in lights that reflected like stars across the streets below. The scientist had fallen to his knees as Moon stood before him and demanded answers. He asked if they were assassins sent by the Continental Guild and took out his phone to record everything, asking why they were targeting him. The scientist instead tried to bargain, shouting at Moon to join the Continental Guild, promising to give him anything he wanted: SSS rank items, money, women, if he just cooperated with the experiments. Moon told him he still didn't understand the situation and ordered him to simply answer the question, asking if the experiments that turned civilians into monsters were also his doing. As Moon continued recording, the scientist claimed the failed test subjects were only a setback and insisted the next experiment would succeed, shouting for Moon to come with him. Moon grabbed the man's head, repeating his name, Im Waijiang, and pressed harder as his voice deepened, explaining that many armed awakeners, including the test subjects, had entered the country illegally, meaning someone must have smuggled them in. He demanded the name of the person responsible. Panic overtook the scientist as sweat poured down his face, and he trembled, his voice cracking as he insisted he couldn't speak. Moon pressed harder, and the man finally screamed the name, Kim Muyol, Moon's own uncle. Shock surged through Moon as he repeated the name, the president of the Korean Awakeners Association. Moon removed his hand, and the scientist gasped in relief, explaining that even though Kim Muyol backed out of the mission, he was still the one who smuggled them into the country. But before he could finish, something inside his chest flared, a glowing red ring of light visible even from the outside. Realization struck the scientist as he shouted about the forbidden word, while Moon stared, confused. The man begged for his life, screaming in terror, but the glow spread rapidly through his body. A sudden explosion tore him apart from the inside, and Moon reacted instantly, summoning an earth shield that wrapped around him and Malsawak as the blast consumed the rooftop. Dust and heat rushed outward, while Moon cursed the Continental Guild for using such vicious tactics. When the shield faded, only the man's lower body remained on the rooftop, everything above the waist erased. Malsawak shouted in frustration that they were seconds away from learning everything, calling the assassins insane and demanding to know what Moon planned next. Moon said it was fine, that he got the information he needed, then told her to go home first. She asked where he was going, and he replied simply that he had somewhere to be. The scene shifted to the Awakeners Association, a massive building glowing against the night. Inside, Kim Muyol sat at his desk, waiting calmly, asking his subordinate how long the barrier had been up. The subordinate checked his watch and answered that it had been 3 hours, and that by now it should be about time. But before he could continue, the office doors burst open with a violent swing. Both men jumped to their feet as Moon walked in calmly. Muyol's face drained of color as he shouted in shock, unable to believe Moon was standing there. Moon adjusted his wrist with a small smile and told him he looked as though he had just seen a ghost. Muyol demanded to know how Moon had appeared there, though beneath his voice simmered frustration and disbelief as a single thought pressed into his mind. Had the Continental Guild actually failed? He refused to accept it, but the possibility gnawed at him. Moon only smiled, telling his uncle he looked as if he had seen a ghost, and pointing out that for a gold rank to survive against diamond and platinum assassination squads, even he had to admit it was a ridiculous situation. The remark only deepened Muyol's fury. Insolent brat, he thought, clenching his fist tighter as panic threaded through his skull. If Moon spoke even a single word, everything he had built would collapse. With no more room for hesitation, Muyol's eyes glowed a violent cyan green as he summoned his power. At this point, he no longer cared about subtlety. If he had to dispose of a body, then he would do it with his own hands. Countless sharp green constructs erupted into the air around him, shimmering with lethal light. There was no time to think. He raised his hand and sent them forward in a roaring storm of force, ordering them to kill Kim Shimon. Moon froze for a split second as the volley shot toward him, too fast and too many to dodge. But then a light green barrier blossomed around his body like a pulse of breath from the earth itself. The sharp constructs slammed against it but instantly stopped, glowing brighter as if struggling, unable to break through. Muyol staggered back in disbelief, shouting as his eyes widened. Moon watched the barrier with mild surprise, wondering if this was another hidden aspect of the world tree trait. A small grin curved his lips as he told his uncle he must be extremely worried to let his murderous intent spill out so openly. Before Muyol could react, the office doors burst open again and Moon's junior, Sihyuk, stumbled inside, breathless, shouting for him. Moon greeted him casually, asking if he had come. Sihyuk, still catching his breath, explained that he rushed over after hearing what Malswak said. But the moment he looked at the frozen rain of green blades hovering against the barrier, he fell into stunned silence. Had Moon actually blocked Muyol's ability with nothing but raw force? Muyol exploded with rage, calling Moon a bastard and demanding to know what he had done, furious that someone of mere gold rank could stop his ability. Moon breathed out slowly and told him to calm down, reminding him that if anything, he should be the one angry. Muyol shook, barely containing himself. Inside Moon's mind, a playful voice chimed, laughing and asking if it had done a good job. It had recognized the trait instantly, Seilen Myolgu, and was prepared from the beginning. Muyol truly was unlucky to be someone who manipulated plants. Moon realized the truth clearly. Not only did he wield an SS-rank trait that ruled over plants, but dragon power as well. Against him, Muyol was facing the worst possible matchup. With a furious roar, Muyol launched another attack, his dark green eyes burning as he commanded his sharp constructs to tear Moon apart. He screamed at Moon to wipe that smile off his face and learn not to speak to an adult with such disrespect. But the result was the same. Moon's power surged again, the light green barrier humming. Muyol's constructs froze midair once more, unable to move, then cracked against the barrier and tilted before dropping uselessly to the ground. Moon told him flatly that it simply would not work. Muyol, trembling, shouted again, unable to accept the reality in front of him. His worker and Sihyuk stood frozen, their eyes wide in shock. Twice, Moon had stopped the attack twice. Muyol ran a shaking hand over his head, breath uneven, and muttered that they should end it here, a grim decision forming as he realized the battle was no longer his to control. Moon smiled knowingly, approaching his uncle with quiet confidence, and explaining that during the assassination attempt, he had heard something very interesting. Muyol denied everything with a stiff voice, insisting he had never sent assassins. Moon only smiled wider as he took out his recording device and played the damning audio. The words echoed clearly, confirmation of the assassination plot and the experiments that turned civilians into monsters. Muyol's face drained of color as his own name was shouted on the recording. The implication was immediate and lethal. If such evidence reached the press, or worse, if another ranker exposed it, his career and reputation would be obliterated. Moon reminded him of that fact calmly, even glancing at Sihyuk to reinforce how damaging such a leak would be. Muyol, cornered, finally asked what Moon wanted. Moon's answer was simple but unacceptable. He demanded that Muyol cut off all personal ties with the Continental Guild starting today. Muyol erupted, calling him insane and declaring that such ties could not be severed as if closing a shop. Moon calmly acknowledged this but remained firm. Muyol grabbed Moon's shirt, shouting that the Continental Guild was responsible for the assassination attempt, not him, and that he held no involvement. Moon countered by pointing out the undeniable truth, that Muyol had helped smuggle foreign operatives into the country, and that the guild was ultimately detrimental to both Korea and Muyol himself. Muyol's sweat dripped as fear crept deeper into his expression. Moon remembered clearly how, in his past life, his uncle had fallen more miserably than anyone after Korea's collapse. The Continental Guild had broken him, twisted him into a loyal dog performing horrors under their name. Moon refused to let that tragedy repeat. Though he and Muyol had a hateful relationship, Moon understood that his uncle's political brilliance could serve a greater purpose if it remained under Korean control. Instead of letting Muyol fall into ruin, Moon intended to exploit that ability thoroughly for the future. He gently removed Muyol's grip from his shirt, telling him not to overreact. Muyol tried to protest again, but Moon clarified that he was not asking as the association's standpoint. but about Muyol's personal relationship with the guild. That revelation shook Muyol to his core. He stammered in disbelief that Moon even knew such things. Moon stated plainly that Muyol had received ability-enhancing drugs or items from the guild, which only deepened the older man's panic. Moon refused to explain how he knew, and instead added one final condition: investigate the guild's experiments on civilians and the transformation of people into monsters. Muyol shouted that he was the association president and demanded how Moon dared to order him around. Moon laughed softly, saying it was simply family helping family, and that he wanted Muyol to remain in his position for a very long time. The words stunned Muyol into silence, his thoughts scattering. Moon and Sihyuk turned to leave, closing the door behind them with a polite farewell, leaving Muyol frozen in place, caught between fear, humiliation, and the realization that he had been cornered by someone he had once dismissed as nothing. Night pressed heavily over the city as neon lights clung to the edges of glass towers. Moon rode quietly beside his junior, Sihyuk, the hum of the car filling the silence between them. Sihyuk finally broke it, asking whether their uncle would truly move as Moon expected. Moon kept his eyes on the window, watching the scenery smear into abstract streaks of light, and answered with calm certainty that the man would act exactly as predicted. When Sihyuk pressed again, wondering aloud what would happen if their uncle changed his mind at the last moment, Moon spoke with soft confidence, insisting he knew Muyol better than anyone. Muyol would never relinquish the chairman's seat. No matter how much he resented that position, he would eventually follow the path laid out for him. Moon reassured him steadily, explaining that Muyol was someone who had sacrificed everything, family, peace, even pieces of himself, for that seat. A man like that would cling to his position with desperation. He would not stop now. In the quiet that followed, Moon's thoughts drifted toward the SS-rank trait, Master of Plants, and the strange dragon power intertwined with it. Finding the source of that power felt critical. He was certain its answer lay within the continental city. Classical Muyol's decision. Morning rose with fierce light spilling over the skyline. Deep inside one of those towers, Muyol sat at his desk, his body stiff, his expression strained by long hours of restless thought. When he called for someone to enter, footsteps crossed the polished floor, and his loyal worker, Choi Chang-yuke, approached with a formal greeting. Choi reminded him of an early meeting, and noticing the exhaustion, asked if he should cancel it. Muyol rubbed his aching head and demanded bitterly what Choi thought about everything. Choi apologized, asking what exactly he should comment on. Muyol acknowledged that he should not have asked for what could not be given. Pushing himself to his feet, he ordered Choi to contact the Continental City and inform them that the operation had failed, adding that the blame should fall on the test subjects. Choi stopped, shaken by the implication, and asked if this meant the chairman intended to follow Moon's demands. Muyol answered plainly that if no other path remained, then he would obey the arrogant nephew, and that his relationship with the Continental City ended today. Choi hesitated, asking whether it wasn't wasteful to sever ties after pouring so much into that connection. Muyol acknowledged it without hesitation. He had invested money, time, and most of his resolve. He lit a cigarette, the smoke curling around him, and said that if all his efforts yielded only poison, then the link had to be cut. When Choi asked whether he truly believed Moon's claims, Muyol clarified that he did not believe Moon at all. He believed what he had witnessed with his own eyes. His expression hardened as he recalled the humiliation. He, the one who carried the SS-rank Master of Plants trait, had been stopped by a mere gold-rank youngster. A twisted smile edged across his face as another troubling realization surfaced. What unsettled him most was not the defeat. It was the fact that Moon knew about the elixir. Choi understood immediately and repeated its name, the DS created by the Continental City. Muyol confirmed it was Dragon Serum, a top-secret experimental creation and the personal project of Zhang Lichu alone. Muyol felt a dark tremor of disbelief as he wondered how that brat could possibly know the elixir's identity. Choi suggested Moon had simply guessed after seeing the test subjects. Muyol rejected that immediately, insisting that Moon's tone was too certain. Choi hesitantly asked if that meant what he feared, and Muyol confirmed it. It was entirely possible that the brat had nullified his trait because of DS. Choi stammered in alarm, reminding him that Zhang Lichu had insisted DS had no side effects, but Muyol dismissed the idea. For now, he decided he had no choice but to move according to the arrogant nephew's tune, all while needing to investigate the side effects of DS for himself. Video game The Galaxy Arena. The scene shifted into a light blue digital expanse, the screen shimmering as a familiar space formed. Moon materialized and announced it had been a while. A notification welcomed him to the Galaxy Arena, and he quietly reflected that although he'd put a leash on his uncle, the Continental City remained a dangerous threat. If he intended to face them, he needed power, quickly. Using the Growth Guild was the most efficient method now, and since he had already asked Jin-Ok to sell the remaining guild slots, he needed to farm experience in the arena. When a notification appeared stating his matchmaking had been elevated due to having stats unsuitable for his rank, he blinked in confusion. Another notification explained that because of this adjustment, clear experience and rewards were increased by 40%. Suddenly, the digital space brightened sharply, forcing Moon to shield his eyes. Through his fingers, he glimpsed the map forming around him and froze in shock. An old bridge stretched across a chasm toward a rocky mountain, the checkpoint map. Comment bubbles erupted around him, players reacting in disbelief, mocking the absurdity of a gold rank being placed in a platinum-level map. Checking his interface, Moon assessed the situation calmly, recalling he had cleared the map once before. The part about mismatched stats lingered in his mind. Then he understood. The displayed stats showed fusion power, 100 plus mana force, 52 dragon power, 52 with 10 unused points. His fusion power exceeding 100 meant he was automatically categorized as platinum. Both his fusion power and dragon power had surged dramatically during the Corrupted World Tree event. A new notification appeared, announcing that today's arena mode was defense and that 20 participants would be joining. More players materialized one after another. Then another notification added a new condition, cooperation. All participants would form a team, and the arena would begin once everyone arrived. As the last players spawned, shock spread among them like wildfire. Many shouted in alarm that this was the checkpoint map, demanding why a gold rank like them had been placed here. Moon quietly noted that it seemed the others weren't true platinum either. They all appeared to be misranked participants whose stats, like his, didn't align with their official tier. Suddenly one player spotted him and shouted his name. All eyes snapped toward Moon at once, and murmurs spread rapidly as everyone recognized him as the Kim Si-mun who had won his gold debut match. Moon, slightly embarrassed, thought about how long people intended to milk that single debut win. Yet to the players around him, his presence was reassuring. Just as Moon was sinking into irritation, a familiar voice approached from behind. "It's been a while, Kim Si-mun," the newcomer said. Moon turned sharply, shocked to see a white-haired man over 6 feet tall with broad shoulders stepping into view, someone whose presence immediately changed the atmosphere around them. Moon responded with a slow exhale, asking if he truly seemed stronger. Jinsu released a golden aura that rippled across the room, answering not with observation but with instinct, saying he could feel the change. Moon's own eyes glimmered blue as he studied him, thinking of the beastification trait and how it sharpened instinct until it bordered on insight. Without denying it, Moon admitted he had gone through real combat recently, and Jinsu reacted with interest, rolling the words around as if real battle sounded enticing. Then with abrupt seriousness, Jinsu asked if joining that guild would let him experience the same thing. Moon blinked, stunned by the question, the word guild slamming into him with confusion. He had never mentioned a guild to Jinsu, yet the man spoke as if it were common knowledge. Before Moon could sort the thoughts scattering through him, Jinsu explained casually that he had learned about it from the guild master a few days prior. Moon forced out a question, asking if he meant the guild master, and Jinsu confirmed it, Ironblood Gochang Jin. A first-generation ranker like Kim Muyol, founder of the Myth Guild, one of Korea's top 3. The involvement of someone like that shouldn't have crossed paths with his own guild, yet somehow it had. Jinsu continued, saying the guild master had approached him with an offer, a possible transfer to another guild for a while. At first, Jinsu had assumed he was being thrown out after failing his debut match despite receiving huge support, but then he learned the truth. The guild he was being recommended to, he said, had buffs so outrageous that even Ironblood would envy them. Moon felt shock spark through him as Jinsu spoke of massive growth buffs. The more Jinsu explained, the clearer it became how he had reached his conclusion. He thought Moon's sudden growth made sense only if he was benefiting from that mysterious buff. Moon let out a quiet breath, thinking how sharp the Beast King truly was, strong, competitive, but also perceptive. It was fortunate he didn't know the full truth, that Moon himself was the guild master. Still, making ties with someone who would certainly rise high in the future was never a bad thing. Moon lifted a hand, not to fight, but to offer a handshake. He greeted Jinsu as a fellow guild member, and Jinsu accepted the gesture with a firm shake and a faint smile, warning him that it was too early for a welcome. Once he joined, he promised he would surpass Moon someday. The competitiveness in his voice was fierce enough that Moon laughed nervously before agreeing he would have to work harder too. As Jinsu's intensity lingered in the air, Moon thought it must be the athlete in him. But before their conversation could settle, a distant voice echoed across the hall, pulling their attention away. The system notification announced that all participants had been matched, signaling the start of the arena. The players gathered and crossed the bridge, each gripping their weapons as the next message dropped. The target area was the poison supply route. Defend the zone by any means within the time limit, with rewards increasing based on surviving teammates. The clock started at 29 minutes and 59 seconds. Frustration burst among the players immediately. The poison supply route was one of the worst maps, toxic fumes, deadly terrain, and the kind of design that punished anyone who came unprepared. Several swore under their breath, realizing too late they'd landed on a poison mushroom map. A thin wave of green gas drifted from the depths of the ruins, and Moon instinctively covered his nose, recognizing the signature of the place. His fingers crackled faintly as he summoned thunder, thinking about how his fusion power had just surpassed 100. He had been planning to test it soon. This map offered the perfect opportunity. As he prepared, a cloaked figure emerged through the haze, face hidden under the hood. The voice that came from within was low and questioning, demanding to know who they were. Jinsu stepped forward without hesitation, answering that they were allies, and Moon noted silently that choosing otherwise would have been foolish. The figure then lifted the cloak, revealing pale skin and long white hair. An elf. The elf's name was Dana. Her voice softened only slightly as she admitted it was a relief. She wasn't fond of spilling blood without reason. A notification flickered beside her, identifying her as Dark Elf Dana. Spectators watching reacted with explosive excitement, calling her a terrifying talent. Dana's eyes narrowed with sharp evaluation as she looked over the summoned players. She judged them immediately, claiming that although they looked like warriors, they were terribly lacking. In fact, she corrected herself, they were outright weak. The players stiffened in anger, demanding to know what she meant, but Dana only raised her voice louder, saying that at their level they would never be able to handle the vermin waiting ahead. She declared that people as pathetic as them didn't even deserve to call themselves her allies. Moon watched her with a faint, almost disappointed sigh, thinking that he had hoped she had mellowed out a little. Dana didn't linger. She turned sharply and started to walk away, ordering them to get lost as dead weight she couldn't afford to drag along. Moon's eyes glowed faint blue as he considered the situation. He knew he could clear the map alone if he had to, but without Dana's help, too many teammates would die and the clear rewards would plummet. He clenched his hand decisively and called out to her, his voice echoing across the old bridge. Dana stopped and looked back at him with the same merciless arrogance as before. Moon met her gaze and stated what he knew about dark elves. They valued strength above all. Dana confirmed it immediately and said that was exactly why she refused to associate with trash like him. Moon smiled calmly and promised they would prove they were not the level she assumed. Her expression shifted into amusement. She asked if he wanted to fight her, and Moon acknowledged that it was the most certain method. A red aura surged from her as she smiled, her violet eyes glowing in anticipation. She warned him to prepare to risk his life, but then something in him made her stop. Her eyes widened, her breath halted. She stared deeper, seeing past him into something else entirely. In that moment she saw his soul, the pulsing red aura rooted in his heart, and recognition struck her like a blade. She trembled, mentally shouting her disbelief. A voice inside her head answered her fear, saying she already knew the truth. The world tree was the parent of all elves, and even dark elves fell under its lineage. Sweat slid down her temple as she tried to comprehend the impossible. How could a human possess the world tree's soul? The voice snapped again, telling her to stop gawking and kneel. And she obeyed instantly. Dana dropped to her knees before Moon, bowing her head in complete submission. The surrounding players and spectators panicked in disbelief. They shouted that she was kneeling, unable to process the sight. Even diamond rankers had never received such respect from her. Moon quietly acknowledged that he hadn't expected the world tree trait to work so strongly, but this meant she would now stand on their side. But before relief could settle, Dana reached for the knife at her hip. In one swift motion she drew it, pressed the blade against her own neck, and cried out that she must repay her unforgivable disrespect with her life. Her voice shaking with shame so deep it made the entire arena freeze. Dana's voice shook as she raised the blade to her throat, but Moon reacted instantly, catching the sharp edge with his bare hand as blood streaked down his fingers. "Wait, Dana, stop!" he commanded, his tone firm yet calm. She froze, trembling, whispering, "Oh, most noble one!" Moon studied her in silence, nodding that if his fusion power hadn't exceeded 100, he couldn't have responded in time. Dana dropped even lower, pressing her forehead to the ground as she cried out, "Forgive me." Such unforgivable disrespect. Moon shook his head and told her, "I'm fine, but first prove you deserve to be our ally." She panicked further, insisting she had no right to speak of qualifications before someone of his standing. Moon only smiled inwardly, pleased that the world tree's influence had secured her loyalty. Good. Dana is on our side. Now if we arrange the formation and prepare to face them. His thought cut off as the earth rumbled beneath their feet. Players across the battlefield turned toward the source, confusion spreading as the vibrations intensified. Every head snapped toward the horizon. A massive silhouette emerged through the poisoned mist, an enormous cart, wheels crushing the earth with each rotation as pockets of toxic gas clung to its frame. Moon's eyes narrowed, and Dana rose halfway, staring in dread as both spoke the same words under their breath. Finally, they're coming. Moon stood with unwavering confidence, snapping his fingers as he declared, "Shall we get ready then?" The moment the sound cracked through the air, the ground before him trembled violently. Earth split apart with a thunderous crack, fragments of rock bursting upward. Before the stunned player's eyes, the rising stones twisted, merged, and shaped themselves into a massive arm, then a torso, then a towering figure. In mere seconds, a full-sized earth golem stood before Moon, its colossal shadow swallowing the players clustered behind him. Blue light glowed like fire in its stony eyes. Shock rippled across the gathered fighters. "See crazy?" someone whimpered, and even Dana's eyes widened as she whispered in disbelief. "This is an earth golem." Far beyond the battlefield, the scene shifted to a massive wooden cart groaning across the poisoned landscape. Two enormous gray frogs dragged it forward, limbs straining with each pull. From inside the cart, a long, thick tongue lashed out and slapped one of the frogs across the back. "Move it, you slugs!" roared the voice inside as the frog croaked in pain. Another shout followed. "We need to send the supplies to the Black Forge now." Ahead of the main cart, a smaller carriage creaked along, stacked with white supply crates. A goblin marched beside it, clutching a sword and shield, scanning the area nervously. The cart's canvas finally shifted, revealing the creature inside. A hulking red toad, its skin patterned with toxin-colored markings. It grumbled loudly, "This is why poison toads are a problem. They only listen when you beat them." The goblin escort muttered back, "Isn't that why they're monsters? It can't be helped." The red toad clicked its tongue in irritation. "Tusk, I can never fathom Lord Apophis' intentions, to think he allowed such lowly creatures to join the Legion." Then the creature inhaled deeply, savoring the poisoned air with a twisted smile. "Anyway, compared to the Black Forge, this place is quite nice. Warm, sticky humidity and poison flowing everywhere. It's truly perfect for a vacation." The goblin nodded quickly. "Indeed, Lord Drahel, how about we enjoy ourselves here a bit after finishing the supply run?" Drahel's throat vibrated with laughter. "Kiwahaha, that sounds great. A bottle of blood wine would hit the spot. I'll have to get some when we reach the Black Forge." But the goblin flinched. "Excuse me for saying this, but I think blood wine might be difficult." Drahel's head snapped toward him. "What?" the goblin stammered, "as you know. Isn't Lord Sargas the manager of the Black Forge? Would he really allow the blood wine?" Before he could finish, Drahel's tongue shot out like a whip, coiling around the goblin's torso and yanking him close. The toad's orange eyes burned. "Sargas, and what does he think he can do if I demand blood wine?" he hissed. "Do you think I Drahel am beneath that bastard Sargas?" the goblin choked, trapped in the constricting tongue. "Oh, of course not. Lord Drahel is a member of the noble Squama. How could I ever think that? Please, spare me." Another goblin sprinted toward them, shouting desperately, "Lord Drahel!" Drahel paused and shifted his gaze. The messenger collapsed to his knees, panting. "We have a big problem. The forward supply unit they've been wiped out." Drahel's eyes widened, pupils shrinking. The scene snapped back to Moon's battlefield. His earth golem crashed its fist into a cluster of goblins, sending bodies flying. Its blue eyes gleamed as it stomped forward. Panic erupted among the goblins. "Karuk, how is a golem here? Run!" But Dana's voice blasted over the chaos. "Stop making a fuss and get into formation, you trash. Are you going to let Mr. Shimon fight alone? Cover him." The players huddled behind her recoiled. "Dana only obeys Kim Shimon and treats us like dogs," one muttered helplessly. Another groaned, "Damn it, how are we supposed to cover that? If we get close, we'll get crushed too." Dana clicked her tongue sharply, shouting, "Useless trash, honestly, Tusk. Continuing the fight with them is impossible." As panic spread, Jinsu pushed past a player with a glare. "Move, I'll go alone if I have to." But a firm hand clamped down on his shoulder. "Hey, Mutt, stop right there." He turned, irritation flaring in his eyes, only to see Dana standing behind him. "What?" he snapped. Dana narrowed her gaze. "It's meaningless for you to support that side alone, so go back and get in formation." She tightened her grip and applied pressure, crushing his shoulder with casual force. Jinsu froze, shock rippling through him as he felt the sheer strength behind her fingers. How does a mere elf have such strength? Gritting his teeth, he forced himself to speak. "Cut the crap and let go. I'm enough on my own." Dana's lips curled into a pleased smile. "You're a spirited one. What is your name?" "It's Choi Jinsu," he muttered, her smile widened. "Choi Jinsu, I really like your spirit. Unlike those trash, you possess a warrior's soul. If not for that person's request, I would have charged in there with you right now." Jinsu blinked, startled. "Request?" he frowned. "Did Kim Shimon ask you to look after our lives?" Dana nodded calmly. "You're quick on the uptake, that is correct. He said he can only claim all the rewards if you and those trash stay alive." Jinsu scoffed. What a terribly realistic guy. Well, he's not wrong. Meanwhile, Moon stood behind the earth golem as it continued crushing goblins effortlessly. Jinsu watched from a distance before muttering, "Fine, I'll back down just this once." Inside, however, a fire burned. "Kim Shimon, one day I will definitely surpass you." The golem swung its arm, ripping through a goblin. Moon examined the mess with a thoughtful expression. It's harder to kill than I thought." His gaze sharpened. As expected of a high-ranking dragonkin, a drag. But before he could think further, the earth trembled beneath him. His golem suddenly staggered and collapsed, its massive frame slamming into the ground. Moon's eyes narrowed. "What my golem is?" A long, thick tongue erupted from the haze of poison fog. The red toad, Drahel, emerged with fury twisting across his face, green aura flaring like wildfire. "Being destroyed, found you golem master." Moon met the monster's glare and allowed a small smile to form. "So it's you, the leader of the drags, but what to do?" He raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Electricity crackled into existence, swirling around his palm before forming a sharp spear of spiraling blue light. But before Moon could throw it, the ground rumbled violently. The lightning dissipated as the soil split open. Multiple new golems rose from the earth, surrounding Drahel on all sides. Moon's voice remained calm as stone giants solidified. "You've walked right into your grave." At that moment, golden text flickered in the air. Constellation's Odin and Zeus watch with deepened interest. Constellation's Black Goat and Heavenly Demon send intrigued gazes toward the golem you created. Drahel's eyes widened. "What?" He stood frozen amid the rising army of stone, realizing too late whose territory he had stepped into. Moon slowly raised his hand, his posture steady and composed. In the next instant, white electricity erupted from his palm, exploding outward and crackling violently through the air like a living storm unleashed. The violent surge of energy caused the ground beneath him to tremble, fine cracks spreading as the pressure mounted. One by one, massive golems began to take shape. Stone bodies assembled piece by piece in midair, as if drawn together by an invisible force. Glowing white lightning wrapped around their forms like living veins, pulsing with power. Their eyes ignited with a cold, radiant light, and their limbs locked firmly into place, each movement heavy and precise. The monster staggered backward, clearly startled by the sudden reversal of momentum. Its massive body swayed as it tried to regain balance. A strained growl escaped its throat, followed by a crooked, forced smile as it stared at the newly formed construct surrounding Moon. Moon's expression remained calm and unreadable, but his thoughts raced beneath the surface. In his past life, he had poured everything he possessed into barely creating 10 golems, draining himself to the brink of collapse. Now more electricity surged effortlessly from his body. The difference was undeniable. He could easily create 20. 20 golems hovered briefly in the air before descending and landing around him. Their massive frames radiated crushing pressure, enough to make the air feel heavy. White lightning snapped between them, forming a loose yet unmistakable interconnected network that crackled with restrained violence. Moon raised his hand toward their backs, his fingers twitching slightly as if pulling invisible strings. He acknowledged the core problem inwardly: control. Each golem required manual command, absolute focus, and precise timing. Any lapse could spell disaster. A faint smile curved his lips. Simultaneously controlling 20 golems was undeniably difficult, but the current version of himself was no longer the man he had once been. He was different, stronger. The golems moved as one. One of them stepped forward, its massive stone foot slamming into the ground. It drew back its arm and threw a heavy punch, its stone fist tearing through the air before smashing directly into the monster's torso. The impact boomed like a cannon blast, sending shockwaves rippling outward. Moon exhaled slowly and issued a calm order, directing the golems to bind the monster's feet as tightly as possible and restrict its movement. A blue system screen flashed into existence in front of him. The constellations Zeus and Odin gasped in admiration at his level of control. Another message appeared immediately afterward, stating that the constellation's Black Goat and Heavenly Demon's eyes were sparkling with interest. The chat exploded with shock and excitement. Viewers marveled at how he was controlling all of the golems at once. They pointed out that each one was moving independently, calling the sight insane. Some commented that controlling even a single golem was extremely difficult, while others questioned just what kind of existence Moon truly was. The golems leapt forward together, attacking from every direction. Stone limbs wrapped tightly around the monster's legs and torso, locking it in place. The sheer mass and weight forced the creature downward, pinning it under overwhelming pressure. Then something changed. A strange green light began leaking from the cracks between the golems' stone bodies. Moon's eyes widened slightly as the light rapidly intensified, growing brighter and more unstable by the second. Suddenly, an explosive blast erupted from the center. The golems were blown apart in an instant, their stone bodies shattering violently. Fragments flew in every direction, raining down across the battlefield. From the center of the destruction emerged a long, red, serpent-like tongue, dripping with corrosive green liquid that hissed as it touched the ground. Moon froze for a split second, his instincts flaring at the sight. The monster stood tall once more, a powerful green aura swirling violently around its massive body. Its tongue swayed like a living weapon, radiating menace, as it mocked the idea that mere stone blocks could restrain it. The tongue shot forward, slicing through the air toward Moon with terrifying speed. He felt the pressure instantly, the force bearing down on him like a tidal wave. Yet instead of panicking, a confident smile appeared on his face. Yellow electricity crackled around his arm as power gathered. He calmly acknowledged that a high-ranking dragonkin would never fall to something so simple. Moon raised his hand again. Yellow lightning gathered violently around him, swirling and snapping with raw intensity. Then, with a sharp snap, he snapped his fingers. A burst of yellow light detonated outward in an instant. The monster screamed as half of its tongue burned away, left charred and sizzling, the corrosive liquid evaporating under the heat. It roared in shock, unable to comprehend what had just happened. The lightning did not disperse. Instead, it condensed and reshaped itself, drawn together by Moon's will. A spear of thunder formed in his hand, its length extending as electricity crawled along its surface like living veins. Moon smirked as he regarded the weapon. He mockingly treated it as nothing more than a club meant to beat the monster down. The spear fully materialized in his grasp, its presence alone warping the air around it. Chat messages flooded in once again. Viewers cried out in amazement, questioning what the weapon was. Others noted that the spear looked longer and more complete than before. A system window appeared in front of Moon, displaying clear information. Astrophe, grade replica, 30%. Moon's eyes flickered slightly as he took it in. He recalled that the completion rate had originally been only 10%. Now, it had reached 30%. Lightning intensified around the spear, its power becoming more stable and refined. Moon realized that, as expected, everything changed once alchemy power exceeded 100. The monster burst into arrogant laughter, mocking Moon for running wild with what it considered nothing more than a toy. Moon tilted his head slightly, his smile sharpening as quiet killing intent began to rise. The monster's serpent-like tongue shot forward once again. This time it did not miss. The slick, poisonous tongue wrapped tightly around Moon's body, coiling around his torso and arms like a living chain. The pressure was instant and crushing. Moon's eyes widened in shock. The poison coating the tongue began to burn into his skin, seeping deep into his body. A sharp, corrosive pain exploded through his nerves, spreading rapidly. His face twisted uncontrollably as the pain overtook him. The monster smiled calmly, almost regretfully, declaring that Moon's talent was a waste and that his death was now inevitable. Before the monster could tighten its grip further, Dia's eyes widened in horror. She screamed Moon's title in panic. Without hesitation, she pulled out her knife and launched herself forward, every movement filled with desperation and resolve. She shouted her intent to save him, fully prepared to kill the monster herself. But the monster moved faster. Its massive hand shot out and grabbed Dia by the neck midair. Her breath was knocked out instantly as the grip closed around her throat. The monster mocked her attempt, questioning where she thought she was aiming to strike. It then slammed her into the ground with brutal force. Boom! The earth shattered beneath her body, cracks spreading outward like a spider web from the point of impact. The monster coldly warned her not to interfere and ordered her to disappear. Moon's pupils shrank sharply. He screamed Dia's name, his voice filled with panic and fury. But he was still bound. The tongue tightened again around his body. Moon clenched his teeth as frustration surged through him. If Astrophe did not work, he wondered what weapon he could possibly use next. Pain blurred his vision, threatening to swallow his consciousness. Then a memory surfaced. White electricity crackled violently around his hand in his recollection. He realized that he had no choice but to use that power, that weapon, the philosopher's stones. A blue system screen appeared before him. It stated that alchemy power was insufficient to achieve the transmutation. It warned that equivalent exchange could not be established. It notified that 500 achievement points were required. It asked for confirmation with the options yes or no. Moon forced a smile through the pain and chose to accept without hesitation. The moment he accepted, a blinding yellow light erupted from his body. The light shone so intensely that it looked as if a miniature sun had descended onto the battlefield itself. The monster recoiled instinctively, forced back by the overwhelming radiance. The monster snarled in confusion, reacting in shock to the sudden change. It questioned what Moon was doing now, unable to understand the situation unfolding before it. Others nearby raised their arms and shielded their eyes, unable to look directly at the overwhelming light. From the center of the blinding radiance, a flaming sword materialized in Moon's hand. The serpent-like tongue loosened its grip. The monster froze in place. Moon stood free once more. He glanced down at the sword in his hand and smiled faintly. He casually addressed the monster, calling it a toad. The monster's eyes widened in disbelief. It began to recognize the weapon, but before it could finish its thought, Moon calmly declared that the monster was already dead. A system screen flashed into existence. It identified the weapon as the weapon of Surtur, ruler of Muspelheim, Levitain. The completion rate was displayed at 30%. The monster began to shake violently. It shouted in panic, claiming that none of this made sense. It screamed the weapon's name in disbelief. Its voice trembled as it tried to reassure itself. It shouted that Surtur was dead and questioned how this could even be possible. Moon smirked inwardly, wondering if the lack of interference was precisely because Surtur was a dead constellation. Another blue system screen appeared. It stated that the constellation Odin frowned, the Levitain moon, had transmuted. Immediately after, another message followed. The constellation Black Goat mocked Odin for frowning, and insisted it was better for their chosen one to use the weapon, claiming that Odin's survival chances would increase. Moon blinked in surprise. He laughed softly, puzzled by the commotion. He wondered why they were making such a fuss over it. Another message appeared. The constellation Odin reluctantly admitted that the statement might be true. The sword trembled violently in Moon's hand. He exhaled slowly, acknowledging that handling this weapon was difficult. Moon raised the blade. He resolved to end the battle quickly. The monster roared and slammed its foot into the ground, shattering the area once again. It inhaled deeply, drawing all of its poison back into its body. It screamed in rage, calling Moon a bastard and admitting that it did not understand what kind of trick had been used. It then declared that everything would end now. The monster released all of its poison at once. A lethal green wave surged forward toward Moon. Moon's eyes hardened with resolve. He shouted for Levitain to burn everything away. He swung the sword. A massive flame slash erupted, scorching everything in its path. The poison vaporized instantly upon contact with the flames. The fire continued forward without losing any speed. The monster screamed in terror. It shouted that this was impossible and questioned how a human could accomplish such a feat. The flames consumed the monster entirely. Moon smiled faintly and questioned what exactly was meant by impossible. System messages flooded in rapidly. It announced that Moon had single-handedly defeated the Drag's Dragonic, Drahel. It confirmed that he had acquired 2,000 achievement points. It declared that he was the first Earthling to defeat a member of Squama 1. The monster's body disintegrated completely. Another system message appeared. It confirmed the acquisition of 5,000 additional achievement points. People behind Moon stared in disbelief. Some muttered that it was crazy. Others said he had one shot at a drag. One voice shakily admitted that fear had made them lose control again. More system messages appeared. The constellation Zeus expressed amazement that Moon could control Levitain so effectively. The constellation Heavenly Demon laughed and suggested that Zeus should also pay attention to the connection. Moon chuckled internally. He reflected on their reactions and on the sword itself. Another message followed. It stated that the constellations Odin and Black Goat smiled with satisfaction at Moon's actions. It also confirmed a sponsor reward of 5,000 achievement points. Nearby monsters began to tremble. Some cried out in disbelief, questioning whether Lord Drahel was truly dead. Panic spread rapidly across the battlefield. A man with white hair, red eyes, and an open red shirt shouted loudly, ordering everyone to charge. The remaining fighters surged forward at once. Moon watched the scene calmly. He remarked inwardly that it would all end soon. Behind him, Dia stood up. She appeared to be unharmed. She sincerely addressed Moon, stating that she had never imagined he would dispose of Drahel so easily. Moon scratched the back of his head and laughed lightly. He claimed that it had simply been luck, and that he had happened to think of something with perfect affinity. Dia smiled and stated that he was likely the only person who would describe defeating a Squama 1 as luck. Moon paused in confusion. He asked what Squama 1 was. Dia's expression turned serious. She explained that Squama 1 was a secret society composed solely of draconics. a group belonging only to the dragon world. She added that Drahul had been one of its members. She sighed softly and remarked that Drahul had not even received an alias yet. Moon frowned slightly and questioned what an alias meant. Dia nodded. She explained that the real Squama One, the executive Draconics, all possessed aliases. She looked toward a distant mountain range. Her voice trembled as she stated that nearby there should be Sargas, the undefeated. Moon narrowed his eyes at the title. Undefeated. He looked back at Dia. She suddenly collapsed to her knees, her body trembling. She described him as a monster. She bowed deeply before Moon. She pleaded respectfully, asking if she could request a favor. Moon felt uncomfortable with the sudden formality. He hesitated briefly before telling her to speak. Dia pulled out chains. Moon's eyes widened in shock as he stared at them, questioning the sight. Dia shouted desperately, begging Moon to help her. A system message appeared. It announced that the Dark Elf Dia was requesting a hidden quest. At that moment, Moon's eyes widened in surprise as he read the hidden quest screen. The quest revealed that the Dark Elf was targeting the Black Forge, one of the Dragonkin's most infamous military facilities, with the objective of rescuing her kin who were being held captive there. Moon reacted in shock at the reward, realizing that it resembled something that would normally appear only in a Constellation-level quest. He narrowed his eyes, his tone turning serious as he acknowledged that this was indeed a hidden quest. He recognized the Black Forge as the objective and concluded that this was a quest he had to accept. Moon reached out his hand toward Dea, offering his help. Internally, he reasoned that by helping Dea, he would be able to uncover the secrets of the Dragonkin. Dea's eyes filled with tears and hope. She expressed her gratitude calmly, addressing Moon with sincere respect. Moon then grasped the chain, and system notifications appeared, confirming the acceptance of the hidden quest and the acquisition of the entry item known as the Black Forge Slave Chain. The screen also confirmed the acquisition of 2,000 achievement points as a reward. Dea knelt down in front of Moon with determination. She vowed that she would never forget his kindness and prayed for his strength and health until the day they met again. Soon after, multiple system screens flooded into view. One announced that the arena poisonous supply route had been successfully cleared. Another declared that the arena was now closing and that the poisonous supply route had been overwhelmingly cleared. One by one, the remaining routes were cleared, and Moon continued to receive reward points. The system confirmed that the level of the Philosopher's Stone increased by 12, and Moon's own level rose as well. Moon reacted in surprise as he realized that the Philosopher's Stone had increased by 12 levels, and that his own level had increased by 18. He casually ate his snack, his eyes filled with excitement as he reflected on the gains. His level had previously been 62, which meant it had now reached exactly 80. He felt confident that if this pace continued, reaching level 100 would not take long at all. Moon checked the reward screen with curiosity, wondering what it contained. When he selected it, a sharp bag emerged from the screen. He opened it and immediately felt its weight, realizing it was unusually heavy. His expression shifted to surprise as he recognized the item as Dragon Onum, an S-rank ore composed of high-purity dragon power. A system screen displayed its detailed description, explaining that its orderness strengthened energy conductivity and adaptability, and that it could only be handled by those who possessed dragon power. Moon held the ore in his hand and reflected that it was an ore made entirely of dragon power. Internally, he reasoned that since only Dragonkin could use dragon power, this meant the ore must have been produced by Dragonkin themselves. When he connected this with Dea's quest, he concluded that this ore was likely a martial-use material created in the Black Forge. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was a call from Park Jinwook. Moon answered, and on the other end, Park apologized for calling so late and explained that someone urgently wanted to meet Moon. Moon questioned who wanted to meet him. Park replied that it was the owner of the black market. Moon's eyes widened in surprise at the revelation. The scene soon shifted to the Galaxy Agora. Inside the massive structure, several people moved hurriedly through its halls. Park, walking alongside Moon, smiled and explained that the paths inside were extremely complicated and that without guidance, it would be nearly impossible to even find the entrance. Moon thought to himself that it had been a long time since he last visited the Galaxy Agora, and he found it surprising that the black market was hidden in a place like this. Park looked around and admitted that even though he came here often, he still got lost every time. As they continued walking, Park suddenly noticed that Moon was moving forward on his own, seemingly without hesitation. This surprised him. He asked whether Moon had visited the black market before or had previously traveled this route. Moon replied that it was his first time. Park smiled and remarked that every ranker had tried to map out the black market's route, but from the first generation until now, no one had been able to navigate it easily. Moon narrowed his eyes at that statement. Internally, he reflected that he had already grasped the entire route the moment they stepped inside. He silently activated his whispered power, releasing faint waves of perception. A system message appeared, stating that the constellation Black Goat sparkled at his whispered word. Dark energy subtly spread as Moon observed his surroundings, realizing that the title of one who received a gaze from beyond could be used in this way. He acknowledged inwardly that the whispered word was responding to him. The atmosphere gradually shifted, growing darker and heavier. Moon looked up just as Park announced that they had arrived. Park paused, then opened a door, revealing the destination ahead. He informed Moon that this was the entrance to the black market. The area beyond was completely covered in black energy, and the influence of the whispered word felt far stronger here. Moon wondered what kind of place the black market truly was. He stepped inside and began descending the stairs. As he entered, chaos unfolded before him. People crowded the space, some sitting and drinking, others working stalls and selling food. Moon observed everything calmly and realized that this place was an entirely different world compared to the Agora on the surface. He was confident that materials unavailable in the Agora could be found here. His gaze shifted to a large building ahead, which he recognized as the auction house he had heard so much about. He then suggested to Park Jinwook that Park should look around at some items, explaining that only Moon needed to meet the black market's owner. Park reacted strongly, expressing concern about Moon being alone and warning of assassination attempts and danger. Moon responded casually, reasoning that the owner would not meet him if he arrived with company. Park suddenly tried to stop Moon, warning that the owner of the black market was famous for not meeting just anyone. Moon looked straight ahead toward the place in front of him. He turned back briefly, waved goodbye, and reassured Park not to worry, implying that it was not as if he was going to die. Park grew visibly frustrated and begged Moon not to say things like that. He raised his voice, making it clear that he genuinely cared about Moon. He insisted that if anything happened, Moon should cause some kind of explosion, promising that he would come running immediately. Park declared that he would wait there no matter what. It was clear that Park was truly a good man. Moon moved forward alone, thinking that the owner must be somewhere nearby. He began to scan the surroundings and noticed that the whispering void had become even clearer than before. His eyes shone with blue energy as his perception expanded. He analyzed the space and realized that this was not merely a whisper, but a chantment. He identified it as the pattern of the void itself forming and sustaining this place. Suddenly, a system screen appeared above him. It announced that Moon was the first on Earth to interfere with the whispering void, and that he had earned 2,000 achievement points. Another screen followed, stating that as a result, his understanding of human alchemy had reached the maximum level possible for his current state. It also confirmed that the completion rate of the obsidian tablet had increased by 5%. Moon smiled in quiet satisfaction, recognizing that a 5% increase in completion rate was an unexpected gain. At that moment, a voice interrupted his thoughts and addressed him directly, identifying him as Player Kim. A man soon appeared, dressed in formal attire and wearing glasses, giving off an official and confident air. He informed Moon that the owner was waiting and that he would escort him. Moon observed the man closely and felt a strange sense of familiarity, wondering if it was merely his imagination or if the man reminded him of Park Jinwook. Without resistance, Moon followed as the man announced that he had brought Moon and received permission to let him enter. Moon stepped inside. A woman's sharp voice greeted him, welcoming Moon by name. She wore a mask, and the area around her carried an imposing presence. Dark energy surrounded her body, giving her an overwhelming aura. She commented playfully that Moon looked much better in person than he did on screen. She then beckoned him closer. Meanwhile, Moon sat at a table across from the black market owner. She offered him a drink and told him to take it before it got cold, assuring him that the tea there was quite good and not poisonous. Moon reacted with interest as she smiled and explained that she did not usually say such things to people she had just met, but she had to admit her surprise. She revealed that she had never imagined the creator of the arena cure would turn out to be the famous rising star himself. Moon sipped the tea and noted that she seemed to know quite a lot about him. She chuckled lightly and stated that it was only natural, explaining that the black market had eyes everywhere. Moon nodded and smiled faintly, remarking that her words truly suited a black market owner. He pointed out that there should not have been any leaked information regarding the cure. She replied that it had not been difficult to guess, explaining that there were very few people whom the fearsome night hunter would serve with such devotion, and that alone had been enough of a hint. She then mentioned that she had not properly introduced herself yet. She removed her mask, revealing a beautiful and graceful appearance as her energy subtly radiated. She introduced herself as the one who ran the black market and stated that her name was Rin. Moon went on to explain that, in keeping with her position as the black market owner, she had used numerous aliases over time. He listed names such as Lisa, Isabel, Luca, Tiro, Turkish, and Hinan. Among all of them, Rin was the last known name she had used, and it was also her real name. At that moment, Moon realized that the fact she was using her real name right from the beginning meant that this deal was incredibly important to her as well. Then he suggested that they stop beating around the bush and get straight to the point. Moon asked Moon directly, "What do you wanted from me?" nodding that he was just as bold as people said. She concluded by stating that, and she said I'll get would be completely straightforward. She expressed interest in distributing the arena cure through the black market. Moon paused, responding calmly. He already knew he had signed an official distribution contract with Samsung. She nodded, unfazed. Even Samsung Bio, usually so closed off, had begun distributing an external product for the first time. She placed a document on the table, explaining that this was exactly why they were meeting in secret. The paper exuded a faint black energy. Moon read it carefully and frowned. It was an arena contract. He explained that such contracts could only be formed between players, and failure to uphold one resulted in immediate penalties. Most people avoided them because of the pressure and consequences. She explained calmly that the core energy of the contract was bound to a single word. Moon stiffened in surprise. If it was a word, he suspected she meant a void contract. She smiled knowingly. Moon admitted that he knew about void contracts, calling them the most vicious type of arena agreements. She nodded. Without being a void attribute user, the penalties of such a contract could not be reduced in any way. Moon noted flatly that there were no void attribute users around. She tilted her head, smiling teasingly, asking if he wasn't scared. In a mocking tone, she added that as long as the contract was upheld, no problems would arise. Moon acknowledged her logic, but inwardly his guard rose. He realized she truly deserved the title of Temptress. In his past life, she had been known as Tyrant Fox Marvel, an FFF-rank professor and master of charm. Her reputation was earned. His gaze lingered on her too long, and his face flushed. He worried that she might be whispering her ability at him. A wave of seductive charm energy surged as she leaned closer, brushing his cheek playfully and whispering for him to say what he desired. Moon felt deeply uncomfortable. She smiled mischievously, asking why he was quiet, promising to grant anything he wanted. He spoke clearly, requesting orichalcum and antinam. Her expression froze, shock flashing across her face. Both of those. Moon remained calm, saying that these 2 items would be enough. She clenched her teeth nervously, biting her finger. The items had abysmal drop rates, and the request was completely unexpected. Without hesitation, Moon signed the contract and slid it toward her. He asked if she thought it was a fair trade for the arena cure. She stared at the paper, forcing a smile. Accepting the deal felt like a loss, but she could not let it slip away. Moon asked evenly if they had a deal. Inside her mind, panic surfaced. Her original plan had been to force him into a slave contract using her charm skill, but he had blocked it effortlessly. Her fox instinct screamed warnings, and his faintly glowing golden necklace intensified her unease. She realized this man was dangerous, someone who had to be reckoned with. For the sake of the future, she had to keep him on her side. Finally, she smiled sincerely and accepted the trade. The screen flickered, and a system message appeared. A contract mediated by the Void had been established. Void energy surged forward, seeping into both contractors as the agreement was sealed. Then the Void energy suddenly erupted. Moon lifted his gaze to the screen as the meditating Void reacted violently. It appeared startled by his direct stare and began screaming repeatedly in alarm. A message followed, accusing Constellation Black Goat, calling it a bastard and claiming it had truly gone this far. The permitting Void hastily vanished, and the penalty attached to the contract was instantly nullified. Both Shu Min and the black market owner widened their eyes in shock as the realization sank in that the contract penalty had completely disappeared. Moon quickly checked the contract page again and confirmed it himself. The penalty had been erased without the involvement of his sponsoring Constellation. Internally, he expressed his thanks to Constellation Black Goat. As he blinked, another message appeared on the screen stating that Constellation Black Goat gazed at him with a pleased expression. Beside him, the black market owner smiled faintly and teasingly remarked that it seemed like Moon was flirting with her. Moon immediately made an annoyed expression and brushed it off before the scene shifted. Outside, the setting changed to a busy street in the black market district where 2 girls walked among the crowd. A blonde-haired girl spoke excitedly, commenting that it had been a long time since she had visited the black market and that there were even more items than before. She enthusiastically showed off a small, cute pet, admiring how adorable and pretty it was. Next to her, a red-haired girl looked increasingly irritated. The blonde-haired girl continued, asking how another item looked and placing a cute scarf on her own head to show it off. At that moment, the red-haired girl reached her limit and complained that her energy was being completely drained. The blonde-haired girl suddenly remembered something and wondered aloud where Senior Jinbo was, nodding that he had told them to meet there. Before anything else could be said, she accidentally bumped into a large, arrogant-looking man. The man immediately shouted in anger, telling the red-haired girl to watch where she was going and threatening her. The red-haired girl snapped back, furious, stating that he was the one who failed to dodge and questioning why he was taking his anger out on her friend, mocking whether his eyes were just for decoration. The man suddenly grabbed the red-haired girl by the head and laughed mockingly, remarking that such a small girl had a surprisingly big mouth. In the next instant, the man was violently slammed into the ground. The thug's face twisted in pain and humiliation as he hit the street hard. The blonde-haired girl stepped forward angrily, declaring that he dared to show his filthy, flirtatious face near her friend, and warning him that he was courting death. The surrounding pedestrians gasped in shock. Some whispered that a fight had broken out, while others remarked on how strange the situation was. Someone called out the name Malswak, asking if he was okay. Behind the crowd, a man wearing a hoodie froze when he heard the name. His body stiffened, and he slowly turned his head in disbelief after hearing Malswak called out loud.